The end of the world has come, with zombies roaming the streets, and the living barely holding on. In the midst of this chaos, a pregnant mother in her final month is desperately crawling for safety, but her speed can't compete with the horde of grotesque undead. Plus, that baby bump makes every move a struggle. Ultimately, she finds herself cornered and unable to escape the clutches of the zombies. She fights with every ounce of strength, pressing against a wall. The pain from her wounded arm is unbearable, making her vision blur. But just at that moment, a sharp cramp hits her belly. Her motherly instincts scream that she is about to give birth right in this hellish place. Tears flow as the agony in her arm and abdomen intensifies. Yet, the fierce drive to protect her child pushes her to endure the pain at all costs. Determined to deliver the baby safely, even as her body begins to change, she uses her zombie-infested tongue to stifle her cries. She stays silent, knowing that outside, the monsters are still lurking. If they catch wind of her, both she and her baby will be in grave danger. By now, her transformation is almost complete, but she desperately prays to the sea god to spare her precious child. Miraculously, she gives birth to a baby girl amidst this unimaginable chaos. 7 years later, the world remains in turmoil from the zombie apocalypse. Yet in a small apartment, a little girl is playing hide and seek with her mother. But here's the twist. The mother is a zombie. At first glance, it looks like the girl is being attacked by the undead, and when the zombies catch her, she bursts into laughter. Haha. Gotcha. Please let me go. Her infectious giggles resonate throughout the apartment. Now it is your turn to hide. This time, I am definitely going to find you. That is right. This is the girl who fought tooth and nail to bring her child into the world 7 years ago, while being surrounded by bloodthirsty zombies. The little one in her arms is the precious daughter she risked everything for. Chunbox. Somehow, this mother has retained her human instincts. For the past 7 years, she has raised her daughter in a world that has turned into hell. Chun Bothos has seen her mother's terrifying face since she was little, so she has never viewed her as a monster. But this girl rarely gets to go outside, so every time her mother prepares to venture out, Chambakov cries and begs to join her. I want to go. Please take me with you. I want to go with you and have fun. Chunbo's wailing reveals her missing tooth. Her noisy antics leave her zombie mom feeling utterly bewildered. Come on. Chunbox. If you keep this up, the monsters around here will hear you. She looks up at her mother's serious face, sensing the urgency. Realizing her mom does not like the noise, she lowers her head and swallows her tears. Seeing her daughter's distressed expression, the mother feels torn. But there is no way she can let her go outside. Now is on. She can't speak, so they communicate through simple gestures written on their palms. Mom promises to bring the tea back to you. I swear. Can you come back early? Okay. Chamba was sniffling non-stop, and her mom nodded. The young mother stepped outside to begin her hunt. As a sentient zombie, her cunning surpassed that of the mindless monsters lurking outside. She systematically utilized her zombie skills, making her a formidable opponent against most creatures out there. Today, the first thing Chun Bifai's mom took down was a wide-mouthed zombie. Once it was completely immobilized, she sat down, ready to dig into this meal. The taste was honestly a bit gross, but as a zombie, she did not have many options. At least she just needed to fill her stomach. Just as she finished eating, she heard gunshots ringing out nearby. She looked up and saw 2 surviving men facing off against a horde of hungry zombies. The young guy with long hair was holding a giant flashlight, while the other had a rifle in hand. They can move if we shine the light on them, so let us stop wasting our ammo. But wow. There are way too many zombies here. I do not care. You have got to hold on until dawn. The gunfire echoed again, causing Chun Baka's mom to furrow her brow. This place has been a zombie stronghold for a while. She could not understand how the living even got in here, and what they were doing at this hour. One thing was for sure. Those 2 had no clue that the flashlight and gunshots would only make the monsters more aggressive. Still, Chun Bofe's mom felt this was a situation that did not concern her. If she got too close, she might just take a bullet to the head. However, just as she was about to leave, her gaze landed on the backpack slung over the long-haired guy's shoulder, and that sparked her into action. The weak flashlight in the guy's hand posed no threat to Chun Bifai's mom. She used her skills to smash the bulb. The burly guy among them was quickly taken down by Chun Bifai's mom. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the long-haired guy hurriedly snatched the gun from his friend's hands, aiming straight at her. But with the darkness surrounding them, he was not even sure if he was aiming right. As the zombies drew closer, one of them looking distinctly different from the rest, he could not help but tremble in fear. He was so scared that tears streamed down his face. And then, after 7 long years of surviving in this hellhole, Chamba's mom emerged victorious. She grabbed the backpack from the long-haired guy's shoulder and set off on her journey. Not far away, there was still another surviving man. He looked like he was about to collapse, with no supplies and no weapons on him. The only thing he had for protection was a hefty rock he clutched tightly in his hand. The man was actually looking for a place to hide. But suddenly, Chun Bofa's mom appeared. A sharp tentacle lunged directly at him, stopping just an inch from his throat. After a moment of frantic breathing, the man finally regained his composure, and surprisingly, at that moment, Chun Bofa's mom gently wrapped around him. "Oh my, is that you? My love." The man let out a sigh of relief. "Finally found you. Gomble. Thank you for showing up. What is this? You even found my backpack. I have been stressing ever since those creeps stole it." Turns out, the reason Chun Bikasi's mom launched an attack on those two guys was because she recognized the backpack that long-haired guy was wearing. It belonged to her husband. "Let us head home, Gomble." As for that long-haired dude, but Chun Bikasi's mom did not take his life herself. After getting the backpack back, she quickly left him to fend for himself against those monsters. Meanwhile, Gomble's partner was still out cold, and with no flashlight or gun, he ultimately could not escape the jaws of those bloodthirsty zombies closing in on Gomble's side. Being found by Chun Baifia's mom in this situation suddenly made him flashback to the first time they met 7 years ago. Back then, Gomble was out hunting all alone, lugging a heavy backpack. That day, he got lucky and found a flashlight that actually worked. Feeling that his luck was holding, Gomble decided to venture a little deeper. He entered a crumbling building after spotting a flicker of light inside. He cautiously navigated through the dark tunnel, inching toward that light in hopes of finding food or something useful. Instead, Gomble stumbled upon a zombie missing its limbs, a sight so tragic it was hard to look at. Guessing it had been attacked by another, Gomble figured it was best not to press on, as whatever could do that to its own kind was definitely no joke. Just as he was about to turn back, a faint sound made him pause. It was the voice of a child. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to go back and step into that inner room. The next scene left Gomble speechless for a moment. Just like before, he found a spear pointed directly at his throat, the wielder radiating a menacing aura. But the twist, the bloodied monster threatening him was nursing a baby. This was beyond Gomble's wildest imagination, because he had never seen a zombie exhibit any humanity. That was the first time he met Chun Bafi's mom, and over time, they became each other's my destiny. That is why Chun Bafi calls him Dad Gomble, even though they are not blood-related. In the days that followed, thanks to Chun Bafi's mom, Gomble's food hunting trips became much easier. Of course, they faced their fair share of disasters. Just like now, they were surrounded on all sides, and their flashlight ran out of batteries at the worst possible moment. Can you handle them, sweetheart? Gomble could only hope for Chun Bafi's mom to save the day, but with so many enemies this time, even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be tough to take them all down. Gomble had no choice but to pull out his gun to protect his beloved. But just as Chun Bafi's mom took her eyes off him for a second, a zombie below wrapped its tongue around his foot. Thankfully, that zombie managed to grab him. But things got even trickier since they were both dangling from the rooftop of the building on one side. Chun Bafi's mom was desperately trying to hold Gomble up, while on the other, the monster was straining to pull him down. "Oh no. My leg is getting torn apart. What are these tentacles? Where are all these things coming from?" Gomble muttered as he looked down, and his voice immediately faded into silence. After taking a closer look at the creature wrapped around him, Gomble realized it was no run-of-the-mill zombie, just the sheer size scream boss level. And it was clearly starving for blood upon spotting a living person. While his parents were rolling around outside, Kunbok was inside the house casually painting. She was starting to get anxious since they had not come back yet, unaware that her parents were facing a life or death situation out there. Though Chunbok's mom had turned into a zombie, her strength was still limited, and Gondal was on the verge of being ripped in half. The pull from the monster below was just insane. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the horde of undead was growing by the minute, and Chunbok's mom was struggling to hold them off. If she did nothing, both of them would meet their end right there, while Chunbok was still waiting at home for her to return. With that thought in mind, the zombie took a deep breath, gearing up for the toughest leap of her life, then unleashed her grip from the old rooftop. It took Gondal a second to realize what was happening, and then he screamed as they plummeted. Below, the monstrous zombie was eagerly waiting with its mouth wide open for them to fall. During the descent, Chunbok's mom used the tentacle still anchored to the rooftop to grab one of the zombies up there, and threw it straight into the mouth of the cannon zombie. Just as she planned, after it bit down, the monster had to close its mouth to chew. Because of this, the tongue that was tightly wrapped around Gondal's leg had to retract as well. He let out a sigh of relief, but danger still loomed over them. Seeing her plan succeed halfway, Kunbok's mom started to regain her fighting spirit. Now all she had to do was land safely and deal with the rest, and she could protect Gondal. Just as she thought this, Gondal suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around her. It was not just her wanting to protect him. Gondal wanted to shield her too. At least he was wearing a big backpack, so he did not have to land on his body. hoping Chunbok's mom could touch down a bit more softly. Luckily, they landed on that giant zombie while it was still busy chewing the undead snack Chunbok's mom had just tossed. Because of that, their landing was relatively smooth. Gondal rolled with Chunbok's mom several times on the ground after falling from the zombie's back. Despite feeling sore all over, he did not waste a second. Hoisted her onto his shoulder and took off running. But that terrifying zombie was not about to let them go easily. The impact from their landing had only made the beast angrier. With Chunbok's mom on his shoulder, she kept screaming, prompting him to reassure her. Hang tight. I will set you down in a sec. After running a good distance away, Gondal finally let Chunbok's mom down so she could run on her own. The zombie lady was still howling. But really, she was just yelling at her husband. Though obviously, she could not speak like a normal person. Are you out of your mind? I can take care of myself. I do not need you to swoop in. Do you think you are some kind of superhero? What gives you the right to act like this? You are not some monster like me. You are the father of my child. If you get hurt then. These furious words are just the swirling thoughts of Chunbok's mother, but when she actually says it, it just comes out as a screech, like a horde of zombies. Gondal vaguely realizes his wife is cursing him, but he brushes it off. Honey, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Gondal asks while puffing and sprinting. If I had gotten here sooner, none of this would have happened. I am sorry for putting you through this mess. Mother Chunbok was stunned, and then she stopped screaming. She felt that this man was such a fool, enduring pain to save her. And now he was neglecting his own injuries out of worry for her. But deep down, she did not want Gondal to get hurt at all. While Mother Chunbok was racking her brain for a way to escape the zombies behind them, suddenly, a zombie's claw pierced through her body from behind. The sight almost made Gondal scream. That giant zombie, relying on its massive size, was not moving too slowly and quickly caught up. Gondal's face went pale with worry for his Detini. Even though Mother Chunbok insisted she was fine, she was sweating bullets. Just as the zombie's claws pulled out, another living dead wrapped its hair tightly around her. If they kept clinging on like leeches, neither of them would escape. Gondal took off his backpack, rummaging through it to find something that could save Mother Chunbok. Behind them, the horde of zombies was closing in with increasing fervor. Mother Chunbok was still swinging her tentacle spear at them, but it was futile against such overwhelming numbers. After a struggle, Gondal finally found what he needed. It was a grenade. He quickly pulled the pin and tossed it behind them. A massive explosion erupted. Gondal breathed a sigh of relief that it still worked, then threw a few more. The zombies chasing them got blasted to pieces by the grenade, but the boss was still alive and seemed even angrier from the explosions. Gondal was down to his last grenade. Mother Chunbok reached out her hand. You want this? Do you have a plan or something? Gondal eyed his wife suspiciously but still handed her the last grenade. With the grenade in hand, Mother Chunbok ran faster, even outpacing Gondal. The creature behind them, growing impatient, prepared for another attack. As Gondal sprinted, he had to duck down to dodge the tentacles it was flinging at them. Just then, Mother Chunbok stopped, turned around, and pulled the grenade pun. Oh my! Gondal shouted. What are you doing? At that range, it won't work. Just when he thought Mother Chunbok was about to waste that last grenade, she turned it into a soccer ball and kicked it hard. The force she generated was enough to send that grenade flying back. The big, dumb monster saw it coming and mistook it for a snack, opening its mouth wide. The grenade landed right in its mouth. Just in time to explode, Mother Chunbok landed gracefully, facing the monster and giving it a middle finger. Even as a zombie, that feisty attitude did not change. Gondal turned around to see the giant creature blown to bits and felt a rush of joy, giving a thumbs up and sprinting towards his beloved. Now that is my wife. I love her so much. After settling everything, they headed back to their building. Before stepping inside, they made sure to tidy each other up, not wanting to face Chunbok looking like a hot mess. As soon as the door swung open, Gondal called out loudly, Mom and Dad are home. My precious daughter. Even though they were not biologically related, Gondal truly loved this child. Hearing her dad's voice, Chunbok jumped for joy and sprinted towards the door. Gondal is back. Look, I finished my homework. The two shared their usual cheek-to-cheek greeting. Chunbok could not stop bragging about how good she had been at home, and how hard she worked on her assignments. Gondal beamed with pride, and pulled out a chocolate bar from his pocket, as a reward for his daughter. The moment Chunbok's feet hit the ground, and she spotted the chocolate, her excitement skyrocketed. Dad, you are the best in the world. I love you so much. Chunbok's mom watched them with adoration, her heart swelling with happiness. No matter how tough life got, she felt recharged every time she saw her little girl's smile. That is why she vowed to protect this beloved family at all costs. That night, family dinner was a feast, and with both parents home, Chunbok was on cloud 9. She could not stop beaming, showing off her toothless grin. Chunbok took a bite and wanted to feed her mom, But her mom hesitated, prompting Gondal to step in and explain. Mom says she is full. Sweetheart, he said. But Mom, you have not eaten anything earlier. Dad saw Mom eat. But how did she eat? Chumbok thought to herself, having never witnessed her mom eat a proper meal. The two parents struggled to explain that Chumbok's mom was a monster, filling her empty stomach with the raw flesh of other monsters. Gazing into her daughter's innocent eyes, she took Chumbok's hand and wrote a few words on it. Mom's full. Do not worry. Just enjoy your meal. Chumbok pulled her hand back reluctantly and stuffed a spoonful of rice into her mouth. She was still puzzled about what her mom had eaten to feel full, and how she managed to eat. To clear her doubts, Chumbok kept trying to offer her mom food in the days that followed. On the first day, she brought a cookie. In this hellish world, humble snacks like cookies felt like treasures. Chumbok wanted her mom to eat the whole thing, but the temptation was too strong, and she broke it in half, offering the smaller piece to her. Still, her eyes were filled with longing. Mom does not like these. You eat it, Chumbok's mom explained, as if waiting for her mom to say that. Chumbok popped both halves of the cookie into her mouth, completely forgetting that she had brought it to see how her mom ate. The next day, she bugged her mom again, this time offering her raw noodles. And the day after that was pastries. Being pestered by her child was enough to test even the world's most patient mom. Chumbok's mom let out a growl, tapping into her inner zombie instincts. Then grabbed her hand and started scribbling on it. Stop bothering me. Can't you see I am cleaning the house? I told you I am not hungry. Why do you keep doing this? Stop it. Chumbok, do you really want to bother your mom this much? Chumbok, terrified by her mom's threat, burst into tears right there, blubbering and trying to explain herself. It is not like that. I am just worried about you. I have never seen you eat anything, and I thought maybe you were hungry. That is why I tried to share my food with you. I am sorry. Seeing her daughter's glistening tears, Chumbok's mom began to regret getting angry. Junjun's hand was poised to write more on Chumbok's palm. She meant to be honest with the girl, but just then, Chumbok had a nosebleed. The fresh blood streaming down ignited the terrifying bloodlust instinct of the undead. When Ondel saw her daughter, she was frozen in place, blood dripping from her nostrils. Chumbok, are you outside?
Yep.
I just rushed out. Wait. You are having a nosebleed. While Ondel rushed to tend to her at home, Chumbok's mom dove into the bloody chaos outside, mercilessly slaughtering her own kind. Her fighting style was brutal, far more savage than her usual hunting trips. Chumbok's mom cursed herself for not being able to tear her opponents apart to quench her bloodthirst. She was torn between two thoughts. One side was that she was the girl's mother, and the other was how delicious her daughter looked. Despite her immense love, the truth was that Chumbok's mom had been a monster for 7 years, and her instincts were awakened by the scent of her daughter's fresh blood. She forced herself to stay focused, reminding herself that she lived to protect her daughter, not to devour her family. But on the flip side, she struggled to resist the sweet aroma of blood and the tender, fresh meat of her daughter. She wanted to eat her up. Chumbok's mom was in utter turmoil, feeling like her head might explode. It was not until midnight that she regained her composure to head back home. The loss of control earlier made her hesitant to go back inside. This reminded her to be even more vigilant from now on, even in front of her child. Sleep well, Chumbok. I promise I will protect you for life. After a peaceful night, Ondel woke up early, preparing for her next hunt, hoping to find something useful today. Before leaving, she reminded her daughter not to wake her up since undead like her need to sleep for 3 days. As soon as the door closed, a mischievous smile crept onto Chumbok's face. She had been planning to sneak out for a while, and today was the perfect opportunity with Dad out hunting and Mom still fast asleep. Chumbok strapped on a small backpack and eagerly stepped out of the house. The decaying landscape outside the apartment did not scare her at all. On the contrary, Chumbok was eager to explore. Stopping to examine anything that caught her eye, she imitated her dad, hoping to find some good stuff or delicious food. Chumbok's little hands were busy digging and searching nonstop, and she actually struck gold on her first try, unearthing 3 candies that were still wrapped. Gazing at the tiny candies in her hands, she began to imagine a happy family of 3, with everyone getting a share, and her parents would definitely praise her. Just thinking about it made Chumbok burst into a huge grin, stretching from ear to ear. Wait, I should grab one for Hiza too. I hope she will love it. Chumbok happily dashed off, hoping for even more harvest. But little did she know, 2 shadowy figures were watching her every move. They were armed, and the way they looked at Chumbok was far from friendly 9 times out of 10. They had sinister plans for this kid. What a lucky day. I never thought I would run into a little brat out here. Maybe she is with her parents. Then we could negotiate a pretty penny for her. We gotta snatch that kid, no matter what. But what if her parents ditched her? Or worse, what if she is a runaway? In that case, We will just take everything from that loser. You are thinking too small. You idiot. The other one chuckled, her smile turning increasingly cold and sinister. Kids like Chunbok are incredibly rare in this hellish world, and she was already plotting to sell the girl to a cannibal tribe for a hefty price. Fresh, tender, sweet child flesh would be a delicacy that those meat-crazed lunatics could not resist. With that thought, the two of them began to chase after Chunbok, one behind the other. They did not even bother hiding their footsteps, thinking a tiny kid like her would not stand a chance to fight back. Both were gripping their weapons tightly. If Chunbok got caught, there would be no way she could resist. However, something unexpected was about to unfold for the two kidnappers, because a third party had entered the scene, making it the fourth if you count Chunbok. This mysterious figure moved silently, wielding a small axe, while their eyes were locked on Chunbok. The mysterious person suddenly attacked from behind, knocking the masked guy out cold. The remaining figure stood frozen for 2 seconds, first looking at her fallen comrade, then staring at the assailant who just caused all this chaos. Who the hell are you? We have never seen you before. Do you even know who we are? She kept firing questions, but received no response. Instead, the person slowly advanced. She felt an intense aura radiating from them. No need to guess. This person was dead serious about taking her life. Come on. Are you the guardian of that little brat? But as you can see, we have not even touched her yet. Whatever. I have bought enough time. Keep her busy. The last part of her sentence suddenly shot up in pitch, causing the mysterious figure to instinctively glance back, as if sensing an ambush. Seizing that opportunity, the girl lunged with her weapon, aiming to take the opponent down in one swift move. But she did not expect that before she could swing her spiked club, her throat was sliced open, and just like that, she joined the masked guy in the afterlife. The commotion from the fight had made quite a ruckus. Only the truly oblivious would not notice. Meanwhile, Chunbok's hearing was functioning normally, so she sensed something was off and hid in a corner. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps grew louder. Finally, Chunbok had been spotted by the mysterious figure. They had found the kid just a second ago. Chunbok was tense to the point of suffocation, but upon hearing that voice, her face instantly relaxed. Hiza, what are you doing here? Before Hiza could even respond, an ugly zombie appeared out of nowhere. She had to put aside her sisterly chat to tackle the immediate threat. Once the danger was dealt with, Hiza turned back, giving Chunbi a seriously intense look. I told you, before you go into dark places, you need to check thoroughly. And why are you out here? Where's your mom? Chunbu hesitated to reply, but Hiza could tell with just a glance that the girl had snuck out on her own. And just like that, she did not hold back from giving her a good smack on the head. Hiza led Chunbafi back, making her recite the rules she had written down earlier, loud and clear, with a big bump on her head. But Chunbai reluctantly began to repeat them. Rule number 1 of Hiza: always check for monsters or enemies before entering dark places. Rule number 2: bring a flashlight or a weapon. Rule number 3: stay away from places with strange noises. Rule number 4: do not follow strangers except for mom and sister Hiza. And finally, rule number 5: never go outside alone. She clearly remembered all of them, yet she intentionally broke every single one, leaving Hiza feeling both powerless and frustrated. As Hiza scolded her, Chambatha could only stay silent, expressing her feelings through a pout, but deep down, she knew Hiza only wanted what was best for her. I have been telling you for nearly a year now. You need to follow these rules until you grow up. More importantly, you could run into serious trouble if those bad guys start following you. Don't ever do that again. Okay. If not. Channi interrupted, cutting Hiza off, which made her furious. What did you just say? Chanbake swallowed hard. Hiza's anger was something to be genuinely scared of. Chanbako desperately tried to explain her actions. I know this area well, so nothing will happen. Plus, I am older now, so it is fine for me to go out. I am old enough to handle it, so you can stop me anymore. Hiza looked at the kid who was nearly as tall as her, spouting her arguments with such conviction. She did not find it funny. It only made her more annoyed. Hiza's expression quickly shattered Chunbaosa's strong arguments. The girl thought she was about to get a spanking again, but suddenly Hiza said, fine. Since you are grown up now, do whatever you want. This reaction was completely unexpected for Chunbef. She could not even believe her ears. Hiza even added that since Chunbasa was grown up, she would take her to places where adults usually go. As soon as she heard the words adults, Chunbo's eyes sparkled like stars. She thought she would be taken to some fancy place, but Hiza threw her into a dark space. So dark that Chunbok could not even see her own 10 fingers. Not only is it dark, but it stinks too. Chunbok immediately changes her attitude. She says she wants to go home. This place is too creepy. But as she turns around, Chunbok can see Hiza anywhere. Even though she can still hear her voice, she can sense her presence beside her. Chunbok starts to panic. Hiza, stop messing with me. I am really scared. You said you wanted to come here. Right. You are all grown up now, so you should not be afraid. Right. I just forgot to mention that monsters love dark places like this, and adults keep coming here because they can find valuable items. That is why this place is always crawling with bloody battles. The more Hiza talks, the more goosebumps Chunbok gets, her skin crawling with fear. The dark surroundings only sharpen her hearing. For some reason, Chunbok feels her spirit shatter, as if she hears something in front of her. Instinctively, she steps back. But unfortunately, she slips and falls. Her palm touches something slimy and stinky, and when she brings it close, she realizes it is blood. She has never seen an adult survive here. He adds on. At that moment, Chunbok's last line of defense crumbles. She immediately starts crying, apologizing to Hiza and begging her to take her outside. She claims she does not want to be a grown-up anymore. She just wants to go home. In the darkness, growls echo continuously. Chunbok is so scared that she freezes up. The only thing moving is the stream of tears rolling down her cheeks. Hiza's teaching style is certainly harsh, but it helps Chunbok visualize the hell her parents face daily while searching for food, making her realize just how dangerous it is to sneak out of the house. Chunbok does not know what to do except hug herself tightly, trying to block out the growls. She cries until she is silent, never expecting Hiza could be so cruel to her. Just when Chunbok thinks she might really be abandoned here, Hiza's voice rings out again. Scary. Right. It is. It stinks. And you want to go home. Remember this. This is where adults often come. Truth is, even they are scared to be here. But they have no other choice to survive. You need to remember what you saw today, and never let this happen again. Hiza appears before her like a savior and reaches out her hand. Chunbok did not dare to think too much anymore. She clung to her like a lifeline, terrified of being left behind again. The two of them held hands and walked away, leaving behind the terrifying growls of the zombies. Hiza brought Chunbok's call all the way to the entrance of the building, but did not take her upstairs. In fact, Chunbok's parents still had no idea about Hiza's existence. Many times, Chunbok wanted to tell them about her, but Hiza always refused, insisting it was a secret just between them. Chunbok sniffled and wiped her nose, then suddenly remembered something as she saw Hiza getting ready to leave. Hey Hiza, come here and sit down for a sec. Hiza thought the girl had something to give her, so she bent down to bring her gaze level with Chunbok. But unexpectedly, Chunbok summoned all her strength and threw a punch right at her forehead, mumbling that this was karma for making her cry. Hiza was stunned for a few seconds by the sudden attack, but it did not really hurt. After that, Chunbok opened her hand to reveal a pink candy. Here, I found this for you. Now I am heading home. See you later. Watching Chunbok's tiny silhouette fade away, Hiza stared at the candy for a long time before suddenly bursting into laughter. That punch had more power than she expected. It looked like this little girl would grow up to be a strong woman in a few years. Chunbok returned to her house's front door, tiptoeing to reach the doorknob, and then suddenly realized something felt off. What is wrong with my fingers? The bond between Chunbok and Hiza began one snowy winter. At that time, she was out with her parents, looking for some treats, when she accidentally spotted Hiza, slumped in a corner, too tired to move, snow piling up on her head and shoulders. Back then, Chunbok was completely unguarded around strangers. Plus, Hiza looked so pitiful in her tattered state. This compelled her to ask Hiza a few questions. But Hiza was incredibly gruff at that moment, just wanting to shoo Chunbok away as quickly as possible. She never expected to encounter a child who did not even know what shame was. Despite Hiza's attempts to drive her away, Chunbok stubbornly stayed, even taking Hiza's cold red hand and breathing on it to warm it up. Hiza was not known for her patience. Her other hand was already raised, ready to throw Chunbok away at any moment. But just then, the girl lifted Hiza's cold, bloody hand and pressed it against her cheek, her innocent smile impossible to hide. Your hand is warmer now. Right, let me warm your hands for you. Hiza's other hand finally stopped, the fire flickering in her heart, and at that moment, a single tear silently rolled down. Hiza's memories ended there, unaware that after returning home, Chunbok's fingertips suddenly turned black and purple, but this caused her parents to become restless. That very day, they scoured the local pharmacies, nearly turning them upside down, in search of something helpful for their daughter. The sky today was shrouded in dark clouds, blocking out the sunlight, allowing the monsters to roam outside as if it were still dark. Gondal and Chunbok's mother were trapped in the dilapidated pharmacy, but that did not make the zombie girl feel as worried as her daughter's finger. Gondal really wanted to let his wife take a break for a bit, but just mentioning the words take a break, he noticed Chunbok's mother starting to tremble. No way. How could she even think about doing that? How could she rest knowing what happened to Chunbok's finger? What if something bad happened to the girl? What should she do now? A flood of questions surrounded Chunbok's mom, making her feel like she was about to explode. She did not know if she could heal her girl and kept blaming herself. Chunbok's mom, do not beat yourself up like that. I am sure we can find a way. Sweetheart, just take a little break. Gondan tried to comfort her, but it was no use. Chanbaka's mom shook her head repeatedly, convinced that if she rested for even a minute, Chanubut would suffer even more. Gondon felt heartbroken. But he knew they needed to put a stop to this. Wandering around here was pointless since there were no supplies or meds left. Even after they had scoured every hospital and pharmacy, this was just wasting their time. Instead, Gondon wanted to head to the Hope Village. He heard there was a really skilled doctor there. In this situation, that was their last hope. The only catch was that to enter that village, they would have to pay a hefty fee. They only accepted useful and valuable items. But right now, their family had nothing like that. While Gondon was still racking his brain on how to solve this dilemma, Chun Bofi's mom quickly scribbled something on his hand. She said she would go to the prison village. As soon as Gondon caught wind of his wife's plan, he shouted, "Are you crazy? That place is seriously a monster den. Even for you. It is dangerous. I will be fine. Those monsters are nothing to me." Chun Boka's mom continued to scribble in Gondon's palm. No matter how dangerous the prison village is, she still felt it was worth the gamble. The zombies had isolated the village, so the supplies were still intact within it. This time, Chun Boka's mom wanted to go alone since she had been there before and knew the way. Unlike Gondon, who had never set foot in the prison village, he was just a regular guy and not as tough as her. He would just be dead weight. Gondon knew that, but he really did not want Chun Boka's mom to go to the prison village. Once she got there, the chances of running into the master of the den, a terrifying three-eyed monster, were very high. After a long talk, Chun Boka's mom finally convinced Gondon to stay home and watch over Chun Bife. "But you have to promise to come back safe." Gondon nodded while rummaging through his backpack, wanting to give Chun Bafa's mom a flashlight and some other supplies to boost her chances of survival. But as soon as he opened the bag, the sight before him left them both stunned for a moment because their daughter, Chun Box, was sound asleep inside. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with her mom's terrifying gaze. The girl barely had a chance to speak before she got another whack on the head, and now it was Gondon's turn to lose it. He was pretty sure he would reminded her more than once that she needed to stay put at home today, because when the dark clouds roll in, even if it is just for 3 days, those monsters can be roaming the streets. What if something bad happens to her? You do not trust your parents. If that is the case, why do not you just head out there and fend for yourself? You have barely recovered from Heist's little lesson, and now it is our turn to dry you out. Chun Baekdef did not know what else to do but bow her head and raise her hands high in surrender. Gondal played the role of translator, constantly relaying Chun Ba's mother's wise words to her. He was frustrated himself, but teaching a kid in such an unsafe place was definitely not a great idea. After a little lecture, Chun Baek's mom advised Gondal to take her home. As for her, she would soon embark on her journey to the prison village alone. When Chun Baek saw their family splitting in 2 directions, panic set. The girl was terrified that her mom was still mad at her, so she clung desperately to her shirt. "Where are you going? I want to go with you." Chun Bo's mom turned around, muttering a few words under her breath. Gondal rushed over to pull her back, as if this little one was sticking on even tighter. Maybe after getting schooled by Hai, she finally realized just how dangerous her mom's destination was, and most importantly, her mom was heading there for her sake. Chun Bofi did not want her mom risking her life because of her. All she wanted was to go home and have dinner together as a family, knowing her daughter's clingy nature. But Chun Boka's mom did not dare stick around too long, fearing she would be brought to tears. As she pulled her shirt away to leave, Chun Baek was behind her, wailing. If Gondal had not held her back, she would be run after her mom without a second thought. "I know how strong you are, so do not worry. You will be back with us soon." Gondal reassured her daughter. "But Mom has to go there because of me, and I do not want you to be in danger. Trust me. I will be back with your dad soon. But for now, let us head home." Gondal had planned to take his daughter home, but just then his stomach started to ache badly, out of options. He could only instruct her to stay put while he went off to find a place to take care of business, but he did not expect that the obedient girl would disappear the moment he left. Chun Bo was haunted by the dark space Hai had made her experience, and she did not want her mom to suffer like that. As for her mom, she was not feeling any better either. The image of her daughter crying and pleading with her not to go kept replaying in her mind, and she could not shake it off. The Chun Boko's mom blended in with the monsters, but since they were of the same kind, they did not go wild. She could have sneaked her way to the prison village like that. But suddenly, all the monsters shifted their focus in one direction. Instinctively, Chun Boko's mom turned around and saw a cardboard box with 2 small holes on the side. Right behind her, it smelled amazing. Is that food? Those monsters are communicating in a language that only they can understand. Meanwhile, Chun Boko's mom is starting to sense that something's off. From that paper hole, deep growls begin to emerge, sounding all too real. It is clear that a human is trying to mimic the monster's roar, but has no clue how to pull it off. Once they confirm there is fresh meat inside, the undead swarm together to attack, wishing they could tear apart whatever's inside and share the spoils. But when they rip open the box, all they find are scraps of paper scattered everywhere. Chanbudha is already ensnared by her mom's tentacles. Lifted high, the girl falls into her mother's embrace, who is now surrounded by monsters. Forget the plan to head to the dungeon village. Now, she has to escape with this burden first. Chanbox, when are you going to stop this? Why do you keep following your mom? And where's your dad? You are really making your mom uneasy here. The number of undead surrounding them is overwhelming, and Chunbox's mom is struggling to fight while keeping her daughter safe. Yet she is determined not to let her girl get hurt, even a little. And it seems the heavens are touched by this mother's heart. The proof. As she starts to weaken, the dark clouds in the sky slowly shift. A feeble ray of sunlight breaks through, slowing down the undead's movements, with many unable to fight anymore. Though the building ahead is still crawling with monsters, taking Chunbok back there was no longer a safe option. So the two of them decided to make a run for it straight into the central holding cell in the underground village. Seizing the moment while the zombies were slowing down, she scooped up her daughter and took off. But on their way, she was slashed by the sharp claws of another zombie. Blood sprayed out like fireworks, and Chunbofi immediately transformed and screamed. But Chunbo's mother bit back the pain, since she had turned into a monster. The feeling of pain was hardly significant anymore. It was just that the zombie had figured out her weakness, because she was holding her daughter. She could not retaliate, so it kept relentlessly attacking her. Chunboko's mother was now on the brink of her limits, and the assault only stopped when an axe struck the zombie behind her in the head, causing it to drop. She turned her head slightly, unable to hide her shock, but she did not have time to ponder where that axe had come from. This was the perfect opportunity for the two of them to escape into the holding cell and find temporary safety. Gondon, panting heavily, watched as the mother and daughter slipped into the cellar. The cries of the zombies echoed from within. Some were calling out to him to come in. Others were inviting him for a drink, while another was curious about what Gondon's mom did for a living. Yin clenched his teeth, blaming himself for being so foolish. Gondon held his head down, feeling truly stupid. He should not have left the girl alone to go to the bathroom. How could he let her get lost just because he had to pee? Meanwhile, the axe was being pulled from the head of the zombie by Hiza. She approached slowly while Gondon was still lost in his self-recrimination, feeling like he no longer deserved to live. Suddenly noticing a shadow below him, Gondon quickly turned around. He was startled to see Hiza standing tall behind him, with a shocked expression. Gondon shouted, "Who are you?" But in response, Hiza swung the axe at his face, ignoring his questions as she continued her assault on him. Meanwhile, with her daughter, Chunbok's mom reassured herself that she was a mother. She quickly asked her daughter, "Why did you follow me? When are you going to understand? I told you it is dangerous out here." She grasped her daughter's hands, feeling a wave of sorrow as she wrote each word on her palm. "I asked you to stay with your dad. You are even healing well. Do you know how much I worry about you? If you do this again, you will face serious trouble." She tried to convey everything she felt to Chunbaya. Suddenly, Chunbofa's mom froze in surprise when she saw her daughter take her hand and write on her palm, as if to say she was very scared. Chunbofa's mom instantly felt confused. Questioning the reason, the little girl expressed, "I do not want to see you get hurt. I am so scared." Though her mom had never told her, she knew that both her parents always did everything for Chunbeef. At this moment, the girl starts to recall the days before she witnessed her parents getting hurt right before her eyes. They tried to treat each other's wounds, encouraging one another with their words. With trembling hands, she writes each word carefully, knowing her mom must be in pain. "I do not want you to hurt anymore. Let me help you feel better when you are hurt." Tears had started falling from Chun's eyes, and she vowed to stay by her mother's side. Mom looks at her daughter in surprise, and then her heart softens. Letting out a long sigh, she hugs the sweet girl tightly. Feeling overwhelmed, after a while, zombies start swarming in. She steps into the crowd, signaling, "Just a bit longer. Okay. I promise I will protect you." Her eyes shining with determination. "Until we get out of here." Mom weaves through the horde of zombies, trying to hide her child. Chun is curled up tightly under her mother's coat. Mom glides past each zombie, patting her belly. Luckily, it is easier than she thought. "We can make it out this way. Hang in there, Chun," the little girl whispers. Scared, seeing this, she gently reassures, "Be careful now. We do not want to bump into any of them. We need to tread as lightly as possible." Suddenly, a monstrous creature appears right behind Mom. She instantly tenses up, dripping with sweat. Mom tries to calm herself down. "Do not panic. Just stay still. I can provoke it. If I move, Chun will be in danger too." Strange black tendrils start creeping around her thighs. They wrap around the large belly that holds Chun inside. The tension in Mom's eyes grows as she feels the monster's tongue lurking right behind her. She mentally tells herself not to react to that creature. The monster's tongue slowly retracts. She thinks, okay, it is loosening up. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, the creature lets out a chilling laugh. As if it had human thoughts, her efforts are futile. Hearing that, Mom jolts, her heart racing, and quickly turns to look behind her. But all she sees are a few mindless zombies. Mom is utterly confused. Where did it go? What was that thing? She scans her surroundings, wondering how it could vanish in an instant. What on earth just happened? I need to stay calm. It is gone now, so I have to focus on escaping. She reassures herself as she identifies the exit. At that moment, a gigantic hand crashes down in front of Mom. She looks up in shock, not understanding what is happening. The hand quickly strikes, but Mom dodges just in time. She observes the chaos, still not grasping what just occurred. Not stopping there, that huge hand grabs several zombies at once, pulling them into darkness. She realizes it is the master of this dungeon. The other hand swiftly appears and lunges forward. Sensing the danger, Mom blends in with the zombies and flees, cursing under her breath. These monsters are making it so hard to move. I need to get out of here fast. She anxiously held her daughter tightly inside her coat, but it was too late. Chun Bok. The enormous hand of the dungeon master reached out, hesitating for just a moment before stomping down. Luck had run out, and this time she was caught. As if that was not enough, Chun Bok was flung away, completely separated from her mother. Realizing what had happened, the little girl panicked and looked back toward where her mother was. That bond of motherhood transcending all hardships. Even as she struggled against the giant hand, Chun Bok's mother tried to reach out to her, urging, Chun Bok, listen to me. Hearing those words in such a dire situation, the little girl could not hold back her tears. Finally, Chun Bok's mother, summoning every ounce of strength, shouted for her to run away. Chun Bok's tears streamed down. She could not bear to leave her behind, but she had to obey her mother and turn away. With tears in her eyes, Chun Bok rushed toward the light. In the darkness, the dungeon master's eerie eyes seemed to glow. She squeezed the zombies in her palm, ignoring their desperate wails. Chun Bok's mother struggled to break free, her hand muscles tensed, veins bulging as she fought. Chun Bok's mother felt her sharp teeth clench, sweat pouring down her face. She focused all her energy to channel strength into her hands. Her face radiated fierce determination, her mouth spitting curses. You let me. She swung her fist hard against the giant hand of the dungeon master. With a blank expression, the dungeon master only narrowed one eye slightly. Instantly, she released the zombies she had captured. Chun Bok's mother's heart raced. She had to find Chun Bok immediately. Remaining calm, she landed softly on the ground. Then, Chun Bok's mother dashed off in search of her daughter, praying for her safety. Meanwhile, corpses lay scattered on the ground. A thin foot slowly stepped over, approaching two corpses sprawled on the road. The dungeon master paid them no mind, striding confidently past them. Her mind was solely focused on her precious daughter. One of the dungeon master's eyes glowed ominously as she repeatedly muttered, "Where is my child?" Back in another location, Chun Bok ran as fast as she could, all around her. The only sounds were her footsteps and her frantic breathing. Suddenly, a foot approached from behind. It turned out to be a massive zombie, with tentacles trailing from its back. They chased after Chun Bok, despite her cries of despair. Perhaps running so fast had caused her to trip. She lost her balance and fell forward. The zombie bared its sharp teeth, sending Chun Bok into a panic. Out of nowhere, another zombie arrived and crushed its face. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Chun Bok witnessed it all unfold before her eyes. Chun Bok was paralyzed with fear, left to wail hopelessly. The other zombies merely watched, too terrified to make a sound. And then, the next target for that zombie was none other than her. Chun Bok's eyes widened. Unable to hide her tension, it grabbed her shirt, lifting Chun Bok effortlessly. Then, suddenly, the zombie dropped her to the ground. It took its blood-soaked claws and touched Chun Bok's body. The girl screamed, desperately hoping her mother would come to save her soon. Chun Bok was so scared she involuntarily wet herself. That wicked monster was right on her tail, and she was terrified. The creature raised its face to the sky, sneering at the girl. It opened its mouth, intending to devour Chun Bok whole. But then, it suddenly froze for a moment. It seemed to sense danger creeping closer. The other gulls, lurking around, felt the threat too. They scrambled to flee, leaving Chun Bok stunned. At that moment, she was confused. Not understanding what was happening, the girl took a deep breath, trying to catch the scent around her. Chun Bok quickly covered her nose. The smell was horrific. What was that? Suddenly, an arm shot out from nowhere. Grabbing her, it dragged Chun Bok across the ground, causing her to drop two candies from her pocket. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the sound of footsteps. The jailer's child was pulling her, hoping for a playmate. Chun Bok tried to reach for the candy she had just dropped, but the boy snatched it away. She turned around, looking at the jailer's child with a puzzled expression. The boy's long, thin arm clutched the candy he had taken, He pulled it out, examining it intently. Chunbok pleaded. Please give me back my parents' candy. I found it myself. But the boy said nothing, just stared at her with wide eyes. The jailer's child suddenly teared up, looking at her. She cried. Those are the gifts I saved for my parents. Ignoring Chunbok's tears, the boy kept munching happily. Seeing this, she flew at him, landing a painful punch to his face. Chunbok pinched the jailer's child's cheek, trying to force him to spit out the candy. The boy retaliated by pinching her back. They exchanged blows for a while, neither willing to back down. The girl was determined to reclaim her candy. The boy grabbed Chunbok's head, but she was not having it. She opened her mouth wide and bit back. Chunbok kept punching him. You let me. And feel the wrath of Chunbok, even with blood streaming from his nose. The jailer's child tried to fight back. She landed a painful strike to his head. At this point, the jailer's child could not take it anymore and bolted. Chunbok's face was swollen, and her hair was a mess from all the fighting. Despite the pain that brought tears to her eyes, she felt triumphant. You can never beat me. That pile of candy belongs to my parents. Around her, flesh-hungry zombies stared at Chunbok, their expressions strange. One of them screamed wildly, as if gripped by fear. Faced with her, the zombies hesitated, stumbling awkwardly. Suddenly, a sneeze hit her, as Chunbok sneezed. They all turned and ran away. She lightly wiped her nose, looking up at the dimwits fleeing in front of her. The zombies' faces looked like they just saw a demon on their turf. Chun's snot dripped down after a sneeze, and she noticed a disgusting smell surrounding her. Behind her was the child of the dungeon master, and Chun recognized the smell as belonging to him. They were tangled in a tug-of-war. One wanted to escape, while the other just wanted to play. Chun then felt an unusual sensation. She realized that the smell made her feel no fear at all. With newfound courage, she decided to go find her mom. Just wait for me. I am on my way. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled her. Got it. Chun. That smell is definitely the dungeon master's kid. The sound left Chun frozen in place, her teeth chattering with fear, too scared to move. As she slowly turned around, two creepy figures, Zaijin and Chun, were staring at her like she was a delicious snack. The sight terrified Chun so much that she could not even scream. The Chae-gun behind her remarked that she was just a human, while Zaijin seemed intrigued, sensing that Chun looked incredibly tasty. Faced with these terrifying monsters, Chun could only sit still as they toyed with her. She probably had some past experience with kids. This little one is so soft. But how did she get here? Chae-gun suggested they should just take her. Zaijin was thrilled because now they had a snack ready to go. Shaking, Chun pleaded. Please. I still need to find my mom. Can you let me go? Zaijin feigned sympathy, but then said she had no other choice. Well then, why not let me be your mother? Little Chun, thanks. Chun immediately rejected. Zaijin took the opportunity to press on. Come on, Chun. Are you really gonna go against your mom? Those words left Chun speechless, her face drenched in sweat from Zaijin's antics. Chae-gun chimed in, saying they should take Chun back to their father, while Zaijin just wanted to keep her for herself. He reminded her why they were there to help their father eat the dungeon master. Zaijin was not giving up that easily. You can go, but at least let me have an arm or something. Chae-gun protested, but drool dripped down onto the ground. He looked at Chun and changed his mind, thinking they should eat first, and then ask their father later. That greedy gaze fixed on Chun made her tremble. At this point, all Chun could do was pray for her life before they devoured her. Inside, she was terrified, just wanting to see her mom quickly. In that moment, it felt like she was just waiting to be devoured like fresh meat. But with a determination to find her mom, she bravely decided to take a chance. Chun started to open her mouth to say something, just as she had planned. Suddenly, she turned sharply to the side and exclaimed in surprise, Is that mom? Both Chae-gun and Zaijin turned their heads to see what she was pointing at. After that, Chun was already running for her life, having turned and bolted in an instant. The two watched as their delicious snack made a break for it. She is useless like this, but even cuter, they mused as they walked away, not giving up on their little snack. Two bloodthirsty monsters are chasing Chunbok, turning the game of tag into a deadly hunt. Meanwhile, the girl is desperately trying to save herself, pushing her exhausted body to escape. As they pursue her, Chae-gun suddenly spots something. They both come to a halt. Shocked by what lies ahead, a horde of zombies appears out of nowhere, unintentionally halting their chase. Terrified, Chunbok dives into the crowd of zombies to hide. She turns back, her eyes filled with tears as she sees her enemies. Chae-gun's hand is raised high, alongside Zaijin's razor-sharp claw. They frantically slash through the zombies, blocking their path. Zaijin follows suit, leaping to cut down one after another. Chunbok has no time to waste. She needs to find her mother. And fast. The two maniacs are hacking away, treating it like a twisted game with human flesh as their prize. Chunbok turns and runs, thinking she has to get away from them quickly, but Zaijin locks onto her, swinging his tail toward her. The terrifying creature lunges at Chunbok, who is filled with desperate fear. In a stroke of luck, she trips and falls, her tumble inadvertently saving her life as Zazian's tail pierces a nearby zombie. Zazian's eyes blaze with rage, annoyed at having missed his prey. Chunbok escapes but loses her chance to run away completely. After a while, she manages to escape to a dark corner, leaning against the wall to catch her breath, alone and shaken. Chunbok can to shake off the horrifying scene from earlier. Tears well up again, and the dread and fear grow stronger in her mind. Yet, she pushes on, calling out for her mother, Gondon, and the others. Suddenly, a voice echoes in the darkness. Don't worry. Chunbok jumps at the unexpected sound. The dangerous figure has been trailing her, emerging with a savage voice. We will become a family. The game of hide and seek is over. Now come here quickly. His shadow looms closer to Chunbok, and with tears streaming down her face, she pleads. Please. I just want to go home. Turning pain into power, her hands begin to pulse with crimson veins. Desperate, Chunbok fights back fiercely, and for a moment, it seems her hands might actually affect the monster. The reaching hand of the monster is severely wounded, blood spraying from the impact. Chagan is taken aback, shocked that he was cut by something. Then he realizes something is wrong. His eyes widen as he stares at the strange gash on his hand. Before long, he screams as the wound spreads, the pain ripping through his body. My hand is burning. What have you done, you little brat? Chunbok is confused, noticing her own thumb has sprouted sharp black nails. The power from them has saved her. With blood in his mouth, Zazian clutches his meal, pondering what to do next. He strides forward, wondering where they are and where Chagan has gone. How dare he hide from me to enjoy that girl? I am the one who gets to taste her first. How soft she is. I did not know a child's skin could be this tender. The memory of Chunbok's terrified face excites him. Suddenly, I raise 2 fingers. Zazian sniffed my hand, grinning like a kid in a candy store. I just wanted to taste it. The smell still lingered on my fingers. Drool was all over my hand, looking messy and downright creepy. Where did you go, Chunbu? Just then, I felt a hand grab Zazian, and when I glanced back, there was Chunbo's mom standing right behind me. Zazian froze, staring at her face, as if he did not even recognize Chunbo's mom. Meanwhile, Chigon was off somewhere, cursing out Chunbu. The poor girl was utterly terrified by the guy. Stammering, I did not mean to. In pain, Chigon was shouting like a madman. The guy was riling him up. Chunbo thought Chigon was about to swing at him and tried to duck away. But out of nowhere, the guy chopped off his own arm. This left the girl in shock, completely confused about what was happening. Chigon's arm was on the ground, accompanied by the guy's furious curses. Chigon was panting heavily. I am gonna chew you up alive. I swear. Or I will be really pissed. The guy spat venom. I will crush your hand to bits, until there is not a single bone left. Tentacles wrapped around Chigon's hand cracked ominously, mixed with blood-curdling screams. The horrifying scene made Chunbo shudder in disgust. The guy was just itching to finish the girl off. Chigon's eyes were filled with pure rage. It seemed like this was it for her. But maybe luck had a surprise in store for Chunbu. The guy got hit hard. Letting out a yelp, Chigon stumbled backward, his head smacking against a nearby wall. The girl's eyes went wide, stunned by the sight before her. Chunbo glanced back, scanning her surroundings. Behind her was empty. Just a huge backpack sitting on the ground. Chunbo had not quite grasped what was unfolding. After a moment, she broke down in tears, calling out for her dad. Gondola's face was full of fury as he stormed forward. He was furious that Chigon dared to touch his daughter. Chunbo threw herself into Gondal's arms, and he worriedly asked, Are you okay? Sweetie, I am sorry. You must be scared. Right. Gondal quickly noticed something was off with her hand. Chunbo sobbed. I am so scared. They took Mom. A giant hand grabbed her. He held her close to comfort her. It is okay now. You do not have to say anything more. Gondal tried to hide his helplessness, putting on a brave face for Chunbu. Meanwhile, Chigon stomped angrily on the ground, making Gata's hand crack ominously. It sounded terrifying. Chigon shouted. Who do you think you are? You think I am an idiot? I will wipe all of you out. Hearing him call out to the girl, Gata froze. Confused, Gondal instructed, Stay behind me. We will find your mom once this is over. Chunbu understood and asked about her mom. He reassured her. It is, once we find her, we will go home together. They were talking as if Gata was not even there. This drove Chigon into a furious rage. Gata charged in like a whirlwind. Gondal calmly tossed a brick without a second thought. It slammed hard into Gata's head, blood splattering everywhere. He pointed a finger right in Chigon's face, threatening him not to curse in front of his kid. That would not be good for the girl. Hearing Gondal say that, Gata felt even more furious, itching to scream that he would kill him. Once again, Gondal grabbed another brick. Getting ready to throw, he put all his strength into a throw aimed straight ahead. Chigon did not hesitate at all. resolutely using his bare hands to block the attack. The shattering brick echoed loudly, and Gata now sensed danger closing in. A bunch of bricks came flying, targeting Chigon. Gata could only raise his arms to block the blows. Chigon had to keep taking hits. Damn it. How could this be happening? Gondal was on a roll, pulling out brick after brick from his bag. He kept throwing them relentlessly at Gata. Gondal just kept launching those bricks. He was giving it everything he had, hoping to hit Gata's weak spot. The attack struck Chigon's legs, causing an excruciating pain. Then a brick hit his hand, and that strike hurt just as much as the last. Gondal kept hammering Gata with bricks, wanting to see that monster reduced to rubble for daring to put his beloved Chunbok in danger. But now, things took a turn. His earlier excitement shifted to tension. Gondal stared at his empty bag in disbelief. He was quickly snatched up by Chigon's tentacles. Chunbok panicked, calling out for her dad, feeling utterly helpless. Gata's tentacle tightened around Gondal, making it impossible for him to breathe. Chigon laughed with excitement. You are all choked up now. You were never much use anyway because I can heal myself. Gata was on the rise. And now it was his turn. He would slowly savor every bit of Gondal's body, even in this life or death situation. He still taunted Chigon. Gata sneered, wanting nothing more than to kill Gondal right then and there. Suddenly, Chigon felt a chill run down his spine. Gata sensed danger approaching and dodged to the side. Hiza came running out of nowhere, swinging her axe to chop off Chigon's tentacle. Gata stood there, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Her axe was soaked with Chigon's blood. Hiza's face was filled with fierce determination, declaring that this time Gata would definitely die. Her expression was terrifying. Hiza glared at Chigon, readying herself. Despite Hiza unleashing a flurry of deadly strikes, Chigon managed to dodge effortlessly. Only when Gata was cornered did he finally start to fight back. Chigon's face twisted in rage, and Gata threw a powerful punch forward. Hiza charged ahead without a hint of fear. The axe in her hand was proving its worth, slicing off Chigon's remaining arm. Gondal sat in a corner, arms wrapped tightly around Chunbok. He watched the battle unfold, unable to hold back his awe. Incredible. She has the monster backed against the wall with just an axe. Gondal boldly speculated that she must have slaughtered hundreds before coming here. Doubts crept into his mind. How was she still strong enough to fight like this? Chigon, in a restrained state, felt a twinge of curiosity. Who was this woman? On the contrary, Hiza looked at the sinister guy, realizing he had been caught. At this moment, memories thought to be forgotten flooded back. He remembered a question he once received from Geishian. What is the difference between monsters and humans? Well, humans are stronger, he replied, smirking in agreement before adding, but monsters are a bit dumber. Right. A different voice chimed in. The father, providing a deeper insight into humanity. Humans are a crafty bunch. They easily adapt to their surroundings, but they are too weak to survive. He continued, not forgetting to mention the other subjects. On the other hand, monsters are incredibly strong but act purely on instinct. If you compare, both have their strengths and weaknesses. Gassian quickly asked, what about my child and you? The scene shifted to the human realm, and that person did not hesitate to answer. We are not weak like humans. Next, he commented on the appearance of the average monsters, saying they were not as foolish as those ordinary creatures. He asserted confidently, we possess the advantages of both monsters, and those monsters would not dare mess with us. That means we are the perfect beings to survive in this world. Finally, he concluded, hunters like us are the chosen ones. So be grateful for that. Yep. Father, Chigun obediently replied, while Geishian had a hint of warmth in his voice. All right then. Plus, he ordered, go find the child while I deal with Chun Dan Jing. With your maternal instincts, you should be able to catch it easily. Both of them replied in unison. We understand. The father looked at them for a moment and said, all right, you can go. Back in reality, Gondan's eyes widened as if he saw something astonishing. He shouted, watch out behind you. Chun of Modi panicked. Sister Hiza. At that moment, Chigun began to charge forward fiercely. I will tear you apart first. Hiza stepped back a bit, gripping her sharp axe tightly, ready to defend herself. Her eyes fixed on him, as if wanting to see. Let us see what you have got. Her eyes were glued to him, trying to gauge how far Chigun could strike. As she continued to stare, Hiza was suddenly ambushed from behind. Turning back to Jiaxian and Chun Bakhai's mother, she looked at Hiza with a puzzled expression. What are you? At this moment, Chun Boko's mother had transformed into a monster like them, growling in anger and relentlessly attacking. The piercing gaze sent chills down Jiaxian's spine. Those eyes were identical to her father's. At this moment, she revved in pain. And Jiaxian speculated, she is also a monster like us. But what is going on? Moreover, just then, Chunbo's mother punched Jiaxian hard in the face, cutting off her train of thought. Jiaxian had to admit, Chunbo's mother was incredibly strong. Yet, she was not going to stand there and take it. Jiexan's eyes began to glow with a strange red light. She stomped her foot on the ground in challenge. All right. Let us see what you can do. The rage on Jiexan's body started to manifest. Writhing grotesquely, with sharp, terrifying spikes emerging from above, she launched 2 tentacles, stretching impossibly long towards Mother Chunbo. And Jiexan taunted. Come on. Take this if you can. In a dark and eerie scene, her face was stoic, her golden eyes glowing with menace. A sharp, threatening gaze that demanded answers. Mother Chunbok revealed her razor-sharp claws, strange blue veins pulsating beneath her skin. She struck fiercely at Jiexan while shouting, "Where the hell is Chunbok?" The attack sent her twisting in agony, teeth clenched in pain. Damn it. Now she was furious, charging straight at her opponent. The Jiexan's tentacles were swiftly severed by Mother Chunbok's bare hands. Her legs moved with such grace. She effortlessly dodged the incoming strikes. Come on. Stop dodging. She sneered. Just die already. Mother Chunbok darted through the tentacles at lightning speed. In an instant, she was right in front of Jiexan, leaving her frozen in shock. Before she could react, Jiexan was suddenly attacked by a sharp object that seemed to come out of nowhere. Mother Chunbok stood back, observing her, sending chills down Jiexan's spine. To her surprise, she managed to block the blow with her hand. But unfortunately, the sharp tip pierced right through it. Jiexan screamed in agony, cursing under her breath. Damn it. She shot a fierce glare at her adversary, her eyes filled with fury. Her opponent trembled in pain, while Jiexan felt helpless, wondering how she could fight back. Suddenly, the enemy's eyes widened as she looked down at her injured hand. Jiexan's hand was seriously wounded, a piercing wound causing excruciating pain. But her opponent did not seem to care. Stunned, Jiexan found her hand immobile, unable to heal. Completely numb. She calmly assessed all the areas she had just been struck. Wait, at first I did not notice. But the wounds I just inflicted are not healing either. And Jiexan looked back at her severed tentacle, still oozing blood. She gazed at Mother Chunbok, who appeared menacing and exposed, and made a chilling realization: this is poison. The more Jiexan thought about it, the more terrified she became. How could she defeat someone so powerful? What on earth was she supposed to do now? Grinding her teeth, Jiexan devised a final plan. If so, she had no choice but to use that technique. Just as the thought crossed her mind, her opponent launched the remaining intact tentacle. Jiexan decisively severed the injured parts of her body. At the last moment, her opponent sank her sharp teeth into the bleeding hand, causing Jiexan to moan in pain. Mother Chunbok had been watching her with a perplexed expression. She noticed the hand that had been bitten off was now falling, and Jiexan was gasping from the blood loss. After accomplishing what she needed to, her opponent's expression turned vicious. "I am going to kill you." With that, Jiexan charged forward, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Fangs bared, Mother Chunbok unleashed her weapons, ready to attack. "I do not have time for this. I need to find Chunbok," she exclaimed, suddenly realizing a tentacle was crashing straight into her face. At that moment, Jiexan's expression darkened, her opponent's eyes blazing with a cruel scheme. Blood continued to flow from the gaping wound on Jiexan's arm. She used her tentacles to bait, then poured her own blood directly into the eyes of Mother Chunbok. In agony, she clutched her eyes tightly, her body frantically searching for a stable point. With the plan in motion, Jiexan quickly made her escape, darting away like the wind, already feeling accomplished. As she ran, Jiexan thought to herself, she needed to find Chigal for backup. There was no way she could take down that monster alone. With Chigal, it would be a different story. Back towards Chigal, Kata was battered and bruised. Trapped against the wall with nowhere to flee, Jiexan shouted, desperately searching, "Where are you?" Chigal. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine at the sound from behind. The image of a foot was stalking her step by step. "Where did you think you could run to?" Mother Chunbok had gone mad, rushing towards her. Her pupils dilated as she screamed a command. "Return my daughter to me, or face the consequences." Chigal was so beaten down that not a single part of her body was left unscathed. Kata grimaced, panting what was up with that girl. She was just a human, nothing more. Chigal stared at the bloody axe blade in her hand, genuinely confused. She looked at Hiza standing defiantly in front of her. And knowing the ending was already written, how could this be happening to her? Hiza finally broke the heavy silence, looking at her with a puzzled expression. She gazed at Kata as if she were reading her mind, wondering how a mere human, so much weaker than a monster, could be stronger than her. Chigal focused on Hiza's words, trying not to overthink it. "Simply put," she declared, raising her axe high for emphasis, "because you are weaker than me." The axe came crashing down towards Chigal as Hiza's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mother Chunbok had been watching from behind, observing every move Hiza made. She stared at the axe blade, rummaging through her hazy memories. That very axe had once helped Mother Chunbok defeat a monster. Now she realized she was the one who had aided her. She recognized the strange look in her eyes as she faced her opponent. Gundon hurriedly interjected. "Can I ask you a question?" Hearing this, she paused. Hiza turned to look at the curious pair before her. Mother Chunbok and Gundon exchanged bewildered glances at her. "Who exactly are you, Hiza?" Hiza was puzzled by the words spilling from his mouth, completely thrown off by the character Chi Gal had mentioned her father. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she roared in anger. "You worthless scum. What are you doing?" Kumbok immediately turned at the sound. The little girl opened her eyes wide, mouth agape in shock, her eyes turning pink with joy. Gundon noticed it too, looking ahead and calling out loudly. "Mother Chunbok!" The girl shouted excitedly. At that moment, a shadow zipped past them. The two stood frozen in confusion, watching as Hiza darted rapidly toward Mother Chunbok. Gundon rushed to intervene. "Wait! Stop!" I said. "Stop!" Hiza ignored him, her eyes fixed on Mother Chunbok as she questioned. "Who is this woman? Is she in cahoots with that monster?" With that, Hiza launched her attack. The woman was no pushover. She quickly countered. At the same moment, Gundon's voice rang out, startling Hiza. "You are trying to pin her down with just your bare hands. Don't even think about touching my wife. For God's sake, just listen to me, Hiza." Feeling helpless, keep struggling. And Gundon, "Why are you being like this? You let me." Despite Hiza's protests, he holds on tightly. "And I tell you to stop." Meanwhile, Mama Chunbok is losing her cool too, angrily questioning, "Why are you here? Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? There are countless monsters around." Gundon avoids the sharp gaze of the little girl and quickly explains. "I had to come to save my family when they were in danger." As they argue, Hiza is still struggling to break free. Gundon, irritated, shoots her a look and says, "Hey, seriously, knock it off." Hiza, annoyed, retorts, "You let me." At this point, he decides to compromise. "Fine. Just stop moving already." Mama Chunbok is starting to panic, looking around frantically. "Where's Chunbok? My little Chunbok?" Gundon looks at her in confusion. "Chunbok?" She clutches her head, feeling guilty. "I should be protecting her. What if something happens to her? What am I supposed to do now?" Gundon tries to calm her down. "Stay calm. She is But before he can finish, a child's voice rings out. Mama Chunbok quickly turns toward the sound. The little girl is running toward her mother, crying. Chunbok tries to soothe her mom's anxiety while doing her best to escape from the monsters. The girl does not forget to ask about her mom. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Tears are streaming down her face, but her heart is overflowing with happiness. Mama Jiang opens her arms, sobbing, and the little girl rushes into her embrace. The two of them hug tightly, filled with joy. Chunbok keeps calling out. Mama Chunbok holds her daughter close, crying and apologizing. "I am so sorry for losing you, my precious girl." The more she holds Chunbok, the more she soothes her. "I will never let you go again," while also encouraging her. "You did great." Chunbok. Hiza thanks her for helping her family. She looks at Chunbok's altered fingers. In the midst of the joyful atmosphere, Hiza's face twists with anger and disdain. Her jaw clenches as if she is holding back a storm. But everything is pushing Hiza past her breaking point. She can't hold back any longer and voices her thoughts. It is kind of laughable. Everyone turns to her, confused, as she criticizes Mama Chunbok's actions, bringing her child to such a dangerous place instead of keeping her safe as a parent should. "Look at what happened today because of your irresponsibility, Hiza." Seeing Chunbok's fingers, becomes even more heated. She can't even recognize the changes in her own child. "What kind of mother are you?" She stares at Mama Chunbok, her expression dripping with dissatisfaction. "It is." Hiza relentlessly pours cold water on her, saying, "How could a monster possibly understand these things?" Wu Dan has been silent this whole time, but Hiza is now pushing his buttons. "I apologize for my wife's shortcomings, but you have crossed the line," Wu Dan admits. "It is all my fault from the start." But before he can finish, an arm suddenly grabs him. No one is surprised it is Mama Chunbok. Standing in front of him, Wu Dan looks confused. "Ani, what is wrong?" Mama Chunbok's eyes reflect deep remorse. She truly never wanted things to escalate like this. Chunbok looked at her worried mother and quietly called out to her. Her mom held onto Wu Dan's hand with one, while using the other to write invisible words. Wu Dan observed his wife's every move, wondering what she wanted to say. While her mom was busy writing, he skillfully translated, thanking her for saving his daughter's life. "Everything that happened to her was my fault. Once we gather some supplies here, we will head to the village in hopes of healing her." Chunbok's mom did not forget to express her gratitude, saying, "I have nothing to offer you right now, but I promise to repay your kindness in the future. Would it be alright if I asked for your name? Hisa coldly replied. Hisa Lee. I am Chunbok's friend. Hisa's expression was less than pleasant as she regarded them. Chunbok's mom and Woon-dan exchanged suspicious glances. Woo-dan silently assessed. Is not she a bit old to be Chunbok's friend? He turned to Chunbok and asked. Is she really your friend? The girl happily confirmed. Yep. She really is my friend. Hearing that, he frowned. You really are a little troublemaker. How could you hide this from us? Chunbok pouted and explained. But Hisa told me not to tell you. Even though she was scared of her dad, the girl still defended Hisa. But she is not a bad person. She is really nice to me. Woo-dan raised his voice. How can you say that? Isn't he wandering around alone enough trouble? Hisa, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, asking them to stop. She admitted. It was my fault for asking her to keep it a secret. But that is not what matters now since nothing has happened yet. Right. She then displayed a wary expression. Even though there are fewer monsters here being further from the center, this is definitely not a safe place for a child. Let us find some essentials if you two have time to chat. After Hisa finished speaking, she turned and walked away, with Chunbok trotting after her. Chunbok's mom, who had been silent, tightened her grip on the axe as she realized something. She recalled being attacked, and Hisa was the one who had helped her. Gondan looked at his wife with confusion. Then he spoke up. Could you kindly answer me one question? Hisa paused, turned around to listen. The couple's faces were filled with questions. Who exactly are you? Hisa was silent for a moment before responding. I already told you. I am her friend. Do not ask any more and just show me the way. We are running out of time. Gondan and Chunbok's mom, hearing this, decided not to ask any more questions and set off. Somewhere in a dark corner, a hand was fumbling around looking for something. They arrived in a room filled with all the necessary supplies. A zombie holding a bottle lunged at them, but its head was sliced clean in half before it even had a chance to react. Hisa stood in front of the pile of zombie corpses, scanning the room for confirmation. Suddenly, Gondan's surprised voice caught her attention. Chunbok's eyes lit up with disbelief. She could not help but drool at the sight of a box of food in front of her. Gondan was overjoyed, almost in tears, hurriedly stashing the food into his backpack. Now we can afford Chunbok's treatment. All we have to do is get to the village. While Chunbok was only focused on whether she could eat that chocolate, as soon as she heard Dad say they were having food, the little girl's face lit up like a blooming flower. Hisa stood, just smiling softly at Chunbok. Chunbok's mom stood behind her, still doubting that girl was just a friend of her daughter's. That could not be the only reason she was here. The way she handled monsters. There is no way she is just an ordinary girl. Watching her daughter happily sharing snacks with Hisa, she could not deny that Chunbok was alive thanks to this girl. The more she thought about it, the more intense her gaze became. But something about her just felt off. She seemed really suspicious. Chunbok and Hisa were completely oblivious to her mom's intense stare. Still laughing and joking with each other, the zombies shuffled away one by one, and Chunbok's mom finally felt a wave of relief as they all disappeared. The three of them left that room, and Gondan reminded his daughter to stay quiet. Chunbok, she, completely unbothered, hugged her dad's backpack and fell asleep. Suddenly, Chunbok's mom froze in place. It seemed like she sensed something approaching, and instantly, she got into a fighting stance. Gondan, confused, asked, "What is going on, babe?" Chunbok's mom was drenched in sweat as she heard a sound coming from the dark ahead of them. The screeching noise grew clearer from the shadows, closing in on them fast. And then out of nowhere a pair of gigantic hands lunged at them. Everyone jumped in shock, and Chunbok's mom urgently urged them to run in the opposite direction. The three of them sprinted away from those massive hands that looked like they could grab them all at once. But just a few steps in, they had to stop because there were tons of monsters blocking the way. Their greedy eyes were fixed on them. But as the giant hands chased after them, the monsters freaked out and fled. The three were running for their lives, unsure of what to do next. The monsters began splitting up, making it harder for them to decide which way to go. Suddenly, that enormous hand swooped past Gondan. It grabbed each monster in its path, blocking off the right side. Gondan panicked as one escape route was cut off. He just seemed to catch on, realizing that the monster's goal was to block their way. Chunbok's mom warned, "This dungeon master is trying to trick us. We need to get out of here right now." Behind them, three glowing red eyes began to emerge. The three of them could only run, hoping it would lead them to safety. They pulled each other away from that colossal threat. That hand was as quick as lightning, grabbing at them. Just when they thought they had escaped, they were caught. But they faced even more despair when they realized they had run into a dead end. Chunbok's mom clicked her tongue and stepped forward to attack. Behind them loomed a savage, gigantic monster. It drooled uncontrollably, trying to spit out a few words. "Me see." The dungeon master scanned each of them from head to toe. Then she looked at Hija. but said, "Not human." Yet her gaze lingered on Chumbuk's mom. The dungeon master fixated on her golden eyes. A wicked smile crept across her face as she concluded, "At last. I have found you." The dark, silent room felt heavy with tension. The dungeon master shivered as she sighed. "This body feels a little better now." She opened her eyes wide and began to roar, twisting and cracking every bone. "Feeling this body, it is better than I thought." The master's eyes are filled with warmth and nutrients. "It is so cozy and rich. I won't have to search for a new body anytime soon." But where are those guys? Standing up, taking each step forward, right in front of Gassian's tentacle. The master wonders. What are they planning? Following the footprints, moving towards the dark, eerie cave. Seeing the scene around me, I can't help but feel furious. The master can hold back a string of curses. Damn it. I am going to kill every last one of them. Gassian is sprawled out on the ground, but still trying to get up. The master approaches to get the full story. Who did this? I hear a voice and I turn around in shock. Before Gassian can react, I grab her mouth tightly. I immediately bark orders. "I know you are surprised, but I do not care. Answer me quickly. Who did this to you?" Gassian's eyes start to well up with tears and fear, finally able to breathe. She stammers that it was a monster with eyes like hers. "Father." It turns out the master down here was controlled by her father. At that moment, within her body, he chuckles slyly. "Finally, I have found you." The monster with the golden eyes. Back to the present. Mother Chun stands before her, slightly trembling but still fierce. Gyunanjun is taken aback to see him talking to her. "Do you know that monster?" Mother Chun instantly denies it. She thinks to herself, it could not speak before. The only thing that changed is that tumor. Mother Chun looks into her eyes, hypothesizing that must be why there has been a change. But why does it feel so familiar? Or is it because we have the same eye color? Who exactly is this? The giant hand of the father slams down on the ground. He speaks up. "Do you have any idea what I went through to find you? But I never expected you would be so close. It is time for you to return the body you stole from me." Guineas doing. Terrified, asks Mother Chun, "Did you steal something from that monster?" But she insists, "I do not know. I do not understand what that monster is talking about." The father hears her and realizes, "You do not recognize me. Do you? You probably can see me in this form." His eyes become menacing. "It does not matter if you remember me or not. I will kill you and take back that body." The golden eyes on the master's chest gleam ominously. Hiza grips her axe tightly, ready for battle. She instructs Genitana. "Protect Chun." Hearing her, he worries. "Are you planning to fight that thing?" Hiza does not want to waste time. "Do not bother me and just stay back." As she attempts to move forward, she is blocked by Mother Chun's hand. Hiza is confused about what Mother Chun plans to do. Mother Chun decides, "If I can kill it, at least I have to stop it. This is the only way to do that." She gathers all her strength, knowing she will have to endure excruciating pain to use it. But there is no other choice. Mother Chun's hand starts to swell with blue and red veins. A tentacle with sharp claws shot up, and she gathered every ounce of strength to control it. Gondal stared in disbelief at his wife, wondering if she was really going to use that to fight later. After her husband's cautious reminder, Mother Chun lunged forward, determined to slice that monster in half. But behind Gondal and Hiza were a swarm of other creatures. Hiza whispered something to herself before charging in with an axe. The tentacle struggled to take shape, oozing with poison. I scoffed. Knowing who was holding it now, it is time to reclaim what is mine. He commanded the gigantic hands below him to charge forward. Mother Chunbaka quickly dodged to the side to avoid it. The veins in her father's arms began to burst one after another. He glared at Mother Chunbas in pain, asking if she knew what he had gone through to achieve this body. "And yet, you dare to break my hands." The colossal hand could not escape the consequences of the attack. Mother Chunda moved closer to him, silently pondering that she could no longer use both hands, since they were completely necrotic. Her father was groaning in agony. Mother Chunbafi pushed herself to end this fight quickly. But suddenly, one of her legs was tightly ensnared by something. Startled, Mother Chunbake instinctively looked down. Gondal stood outside, fearfully watching the scene unfold. What had wrapped around Mother Chunbuku's leg was actually her father's tongue. He asked, "How do you like my acting skills?" But she could not grasp what was happening. Her father grinned with excitement, thrilled that she had come all this way to see him. How thoughtful of her. Mother Chumbaki struggled to send her tentacle forward, but suddenly, something jolted her, leaving her no time to react. The master of the abyss used his tongue to launch her into the air. Gondal gasped in shock, staring up. Both he and Chumbafi were terrified and worried for her. Mother Chunbofi was then slammed down onto the ground. Chunbikok looked at her injured mother with tears welling up in her eyes. She hit the hard ground, pain shooting through her entire body. Each crack echoed in Mother Chunbus's ears. Her vision gradually cleared, showing her running. Mother Chunbus was confused, wondering where she was going and why. Then she suddenly felt something. A swarm of tentacles appeared behind her head. The ground where Mother Chunbahasu was thrown became a deep pit. She was then slammed down hard again. The sound of her bones cracking echoed loudly. Chun Bifi cried even harder as she watched her mother collapse. Her father assessed. Is that all you have when using my power? How disappointing. Mother Chun Bifi's tentacle lay on the blood-soaked ground. He mocked her. Did you really think a tiny creature like you could fight me? So foolish. You should blame yourself for being so complacent with that power. Chun Bikes, having watched her mother fall, could not sit idly by any longer. The girl jumped from Gondal's arms. Surprising him, she ran towards her mother, crying out, "Don't hurt her anymore." Battling a horde of monsters on the sidelines. Noticed Chun Bofu was in danger and called out to Gondal. What are you doing? Catch that girl. Gondal is rushing towards Chunbok. But suddenly, a tentacle rises beside him. He quickly raises his sword to block it. But worry for his daughter consumes him. He desperately tries to stop Chunbok from running over there, but the girl is determined to reach her mother, tears and snot streaming down her face. She fights to protect her mom. Chunbok's mother is still dazed. Feeling the tentacles behind her head, she is in utter panic. It is too dangerous. She can feel it in her bones. She has to get rid of this thing. Chunbok's mother reaches back, trying to escape the massive tentacles. She strains so hard, her face is practically covered in veins. Finally, she manages to yank them off her head. Exhausted, Chunbok's mother collapses down, breathing heavily. She glances behind her. Just as she is figuring out her next move, her eyes widen in shock. A hand emerges from the tentacles, slowly creeping closer to her. They are becoming gigantic and menacing as they approach. Chunbok's mother is panicking, sweat pouring down her face as she stares at the horrifying creature. Suddenly, the claws lunge towards her, but Chunbok's mother can't do anything. She can only sit there, frozen in fear, praying it won't come any closer. She covers her ears, bracing for the torment about to come. Then, Chunbok's voice rings out. Stop. Dante hurt my mom. At that moment, Chunbok's mother, who had been frozen in place, suddenly opens her eyes wide. She struggles to sit up, trying to reassure herself. That is Chunbok's voice. The girl runs to shield her mom and shouts, "If you hit her again, I will hit you." Despite her fear, Chunbok stands her ground, pointing a finger at her father. Chunbok's mother watches her daughter with a heavy heart, urging her to run away. Hai and Gondun, who are battling the monster, glance over at Chunbok in concern. Chunbok's mother feels helpless and pained. She can move from the shock, but she has to protect Chunbok. The atmosphere is thick with tension as only Chunbok faces her father. He studies her for a moment before speaking. You must be Chunbok. I have a question for you. What are you? Looking at the tiny Chunbok before him, he guesses. Are you human? But your fingers look strange. Maybe you are a monster. His tone hints at amusement. Interesting. How did you manage to take a piece of my body? Chunbok does not answer. She just cries out, I do not know. Just do not hurt my mom. You idiot. Chunbok's mother watches her innocent daughter, unable to get up and stop her. Thinking, what are you doing? Her father scrutinizes her with a fierce gaze. Wondering, is she too small to talk properly? At least he has learned a few useful things. Both mother and daughter stare in fear at the massive creature before them. The father raises a gigantic hand. I will find out more when I slice you both open. Meanwhile, the family fights the monster, calling out Chunbok's name loudly. Chunbok's mother tries to push her behind her. Run. It is too dangerous here. She commands Chunbok to escape, but the girl, still crying, stubbornly refuses. I won't leave you. I will protect you. Chunbok's mother looks at her daughter with a heart full of sorrow. She fell into self-blame, utterly miserable. And even Chunbok had not given up yet. She convinced herself that her daughter was even stronger than she was. So she stood up and pressed on. Chunbok's mom began to control the tentacle, holding Chunbok tightly in her arms. She vowed to protect her family, because I am her mother. A gigantic hand suddenly appeared behind her. That colossal hand slammed down onto the ground. I watched in horror at the enormous thing before her. Genruin could not help but be astonished by what was unfolding. Then the father laughed excitedly, praising the situation, saying, now this is what I call a counterattack. At that point, he suddenly noticed something. He looked at his hand, which was gradually darkening. Just when the surprise did not stop there, the back of the dungeon master was attacked again. He did not have time to grasp what was happening. The speed was escalating. The father's hand was continuously exploding in chunks of flesh. The father still could not react or defend himself. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. How could she awaken in this situation? Chunbok's mother had become scarier than ever. After the attacks, the body of the dungeon master she controlled was anything but intact. Guineas Doin, witnessing this, also stared in disbelief at him. His flesh was melting away. An Hong was deeply puzzled, wondering what in the world was going on. Chunbok gleefully looked at her mother as she saw the tentacle appear. Chunbok's mom was both fighting and protecting her daughter. The father was not in the least scared. On the contrary, he cheerfully said, Now this is getting interesting. Let us unleash everything we have got. The footsteps were heavy and distinct. As the monsters all rushed to escape, desperate to get out, they ran as if trying to flee from something. Behind them, a child appeared, walking slowly, pleading, "Play with me." He stood before Chunbok's mother, admitting, "I tried to be merciful with you, but you have crossed the line now." His voice eerily terrifying. Both of his hands had healed, and he charged forward. The three of them watched as the gigantic hand approached, but its target was those souls. The father controlled the dungeon master's body to open its mouth wide, ready to devour all those souls gathered. Gunzin stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. The body of the dungeon master was growing larger than before. Now he had an extra leg. The craving for flesh was more terrifying than ever. His body twisted and unbalanced as he stood up. Chunbok gasped in astonishment, unable to hold back her awe. "It is massive," Guineas doing, terrified by the current situation. Speculated, "We are done for? How can we possibly defeat it? Killing it seems impossible. We can't even escape from it. What should we do now?" But suddenly, something made Neshan look down. He wondered what Chunbok's mother intended to do by handing her over to him. But she only growled without saying a word. Gendroin understood her intentions and immediately stopped her. "You can fight it." "Not ever. Don't even think about it. There has to be a way for us to escape together." Dun pleaded desperately. "Please do not go. You might die." The haunting image of a blood-soaked ground flashed in his mind, tears streaming down her face. She was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace. She tried to convince him and herself. Do not worry," clenching his fists in frustration. He apologized for being a weak protector. "I will defend Kumbuk with my life. So you do not need to worry about her. You are an amazing mom." Together, they rallied her spirit, urging her to take down that monster. After their heartfelt talk, Chunbok's mother ignited a fire of determination. She stepped forward slowly, while Chunbok and his father watched in awe at the gruesome scene. Their hearts raced with fear at what lay before them. They staggered back from the shockwave. Chunbok, though scared, kept calling out for his mother. The father was curious. "Why would you risk everything to protect your family?" "I have a family too. But I have never seen anyone sacrifice like you. Parents come first, and the children will obey my commands." The father continued, "To repay the care I have given. That is what makes a real family." Chunbok's mother attacked him with conviction. "That is not family. You treat your kids like slaves to satisfy your selfish desires. You do not deserve to be called a parent." With her words, she unleashed two tentacles toward him. The father turned, surprised by her fierce voice, but he managed to shield himself just in time. Watching the melted flesh, he could not help but exclaim, "What a nuisance!" he said, swinging a powerful punch at Chunbok's mother. She could not dodge that brutal hit, so she braced for impact, but then, she thrust her clawed hand right into his flesh. The tiny tentacles quickly pierced his skin. Following that, she targeted multiple spots, weaving around his hand to get closer. But his other limbs began to move as well. They lunged at Chunbok's mother rapidly. Then, they decisively grabbed her tight. He sneered, "You ruined my arm. Now I will crush your bones and organs." His grip tightened with every word. Chunbok's mother was squeezed tightly, struggling to escape, feeling herself fading. Suddenly, the father staggered, losing his balance. He gradually released Chunbok's mother, collapsing to his knees. He looked down, trying to grasp what was happening. He realized his leg was injured. Chunbok's mother, just freed from his grasp, heard a call. That is what caused her injury. She reminded him, "I will buy you time. Hurry and take down that monster." At that moment, she urged Chunbok's mother to act quickly. Chunbok's mother snapped back, "I will handle this without you telling me." With that, she charged at him like a speeding arrow. They both surged forward, their powers combining in a fierce alliance. Gondan stood to the side, holding Chunbok, marveling at their incredible fighting skills. Both father and son wholeheartedly believed that Mom and Hora would win this battle, but then they jolted in shock at the eerie sound echoing from somewhere. "Come play with me." In the smoky haze of the village, a child appeared, endlessly repeating those words. Chunbok immediately recognized the child. It was the offspring of the dungeon master, its hollow eyes slowly advancing towards them. Mom Chunbok thought to herself that she had to protect her girl, even if it meant risking her own life. With a heavy heart and steely determination, she vowed to get her family out of this place. Ihara pondered seriously. Should she follow Chunbok and leave? She swung her weapon fiercely, blood splattering everywhere. If she left those two behind, at least she could protect Chunbok. Mom Chunbok wrestled with her inner turmoil, but soon seemed to find her own answer. Both silently resolved. They would slay that flesh creature and escape together. Facing the father controlling the dungeon master's body, the ground shook violently as he slammed down. The old man clenched his fists, the twisted muscles of this body bulging ominously. A sound like something snapping echoed, as he raised his fist and screamed madly. his eyes blazing like fire. Suddenly, he shouted, "You foolish creatures, you will all die because of your wrong choices." His golden eyes seemed to decide everything. The dungeon master's son innocently wandered alone through the smoky night. Gondon, still holding Chumbuk, noticed the boy and yelled to cover up the stench of his body. At the same time, Chumbuk screamed, "That is the monster that scared me." Chumbuk continued, "That guy can stretch his arms out and hit me with them." Gondon reassured his daughter, "Just let me handle him." He looked at the boy, tension etched in his sharp gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, the boy finally recognized Chumbuk as the one who had fought him, and anger surged. Chumbuk faced the boy, filled with irritation. In her father's embrace, she felt fearless, sticking her tongue out to tease the dungeon master's child. This action succeeded in making the boy want to play along. But Gondon immediately stood up and kicked the dungeon master's child, causing him to freeze in shock. The dungeon master's child seemed confused, wanting to play, but Gondon swung his leg to chase him off. Gondon looked at the boy, surprised that he was weaker than him. How could such a weak monster be here? Monsters usually flee at the first hint of danger. He recalled the image of monsters scattering in panic at the boy's presence and felt utterly baffled. Suddenly, a noise nearby caught the attention of the three. The boy unintentionally looked in that direction and exclaimed that he wanted to play. The father controlling the dungeon master's body suddenly roared loudly from somewhere. The boy gazed in shock at his mother, who had been possessed. The dungeon master's child whispered to himself about something. This revelation left Gondon utterly amazed, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he watched the boy. The dungeon master charged forward with terrifying speed, sending clouds of dust flying. Blood splattered in the haze of a brutal attack. Hai is slumped against the wall, her body riddled with wounds from that brutal attack. Mom Chun is gasping for breath, bloodied and letting out faint coughs. Dad raises her Hai, a smug grin plastered on his face. Seeing this, he arrogantly reminds everyone that this is reality. No matter how much you sacrifice for your family or how much hidden strength you possess, none of that makes a difference. All that is left now is despair. Like, how can you still be so stubborn? Mom Chun growls in anger, her eyes glowing brighter. Just look into those eyes filled with power. Those eyes say she has not given up yet. Just as he finishes his taunt, he commands the monster to open its mouth wide. The monster slowly brings her closer to its mouth, ready to devour her whole. Dad declares, "Now, you can die." Yet her eyes shine with an unyielding strength, unafraid of death. Suddenly, Gamdon's loud scream catches both her and Heezo off guard. He demands that the bastard take his filthy hands off his wife. The warden stares down at Gamdon, surprised. He lifts the little guy up high, threatening that the boy is in danger. That is definitely the leader's kid. What are you planning to do with him? Mom Chun frantically steps in to stop them. Don't come any closer. Just run. Gamdon is a bit scared but insists on keeping the boy as a hostage, demanding his wife be released. Little did he know, this body had been under Dad's control for a long time. Calmly, he says, "Are you trying to evoke sympathy from me?" A pointless effort. This statement catches him off guard. He asserts, "You can't change anything." Before he can finish, his hand suddenly twitches. That unexpected movement leaves Dad utterly shocked. Not backing down, Gamdon more. "If you say that, you won't care even if I hurt him. Right? Really?" He is trying to stir up the maternal instincts of the warden. The boy's voice echoes in the air. Suddenly, the warden's hand trembles with even more strength, and Dad realizes he is slowly losing control of this body. The boy, tears streaming down his face, reaches out to his mother, wanting to reunite. Unconsciously, the mind within the warden starts to clash, successfully awakening her reason. The warden suddenly recalls the moments she shared with the boy. Back then, they were so peaceful and happy together. Those images keep flooding back, her heart melting at the adorable face of the boy calling for his mom. She breaks down, crying out for her child, leaving Dad controlling this body in awe. He must be on guard once more. I am losing control. Such trivial emotions can be allowed. He struggles to regain dominance over the body. He speculates, could this body really be stirred by that child? Or is it instinct kicking in? Dad continues to ponder, ultimately concluding, then I must take back my body. Lost in thought, Mom Kumbi has escaped without him noticing. Suddenly, he looks up to see Mom Chunba poised to attack from above. At this moment, Dad is also in a ready-to-fight stance. Suddenly, an axe flies through the air, striking his hand and sending blood splattering everywhere. Hai was down below, swinging his axe at the old man, struggling to spit out a warning, "Do not mess this up." Meanwhile, up top, Chun Biki's mom seized the moment and launched her attack. The controlling eye of the father just stared. Unresponsive, Chun Biki's mom raked her claws, sending blood splattering everywhere. Deep inside, the dungeon master fought against the grip of his own child. Goon looked at her with pride, realizing his wife was truly amazing. Exhausted, observed from below, breathing heavily, Chonbei was not one to back down either, praising her for being simply incredible. Chonbei's mom struck the father, causing a tumor to be flung out. She gathered her strength, knowing her next move was to eliminate him. Chonbei's mom swung her hand, ready to grasp the old man. Suddenly, his yellow eyes flickered with a sinister light. She reached out, eager to grasp him. But out of nowhere, the father's tentacle shot straight into her hand. It made her jerk back, blood spraying everywhere. What the hell is going on? Her hand trembled violently as the tentacle pierced her palm. Seeing this, he grinned with satisfaction. That grin ignited a fire in Chunba's mom, who charged at him with fiery eyes. The crazed smile and fierce attack tore through the air. Something zipped past her face in an instant. Jizian attacked immediately, forcing Chunba's mom to dodge to the side. Ada glared at her with pure rage. She was stunned by Ada's sudden appearance. Jiazion's action sent Chunba's mom tumbling from above. She crashed to the ground, feeling the brutal pain, trying to calm herself to keep fighting. Why did this have to happen now? Jiazian soared through the air, embracing the father, while Chunbei's mom watched from below, feeling helpless. Chunbei, Dex, and Gon anxiously urged her to get away. At this point, she felt powerless, letting fate take its course. The massive monster reached out towards Chunbei's mom. Becca's mom, her face marred with wounds, was caught off guard. But before she could react, the monster suddenly collapsed in the dim space, and Guinea and Beefy's voices echoed with questions. The father and son searched for Chunbei's mom and Hija through the smoke. She clutched her injured arm and turned to respond. Seeing Hija, Chunhun rushed to hug her leg. Hija immediately checked on Chunf, assuring her she was fine while John Gaigan asked where his wife was. Hija pointed right in front of them, causing him to halt in shock. A gust of wind revealed Chunbuka's mom standing in the swirling mist. She stood there, gazing at the dungeon master lying in a pool of blood. Chunbei's mom felt a twinge of disappointment for not finishing off that chunk of flesh. But the battle was finally over. The dungeon master, battered and bloodied, lay there gasping for breath. She thought if she took him out now, retrieving items from here would be easier. This was their only chance. With her sharp golden eyes glowing fiercely, Chunbei's mom stepped forward, ready to deliver the final blow to the dungeon master. But she halted abruptly as the master's child clutched at her. The boy looked at Chunbei's mom, tears streaming down his face, calling out for her. Seeing this, she summoned every ounce of strength to reach for her son. Ajay and Gamdong can't bear to watch this chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Chunbei is just as stunned. The little boy looks at Chunbei's mother, crying out for her. She is taken aback by the sight. As a mother herself, she feels a pang of sympathy and sighs. Then, Chunbei's mother swiftly unsheathes her sharp claws. Those claws pierce straight into the dungeon master's flesh, making her scream in terror. But those claws are draining the dungeon master's blood. The little boy thinks she just killed his mother, and starts crying out louder, calling for her. The dungeon master's son angrily strikes Chunbei's mother, hoping to make her stop. Seeing this, Chunbei feels a bit heartbroken and calls for her dad. Gamdan cheerfully reassures the little girl. As her mother is trying to hold off the dungeon master, Chunbei is a bit confused, not quite understanding what her dad is saying. Finally, Chunbei's mother withdraws her claws after accomplishing her intent. She turns around, furious at the helpless dungeon master. Stop hitting me. It really hurts. The little boy, scared, pulls his hand back and starts to cry. Tears are frozen on the dungeon master's son's face, and he looks utterly stunned. The dungeon master sits up and acknowledges her son. The boy is completely shocked, his expression softening. Finally realizing everything, the boy cries even louder. The dungeon master's son reaches out his arms towards his mother. In response, she makes a Herculean effort to reach her son. They quickly embrace each other tightly. Now both of their faces are soaked with tears of joy. Mother Chunbei watches, realizing they are just like us. Although she is a terrifying monster, she loves her child just like any mother would. This is the right thing to do. And now, everything has come to an end. Just as thoughts settle, Chunbok calls for her mother from behind. The little girl joyfully leaps into her arms, startling her mom. The girl, with a beaming face, hugs her mother tightly, expressing her love. Let us go home. Finally, the four of them turn their backs and leave this place. With Gamdon chatting along the way, the two need to get treated as soon as possible. But Hisa responds that she just wants some peace. Chunbok does not forget to wave goodbye to the dungeon master's child. The boy seems a bit surprised as he looks at her, but then he clumsily waves back. In the dark dungeon, Zazian suddenly asks his father if he is okay since the dungeon leader is no longer absorbing his energy. He replies, "And I have drained enough nutrients from that body. But I am feeling weak. So what do we do next?" The father continues, "We will hunt down that monster and her daughter." Zazian asks in shock, "But how? We do not even know where they are." The father responds, "You do not need to worry about that, because I have a way to find them. All I need to do is reclaim the missing part of my body, and I will be complete. No longer relying on absorbing energy from others. Tell all your siblings in the cannibal group to bring me her mother with a new form," he commands ominously. In the still night of the city, the eerie growls of zombies echo chillingly. They are trying to move as quietly as possible, so they do not attract the zombies. Chun-Bi, Dex and Gon are tiptoeing carefully with every step. At this moment, blood is continuously dripping onto the ground, creating a sound that the zombies can smell. Two horrifyingly agile zombies have arrived at the source of the scent. It seems they are ravenous at the sight of the bloodstains, still visible on the ground. Turns out, all that blood was left behind by Hiza in a nearby building. Footsteps and heavy breathing can be heard. Finally, they have made it home safely, but everyone collapses to the ground. Exhausted, Chun-Bi checks in on her parents, asking if they are tired. Agian also inquires about the two mothers, and both are doing fine. Suddenly, Gozan remembers. Wait! Where's Hiza? She was right behind us. He turns around, looking back, only to see Hiza's axe lying there. It turns out she had collapsed from exhaustion at some point without anyone noticing. A voice whispers, "Let the pain go. No pain can stay. My hands will heal the wounds." Hiza slowly opens her eyes. She warily opens her eyes and sighs deeply. The moment she opens her eyes, Hiza sees Chun-Bi worried face calling out her name repeatedly. Hiza struggles to speak. So Hearing this, Chun-Bi panics and tears up. So who is that? Hiza. Do not you remember who I am? After saying this, the little girl bursts into tears and hugs Hiza tightly, causing her pain. In agony, Hiza tells her to let go. She sits up gently, stroking Chun-Bi's head. Where are you? The girl sniffles softly in reply. This is your house. Your parents helped me because I fainted. Before Chun-Bi can finish, a voice calls from outside. Hiza, you are awake. Chun-Bi is extremely worried about her. I am glad you are awake. It turns out Chun-Bi's parents are at the door. Let us eat something if you do not mind. I made some really delicious dishes. After hearing this, Chun-Bi happily invites Hiza to eat together. It is so good. Chubing holds a steaming bowl of noodles, slurping and blowing on it. She adores ramen because she has never had anything so delicious. Gonzine encourages Chun-Bi to eat well, saying this is not something they can eat every day. Suddenly, Hiza asks, "But what am I wearing? Where are my clothes?" Chukin replies, "Your clothes have been washed by my parents. You are wearing my mom's clothes." Hiza thinks the shirt looks really childish. This makes Chun-Bi's mom a bit annoyed. Chun-Bi agrees with her. Across the table, Enzine eats but keeps a watchful eye on Hiza. He thinks to himself, I did not realize how muscular she is under that shirt. Her body is covered in so many wounds. She is definitely not a normal person. Gyunoan recalls the moment Hiza fought the zombies alone. Remembering that scene, he swallows hard in fear. Again, Anjun asks Chun if she is full yet. The girl happily replies, "I thank you for the meal." Chun grabbed Hiza's hand and pulled her along. "Let us play after you finish eating." Okay. The girl's eyes sparkled. "We are going to play tag." Before Chun could finish, Hiza interrupted. "We can't play all these games." Suddenly, Hiza stared intently at something, like she had just discovered a secret. Chun continued speaking. "Well, maybe we will play a different game." But Hiza was too focused on the girl's finger to pay attention to what she was saying. Gondal quickly told Chun to go to the room and count to 100. After she finished eating, they would play together. Chun obediently ran into the room. She shut the door behind her and began counting to 100. Hiza noticed Chun's nails were shorter and wondered if Gondal had cut them for her. He let out a heavy sigh. Without saying anything, we would find out what was wrong with her when we reached Hope Village. However, those flesh-eating monsters might chase Gondal's wife and daughter on the way there. Even if they made it to the village, there was no guarantee they would be safe. Gondal scooped a bowl of noodles and hinted that he needed Hiza's help. He handed her the bowl of noodles but made his request clear. "I want you to come with us to Hope Village." Of course, they would compensate Hiza as best as they could. All Gondal wanted was for Hiza to keep him and Chun safe until they returned from Hope Village. He held the bowl of noodles, waiting for Hiza to take it. He smiled and asked, "What do you think? You want me to rely on you instead of your wife?" Then, she took the bowl of noodles from Gondal's hands and said, "Fine, I will do it." Suddenly, Hiza poured the noodles back into the pot with a contemptuous expression. "Is that the answer you were hoping for from me?" Hiza was serious. "You can consider me your teammate because of what happened in the dungeon, but do not flatter yourself too much." She did not care whether Gondal lived or died, so why should she help him? And Hiza agreed to go with Gondal, but she would only protect Chun as usual. Meanwhile, Chun was still sitting in the room, completely oblivious. Hearing that, Gondal had no choice but to accept. "Fine. I will go with what you want. I will take care of myself." It is like Chun's mom was against him. "What are you saying? You can't do everything alone." Gondal reassured her. "I have no problem taking care of myself. Do not worry." Chun's mom turned to glare at Hiza. That stubborn woman. She stared at Hiza. Why was she so obsessed with the girl? It was like she was her own daughter. Just then, Chun burst out of her room, shouting that everyone was mean. Why was not anyone looking for her? Gondal quickly asked Chun if she had counted to 100. The girl had finished counting ages ago. But no one came to find her. Then Gondal apologized and hoped Chun would forgive him. Chun approached Hiza with a smile. Then I will play with Hiza. And she gently pinched the girl's cheek. Let us play. A strong arm suddenly yanked Chun towards itself, surprising and confusing her. Before she could react, Chun's other arm was also held tight. At that moment, both Chunbiki's mom and Hiza clutched Chunbiki's hands, arguing back and forth. Chunbiki's mom thought to herself, if she wants to be a mother, she should find someone else. That girl is my daughter, and I absolutely despise this woman. The two of them were visibly tense. Shooting each other looks like daggers. Gondal, sitting across from them, munched on some food while taking a breather. I felt a bit relieved having Hiza with me. Now we just need a ride to get there. Let us think about that after we eat. Meanwhile, Johnny was on the run, escaping a mob hot on her heels. She looked ahead, astonished, as if she would stumbled upon something bizarre. One of Johnny's pursuers saw her dash into a room and burst into laughter. What a fool! Once inside, Johnny glanced around, panic etched on her face. Feeling a surge of doubt, she realized she had just sprinted into a bathroom. The pursuers were right behind her, yelling her name at the top of their lungs. Johnny turned around, fear plastered on her face, as one of the guys threatened, "Get over here if you do not want us to smash your skull." Hearing that, Johnny was so scared she dropped the stack of papers she was holding. The next morning, Hiza and Gondal were searching for a vehicle, but after checking, none of them worked. Gondal inquired about the situation on Hiza's side. It is the same over here. How about you? We have tried around 20 cars and not a single one is running. He sighed in frustration. We have searched every car in this area. How can we find other survivors if we venture further? Hearing that, Hiza immediately decided to go, and Gondal was taken aback. Seriously? That is dangerous. You are not fully healed yet. Hiza paused abruptly, coldly asking him. So what is your point? She turned to Gondal with a serious gaze. Are you just going to sit around while Chun Baixi is sick? Gondal could only stammer in response. He was at a loss for words. Eventually, he agreed to lead the way for Hiza, and told her to follow behind since she was the patient. Hiza shot him a look, frowning without saying a word. She stomped angrily, charging forward towards him. Suddenly, Hiza kicked Gondal hard in the leg, causing him to cry out in pain. A moment later, he limped forward, his foot shaking from her brutal kick. He sniffled, asking, "What did I do to you?" Hiza coldly replied, "Do you want me to cut off your leg?" Gondal thought to himself, I am grateful for her support, but she is brutal. I might die before I get a chance to do anything. Whatever. I should focus on finding a car before she gets worse. Meanwhile, Chun Baek and her mom were happily playing at home. They passed by a building when suddenly, a loud scream startled them both. It was the desperate cry for help from a girl. Gondal wanted to stop, but Hiza held him back. She turned around to glare at him with a displeased expression. Gondal looked up, searching for the source of the scream. At that moment, Hiza was so furious that her face was practically twitching. Gondal was about to run forward but was yanked back by something. Hiza tightly grabbed his collar, pulling him closer. Have you forgotten why we are here? Why do you think about saving others when you can't even help yourself? Hiza warned Gondal to just focus on Chun or listen to me. Got it. Gondal stared into Hiza's eyes, lost in thought for a long moment. Then he hesitated. I have a really great idea. Please, just hear me out. At this point, Hiza's face twisted in anger, looking like she was about to explode. Meanwhile, inside the building, Johnny was tied up, and her captors were bickering about checking the ropes. One of them spoke up, lamenting why they could not enjoy this a bit as a reward for our hard work in catching her, only to be shot down by his buddy. She is the hostage we are trading for food in Hope Village. All we are doing now is taking out the big guy with her, and stealing his ride. They continued. But what if that village does not even need her? At this moment, Johnny was trembling in fear, worrying for her guide. They looked at her with a creepy smile, saying they could toss her away after a little fun. One of them eyed her hungrily, honestly wishing they would just ditch you. Then you would be mine. We will be fine once we get that car. Just as he finished, the sound of metal clanging echoed from behind. The guy in front quickly turned around, gritting his teeth. He was startled to see two of his buddies being pinned down. Before he could even process it, he got a hard kick to the face, enough to knock out a tooth and make him bleed. The other two quickly bolted outside, clearing the way for me. Who the heck is that big guy? Just a few steps in, one of them got socked right in the face, knocking him out cold. The other two were left a bit bewildered. Hiza looked at them with a fierce glint in her eyes, giving it everything you have got. Just as she finished her sentence, they charged at her, shouting, "You want to die? Show us everything you have got." Little did they know, before they could even land a hit, both were met with Hiza's fists. Now that John He was rescued, she tearfully thanked Gumdan. After chatting for a bit, they introduced themselves. Gamdan inquired. But John He accidentally overheard their conversation. You are from Hope Village. Right, John He nodded, looking a bit confused.
Yep.
That is right. Gamdan grinned at He. We made the right choice. We were lucky to save a villager. Just relax. John He, curious, asked. Are you looking for our village? Gamdan was honest.
Yep.
We have some business in the village. When she learned that they wanted to head to Hope Village, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Strong people like you two are always welcome there. This was John He's first time promoting her village, and she never expected to meet such trustworthy folks. She felt it was fate. John He was sure the village chief and the guide would be thrilled to have you two there. After saying that, she handed them a flyer she made herself. Gamdan reached out to grab the flyer, and both he and Hyra suddenly felt a dangerous presence approaching. Out of nowhere, a tall man leaped in to attack, but Hyra intercepted him with an axe. The man spoke up, accusing them of being accomplices with the others, claiming that John He was his family, demanding that Hyra and Gamdan let her go. Turns out, it was Sumai. He threatened them, saying, if you do not, I will tear you apart and get the girl back. Just as the tension peaked, a voice interrupted. Wait, guide. John He quickly stepped in to explain. We saved her. Uncle. I should have been more careful following you. Sumin paused for a moment, then smiled. I am just glad you are not hurt. He then turned to Gamdan and apologized for what just happened. But inside, Gamdan felt a sense of unease. He looked down and noticed something alarming. John He's legs were trembling uncontrollably, while Sumin kept asking her, is everything all right? I told you to be careful following me. John He's voice stuttered. I am sorry. This is my first time. It won't happen again. Sumin's hand on her shoulder tightened with each word. His tone was like a warning for John He. Next time. Stay close. Got it. You know I did not like repeating myself at this point. John He was in so much pain she could not speak. She hurriedly begged Sumin to forgive her. Moments later, she held back tears and looked up. Sensing her shoulder felt better, the smile faded from Sumin's face. What are you doing? Why are you holding my hand? His hand had been firmly gripped by Gamdan from behind. He fell silent, glaring at Sumin with fury. Sumin coldly shot back at Gamdan. I am not interested in holding hands with a man. Hira stood by, ready with her axe. Realizing the situation had turned tense, John He quietly called out to Sumin. Just when it seemed like they would fight, Gamdan suddenly flashed a smile. He grinned and shook hands with Sumin. You are the guide from Hope Village. Great to meet you. I have heard so much about your village from John He. Gamdan was genuinely impressed by John He's words. She had been promoting the village and constantly praising how amazing the guides were. Hearing this, Sumin lowered his gaze at John He. Filled with suspicion, John He reluctantly went along, her eyes pleading for Sumin to trust her. Seeing this, his eyes suddenly flashed red, showing he had caught on. Then Sumin smiled at Gamdan again. Pardon me, Ein? The head guide of Hope Village. Gamdan smiled back but thought to herself, this is working. I should ask him. He asks Sumin if his family can visit the village. Sumin is surprised to see Gamdan with others. He points to Haivung and says, I have a wife right behind me and a daughter who is sick. Can we treat her in your village? Gamdan feels a chill run down his spine from the terrifying look Haivung is giving him from behind. After hearing this, Sumin bursts out laughing. We have a doctor in the village. But the catch is, you will have to pay the entrance fee. Gamdan reassures him not to worry since he is prepared for it. And Sumin is happy to hear that. After that, he turns to leave, saying, I need to inform the villagers. Let us meet again tomorrow in front of this building. Come on. John Hai obediently follows, but stops just as they reach the door. Then John Hai politely bows to Gamdan to say goodbye before leaving. Gamdan thinks to himself, what a lucky day. Now Chunbuk can get treated. He turns back to tell Hai to get going. But suddenly, she kicks him hard in the leg. Gamdan falls to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming. What is wrong with you, you crazy girl? Turns out, introducing her as his wife made Hai furious. But Gamdan explains it was the only way to avoid suspicion, and they end up arguing for a while. Meanwhile, John Hai walks back to the village with Sumin, glancing down at his frostbitten hands. Thinking that guy really has a strong grip. Sumin is one of the strongest, but Gamdan surpasses even that. And Sumin can tell Hai has a great reaction time. Clearly accustomed to fighting like herself, he flashed a savage grin. Both of them are exactly what the village needs. I can't afford to lose them. The village chief will be thrilled to hear this. John Hai whispered cheerfully from behind. I will explain everything about the village when they get here, man. I can't wait for tomorrow. Back at the house, a voice rang out. What is up with this lazy guy? Gamdan and Hai hurried home to pack their things. While packing, Gamdan did not forget to remind Mama Chumbab. Have you bandaged up the little one's wound yet? At the same time, Mama Chunbob had just finished wrapping up the girl's injury. Mama Chunbob asked Chunbob if she needed anything else. But the girl replied she was fine since Gondon had brought everything they needed. She continued, "But what if there are bad people there?" Before she could finish, Chunbob smiled brightly and said, "It is, Sister Hai will take care of them, so do not worry." At this, Mama Chunbob shivered. "Wait, but what about when it is bedtime? I need to sing you a lullaby to sleep." Chunbob looked a bit confused. "Right. I can sleep well at night." After hearing this, Mama Chunbob's eyes sparkled. "That is right. So I will have to go with you." "Right." Chunbob obediently replied. "Yep. Mom can go with everyone." Hearing their conversation, Gondon quickly turned around and scolded. "What are you talking about? You know you can go to the village." His words made Mama Chunbob feel sad, and Gondon fell silent, lost in thought for a moment. Then he gently explained, "Do not worry. We won't be there forever. I understand you are worried because we have never done this before. But we will be back soon. Just wait for us here." After saying that, Gondon reached out and gently brushed his hand against Mama Chunbob's cheek. She was trying to mumble for him to promise. Seeing this, Gondon paused for a moment. Mama Chunbob held Gondon's hand to her cheek. "You have to promise me you will come back soon." Gondon promised Mama Chunbob and softly kissed her forehead. At that moment, Mama Chunbob felt a deep sadness, wondering why she had to be a monster. If she were not a monster, she could go anywhere with her family. The next morning marked the beginning of their new journey. She wished she were not a zombie. Then she would not need Hisa's help. Mama Chunbob saw Hisa smirking and felt furious. Chunbob said goodbye to her mom and slowly closed the door, promising she would be back soon. Mama Chunbob imagined her whole family joyfully together, if only she were a normal person. At that moment, the door had truly closed. Now, it was just Mama Chunbob alone in the quiet atmosphere. She sighed. "I need to be more alert. I still have things to do." Next, Mama Chunbob looked at her hands, deep in thought for a moment. It felt like something was stabbing into the center of her palm. Mama Chunbob pondered, "If I am right." Then, soon after, they reunited with Su Min and drove toward Haivong village together. Su Min suddenly spoke up. "I know this car is cramped, but just follow my lead. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I have to follow the village's rules." Gondon sympathized with him and asked about the doctor's skills. Su Min burst out laughing. "I am sure he knows what he is doing, even if his actions are a bit odd. He is one of the important people in our village, so do not worry." After hearing the news, Gondon felt scared but still put on a brave face. "He made me completely trust him." In his mind, he secretly hoped the girl would be okay. Gondon believed that at least the doctor could identify the illness and treat the girl. He hoped it was not anything too serious. Su Min was driving, but in his head, he felt ecstatic. Meeting them in person made him want them to join the village even more. He did not care much about the girl, but he was pretty sure the village chief would be thrilled to have them. In the house, Chun Bo's mother was alone, examining her body. Her skin was covered in dark veins, and she inhaled sharply to feel it. Moments later, Chunbo's mother opened her eyes, revealing cold, yellowish orbs. Even though it was just a flicker, she could sense it. She gently moved her sharp fingers, touching the wound in her palm. A tentacle was slowly creeping into Chun Bo's mother's body. It pulsed with life, thumping like a heartbeat against her ear. Feeling that presence, the old man's eyes glinted with a terrifying red light. He barked orders, telling his children to get ready. In the crimson-tinged space, Jiaxian and 3 others, who had been waiting, immediately responded. Was another storm brewing for the Chunbokfo family. Meanwhile, the Gondol group had arrived at the Hope Village settlement. It was located in a huge apartment complex under construction, with iron frames clattering as if welcoming them. The vehicle gradually backed up towards the iron gate, and oddly enough, there was no one around. As the car rolled into the lot, Sumin cheerfully spoke up. It seemed everyone was eager to meet her family. They could leave their luggage in the car. It would not be stolen. Hearing this, Gondol looked up anxiously and nodded at Hyra, his gaze fixed on her, signaling that they needed to be careful together. Hyra frowned, annoyed, and replied, "What do you mean we? It is just you." Only Chun, blissfully unaware, was happily sucking on her finger. When Gondol asked her if she remembered what he said, she looked confused, prompting him to keep reminding her. The little girl stared at him with wide eyes, thinking hard for a moment. Her tiny brain worked to recall, and suddenly Chunbucky exclaimed. Instantly, she turned to hug Hyra's arm and cried, "Mommy, I am so scared." Hyra looked down in shock at Chunbuff, who was excitedly calling for her. Blushing with embarrassment, she did not know how to respond. Seeing this, Gondol could not help but whisper to her. Hyra suppressed her blush and played the role. "It is, sweetheart, Mommy will protect you forever." Gondol was at a loss for words, wondering if it was really that difficult. At that moment, the heavy vehicle had backed completely to the gate, and turned off the engine. Sumin smiled happily, turning to announce, "We have arrived. You can get out of the car now." He opened the trunk and started to step outside, while Hirai and Gondal observed cautiously. Before them appeared a throng of people, chatting excitedly everywhere. The villagers keen to meet the Chunbaf family. Gondal turned in astonishment and asked, "What is going on here?" Guide. Sumin reassured him not to be afraid. The people gathered here wanted to meet his family, considering it a cultural highlight of Hope Village. They were all kind-hearted folks, so he should just relax. Gondal thought to himself, how could he relax? Even Hirai felt incredibly awkward. Right at this moment, a calm voice inquired about them, causing Chunbaka's group to look over in surprise. It was Jun Hyeon, the founder and maintainer of the Hope Settlement, and seeing him brought smiles and warmth to everyone here. Jun Hyeon warmly welcomed the Gondal family, flashing a polite but somewhat sinister smile. The Gondal group was ushered inside, with young men eagerly helping to carry their luggage, the image of a happy family. The mother strolling with her little one, their smiles lighting up the atmosphere. Gondal could not help but marvel. This place felt so cozy and lively. Jun Hyeon burst into laughter, saying it was just a normal day for them. But it has been ages since he has felt such a lively vibe. Just looking at them makes him feel alive too. Hearing this, Hae-jae and Gondal paused, pondering over his words. Jun Hyeon continued, indifferent, saying this was the result of 5 years of blood, sweat, and tears. Back then, people could not smile like they do now. Conflicts and troubles were an everyday occurrence. Gondal felt a pang of guilt for reminding him of those tough times. Turning his back to him, he sighed. I can't say I have forgotten. He abruptly stopped, turning around with a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Jun Hyeon wore a smile full of meaning, claiming that now they were a family that could not be separated. Hae-jae's sharp gaze caught onto something in his demeanor, her instincts tingling. Then Jun Hyeon continued, I have rambled on too much. You should let your daughter rest. Noticing his attention on Bajang, Hae-jae quietly clenched the girl's hand, reassuring her it was okay. They proceeded to a room, and Jun Hyeon gestured. This is where they can rest. Gondal was taken aback by the sight. It was quite shabby, with the sign for the medical room scribbled on a piece of paper and taped up. He explained, it looks a bit run down from the outside, but the doctor is inside. His name is written above. Jun Hyeon told them to go meet the doctor. Then he left, and Gondal politely nodded to thank him. His face maintained a courteous smile the entire time. Once Jun Hyeon was out of sight, Gondal's expression turned serious as he thought, there is definitely something off here. Hae-jae, standing next to him, asked if he felt the same way she did. Gondal furrowed his brows in agreement. There was no guard at the main gate, and no lights to ward off zombies, especially since everyone seemed so unguarded. It felt too peaceful. It is safe to say this Hope Village was seriously lacking in security. Hae-jae opened the door to the medical room. They needed to focus on treatment now. Gondal slowly stated, I do not care what mysteries lie here. I just need to get Jun Biko checked. At that moment, the little girl was oblivious, gazing in wonder at the deep staircase below. After a while, Gondal reached the door and cautiously opened it. The space was pitch dark, with the lights failing to turn on. He could not understand why they had set up the clinic down here. While the adults searched, Junba quietly approached the hospital bed. In the darkness, the little girl bumped into something. A loud crash echoed, and Junbuk stumbled forward. Gondal's worry surged. Junbuk, are you okay? Junbuk sniffled, holding back tears as she cried out. It hurt so much. As the girl struggles to rise, a strange sight catches Junbi's eye, freezing her tears in place. Jingle lies within a white leg, his wide, pale eyes whispering, are you okay? Little one, Junfi gasped, her eyes wide with fear, the terror rendering her speechless. Her heart races, adrenaline surging, causing her bandaged fingers to twitch unnaturally. A sharp, sleek black claw pierces through the surface, revealing itself, gathering every ounce of courage. Junpyeong, get back. As she thrusts her finger, the terrifying claw emerging ahead, she jabs it right at Jingu, who jumps back with a startled cry. Up on the high balcony, Sumin glances at Jun Hyeon, pondering what he thinks of the Gondal family, who still have many secrets to hide. According to Jun Hyeon, the true test lies in how the Gondal family reacts at tonight's culinary event. It is the perfect way to gauge their true nature. But Sumin can't shake her worries. What if they refuse, even after passing the test? Just then, Jun Hai and her mother approach. Noticing Jun Hai standing above, Jun Hai waves excitedly at him, while Jun Ji-woo gives a gentle nod. Jun Hai responds with a calm demeanor, but what he mutters is downright chilling. If they refuse, we can always take them out and skin them. That should suffice. And let us not forget to treat the child accompanying that couple well, because our founder is eagerly awaiting to meet her. You are not planning to bully her like those other kids, right? Sumin laughed. Of course not. Hearing this, he relaxes a bit, but then loud shouts from below catch their attention. The young man, now being gripped tightly by Gondal, urges him to calm down, But that only fuels Gondal's fury. He threatens the young man, demanding to know how to escape the monster. But the boy, gentle as he is, keeps insisting he does not know. Watching the scene unfold from above, Jun Hying remains silent, his expression contemplative. A deadly glint flickers in his eyes. It seems there are quite a few newcomers in the settlement, and he is eager to see how they perform tonight. Back in the infirmary, little Jun B pokes the strange creature, startling Haijay and Gondal into alertness. Jumbako's tiny hand gets grabbed, and she tries to pull back in fear, but Jingu, pinned down, gritted his teeth and muttered, "What the hell are you doing? Who do you think you are?" Suddenly, Junbo was yanked free from his grasp. On the other end, Haijay sees Jingu, dragging him out from under the trees, with the axe gripped tightly in her hands. Her face radiated fierce determination as she demanded, "Who the hell are you?" With her other hand, Haijay grasped his leg, pulling him out, revealing Jingu, who was now shivering in fear. He stammered, "I am a doctor. But why the hell did you guys suddenly show up here?" Only then did Haijay relax her guard and scrutinize him. After a long pause, Gondal, flustered and apologetic, explained to Jingu, "I never thought anyone would sleep in a place like this." Hearing this, Jingu exploded with anger, confronting Gondal. "What is your point? This is not your fault because I am the one who slept here. Right, everyone's been treating me like some sort of trash ever since the world went crazy. And what are you planning to do with my pillow? It has got a hole in it." Jingu continued to vent his frustrations at the three of them. Gondal urgently promised Jingu that he would make it up to him one day, and advised him to calm down. Secretly thinking that Jingu seemed a bit different, Jingu glared back, growling, this was insane. But those two needed to apologize. Like, right now. Gondal quickly turned to remind the other two to apologize. At that moment, Haijay and Chunbok hesitated. Exchanging glances, Jingu, seething with anger, sat high above, waiting for their apologies. Seeing his expression, Haijay stiffened and muttered an apology, while Chunbok still clung to his earlier grievances. Reluctant to speak, observing their attitude, Jingu's fury boiled over, angrily dismissing them. No apologies. Unbelievable. Gondal, feeling helpless, pleaded, "Doctor, please. They are not great at apologizing." That is even more ridiculous. Jingu could not accept it. At this point, Haijay urged him to look at something. Whatever they said now would not change his mind. But when he saw what Haijay was showing him, Jingu froze. It was a finger contaminated in a bizarre way that should never be found on a human child. A moment later, Jingu examined that strange finger. He sighed, lamenting that he had lived too long to witness things like this. And Gondal nervously asked, "What about Chunbok?" Jingu slowly stood up straight, confidently declaring, "I can tell you one thing." Everyone leaned in, eager to hear, and he bluntly stated, "I do not know." Hearing this, Haijay, furious, grabbed the hem of Jingu's white coat, ready to throw a punch. He immediately stammered an explanation. "It is just that the girl's symptoms are incredibly rare. People can get infected after being bitten, or when monster blood gets into a wound. But she does not have any injuries on her body. I have never seen a case like this. Luckily, there is nothing serious with her body right now." But he could not guarantee it would stay that way in the future. While they were resting in the settlement, he would monitor her condition. Hearing this, Ganon fell into a deep reflection, reminiscing about the past with Chunbok's mother. The image of her, bloodied yet nurturing, feeding the little girl her milk, flooded his mind. He could picture the three of them together, a happy family, with her embracing him tightly. Chunbok, infatuated, clung to her mother, unable to let go. Those were precious memories for him, and Ganon sighed deeply, closing his eyes. He carried a heavy secret from Jingu about Chunbok's condition. He felt a bit awkward about it. It was something he should not be involved in, but his desire to understand Chunbok's state compelled him to keep it hidden. Just then, Chunbok's small hand gently rested on Gondon's. The little girl innocently asked, "Is it because of me? Is what I did that dangerous?" She looked at her cute hand, marred by a monstrous mark it should not have. Gondon softly took her warm little hand in his, saying, "Let us go outside." They led Chunbok out to build sandcastles, with her enthusiastically following Gondon's encouraging words. I sat quietly in the shade, watching Chunbok play, lost in her own world. At that moment, Gondon forced a smile and spoke. "I really thought we could find a cure for her here. But now it feels like we are back at square one." He scratched his head awkwardly, continuing, "We have been through so much to bring Chunbok here, so I can't break this news to my wife. But every time Chunbok looks at me with those worried eyes, it breaks my heart." He felt utterly helpless, pouring his heart out. "I can tell her that everything will be okay. There is nothing I can do for her right now. And honestly, I do not know what to do." Hiza suddenly replied, "Just being by her side is enough. Gondon, taken aback, asked in confusion. Trum Di stood up, reiterating, just be there for her, you lazy bear. Even when you are in the worst situation with no way out, you still have to support your child so they do not fall apart. Hiza moved closer, helping Chumbak pack sand, adding, this is what parents do for their kids. Gondon, struck speechless, mumbled her words to himself, then exhaled deeply before slapping both of his cheeks. After that, he felt a surge of determination and stood up, declaring. Hiza jumped, curious. Do you have an idea? Gondon did not have one yet. But if they wanted to find something, they needed to dig for it. So he decided it was time to move. Hearing this, Hiza gazed at him thoughtfully for a while and softly said, that sounds good. Meanwhile, Chumbak was overjoyed. Having built her creation, after playing for a while, she complained about being hungry. Gondon picked her up cheerfully, saying, then let us find something to eat. First, we need to find a restaurant. Unbeknownst to them, hidden behind 6 walls in the distance was John He, silently observing them for who knows how long. She had been watching Gondon's family for quite a while, especially since the events of a few hours ago. It started when Jun Hyung had asked her for a simple favor, to keep an eye on the family that just arrived today. John He quickly agreed, though she did not understand why. Jun Hyung was not worried, explaining that he wanted to ensure they did not pose a threat to the village, as they were currently heading to the doctor's office, and John He could find them there. Jun Hyung gently ruffled her hair, saying, I trust you completely. That one line lit up John He like a kid who just got candy. Jun Hyung smiled knowingly, hinting that if anything happens, she better spill the details to him. John He quietly obeyed. Peeking through the round window of the infirmary, she witnessed the strange fingers on Chun's body firsthand. John He silently thought, these look more like monster fingers than a wound. Maybe the principal expected this and sent me here for a reason. Either way, I have to tell him. Suddenly, a hand appeared and lightly tapped her shoulder, lost in her thoughts. She jumped and instinctively brushed her hand back. After catching her breath and calming down a bit, John He realized it was her mother. Jun Hyung was startled by John He's reaction and anxiously asked, what are you doing here? John He stammered, lying that she was just taking a walk. How could her mother not recognize her? She asked why John He was spying on that family, and John He denied it. Jun Hyung noticed something was off and furrowed her brow. She asked directly, did the principal tell you to do this? This made John He jump. That expression said it all. Jun Hyung erupted in anger, scolding, I told you not to listen to him. You left the settlement without saying a word the other day, and it worried me. Why do they keep asking you to do that? John He could not take it anymore and shouted, stop it. All of this is your choice, including going out to promote our settlement, and everything you are doing now. Stop blaming the principal. You are a resident of this settlement too, and one day, you will be recognized as someone important. She glared stubbornly into her mother's eyes, insisting she would receive a miracle from the principal just like her. Jun Hyung could not believe her daughter was talking back like this. She angrily hit John He. Once she started hitting, she went all out, delivering numerous knocks to John He's head. Jun Hyung's heart was heavy with untold feelings. I have told you countless times. That is not a miracle. Do you really think I enjoy this? John He, feeling the sting, ran away in pain. She turned back and shouted, all I want is to have a purpose. As your daughter, just let me be. If Dad were here, he would be proud of me. Jun Hyung's anger boiled over. How did she raise this stubborn kid? Jun Hyung bent down, rummaging through anything she could throw. Spotting a pile of stones on the ground, she did not hold back, hurling them at that stubborn girl. Seeing John He rush away, Jun Hyung snapped, just wait until I catch you, you little brat. Just a moment of anger left her exhausted. Panting heavily, Jun Hyung stood there quietly, clutching a rock tightly in her hand. A gust of wind blew, causing her clothes to flutter, revealing her empty arm. Jun Hyung's eyes filled with love as she watched her daughter run away. Listen to your mother, you silly girl. Back at the Gondol group, in the pitch-black canteen, only the small light from the hell hat lamp illuminated the space. Gondol now sat there, staring blankly at the food in front of him, never imagining he would get to taste this dish again. It was the amazing spicy meat dish. Gondol cheerfully asked Jumba, this village is on a whole different level. Should we just stay here forever? Junbaek eagerly nodded, already thinking about bringing his mom to live here too. But suddenly Hirai gave a subtle scoff. Gondol jumped a bit and explained, I was just joking. I would never actually do that. Hirai did not care whether he liked it or not. This place was not suitable for Jumf. She turned to see the girl happily enjoying her meal. But worry crept in. Even the doctor did not know about Jun Bofis's condition. And that was anything but normal. A hint of concern flashed across Hirai's cold expression. She could not shake the image of Jun Buko's mother from her mind. If anything happened to Jun Buff, she would personally take down that monster. Suddenly, someone chimed in, wanting to join them for dinner. Breaking Hai-Rai's train of thought, all three turned to see Jun Hyang sporting a fake smile. A little while later, Jun Blo was stuffed, her little belly round as could be, and the old man cheerfully asked, "Did everyone enjoy the meal?" Gondal cautiously replied, "I liked it a lot. Just did not expect there to be sausages here." Jun Hyang casually bragged that their settlement had a farm, and next time, he would take the whole family to see it. The two men continued chatting, while Hai-Ra quietly observed Jun Hyang at that moment. He asked Gondal how the checkup was going. Laughing awkwardly, "The doctor just needs more time." Hearing this, Jun Hyang laughed politely, but his eyes were cunningly fixed ahead. There was Jun Buff, happily rubbing her full belly. Looking closer, his gaze was focused on the little girl's tightly wrapped fingers. Suddenly, Jun Hyang invited Gondal for a night stroll outside the settlement. Gondal was shocked. It was nighttime, but the old man flashed a smile that was hard to refuse. Explaining, "Actually, we go out once a week to gather food." They needed a lot of food, because there were too many residents in the area, and the settlement was still growing. Gondal forced a smile, pretending to understand, but he did not get why it had to be at night, since that is when the monsters came out. At that moment, Jun Hyung cut in with a smile. "That is exactly why we go out late at night." The answer was beyond what Gondal expected, making him astonished, while Hai-Ra became even more on edge. He chuckled darkly. Continuing, "As you all know, monsters roam around at night. During those times, we can sneak into buildings and grab some food and supplies. It is pretty straightforward." Hai-Ra found it ridiculous. Did he think he was funny? How could he possibly get past all those monsters outside without getting killed? She shot him a cold, wary glare. The atmosphere at the dinner table had turned incredibly tense. Gondal quickly stepped in to defend Hai-Ra. "She is a bit sensitive," he said. But Jun Hyang brushed it off, insisting this was not a joke. His words only raised Hai-Ra's guard even higher. Inside Gondal's mind, confusion reigns. Does he really think they can safely navigate all those monsters? Having achieved his goal, Jun Hyang smirks knowingly. They can prove it themselves. He places a hand on his chest earnestly. "Tonight, I will show you the magic of this culinary event." His face is a mask of falsehood, his eyes dark as an endless abyss, sending chills down the spine. As the sun begins to set, the last rays of light fade, and flocks of crows return to their nests with their characteristic cawing. Junbo holds a sharp stick, muttering coldly, "It has been a solid 20 years since we last met," has nodded, and that is no one else but Gondal's enemy, the very monster she shaped from sand that morning. She grips the stick tightly, aiming it at the creature. Gathering enough courage, Junbo launches herself straight at the monster. As she reaches it, she decisively brings the solid, thick stick down on its head like an affectionate greeting from an old friend. As he hit the girl, he shouted, "This one's for Gondal." But just then, Jun was left dumbfounded as the monster tore the girl apart, sending sand flying everywhere. Jun's eyes widened, and the girl winced in pain, holding her eyes while complaining, "Why is that monster even here?" Suddenly, Heeza's voice rang out. "You idiot. Did you really believe that old fool?" Gondal, sitting nearby, shot her a sidelong glance and coolly responded, "You do not need to throw shade at me like that." He defended himself, saying, "Can't you see I am trying everything I can? Sure. But it is still a chance to find a cure for her." Hearing this, Heeza fell silent, clearly pondering. Noticing Heeza was not going to argue back, Gondal seized the moment to instill some hope. If he is telling the truth, then it might just be worth the risk. After listening to Gondal's convincing words, Heeza's nonchalant voice broke through. "I am worried about you. I am not aiming my anger at you anymore." Gondal hesitated. "At least you could wish me luck. Right. I will give it everything I have got." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized he had mixed up his words. After all, she could not possibly understand the feelings of a parent. Gondal's face tightened like a drawn bow, thinking, "She just took a jab at me. Now it is my turn to strike back." But Heeza unexpectedly agreed with his sarcastic remark, leaving Gondal utterly confused. He instinctively turned to look at her. Heeza did not meet his gaze but slightly lowered her head and quietly added, "That is not something someone who is not a parent should say. You go ahead. I will be waiting for news of your victory." Gondal was at a loss for words, sinking into a deep silence filled with contemplation. Finally, he urged her not to worry too much, and assured her he would do everything necessary for Chun Beef. As the world fell into the darkness of night, the only light peeking through the clouds stood out even more. The expression on Gondal's face began to shift into one of confusion. What should he do with this big mouth of his now? Meanwhile, Jun Hyang started to move under the dim light. He began with a hearty laugh. "Look around. Everyone can feel it. Right. The atmosphere tonight is so refreshing. Everything under the light, even the breeze, felt incredibly pleasant, but the image of the village was a stark contrast to his words. Devastation cloaked every corner of the village. All around were abandoned buildings, crumbling debris piled high, and an old, dilapidated car that looked ready to burst its tires. A moment later, Jun Hying cheerfully asked everyone how they felt, but most of them only stuttered in fear. They gripped their weapons tightly, on high alert for the strange, spine-chilling sounds coming from the terrifying monsters echoing around them. Their fearful expressions did not put a dent in the good mood of the old man. It seemed like tonight was a perfect night for a stroll. Right behind him were Jun Hying and Su Mine, along with the grotesque monsters that kept howling incessantly. Faced with such a situation, Gondal felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. A cold sweat broke out, tightening the tension on his face. Something about this was very off. Before his eyes lay a chilling sight, a long line of grotesque monsters obediently parting for the crowd in red cloaks to pass. Doubt surged within him like a tidal wave. These strange creatures were milling around the red-cloaked figures, but they were oddly docile. Could it be that the secret lay in the very cloaks they wore? They were even reaching out to touch them. Suddenly, the innocent sound of a child's voice rang out, snapping Gondan back to reality. He instinctively turned to find the source of the noise. It came from a young family. Upon hearing her child wailing, the young mother awkwardly tried to soothe him. "Oh yeah, it is. Mommy's here. Sweetheart." The child thought his mom was talking to him and kept crying, completely unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Gondan was left aghast. How could they bring their child here? This was utterly absurd. He could not believe these hideous creatures were doing nothing to the people. Regardless, he was sure that the old director knew something about them. In a dark corner of the village, amidst fierce brawls, two men were tugging at something mysterious, each claiming to be the first to find it. The younger man snatched it away, grinning defiantly, while the other refused to back down, leading to a heated argument. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another intense tug-of-war raged between two men, their sharp words flying like daggers. Someone declared. It seemed everyone was having a great time. Back with the red-cloaked figures, a voice suddenly chimed in. "Sir, are you ready to begin?" The old man smiled gently. "Of course. Now is the perfect moment." He turned to the starving creatures, ready to initiate his plan. With a raised hand, he announced, "Now, I will show you the spectacle of magic." His snap of the fingers echoed like a starting gun, and at that moment, hundreds of monsters jolted awake, howling as they charged towards humanity. The sudden shift left Gondan reeling, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The monsters were barreling towards them in a frenzy. They crashed in fiercely, tearing apart their delightful feast. The roars of excitement from the monsters clashing with the cries of humanity in a chaotic symphony. In a corner, unnoticed, Jun Hying excitedly remarked, "Even though this is not my first time, I still get a kick out of watching it. Look at them, those pitiful creatures plummeting into the abyss of despair called humanity, simultaneously begging for mercy while facing their fears. Despite it all, those simple actions were still so endearing." A twisted smile creeping across Jun Hying's face as he uttered those words. Hearing Jun Hying's inhumane remarks, Su Min remained silent, merely casting a contemplative glance at him. The old man's mocking voice rang out again. "But I do not see any brilliance in the guide you have chosen. Your skills seem to have lost their edge." At this, Su Min coldly cut him off. Then, he spoke matter-of-factly. "You should take a closer look now." That confidence left Jun Hying feeling a bit perplexed. But just a moment later, he was left wide-eyed in shock at the scene before him. A few monsters that had not even gotten a chance to savor their meal were being beaten to a bloody pulp. Another one was so mangled it looked even more grotesque, practically waving goodbye to a few of its teeth, and the one delivering those brutal blows, none other than Gondan, giving it his all in a fierce counterattack. Armed with just a backpack, he was taking down a horde of grotesque creatures charging at him, leaving the monsters sobbing in defeat. While fighting, he hurled insults. "Get lost, you pathetic losers." Witnessing the sudden change in the monsters, he felt confused. What was going on? Why were they attacking so unexpectedly? Meanwhile, they just stood there, watching and not lifting a finger. Was this part of their plan all along? He knew it was dangerous, but this was way over his head. There were just too many monsters. Could he even escape this place? Ganon's expression suddenly darkened as he saw one of the hideous monsters gnawing on his arm, terror flooding through him. Just as he was about to let his guard down, an instinctive alarm blared in his mind. Danger was looming. Reflexively, Gondan swung to the left and, sure enough, he struck a monster dead on. Danger was always lurking, making his nerves tighten. He had almost been hit just moments ago. A cold sweat was pouring down Gondan's forehead as he silently cried out for help. Right in front of him, the monster he had just taken down was struggling to get back up, clearly in a lot of pain. A strange, guttural sound emitted from one of the bizarre creatures, causing Gondan's heart to race. "Who just spoke?" A second later, a chorus of furious screams echoed closer behind him. He instinctively spun around, landing a blow that took down 4 or 5 monsters in one go. Seizing the moment while Gondon was off balance, another monster opened its mouth wide, ready to feast. The sixth sense kicked in, allowing him to throw his elbow back with force, knocking the creature down. Gondon's fighting spirit was now at an all-time high compared to when he first started. From a corner where no one was paying attention, a voice chimed in. "What is going on? Are you okay?" Junhang leaned in. "It is just that this is the first time I have seen someone fight like this. Now I get why you are interested in him." Instructor. "He is only using his backpack and it is enough to push the monsters back. I never expected that. This is too interesting." The smile in Junhang's voice faded quickly. But Gondon was still focused on fighting for his life. He was frantically searching for answers to the anxiety gnawing at him. Behind him, a monster had fixated on his backpack, which was also his only weapon. Junhang coolly remarked, "Numbers always have the advantage on the battlefield." Gondon clenched his teeth tight, trying to boost his focus in the heat of battle. Junhang watched from the sidelines, thoroughly entertained, and clapped. "All right, that is enough for me." Suddenly, he was wide-eyed, having witnessed something unexpected. The previously aggressive monsters were now howling in agony. Their already distorted faces became even more grotesque and horrifying. It turned out that Gondon had quickly pulled out another weapon to slash through their ranks. This mundane tool is somehow lifting his spirits. "I never thought this axe would be so useful. But it is still not enough to get me out of here. There are just too many of them. Plus they are healing their wounds, because I am not targeting their weak spots. The monsters keep communicating with each other in those creepy sounds. Gondon has no choice but to fight while figuring out an escape plan. I will never get out of here unless I wipe them out completely. I need to focus even harder." The monsters are so pumped, looking at him like he is a delicious snack. He clings to the faint hope that there has to be a way out, but despair is slowly swallowing him whole. There seems to be no way out. There is no escape from this place. It is completely impossible. Hisa's voice suddenly rings out. "You idiot. Do you really believe that crazy guy when he says you are smart?" Condons. No need for the sarcasm. Okay, it is only in life and death moments that people start to feel regret. I am such a fool. I should be listened to her. His gaze drifts away from this dangerous place. Gondon hesitates. If only I had Chambaka's powers. I could survive this. Or I wish I could be as strong as Hisa. I could have totally protected Chambaka from any harm. But in reality, that is not the case. My wishes just won't come true. Those filthy hands are trying to drag him down into the mud of despair. And Gondon can only gasp out a no. A loud explosion suddenly echoes, shocking everyone outside too. The blast did not just affect the humans. The bloodthirsty monsters froze in their tracks. Something increasingly powerful is driving them away. A masculine voice echoes. Either way, it is still way too early to give up, even though the battle inside is fierce. Jun is looking quite pleased, as if he is watching an exciting match. He finally tosses aside his cumbersome outer coat. At least for now, Gondon is determined. He is going to drag them down to hell. Some of the monsters stubbornly cling to his body, waiting for the right moment. His axe-wielding arm is growing wary as his strength starts to wane. Gondon musters all his energy, desperately dodging those bastards. The monsters are not fearful. They are actually getting more excited. Gotcha. Gondon's strength, even though substantial, is nearing its limit. There are just too many monsters. Their red eyes are fixated on the weak humanity. His breathing is getting heavier. But Gondon's mind is clearer than ever. He is resolute. No matter what happens, I will protect you and our child. Let me be your husband. Jun's mom's cheeks blush bright red as she shyly looks down. She responds gently to Gondon's heartfelt proposal. That proposal ignited a spark of hope within him. And the monsters finally sensed a shift in the air. Their gnarled hands are clearly starting to tremble in fear. The people around them are already crying out in despair. The moment has come. Jun dramatically claps and commands. That is enough. The crowd slowly shifted from fear to astonishment. The monsters are retreating. What on earth is happening? A voice, ancient and wise, echoed. This is quite the surprise, is not? Just relax. The monsters are gone now. This is truly a miracle happening in our village of hope. No one was harmed, because that miracle protected us all. The two girls immediately checked their bodies. That is right. I am totally unscathed. They heard a call to action. Everyone's looking for a safe haven. Right. There are no flesh-eating monsters here. You girls will have a future filled with hope instead of fear. Junhang generously spread his arms wide. Everything everyone dreams of is right here in the village of hope. I promise that if you all believe me. The crowd's attitude began to change. Tears and praises flowed freely. And they started to worship him like a god. Unlike them, Gondal stood still, refusing to join the throng. He had a different thought in mind. The old man's true plan. He exploited their fear to amplify their trust. He even controlled the monsters. What in the world is happening in this village? He blamed himself, realizing he had made a mistake. Everyone here is in real danger. An enigmatic figure in red gradually separated from the leaders. Jun Hang had locked onto his target. That man seemed like he could be very effective. In the stillness of the late night, whispers filled the room, shattering the night at silence. Jingu slowly pulled off his eye mask, glancing at the two people engrossed in conversation. Disrupting his sleep, he could not help but call out. Did you forget about your neighbor down here? Me. I can't sleep at all. Hyra propped herself up, one hand cradling Chun Bok. Well then sleep somewhere else. The girl chimed in agreement. Hearing this, Jingu was furious. Why should I leave my cozy spot? You two can be a bit quieter. You know, I let you sleep on my bed since I am not using it. But I am starting to regret letting you stay here. He grumbled about Hyra's presence in the room. Suddenly, Jingu heard no more noise from above, and the room grew darker, making him curious to look up. As he opened his eyes, he saw Hyra glaring at him in the shadows. Her dark figure made her look even more terrifying, causing Jingu to jump in fright. He panicked, quickly retreating under the bed, his voice trembling with a hint of fear. Well, sleep tight then. Hyra glanced back at Chun Bok and smiled lightly. That is how you pull off a scare. The girl looked at her with awe. Chun Boon beamed over. Her mom's scary face was just too much, especially when she heard Hai say that Chun Boof could do it too, making the girl even more cheerful. Really? You can do it too? Looking at Chun Bo's adorable face, she could not help but give it a gentle stroke. Of course, you can do it because you are my daughter, I said with a playful smirk, her eyes full of affection for the girl. Upon hearing Hai's words, Chunbadli gasped, her expression going wide-eyed. She wrapped her arms around Chunbuff, curious about the expression on her face. Chunbuff grinned, saying she was just thinking about her mom. She wondered what her mom was doing right now. Those innocent words from the girl made Hai flinch slightly, her gaze darkening, her mood sinking. The quiet night slowly enveloped the apartment as the doorknob turned gently. The door creaked open, and Chun Baka's mother stepped out of the room. All right, Army, those cannibals are definitely going to be hunting for me. After stepping outside, she carefully closed the door to avoid making noise. Chun Bozi's mother figured that those cannibals would use the tentacles embedded deep inside her to track her down. Speaking of which, she recalled the scene when facing the dungeon master, who had laughed wickedly and said, when you return, what has stolen my beauty will be waiting for you. In that moment, Chun Bo's mother seemed to fall into an endless silence, her head bowed, reflecting on her own body and her past as well. Why had she forgotten about that? At this point, Chun Bofe's mother was reminded of that horrifying past. Witnessing a monstrous hand form from her own body, she felt an overwhelming disgust. Her eyes filled with sheer horror. Chun Boko's mother could not believe that terrible truth. Right now, she had no choice but to accept that she was perhaps the result of what happened that day. Looking back, she realized she had no memories from her time as a human. Was she even really herself? While Chun Baka's mother was lost in thought, something was approaching. It unleashed its tentacles, launching an attack at her. Those vicious strikes came at her quickly. Chun Baka's mother narrowly dodged, running to the wall beside her. After a moment, she quickly used her strength to leap. She clawed fiercely at that face with her sharp nails. Her speed was too much for the monster to evade. It let out a painful cry. Chun Baka's mother jumped back and turned her head to look, feeling a bit confused. Was that the furry monster she saw in the dungeon? Just thinking about it made Chun Baka's mother remember that day. But she really could not understand why it knew she was here. She had not even sensed the presence of this monster. Suddenly, it interrupted her train of thought. How intriguing. Hearing that, Chunbako's mother was incredibly curious. Her eyes began to shine brightly upon hearing the next words. I have known you were here from the very beginning, but I am slightly disappointed, the monster said with a mocking tone, its lips curling into a sinister smirk. Its tentacles were writhing slightly, and it felt just like a fuzzy monster when it remembered me. At that moment, its voice was tinged with a hint of accusation. The monster kept that provocative smile but seemed to regret its words. All I wanted was to have a direct conversation with you. I wanted to... But before I could finish a sentence, its neck was suddenly snapped back, and the monster did not even realize it because everything happened so fast. Chun Boka's mother reached out and grabbed its neck. She slammed its head down hard, shattering the floor, and blood from the monster splattered against the walls. Furious, Chun Boka's mother tightened her grip on the monster's neck and asked, Did you just read my thoughts? It showed no fear and admitted it. This only fueled Chun Pa's anger even more. She gritted her teeth, raising her other hand to threaten. You come from that pack of man-eaters. Do not. Are you carrying that tentacle monster with you? Or did you bring some others? Answer me now. The more she questioned, the less she could contain her rage. The smile on its face had faded, and after a moment of silence, the fuzzy monster finally spoke. That is all you have for me. Faced with this absurdity, She shuddered for a few seconds. Suddenly, it attacked, forcing her to dodge to the side. Its actions only made Chun Bafi even angrier. Without hesitation, it struck her jaw. Chun Bothe slid backward for a bit as it continued to assault her relentlessly. Her tentacles shot out towards it all at once. The monster's body was quickly pierced by Chun Bafi's strikes. Seeing this, she smiled with satisfaction. Gotcha. Now you can move anymore. But the monster's next words extinguished the smile on her face. You really thought that worked? You know nothing about me. But I know all about you. Hearing this, Chun Bo paused her attack. It began listing what it knew. You are married with a cute daughter. I even know your family has joined that woman with the axe in the settlement. And of course, those man-eaters are hunting you. Hearing this, she could not ignore it anymore. What are you trying to explain? If you are not from the man-eaters, then who the hell are you? It took a moment to think before it answered. Then, its arms began to swell, and sharp teeth sprouted from its face. Chanbaka watched this transformation, her heart racing. In an instant, it lunged at her with terrifying speed and power. I will tell you who I really am. Who? The monster charged at her with its razor-sharp claws, its mouth wide open. The monster wanted to face Chun Baf head-on, its eyes gleaming, a big grin spreading across its face. The moment she saw that face, she froze, her body seemingly paralyzed. In her moment of shock, it closed in on her. At that hair-raising moment, Chun Bo had a sudden thought flash through her mind. Sometimes she felt as if someone was watching her. Chun Boko reminisced about the cozy times in that little home. She always looked around to see if anyone was there. But in the end, she never found a soul. Chun Boko's mom thought maybe she was just overreacting from exhaustion. But it seemed she was being way too naive. As each day passed, she constantly scanned her surroundings, searching for the shadow that was silently watching her and her little family every single day, every fleeting moment. Chun Boka's mom desperately wanted to know who was lurking around her. No matter where she was, she kept trying to catch a glimpse. But now, in this twisted situation, she finally realized where that icy stare had been coming from all along. Suddenly, the monster attacked, catching Chun Bo's mom off guard. She was thrown back, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Pain and rage surged through her as she realized she was being beaten so ruthlessly. She could not help but shout in anger. Without waiting for a moment, the monster lunged again. And that terrifying gaze she had felt was coming from this very creature before her. The monster battered her mercilessly, leaving her body sore and bruised. It quickly closed in on Chun Buffa's mom again. In the next instant, its eyes widened in shock. A massive impact shattered the ground around them. The monster staggered up in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. But when it glanced down, it saw that its own arm had been severed. Right after that, the Chunbuko's mom swiftly kicked at its remaining limbs. The monster howled in pain from the blow, retaliating with fierce strikes. That strike stirred up a powerful wind, causing Chun Bo's mom to slide backward. Looking at the current situation, she instinctively muttered, "Since it fell from up here, it must be dead." I spoke too soon before she could even finish her sentence. Chanbaka's mom felt an urgent need to silence herself, her mind racing with panic. Below her, the ground began to tremble violently. Splitting open, the monster from earlier slowly rose again, its body larger than before. Faced with this dire situation, Chun Uoho's mom felt utterly exhausted and furious, helplessly cursing under her breath. Her tentacles flared up, smoke billowing from them with a sizzling sound. "I have tried to paralyze you, poison you, even sever your arm, but nothing works. What are you made of?" As she spoke, she glanced at its intact arm. Meanwhile, unlike the monster, Chunbo's mom was now completely worn out. She furrowed her brow. There had to be a way. Chun Boko's mom racked her brain to find a way to finish off this monster. But it did not give her a moment to breathe, constantly taunting her. "Stop fooling yourself. You have tried everything you have not you? You are out of options." It sneered, its voice dripping with contempt. The more the monster spoke, the more Chun Baka's mom felt her resolve falter. "I have not even told you yet. I know everything about you. I can even sense your emotions right now. Do you want me to spell it out for you?" It continued, taking small, deliberate steps toward her. The monster now stood face to face with Chun Bua's mom. And when she looked up at it, it appeared genuinely surprised. The monster could not believe Chun Baifa's mom was scared of it. Its face radiated satisfaction at that moment. She slowly backed away, her feet subtly turning in another direction. But just when it let its guard down, Mother Chun Baf quickly made her escape. She dashed ahead, knowing that running was her only option. Deep in her bones, she could feel just how dangerous that monster was. But only a few steps in, Mother Chunbi felt a sharp stab in her abdomen. That powerful strike left her severely injured, and she coughed up blood. Her eyes wide with shock, the creature tightened its grip on her, and all she could do was sense the piercing pain and scream to express her agony. The monster, on the other hand, was ecstatic. tightening its hold as it reveled in her suffering. You can no longer deny my existence. Face the truth, I am real. As it spoke, it yanked its hand back, pulling Mother Chun Buk along with it. The monster believed she had provoked its wrath, and it brutally stabbed into her powerless body. She felt the pain radiate through her flesh. Compounded by the psychological torment, there is no way she would let herself be killed by this nameless beast. The monster violently withdrew its hand from her body, the sound of cracking bones echoing continuously, blood spraying from her wounds. Her own tentacle was yanked out, sticky with blood. She refused to collapse because her family was still waiting for her. Mother Chun Buk wanted to protect them. She believed that was her mission. But the monster, insatiable, continued to tear her apart. In that moment of despair, she helplessly thought of Gom and Chun Bikes, her arms trembling in agony. The tentacles kept pulling out with brutal force. Mother Chun Basi was in so much pain she could not scream at all. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, it could not help but taunt. Why do you dedicate yourself to those fake things? Just look at me. The monster seemed on the verge of madness, drool dripping continuously from its mouth, its breath becoming frantic. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, and it grinned wickedly. Don't deny my existence ever again. The sound of cracking bones echoed endlessly. Mother Chun Buf could not believe this was how her life would end. At that moment, Mother Chun Buf thought of her small family. She remembered their cozy home, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret for the promises she could no longer keep. She wanted to apologize to Gondal, her beloved husband. Even more, she wanted to say sorry to her little daughter Chun Buf. Remembering that pure smile made her heart ache. A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the blood-soaked space. The scene of a woman cradling something in her arms, and kneeling in a pool of red, was haunting. A set of sharp, skeletal teeth and thick, dark hair. The scream mingled with the sounds of sorrow. A heart-wrenching tragedy. Mother Chun Buf jolted awake, her eyes wide, tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. She gasped in panic, her body drenched in sweat. At this moment, she realized it had all been a nightmare. Slowly, she sat up, feeling exhaustion wash over her in waves. It had been a terrifying nightmare, leaving her head throbbing. Yet, Mother Chun Buf could not remember anything that happened in the dream. Just then, a soft voice whispered in her ear. What is wrong with you? Hearing this, Mother Chun Buk slowly turned her head. Just as she turned around, she saw three monsters slowly staring at her. Jia Xian smirked. In a tight spot like this, need a hand. Right then, Zongu awkwardly made his way in from outside, his muscular frame struggling to squeeze through that tiny doorway. This made Zongu pretty uncomfortable. Jia Xian was straining every muscle in his neck, gearing up for a punch like it was the end of the world. Not to disappoint Ada, that move dealt massive damage to Mama Chun Bui's face. Even though the opponent was the one in pain, Ada's knuckles were already starting to bleed. Jia Xian immediately unleashed his fury on Mama Chun Buk's. Your dumb teeth already hurt me. Even though Zezin tried to intervene, Ada seemed like he wanted to throw a few more punches. Zongu mumbled from the sidelines. Looks painful. Zizin chuckled and replied. This is just the beginning. When will you ever get used to this? On the other hand, Zichen appeared utterly heartbroken. Such a Ada is truly my ideal type. Jia Xian absolutely despised that guy. So you like ugly people? Seriously. Ada is really ugly and has even had a kid. Is that really your type? Zichen confidently gave a thumbs up in response. Ada's perfect. And hearing this made Jia Xian helplessly curse him out as a madman. Chun Bika's mother was currently at a disadvantage. She could only grit her teeth and endure the insults. After catching her breath, she unexpectedly kicked backward. Although her attack was in a very strange stance, it had enough power to take down her opponent. Caught off guard at his weak point, Zichen let out a scream of agony. Realizing Chun Bi's mother was about to break free, Jia Xian quickly grabbed her hair, saying, how dare you? But Chun Biki's mother did not hold back either, kicking Ada into the wall. While they were all still stunned, she had already dashed away, leaving Jia Xian with nothing to do but shout in anger. Irritated, turned to blame others, asking Zezin what he was waiting for. Why let it go? Despite this, Zizin remained calm, saying it is all good. We do not need to rush. He flashed a temporary, charming smile, not caring where Ada would run off to. Ada will never escape our grasp. In another part of the city, a sinister laugh echoed within a group of monsters. Is this really all you can do? Keep running. Go to a few more places for me to watch. Jia Xian was as excited as a hunter. We will find you. You will never escape us with that body full of tentacles. Chun Bli's mother immediately felt a chill, realizing the monsters were holding her weaknesses. Jia Xian was quite pleased with this. Something small and quick like that would never escape. Ada's two pigtails slithered like venomous snakes towards Chun Bikai's mother, so she shouted loudly, stop wasting my time. Just surrender and come with us already. The hide-and-seek game is coming to an end. Is not. A haunting sound echoed throughout Chun Bikai's mother's mind. Come on. Feeling something liquid shooting out from behind, she cautiously turned around. What is that? Jia Xian's eyes widened in shock. What? Was it taking advantage of her opponent's confusion? Chun Biki's mother lunged forward to scratch Ada's back. Following that, her yellow eyes emitted a faint glow. Her instincts saved Chun Bai's mother. As at the moment Ji Chun aimed to slice her in half, she managed to dodge just in time. This life-threatening situation heightened her battle mode. Chun Biki's mother immediately lowered her center of gravity and lunged deep into Ji Chun. Suddenly, a strange, snake-like object abruptly wrapped around her. Immobilizing her, she used her sharp instincts to sense danger. Just as Dong Wu lunged to punch, Mama Chun Bai vanished into thin air. Her body lost balance and fell. But in an instant, she flipped up and sat back up. Two of them were down, leaving just one. A mocking voice rang out. It is just you and me now. You little freak. Zizan glanced over. What is with the disguise? When did you change your outfit? After saying that, she turned back to comfort her crew. Chill out. You guys need to get those wounds treated. Mama Chun Bexi stared in horror as she saw her tentacles piercing into the bodies of her foes, the wounds she inflicted. They were healing and recovering alarmingly fast. Another voice chimed in. Where's your family? Zazian asked with a smirk. I tried my best to find them. But they are nowhere around. Where could they be without you? Wait. I know. Your little family is in Hope Village. Zazian's sinister smile deepened. Mama Chun Beats could not keep her cool anymore. She unsheathed her claws and lunged like a wild beast, unexpectedly. Someone was faster than her. A punch to her gut shattered all her attack plans. You do not stand a chance. Sharp spikes pierced her body, leaving numerous wounds. The force was so strong it sent Mama Chun Bidri flying away from the group, despite her injuries. She managed to warn them. Don't you dare harm my family. Two scorpion-like stingers shot out from her hands simultaneously. Zichin stretched out his arms to restrain her. That is enough. Stop it. His arms wrapped around her sharp spikes like giant serpents. Confusion was evident in her eyes as she faced this dire situation. Before long, Zichin tightened his grip around her entire body. Damn it. I am completely trapped. Zazian chuckled mockingly. I told you. There is no escape for you. The monsters beneath her began to creep closer to Mama Chun Beef. Zazian was thrilled. You did not see this coming. Did you? You should be grateful. These were prepared just for you. We have all been waiting for you here. Remember this. There is no way out from us. We were going to play nice. But I guess it is too late for that. I am going to tear you apart before I leave. Mama Chun Bake was furious, thrashing around but could not break free. Zazian held up his hands in a mock frame, grinning wickedly. I love this expression on you. Finally, I will get a perfect shot. Now, let us wrap this up. But I could save your life after Daddy's done with you. I will treat you very specially, keeping you around as my little pet. While Zazian basked in his arrogance, Zichun was alarmed by the sudden appearance of another character. What on earth? The breath of this newcomer grew heavier as they approached Zazian. He finally sensed the impending danger. However, Zazian was still flung into the air, spinning like a toy. His body was battered and smashed, leaving him severely injured and coughing up blood. Ata's companions could only watch helplessly as he was attacked. Even though it was not happening to her, Chambiki felt a wave of fear wash over her as she shifted her gaze downward. She noticed something strange. The monsters around her began to wail. Oh no. What was ahead? Rare white hair was gracefully flowing through the scene, completely contrasting with the bloody chaos. Chun Biti immediately recognized the owner of that hair. Dan Jian, the feared master of the dungeon, had just arrived. The boy next to Ata laughed heartily. Let us play. In the blink of an eye, Zazian and his minions were sprawled on the ground. Panic and fear bubbled up inside Zazian. He did not understand he had checked for danger in this area. Ata was drenched in cold sweat. This could not be a coincidence. A sinister hand was reaching out, getting closer and closer. Zazian's voice trembled. Why was the dungeon master here? The monsters could not control themselves. They started to whimper. What in the world was happening? Chanbiki was on high alert. Why were these sudden events connected to the dungeon master? This was bad news. She could not face another powerful foe. What should she do? On this side, Zazian's vision was becoming hazy. The sound of Zichun had awakened Zazian. How should he handle this? O was locking us down. Everything was falling apart just because A showed up. Tell us what we should do right now. Zazian's subordinates were urging him on, pushing him to the edge. Finally, Ata offered some reassuring words. Do not panic. We are not here to confront the dungeon master. Our target is something that holds a part of Father's body. All we need to do is grab A and get out of here. That is what family does. Grab A and run. The monsters seemed to gain strength and charged forward. All for Father. I want his recognition. So move aside. I will catch A first. Chun Bait was now completely in the sights of hundreds of monsters. As she stood there, staring at the chaos, a small voice called out to the dungeon master. Mommy. The boy's sparkling eyes were fixed on as he said eagerly. A flicker of tenderness appeared on the dungeon master's cruel face. But when his gaze shifted again, the coldness returned. A tongue delicately licked the corner of the mouth. Preparing for a hearty meal. Two gigantic arms suddenly burst through the ground in an instant. It charged out in two different directions like a bloodthirsty beast. Chun Biki found herself caught between two dangerous forces, the ferocious monsters ahead and the giant arms behind her. She gasped for breath as her nerves entered a state of sheer tension. I can do this. Sang's bright aura revealed two familiar figures amidst the deathly scene. Chambigiev cried out. Mommy. Kumbok's mother's hand desperately reached for her beloved family. No way. I can't let them take me here. The intense feelings of family seemed to unleash an invisible power within her. The monsters under Zijin's command were closing in on Kumbok's mother. She let out a fierce roar, channeling the terrifying strength characteristic of mutated beasts. Right then, Kumbok's mother raised her hand, ready to confront them. Come at me. You bastards. But something unexpected happened. The ferocious monsters in front were pushed back by two giant arms. They looked so weak, flung into the air, destined to be torn apart. Zijin and Jichun could only stand aghast, watching. We can't defeat it. This is horrifying. Zijin hesitated. Did you notice something over there? Jichun replied sharply. Those arms are not just randomly attacking our families. Are they? I countered, fear creeping into my voice. This is not random at all. Kumbok's mother immediately used her golden eyes to assess the situation. Surprise and shock suddenly washed over her features. It turned out the dungeon master had been wearing a remarkably benevolent expression toward Kumbok's mother all along. The other side, however, was not as comfortable. Jichun and Jijin were screaming in agony, struggling against the overwhelming pressure from the dungeon master. The monster's foot stomped down on the pavement with a thunderous crash. Zijin fought to issue a command. Grab her now. Zijin nodded back with a strained effort. Zijin's side was in a frenzy. Order them to catch her right now. The opponent suddenly bolted away. I will do it right now. The mutated monsters turned tail and begged for mercy. Seeing the giant arm of the dungeon master, they fled even faster. The chaos was overwhelming for Zongu. Hey Jichun. I can't see a thing, he snapped back. This mess. Where did she go? I think she is right over there. However, his words were cut short. Kumbok's mother had launched a surprise attack, decapitating his monster with a swift strike. That gruesome scene shrank down into a dark flicker in the corner of his eye. Zong, pushed to his limits, raised his monstrous claws in a frenzy. Jaichun. His powerful punch created a massive crater in the ground, but upon closer inspection, that whole force did not even touch Kumbok's mother. Where are you? Show yourself now. In that moment, a chilling scream echoed. That horrifying presence was back. Jichun was immediately put on the defensive. I can see anything. If I attack recklessly trying to find her, I will end up hurting my family. The monster's arm was beginning to savor an exhilarating hunt. Zongu was growing frantic. Where the hell is she? Zijin quickly pinpointed the location. Right behind you. Zong. But before he could even say a word, Mama Chun clawed him deep in the back. The pain plunged him into despair. His back felt like it was on fire, as if his body was melting away. But the scratch on his back was gushing bright red blood. For a moment, Zongu regained some clarity. Found you at last. You little scaredy mouse. Mama Chun immediately lunged with her sharp tentacles straight at him. After a while, the sounds of the scuffle finally began to fade. Zizian struggled to sit up, feeling utterly drained. What just happened? As his consciousness fully returned, Ata looked up in surprise. Mama Chun glared at him, while the mother-son duo in the dungeon calmly feasted on the monster. A guttural sound escaped Xian's throat. What is going on? Where's my family? The surroundings looked like a mass grave, littered with monster bodies. All that was left of Xiajian was a headless corpse. Zonga's body lay nearby. In a similar state, Xiajian desperately tried to deny the brutal reality. This can't be happening. But then, another hand grabbed Ata's head. Mama Chun emphasized each word. Spill everything you know. Ata, stubborn and easily fooled, thought maybe she would not get anything from him. The dungeon master absent-mindedly fed the boy while threatening Zuazian. So you really like death? Ata stammered. Wait, let us make a deal. I will talk. The Hope Village is our second hideout, and we saw your family there. Hearing this, Mama Chun was utterly shocked. No way. The sound of the iron door creaking open sent chills down spines. An announcement echoed everywhere. It is all over. We have finally come home. Today is a fantastic day. There is nothing to fear when we are with the village chief. Gondal took each heavy step, feeling this was hard to grasp. The monsters were controlled by the village chief, and they could even talk. If I tell Hai everything, what should I do next? I do not even know how Chun's doing. Suddenly, a voice whispered beside him. Wait. I will meet you at the hospital. Gondal turned to see the person who just approached him. Junji looked at him with a deeply complicated gaze. A figure was stepping closer to the door. The doorknob began to shake as someone was touching it. Junju cheerfully greeted. Hey everyone. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Gondal politely nodded back while Hai was on high alert. She almost commanded. Come here and sit down. Chatter filled the air non-stop. So you are Gondal and she is Hai. Your wife. Right. I have heard my daughter mention you. Gondal tried to respond, but his gaze was fixated on her arm. This person was missing her right arm. After greeting Gondal, Junju turned to smile at Hai. Hai raised her eyebrows, responding to her opponent with a fiery glare. Junju could only mumble a comment. She is really friendly. Suddenly, she shifted the topic back to Gondal. A pointed question emerged. Did you witness the miracle of meat day today? That is not something you see every day. Right. Her voice was trailing off, and he was starting to believe it. Junji's face darkened completely. Believing in that miracle. It seemed like Gondal was shaken by her question. He hesitated, replying, I do not get why you would ask me something like that. But I do not believe in any magic that could endanger me someday. At his bluntness, Junji just chuckled softly and smiled. Gondal felt incredibly tense as he searched for clues on her face. That moment of tension, he instinctively clenched his fists. After a while, Junji spoke up. I am really glad to hear you do not believe in that kind of magic. I am pretty sensitive when it comes to understanding people's feelings. You know, I was a bit worried you might be shaken by that big, creepy monster. You have no idea how relieved I am to finally meet someone who understands the truth. Gondal hesitated for a moment before urging her. Junju, please tell me everything you know. What is the real story behind what the village chief is doing? Junju explained with a slight smile. Isn't it obvious? He always has that smile plastered on his face, gathering everyone together. But he does not feed them to the monsters, nor does he turn them into one. He is a cruel old man who has created a tribe of cannibals. Gondal could not hold back his surprise, exclaiming, what the hell? Haija, standing next to him, widened her eyes in shock. He nervously asked, wait, are you saying this place is run by a tribe of cannibals? Junju calmly nodded. Yeah, it looks like an ordinary village. But honestly, it is more like a monster factory. Here, you can really smell the stench of death. Suddenly, Haija stepped in to question Junju. How can you share such a secret with someone you just met? Is everything you said the truth? Junju replied straightforwardly. I will tell you everything I know if you want. Haija coldly interrupted. No need. That is quite enough. We will be leaving tomorrow. Gondal panicked at this. Wait. What about treating Chunbok? She immediately shot back. How can we stay here any longer? I even ran into a lie before we started the treatment. Don't worry too much. When we leave, I can take the doctor with us. He will be a valuable hostage. And we can snag some supplies for recovery. And then, Junju waited silently to hear the rest of the sentence. Malice suddenly flared in Haija's words. We should kill this woman right now. Junji swallowed hard. Too scared to speak, Gondal quickly intervened. Calm down, Haija. How can you say something like that as a mother? Jingu suddenly poked her head out from under the bed. She really should be careful with her words. Even if the kid is sleeping, I would go with this place because it is stocked with generators and medical supplies. You really think treatment can happen at home? Even a doctor like me finds that tough. Junji added it. You heard everything, did not you? You should not act so rashly. If something goes wrong, it will just put your daughter in even more danger. If that happens, the kid won't get timely treatment, and her condition will worsen. By the time everything reaches a breaking point, she will have completely mutated into a little monster. Haija immediately fell into a panic, terrified at the thought. As soon as Junju finished speaking, Haija lunged forward, grabbing her by the throat. Jingu shouted in shock. Get your hands off her. How could you treat Junji like that? Even Ganon got tense. Hey. Cool it. Haija was still laser-focused on Junju. How did she find out? Only a doctor would know about that. Then she turned to confront Jingu. You have been keeping secrets from us and sneaking info to her, have not you? He immediately reassured Haija. Don't worry. We can trust Junju. She cut him off angrily. Shut it. She is going to cause us so much trouble later. We need to deal with this woman now. In that life or death moment, Junju struggled to speak. Do you know that Trapping Lang knows about this too? He is a dangerous man. Watching your daughter. Even if you plan to escape, those monsters won't let you go. We will give you everything, care, food. You name it, just help us kill him. Haija's nerves seemed to fray completely at the sound of her sobs. Junju poured all her sincerity into her words. Please, I am begging you. Help me save my daughter. The outsiders immediately fell into a heavy silence. Junju's eyes darkened, sweat streaming down her face. Haija narrowed her eyes, seemingly searching for a crack in the opponent's armor. After a moment, she finally eased her hostility. The arm that was choking Junju slowly relaxed. Haija finally compromised. Fine. We will negotiate. But you better remember every word you just said. Junju, still coughing, quickly assured her. I will keep my word. Do not worry. The arm that had been aggressive now gently extended towards Junju. Haija glanced down, as if she was about to help her opponent up. Junju sighed in relief and reached out her hand. Their hands lightly clasped, solidifying their agreement. Chunbuk, lying on the bed, jolted awake. Right after that, the girl opened her eyes. Waking from her sleep, Junju slowly brought the lit cigarette to her lips, but soon after, she pulled it away, overwhelmed by the smell of smoke. That awkward moment made her laugh. My neck still hurts too much. Jingu chimed in beside her. That was seriously intense. But you are lucky. You were almost in a way bigger mess. Junji seems a lot more relieved now. We reached an agreement, so I will let it slide. He immediately chimed in with a warning. Please be more careful during negotiations if you want to keep your other arm. You know I am saying this because I care about you, but really, you have no regrets at all. We are ready. But we are up against a whole tribe of cannibals here. We are taking a massive risk. And the only guarantee is that we won't regret it if we fail. And how am I supposed to treat you for the kid when I know nothing about what caused those symptoms? Because of you, I have got my work cut out for me now. Junji burst into laughter and turned to hit Jingu. How can you say that? I know all your secrets. And that is your talent. I know you can do this. Junju did not care about him and started to speak up. You asked if I have regrets. Right. No way. Because I have to do this for my daughter's future. I am sure her dad would do the same. This is the only way I can find forgiveness. 3 years ago, in a desolate part of the city, Junji began to recount. My family and I took a risk to search for food. We dodged monsters to reach a village my husband mentioned. A place called Hope Village. Junji's youthful voice suddenly rang out. Daddy, I feel different. It is too hot here. The man gently encouraged. Hang in there. Sweetheart. We will get there soon. Look, Mommy's doing her best right beside you. But then, Junji suddenly whimpered. Honey, I can't hear what you are saying. I do not want to go on like this anymore. To make matters worse, I wanted to end my life. Even though my daughter was always fighting to survive. But in that moment, the only thing that kept me going was my husband's optimism. Misuga. At least my family survived. The heavy creak of the iron gate echoed as it opened. Junji stepped inside, filled with doubt. She had followed her husband here, but she did not know if Hope Village was truly a good place to live. But honestly, I am too exhausted to think anymore. An elderly voice suddenly spoke up. I understand that getting here was incredibly difficult. Those who have overcome hardships to arrive deserve their reward. Welcome to Hope Village. Junji still vividly remembers the feeling of strangeness. It felt like a dream. Everything was nothing like the hell outside. The village was so happy and cozy. Just like the days before the apocalypse, tears mixed with emotions finally became uncontainable. Junju truly felt the weight lift from her heart. I let go of my worries and felt a wave of relief wash over me. She gently called for her partner. Oh my love. Minsu smiled at Junju. We did it. Now it is time for us to live a happy life again. Tears quickly soaked Junju's entire face. She reached out to wipe them away and softly replied. Our family has found happiness again after the hell we went through in Hope Village. Junju has become healthy and is having a blast playing with friends, and I have stepped up as the deputy village chief for helping the village grow. Thanks to my family and the villagers, I was able to recover. And I am now in charge of taking care of the new residents. Minsu suddenly rushed in and hugged Junju from behind. What are you up to, cutie? Then, the two of them started playfully teasing each other, completely ignoring the people standing nearby. Jingu could only clench his jaw, trying to suppress the discomfort bubbling inside him. But then, a key voice broke through the chaos, calming the crowd instantly. Don't be afraid. Everyone, if we cast aside our doubts and truly unite like a family, I promise you everlasting peace and protection for all of us. The magic he displayed felt like the only safe haven for my family. And that is what I thought at that moment. John, he asked Junjiwoo. Did you see Chung today? Junjiwoo calmly replied. I heard their family left the village last night. That is what the village chief told me. Kiddo, Johnny said, a bit upset. Why did not he say goodbye to me? Though Junjiwoo appeared calm, he was just as confused, reflecting on the fact that it had already been 8 months since they arrived here, and it seemed like more people were leaving the village than I thought. Why would they leave such a perfect place to live? Suddenly, Minsu burst through the door, panting as he spoke. Hey babe. Can we talk for a minute? The tension suddenly thickened the air. What do you mean? Minsu repeated nervously. Listen, this place is really dangerous. We need to get out of here. I saw monsters and the bodies of those who left the village in the basement. We need to pack up and leave immediately. Or we might be next. Hurry. But Minsu only heard one word clearly in response. Junjiu emphasized. Did you not hear me? I said no. If we really leave now. Then what? Do you have a plan? What about John He and me? I do not want our lives to become a struggle again. If I have to face another hell, I would rather stay here. I will handle everything. You do not need to do anything. Minsu stared at her cold demeanor. Babe. Her stubbornness pushed Junjiu to run away. This is the peace I have finally found. I can go back to the hell outside. There is definitely no secret in this village. Chief Lang can help solve this problem, Junjiu replied calmly. Thank you. Chief Junjiu, I know this is not easy for you. Above all, I appreciate your honesty. Just wait until I see you again with the deputy chief. Junjiu felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Thank you. Chief Lang, I will never forget your kindness today. However, everything quickly changed. What if I had never said anything to Chief Lang? Things are not going to play out like this. Right. Someone's mind is starting to get hazy. When did everything take such a dark turn? I thought my family could find happiness here. Was it when I went down into that basement, without a second thought? Or should I have bolted the moment I saw those monsters? Is it because I did not trust Chief Lang enough? Why not? Johnny smiled in a way that felt off. Snapping his fingers lightly, the monster lunged from behind, its long tongue slicing off one of Junjiu's arms. Then, Minsu was impaled through the stomach by the creature's hand. Terror was etched across Junjiu's face. The starving monsters began to gnaw at her arm. Junjiu fought to control her trembling body and called out to her husband, Minsu. But he was in no shape to respond. She anxiously touched him. Minsu. You are bleeding, please. Stay with me. Why is this happening to us? I just want our family to be happy. Why has everything gone so wrong? In her panic, a deep voice echoed. Junjiu. Do you know about the cuckoo bird's instinct? Her body suddenly froze, her heart racing. Junjiu thought she must be misheard. What did you just say? The story goes like this. The cuckoo lays its eggs in another bird's nest. After the mother leaves, the owner of the nest incubates those eggs. But do you know what the chick does after it hatches? It pushes the eggs out of the nest to take over, while the adoptive mother remains clueless, continuing to raise the chick. Even when that chick grows up, it has no trouble finding food, thanks to its adoptive parents. It lives like this until it leaves the nest. That is why we can stand this bird. Do you understand? I raised you with all my trust because I thought we were family. Yet you repay me like a cuckoo. Those ungrateful little pests who dare betray our trust will no longer belong to this village. Junji slipped into a state of sheer panic. I am powerless, she cried out. This won't happen again. It is all my fault for not convincing my husband. I will do whatever you ask. Even be a servant or a slave. I will do anything. Chief, please. Just save my husband. Please. You babe. Junji poured her heart into her screams. I am begging you. Chief, Sumin stepped forward, kicking her in the head. Shut it. You wretch. How dare you ask for our trust after betraying us once? You ungrateful brat. We were once a family, bringing happiness into your life. After a round of beatings and insults, he finally heard the command. That is enough. Guide. Sumin flashed a creepy smile and turned away, saying, Yep. Jun Hyung is stepping closer to you. Junjiu, your accusations have allowed us to resolve this issue. So I have decided to give you one last chance. A kitchen knife clattered to the ground beside Junjiu. Jun Hyung cheerfully commanded, Kill that little bird. And then I will trust you like family again. Tears of pain and despair streamed down her cheeks as Junjiu sobbed. Is the village chief really that person? Before she could finish, the old man interrupted. This is your answer. Then I guess there is no other way. We will take good care of Jun Hyung. Just like you want. The monsters chimed in with their taunts. Just kill him already. There is no saving him now. After you do, can I get a bite? Junju picked up the knife from the ground, her voice trembling as she called. Mitsu. He lay helpless on the ground, breathing heavily and awaiting his fate. Junji's body tensed, as if she had made a decision. Mitsu suddenly called out to her. My love. It will be all right. It's just, I am really in his final moments. His voice faded with the pain. Junji cried out, raising the blade. Mitsu. I am sorry. As the sound of flesh being pierced echoed, Junji felt a twisted satisfaction. Well done. Junji. I know how hard that was for you. But you made your choice. His hand gently rested on her shoulder as if nothing had happened. Junji wrapped her arms around him, welcoming him back home. In those final moments, Junji cautiously asked, Village chief, can I make one more request? The next morning, a loud, clear voice announced. Everyone, we have lost a member of our family today. The villagers could not hold back their tears. Crying out, the announcement continued. This couple bravely fought against the monsters that invaded our village last night. Junji lost an arm, and our vice chief lost his life in the fray. However, thanks to that noble sacrifice, we experienced a peaceful night, which brings us here today. On the other hand, as your chief, I felt utterly useless in handling last night's events. My negligence threatened everyone's safety and the promise I made, ultimately leading to this tragedy. I bow my head and sincerely apologize to all of you. The people around shook their heads. We are the ones responsible for this, not you. Anger still simmered in Junji Woo's mind. It was unbelievable that the old man responsible for her husband's death had regained trust and forgiveness. And the man who treated her husband like a pest mourned with a flower, what a filthy bunch. But the most shocking part was the image of the pained face and weapon that suddenly flashed in Junji Woo's mind. A nauseating feeling crept up her throat, making her bite her lip. Ultimately, she felt powerless and vomited right there. Deep down, Junji Woo knew one thing. The filthiest thing of all was herself. The one who orchestrated this entire tragedy. The food has long gone cold. Untouched by anyone, Junji Woo has plunged deep into despair. Her greed has cost her husband his life, and she can't even bring herself to end it all because of the guilt. John He has been leaning on the family elder ever since her dad passed away. I should just disappear. I can't forgive myself. Junji Woo unknowingly clutches the blanket. But there is still a responsibility I need to fulfill. If this continues, they will exploit my daughter, forcing her to live a life worse than mine and Misu's. I need to pull myself together for this situation. Even with the meal right in front of her, Junji Woo has no appetite. She has made up her mind. No matter how long it takes, she grabs a handful of rice with her bare hands. Junji Woo whispers to herself, "This is the only way I can make Junji Woo live happily and earn Misu's forgiveness. I will kill them all, keep Yeonji safe, and bring peace to Misu. I will do whatever it takes." My mutated fingers are sprouting nails, blood vessels bulging. Just as the results show, in the 28th experiment, I discovered that Junbok is vastly different from other monsters. In the second test, I gave test subject a blood sample from that mutated finger, and it took only 35 seconds for it to start mutating. In the reverse experiment, I gave test subject B a bit of blood from other body parts, and nothing happened at all. I conducted further tests using countless methods, but could not pinpoint the mutation cause. However, I did discover something. There seems to be a thin membrane that prevents the virus from spreading throughout the body. I need to investigate further. But at least it seems like she might have the ability to suppress the spread, or has some immunity. Suddenly, the high-pitched singing of Junbok makes Jingu yell, "Oh my! You almost gave me a heart attack. What was that sound? You better blow your nose." "Where is it?" Jingu freezes at the question. "Doctor, am I going to turn into a monster?" "That monster, I have heard you talk about it last night." He is worried about what to say. This is so complicated. I am no good at comforting kids. She asked that because she is scared. Don't he worry. It will be tough. But there is definitely a solution. Just forget what we said last night. I hope that was okay to say. I will be in big trouble if she starts crying here. Unexpectedly, Jingu hears a calm voice. "You do not have to worry. You will become a powerful monster just like your mom when you mutate. Right. If you really turn into a monster, you should be a giant one." Jingu replies blandly, echoing the usual Ova lines. Chumbok innocently continues, "If I become a powerful monster, I will protect my parents. They won't have to suffer or run away in a panic anymore. I will do everything for them. I will get strong like mom and bring home smoked meat." Thinking about her dream of becoming a giant monster makes Chunbok's eyes sparkle with excitement. The innocence of children makes even grown-ups like Jingu feel a sense of awe, because for him, a little monster always whispering is truly terrifying. Chunbok, with his mutated form, raised a bag of chips, saying, "Food. Delicious. Good food. You are a good kid." Right. Jingu patted his head to calm his mind. Wait a maybe I am imagining things a bit too much. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind the door. "What are you doing?" "We are ready." "Hurry up," Jingu unexpectedly replied to Junju. "Is everything done?" "You are quick," Chumbok asked suspiciously. "Where is everyone? Where are my parents?" Junju approached to pat her head. "They will be back soon." "Hey. Do you want to play a game with me?" She smiled brightly like an angel. "Let us play hostage." At that moment outside the hospital, Junji jumped back at the sound of a call. "Yep." "Madam," a woman approached to ask. "Do you know where the village chief is? I need to ask him a few things." Junji thought for a moment and replied, "He is right there. The village chief, I think he is talking to the new residents down in the basement." She added. A voice echoed through the basement. "Thank you for becoming part of the family. The village will benefit greatly with you two here." Gondal and Hiza humbly replied. "We are truly honored. We are very grateful for being allowed to stay as new residents. By the way, I did not think there was a space like this down in the basement, Junhong explained. We come here for shelter during dangerous situations. But I thought Junju came to the hospital to meet you on meet day. Right, Gondal honestly replied. That is right. He then seized the opportunity to ask. What did she say? Gondal excitedly recounted. She told us a lot of things. She shared the beautiful aspects of the village, and she emphasized that the people here are all kind-hearted. She even praised you for running this village so well. It was truly an interesting conversation. I learned so much about the village. However, Gondal and Hiza suddenly turned serious upon hearing a strange sound. Junhong was trying to stifle his laughter. Eventually, he could not hold back and burst out laughing. Hiza looked at him with confusion. Why are you laughing? Sumin turned around, revealing a knowing expression. Are you making up a joke? That is not right. Now you two are family members. So no more lying. Okay. If you lose trust right from the start, well, let us just say my hands have been itching to get back to some old habits. Sumin wore a strange smile. I can't stop thinking about killing you guys. I wonder if I could do that. Junhong gently stopped him. How shameful, honestly. I do not see any hope for you two. You are the manpower our village desperately needs. But we realize you are not like us. Hiza then asked. So if we are not members here anymore, can we leave? Right, the other party replied cryptically. You do not have to go anywhere. There are other ways for you to become part of our family. Do not worry. A viscous liquid stretches beside Hiza, as if she were truly part of our family. A wet, slithering sound escapes from the hundreds of mouths on a monstrous deep-sea creature. The round beads on its tongue begin to crawl everywhere in search of something delicious. The deep-sea monster has two glowing red eyes, and its wide-open mouth drips with saliva. Hiza and Gondan remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger, too focused on their conversation about how they will return the girl once he is done with his business. Meanwhile, the village is filled with piercing screams. The villagers are in a panic, shouting, "What is happening? Why are you treating us like this? What are you plotting?" All they get in response is a cold, calm reassurance. Everyone, just stay calm. However, those in red cloaks heed her orders and charge forward with weapons drawn. Junji-woo narrows her eyes, warning the crowd. If you want to live, you need to listen to me and get out of this village. John-hee looks at her with suspicion. Junhong and Sumin, one old and one young, tread silently through the dark tunnel. A thought crosses Jun Hyung's mind, making him chuckle. He slowly says, I knew this would happen. I have seen how much effort she has put into this, the way she followed those two into the hospital, and the plan to threaten my family outside. Yet, he remains eerily calm. I won't expose that little cuckoo, because this feels like an opportunity. I could flush out all the traitorous cuckoos and eliminate them in one go. Some useful ones can become my new family, while the rest, well, they can feed the monster. He smirks, cursing the damn cuckoo. The more he thinks, the more excitement he feels bubbling up. He can't wait to see the expression on her face at the last moment. Meanwhile, in another part of the tunnel, the deep-sea monster is roaring. Come here. Gondan and Hyra are struggling to avoid its slithering tongues. How many tongues does this thing have? We are not too badly hurt thanks to the weapons Junhine gave us. But its tongues are massive. These weapons are not enough to take it down. Maybe we should retreat. Gondan thinks. Then shouts. Hyra. Fall back. Hyra's red scarf accidentally slips away, but she quickly grabs it and wields her axe, darting toward the monster. Hundreds of tongues, like snakes, continuously slither towards her, but Hyra coldly slices them into pieces. Just as she finishes cutting one tongue, another one comes at her. Getting the hang of it, Hyra cuts through more and more. The axe shifts positions in her hand, while the monster is distracted. Something else suddenly appears behind it, but when it looks closely, it is just a scarf. It casually turns around. Is that all? Unexpectedly, another black object flies in and wraps around its head. A tremendous force slams down on the monster's back right after. The monster angrily breaks free from the constraint of the cloak. However, Irai is ready to bring her axe down on it. A swift slash cuts through, drawing a line of blood. Another head slowly emerges from the monster's mouth. How embarrassing. My face. A female body. Curvaceous and exposed. Right here, a hammer suddenly smashed down on the monster's head. It turns out Hai was the one behind that attack. Thanks for that. Just as she finished off the monster, she heard a heavy sound. A group of people in red cloaks charged into the cave. Weapons drawn. Gondan shouted in irritation. Why the hell are the reinforcements so late? We almost lost our lives waiting. These guys did not even care and started asking other questions. Did you take it down all by yourself? Amazing. I knew you had something special about you, Gondan coldly replied. It was not me, but the crowd kept showering him with praise. In that awkward moment, I suddenly spoke up, reminding everyone, don't let your guard down, and do not get too cocky. We have not achieved much yet. The main event is just getting started. Just as a painful scream echoed, fresh blood began to spill. Jingu was stabbed in the stomach by a weapon. The villagers recoiled in shock. Jingu. Oh no. They are really attacking him. How can they let a child witness this? This is inhumane. Jingu kept subtly signaling to Chunbok. Jingu whispered urgently. I will pretend I am not okay. You have got to try to look scared. Remember that. Chunbok began to practice his facial expressions. I can do this. The villagers hesitated, shaken by the warnings. Do you see this? This is no joke. Drop your weapons and come with us. If you do not comply, there will be more casualties. One person angrily shouted. You wicked monster. How could you betray the village chief like this? The crowd began to hurl insults. John, you have gone too far. You are no longer one of us. Go to hell. You ungrateful wretch. She could only self-soothe. This was all predictable. No need to be surprised. Junji Woo emphasized each word to them. Do you all need a little more time? The crowd fell silent, gripped by an invisible fear. They reluctantly dropped their weapons at her command. Junji Woo felt a surge of relief. Finally, it is now we can minimize injuries by evacuating the villagers to a safe location. Their weapons might come in handy too. We were smart to send those two to the village chief. Otherwise, he would have escaped without lifting a finger, and everyone would have started a riot. However, that old man pretending to be strong might have guessed everything. We need to stay alert. First, we should. A child's innocent voice suddenly interrupted Junji Woo's thoughts. She anxiously searched for the source of the sound. Jingu was also nervously scanning the surroundings. A man suddenly pointed a gun skyward and pulled the trigger. Stop right there. Junji Woo shouted. Let go of my villagers. Junji Woo's actions totally threw everyone off their game, leaving them stunned in place. The villagers stared at her in shock. Junji Woo fiercely accused the village chief of being right. He warned that her mother would come for the villagers, which is why he handed this over to her. Her mother is no longer the person she once knew. Junji Woo stepped forward cautiously. Be careful. She might shoot. Despite everyone warning her, Junji Woo still tried to reason with her child. Come on, Jun. Just breathe. Unable to hold back, Junji Woo demanded to know why her mother was turning against the villagers, even hurting the doctor. Don't he try to justify that everything is for me. I won't he believe you anymore. And Junji Woo slowly reached out to her mother. But then she suddenly heard her mother hinting at that fateful day. It should have been you who died. Not Dad. It should have been you. Minsu's lifeless body lying on the ground haunted her thoughts. Junhee looked at her mother with fury. You should have been the one to die. Something just shattered Junji Woo's heart. It hurt so much. Junhee pointed her weapon at Chunbok. Stay away from me, or I will shoot. People began to scatter, trying to subdue Junhee, ushering the villagers out, while the rest followed Junhee. They frantically warned Junhee. Don't he go down to the basement. But she kept running, her only family left being the village chief. She had to follow his orders and bring the child to him. The monstrous sounds echoed everywhere. This path leads to our home. I used it to escape. And because we had to dodge the villagers. Is not it spacious and amazing? Jiexun was sweating bullets. How is this happening? How did this all go down? Everyone is dead. I think Ita has grown stronger over time. What kind of monster is she? Jiexun slowly turned to look behind. But she could see Ita was completely worn out. Is this my chance to escape? Mother Chunbok eyed Ita suspiciously. Is something wrong? Jiexun immediately feigned innocence. It is nothing. I just thought you looked a bit tired. Mother Chunbok missed her loved ones dearly. Chunbok. Gondon. Wait for me. I am on my way to save everyone. The two were walking when suddenly they froze as the house above shook violently. A voice like Mammy echoed. What an admirable little brat. But you have crossed the line. I only meant to deal with you without causing any fuss. A clawed foot crashed down, shaking the ground. Zizan suddenly appeared before them. I am going to tear you apart and offer you to father. Remember my words. Mother Chunbok was utterly astonished. How is she still alive? Jiexun nervously spoke. You are alive. I thought you were gone. Zizan coldly ordered Ita. Move aside if you do not want to be crushed. Jiexun froze in shock, and Zizan quickly commanded the monster behind her. Kill her. It lunged forward like a crazed beast. As Jiexun panics and tries to flee, Mother Chunbok shifts into a fighting stance, determined to protect them. Then, the instinct of the beast within her roars. Her family is in danger, and she will shield them at all costs. Giant claws are about to snatch her away. This is my only hope. Inside Mother Chunbok, a strange mass of cells begins to sprout new tendrils. Meanwhile, Chunbok struggles against her restraints, begging, let me. I hate the dark. Just let me out. Junhee bluntly refuses, insisting she must meet the village school. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name. Junhee. Junhee gasps and rushes closer. Do not go too far. It is dangerous. Please let me explain. Junhee, furious, raises her weapon. Get lost. You traitor. Don't call my name anymore. Why pretend to be a mother? That is disgusting. Just stop. Get out of the way. Right now. My family consists only of the village school and the villagers. Kumbuk thinks for a moment and shouts. Do not you dare. You are such a bad sister. John-hee and the others are taken aback by her outburst. Kumbuk scolds in a childlike voice. You are the bad one. You should not talk to our mother like that. John-hee immediately interrupts. You do not know anything at all. But she quickly grows confused. Do you feel guilty because you said that to our mother? Her hand holding the gun begins to tremble. At that moment, Junju speaks up. My love. I know I was not there when you needed me the most. I did it thinking it would be better for you. Junwoo recalls the time she was preoccupied with the villagers. John-hee stands behind, looking at her with a sad expression, feeling utterly alone without anyone beside her. Then Junju tries to explain that she was wrong. For despite always saying she wanted what was best, she ended up being a terrible mother. And do not worry about the doctor. It was just a performance using fake blood. I swear I will never hurt our family. Trust me. It is not what you think. The sound from John-hee's throat rises. Get away from me. Junju gently continues. John-hee, it is okay if you say hurtful things. I won't hold it against you. But please. The mother's hand gently grasps John-hee's. Junju's face is drenched in tears. Just this last time. Please trust your terrible mother. John-hee is moved by those sincere words. I am sorry for being rebellious. From above, something slimy begins to drip down. While John-hee cries, a monster watches her with glowing red eyes. Junju freezes, shocked to the core. John-hee and Jun-bosi turn in fear to face the creature that has just appeared. The monster looks at them with a strange expression. Found you. It then uses its tentacles to tightly coil around Jun-bi-fi and John-hee. Junju, worried for her daughter's safety, rushes forward, but the monster quickly vanishes before anyone can react. She spins around to instruct, immediately broadcast to secure the room. Rage consumed her thoughts. That bastard ordered the capture of his own daughter. I will slowly torment him until he suffers endlessly. He will pay for this and avenge her husband. On their way carried off by the beast, John-baeka and John-hee witnessed terrifying sights. What on earth is happening? Those people in red are battling a horde of monsters. Junbo watched in horror at the gruesome scene below. Suddenly, a look of panic flashed across her small face. Junbo spotted two familiar figures, her brother and Hisa. She turned in surprise. Following the sound, Junbox. Why are you here? And what is that monster? Hisa also instinctively looked up. To her shock, the monster's shark-like teeth were about to bite into her. But unexpectedly, the creature was suddenly sliced in half. Turns out, Hisa had swiftly used her axe to take it down. Then, she fiercely yelled a warning to them. Get away now. The moans echoed in the parking garage. I can't take it anymore. I can't move. I want to get out of here. The monster ignored them and continued to stomp around. It is pointless. Just stay still. We are almost there. Filthy slime began to drip from its body. The monstrous beast covered in goo leaped down towards them. We have arrived. John Hisa, exhausted, asked, Where are we? A familiar voice snapped her back to reality. Welcome, John Hisa. I am so glad you have steered clear of those traitors. Bringing a child to me must have been tough for you. But you did it. Now you do not have to worry anymore. After finishing his words, the owner of the voice slowly approached them. Jun Hung smiled and declared, From now on, your family will protect you. The old man's face turned cold at that moment. First, hand the girl over to me. His aged hands reached out eagerly to grab Jun Buffa. His eyes narrowed slightly. John Hisa, what are you doing? She tightened her grip on Jun Bike's hand. Fear made John Hisa break out in a cold sweat. The confusion reminded her of the past. It was strange how loved ones from the village would leave without a word, and when I heard news of other residents being expelled for misbehavior. That is what the village chief told us. The feeling of being captured by monsters was still fresh in her memory. There was a harsh reality that Jun Hisa accidentally discovered the monsters she saw on the way here. The young man who once smiled and called her name. Jun Hisa. Now he had become a monster devoid of humanity. The pair of sisters who used to be so close to her back in the village. Their bodies had mutated into bloodthirsty beasts. Jun Hisa heartbrokenly asked, Are they the ones who left the village? It can be. Right. The village chief said everyone in the village is family and equal. All those monsters here. A heavy foot stomp interrupted her. You stupid little brat. Sumin raised her voice, questioning Jun Hisa. How dare you doubt him? Have you forgotten the compassion you were raised with? I never taught you to be so ungrateful. Jun Hisa. It is easy to refute. And I have not forgotten that. But why has our family turned into monsters? The only answer she receives is a brutal kick to the gut. Jun watches in horror as Jun Hisa gets beaten. The force is so overwhelming that she struggles to breathe. Her tiny body crumples under the impact, hitting the ground hard. Su-min is teaching her a lesson. This is my warning if you keep talking back. This is what you will get. It might be hard for you to accept. Junhisa. Since you are still so young. But in this world, happiness for everyone is just a fantasy. Moreover, the world is divided into the strong and the weak. They must follow the law of survival to exist. This means that to stay alive, anything goes. While the weak are left waiting for death, the strong easily take everything from them. So what can the weak do to survive? They should be protected by the strong. Like us. Humanity is shielded by the mighty by monsters because they sacrificed their families. You will understand this when you grow up. In that moment, Junhee's awareness and belief crumbled. Meanwhile, Junbok bravely stands up. Despite being a nasty old man, Mom said that anyone who makes others cry is a bad person. Stop treating her like that, or I swear I will tell her everything. I am going to tell my parents everything. The crowd falls silent. No one dares to speak. After a few seconds, the slimy monster could not hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. The other monsters gradually joined in, saying, "How cute. Let us tell their parents. They are so scared. But is your mom pretty? Can I meet her? The little belly is so full that it is almost bursting." Junbok screams at the top of her lungs. Dad. Junhisa watches her like a small creature, thinking, let her scream. This is her last struggle. Isn't it adorable and admirable? She is so confident seeking help even in such a dire situation. How cute is that? So cute that I want to crush her into tiny pieces. Junbok shivered. Those were the cruelest words she had ever heard. Junhisa steps closer to Junbok, saying, "Come here, my dear." In this perilous situation, the girl can only wait for the outcome. A desperate tear wells up in the brave child's eye. Junbok cries out again. An invisible chilling air begins to flow behind the old man. Su-min senses something unusual as well. Junhee's face darkens with caution, and Su-min begins to scan around for anomalies. Something just slammed hard into Junhee's face. Upon closer inspection, it is the bloodied head of Zizan. Instinctively, a weapon is drawn from the bag. A loud explosion echoes as Su-min pulls the trigger. He suddenly looks up at the ceiling. The object he just aimed at was a blood-soaked axe. The furious monsters roared, demanding to know who dared to attack their village chief. Another monster chimed in, announcing that someone had also thrown a weapon from behind. A clawed foot stomped down onto the ground. The other person understood the cue and took their position beside her. Mother Chun-beek appeared, striking a fierce pose. The one accompanying her was Hisa. The growls of the monsters echoed, sending chills down their spines. Hisa gritted her teeth and shouted, "What have you done to my daughter?" They both cried out in unison, "We will wipe you out." Chun-beek felt a rush of joy, finally waiting for them her two mothers. In the dark tunnel, a sorrowful sound echoed. "It can't be? How can I defeat that monster? After all, she easily took down my sister." The sound of dripping blood intensified the despair. Jay stepped out, terrified, from the gruesome mess of flesh. "Father, please forgive me. I can't do anything about this. Nothing can stop that monster." Mother Chun-beek's eyes shimmered a striking yellow. The monsters quickly realized it was those golden eyes. "This is the monster our father has been searching for. Right. How did she end up here? Our brothers were supposed to guard the entrance. Did she really kill them?" Mother Chun-beek stroked her hair thoughtfully, recalling the woman. "I remember she left with a knowing smile. But it's such a relief that Chun-beek is still safe. But where's Dun? If anything happens to him, I will never forgive her." Hisa took a deep breath to steady herself. She eyed Mother Chun-beek fight with a contemplative gaze, noticing her appearance changing rapidly. Currently, she had 3 tentacles, and strange things were protruding from them. When will this transformation stop? She would pose a danger to Chun-beek. Meanwhile, Junhang suddenly spoke up. Her eyes were yellow. "She is the monster that our father and the primal monster are searching for." The one-eyed guy worriedly approached the elder. "Sir Village Chief, are you okay?" He slightly moved his bleeding lips, asking if he was all right. "Look at me. Do I look unscathed?" "Listen up. We only need to deal with 2 of them. She does not care about the numbers, basically. You just need to capture the golden-eyed monster. The rest should help the guide Su-min take down the other woman." A hand gently grasped Chum's. "Hey kid, we should leave this place together. Now is the time. We need to escape. I know I've done bad things to you, but this is our only chance. If my mother sacrifices herself, we can survive and get out of here." That whisper was overheard. She would not. There is no way to win this battle. Chun-beek was standing alone against 3 ferocious monsters. He urged her, "Run now. We should take the others with us." Unexpectedly, Chun-beek surprised her. It will be fine because your 2 mothers are really strong." 3 of Mother Chun-beek's tentacles crackled with electric sparks at the sharp tips. The air whooshed by as the tails whipped around. The 3 tentacles swung back and forth like sharp blades, fiercely guarding her. The monster writhed in agony from the blow. What was that? The sounds of whips cracking against flesh, and the monster's screams merged into a chaotic symphony. The wound burned like fire, as if it were being scorched. The monster was convulsing from the torment. The body of another monster was effortlessly sliced by Mother Chun'er BCS tentacle. Just a gentle glide of that sharp tip, and the enemy's body was cleaved apart. Junhai was finally sensing the danger. How could that creature make them explode like that? Chun Bake was overjoyed as the tides of battle shifted in her favor. Meanwhile, an instinctual warning urged Junhai to turn around. Something had just exploded near her. Then, the sound of weapons firing echoed continuously in the bunker. The monster, with hands transformed into gun barrels, was wildly firing shots. A figure darted like lightning in front of Su Mun's group. The monster had launched its tentacles toward that figure, thinking it had caught them. However, the confidence quickly faded from its face. What it pierced was nothing but a jacket. Su Mun's eyes widened in shock as she glanced to the side. From the left, an axe shot through the air and lodged itself deep into the monster's head. She planted her feet firmly on the ground and leaned slightly to prevent her body from slipping. Hyatt dodged and slid right in front of the enemy. Then, she coldly punched straight ahead. The speed of her strike was so fast that they could not even react. Su Min's self-defense weapon was knocked away. I grinned broadly. Now she was empty-handed. Was not she? Come at me if you dare, you filthy bastard. Su Min was finally tasting the bitter flavor of despair. Hai decisively delivered a punch to the wicked creature. After one brutal hit, the monster's body and blood splattered everywhere. And Chunbok joyfully rushed to her mother. Mother Chunbok embraced her tightly. You did so well, my love. The girl happily replied. I knew you would come for me. I did not cry once while you were gone. I did not skip any meals. And I was really brave. The child's obedient words pierced the mother's heart. Mother Chunbok choked up. I missed you so much. I am sorry. Chunbok, I am sorry for making you wait so long. In that moment, a thought flashed in Junhai's mind. The village chief was right. Why did you turn against the villagers? How could you hurt a doctor? Don't try to excuse it all for my sake. I do not believe you anymore. You should be the one to die. Tears began to fall. Junhai sobbed. I am sorry. The bunker that once was now turned into a mass grave for the monsters. Junhai was utterly confused. Even his entire family. Was this just a nightmare? Hai had approached behind the old man at some point. The wretched old fool. It was all over now. There was no one left to protect him. My family will be here soon. And there is no escaping this. Old man. I hope you enjoy the nightmare I am about to unleash on you. Fear and despair are etched clearly on that wrinkled face. He is giving it all he has got. O mighty origin monster. We are in big trouble here. Please wake up. We are all wiped out. Hyra does not hesitate, raising her hand to throw an axe at his face. Suddenly, a distorted sound echoes. What is happening? Didn't I warn you not to disturb my sleep? I'm really getting fed up here. Hyra, feeling an itch, drops the axe to take in the grotesque scene before her. The origin monster bursts forth from Junhai's body and asks, what the hell is going on here? Hyra internally curses. That foolish rat. He has kept that monster trapped inside him. He calls it the origin monster. And without waiting, he swings the axe. Hyra's hand is poised to deliver a fatal blow. But suddenly, her fighting spirit plummets. The origin monster simply raises its arm to block the axe. How polite of you. As it speaks, its arm morphs into a sharp drill. Hyra is in an incredibly tense situation. A spike suddenly shoots towards her. She quickly jumps back to dodge its attack. Junhai's face contorts. And he starts to vomit. A drool-covered foot steps into view. The origin monster speculates. Those yellow-eyed creatures, and this kid, they must be what my father is looking for. It is so good to see you. My two little prey standing right in front of me. What a lucky day, Junhai nervously explains. Oh great origin monster. I sincerely apologize for calling you out of the blue like this. I can't handle this alone anymore. That monster and the woman with the axe are way stronger than me. That is why I am begging for your help. However, I do have a proposal. The origin monster directly reprimands him. How could you be so foolish? You should have come to me before our families were wiped out. Truly idiotic. A massive body suddenly swells behind him. Junhai starts to panic. It is getting bigger. The strange, shattering sound of bones makes Hyra freeze. The origin monster has sprouted more sharp spikes on its back. Sensing danger, Junhai quickly pushes her away. Hyra frantically signals. Duck down. Mama Chun hugs her tight. The sharp spikes, like a porcupinous quills, begin to deploy. The lamp on the floor shatters into pieces. As the spikes make contact, everything around them is obliterated. Hyra quickly realizes it is targeting the lamps to ruin our visibility. Suddenly, all that is left is the dim red light near Mama Chun. The last lamp crackles ominously. As if it is about to go out, Mama Chun checks on Chun. She starts frantically searching for anything in the darkness. Her sharp tail launched out to scout. Suddenly, something sharp caused Chun's mom to jerk back, its point nearly grazing Junhai. Hai coldly blocked it. Are you trying to kill that girl? Get that thing away from here, Chun's mom bluntly asked. You are still alive. You must have some kind of immortality. And who is this child? In the meantime, the clattering noise from the darkness interrupted their conversation. Both quickly stood up to protect the kids. She felt incredibly confused. Thinking, what should I do? I could escape by myself, but now she could not leave without taking her precious Chun along. I suddenly spoke up. Listen. We need to head straight to the emergency exit to get out of here. We can make it if we run fast. Then we will hand the kids over to Gondon and tell him to get them out. Chun's mom felt relieved. So Gondon is still safe. Thank goodness. Fresh blood was dripping more and more onto the floor. I froze as the enemy ordered. Get moving. Get out of here now. Take the kids and go. Chun's mom gritted through the pain and repeated. For a moment, I did not know how to respond to her. Chun was anxious. Calling out, Chun's mom struggled to hold on to the sharp object stabbing into her. Hurry up. At this point, I had no choice but to make a brutal decision. She cleared a path for the kids. Run. Chun's mom's back was trembling violently. Her feet were showing terrifying veins. The origin monster slowly took shape from the darkness. A wise choice. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself to save them? How noble. The blood loss made her breaths heavier. The origin monster continued with a smirk. But is that really the right choice? Chun was being carried by John Hai. Crying out, the thorns that were stuck on the light began to tremble. I seemed to sense something had changed. An empty spot was left on the ground. I suddenly realized. Wait, he's not dead. Something zipped past her face at lightning speed. Hai was hit multiple times. Red streaks appearing on her body. The kids watched in fear as Hai's weapon fell. Chun was struggling more. And John Hai could only tighten his hold on her. I am sorry. But I can't. While Hai could not resist. A hand quickly wrapped around her. Sumin held a shovel tightly. Trapping her in his grasp, he yanked the shovel toward himself. The sound of the struggle echoed as he restrained his opponent. You look just like someone from a painting I know. It is a piece of art from the Philippines. I learned about it when I was a cop. I was surprised by your swift and unique movements. But now things are different. How will you move this time? Her mind was racing. Focused on one thought. Hurry, get out of here faster. Just then, John Hai suddenly stopped running. Jun Haing charged out like a monster. These kids, this time. I have got you all. John Hai suddenly stopped crying in shock. Jun Ju-woo swiftly knocked the old man down with her bat. You pathetic old creep. Get your filthy hands off my girl. You scumbag. John Hai's mental limits shattered as he saw his closest one mom. The horrific memories from that fateful day flooded back in an instant. Min-soo, on the brink of death, tried to reassure her. It is going to be okay? Sweetheart. Just keep going. After the job was done, Dansat was tossed aside, his arm slowly reaching for John Hai. Jun Ju comforted her child. Don't he be scared anymore. Everything will be all right. Are you hurt anywhere? John Hai replied. Eyes red. I promise I won't say stuff like that again. Thank you for being here. The little Chanbi Gafi was tightly sandwiched between the two of them. Gondal walked slowly towards them. Jun Ju, are the kids over there? The answer he received was, yep. But we can find Hai. The kids began to panic. We need to get out of here. We are in big trouble. That monster is huge. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the tunnel ahead. The eerie noise intensified the fear in the air. Blood sprayed everywhere in the tunnel. Chushanbika's mother was pierced all over by sharp spikes. Gondal looked on in horror at the sight of his beloved in such a state. Seeing his mother, Chunshumi cried out. Junji's team raised their weapons. What is going on? That monster is still alive. He immediately ordered them to fire. But someone shouted back. They were hesitating to pull the trigger due to the command just given. Gondal angrily warned. Don't point your weapons at my wife. I will kill you if you dare to shoot. Babe. I am coming to you now. Junju hesitated. Wife? But she is your wife. Gondal pulled the spikes out of her. Are you okay? Why are you here? What happened to you? Meanwhile, the primordial monster had tracked them down. Gondal felt something brush against him and looked up. The others were startled too. Junju and Jun yelled in unison. That evil monster. Gondal instinctively scooped her up and ran. Junju ordered his teammates to attack it. Bullets rained down towards the primordial monster. However, its skin was like impenetrable armor. The firing squad began to lose confidence. It can withstand bullets. This can be happening. His face darkened with despair. A moment later, a powerful tentacle pierced through his stomach. The young man struggled to pull it out. Someone please help me. What is happening to my body? In the blink of an eye, his skin began to shrivel. Help! The others recoiled in horror at the sight of the drained young man. The primordial monster's eyes glowed red with excitement. I am so lucky. Just when I was hungry. It thought. Which dish should I savor first? Its tentacles shot out violently. They struck directly at them. I do not want to die. Despair at death was spreading like wildfire. Help me. All the unfortunate souls are being drained by those tentacles. Junji managed to pull the kids into a hidden corner, escaping the danger just in time. Its mouth was satisfied after devouring one. The primordial monster was feeling itself. That feast was quite the lavish spread. Suddenly, it stopped and scanned the surroundings. Disappointment dripped from its words. There is no one left. I will give you a chance. I will forgive what happened today and grant you a new life. If you keep today a secret, and surrender the mother and child of those golden-eyed monsters to me. If you do those things, I will grant you a miracle. A woman hesitated, wanting to grab Chunbok. The girl turned in fear, just as someone shouted from over there. Gondon jumped. He was like a hawk searching for her. That woman took Chunbok by the hand. I brought this child as requested. Upon hearing this, he immediately worried for her safety. Chunbok. Junju never expected to be betrayed by her teammates. What was she thinking? The woman continued speaking. I have followed the request. I will catch the remaining monster soon, so keep your word, and let the villagers live normally as before. The primordial monster coldly brushed her words aside. Why should I do that? It ruthlessly swung its tentacle, severing the woman's head. In that moment, it muttered a philosophy. Everyone has their own value, just like nails have their own places and holes. All of you have a place to belong. And a community is formed by those who know their worth in a group. Those who destroy it. All for the greed of man. Through the village chief, I grant you a good life. I provide you a safe haven and enough food. So I hold the power. Your lives depend on us. And becoming our food is also part of your value. Trusting that village chief was a grave mistake. From now on, I will be the true leader. Junji Woo was terrified. Who could have guessed that guy harbored such a monster within him? What should I do? Gondon was also in a hurry, brainstorming a way to eliminate that creature. Meanwhile, Jun's mother's cells were rebooting. Almost there. Just a few more minutes, just a little longer, and I will be able to kill it. Turning back to the battle on the other side, Iza was panning, waiting for her opponent's move. She was better than I expected. This is not just about the primordial monster. I will end her without pain. She should feel lucky. I could have killed her already, but I hesitated a bit, because I acknowledge her strength and capability. What do you think, Iza? If you become my woman, I promise to give you a happy life. Think carefully about that. Imagine a peaceful future, completely different from the world you have experienced. A life where no one can hurt you, where monsters hide within our family. You see, those of us chosen, like me, get special treatment. I am sure you will be recognized too. Does this stir anything in you? To his surprise, the opponent shot him a disdainful smile. Iza playfully asked, does not he think this is just a joke? He said it was a happy life, but in reality, he is just a slave to those monsters. He is slowly losing himself in that life. So how could he be happy? Does he want me to live like him? Thanks, but no thanks. Plus, you look pretty ugly. XD mine, filled with rage, charged at her, wanting to end her. He was ready to swing a blow downwards. I guess I will need some time to catch up to her. Suddenly, something slipped right in front of him. Meanwhile, a sharp spike, like a deadly arrow, shot straight out. A tentacle grabbed Chunbeek's and wrapped around her tightly. The original monster never expected to be outmaneuvered. The pull of the tentacle was so strong that Chunbeek seemed to lift off the ground. Chunbeek's mother strained to control the tentacle, trying to save her daughter. Gathering her strength, she tossed Chunbaki right into his hands. A perfect catch. Half the battle was won. Great. Now Chunbaki is safe. I just need a little more time. It won't work. Do not you understand? My body does not feel pain. You are just wasting your time. Give up already. Surrender and let me serve you up for tea. Nothing will change. Even if you plot your escape, eternal pain is what awaits you. That is your destiny. All the creatures hiding here face the same fate. You all will live in fear of being eaten without us. Can you survive a day without our protection? You are as helpless as newborns. That is why you have become our children. I have created a village for all of you, like a parent. Don't turn your back on the truth like that. Chunbeek's mother's stab wound began to bleed again. On the other side of the tunnel, Haija was using her coat to shield herself from a swinging shovel. Sumin questioned her, asking if she agreed. Children need their parents' protection to survive. They have given us the chance to live our lives. Sacrificing our lives to repay that is noble. Her eyes and mouth were bleeding. Sumin landed a punch into Haija's stomach. He casually continued, whether we are slaves or pets does not really matter. Because the fact that we are a family won't change. A bullet just grazed the back of the original monster. Then, a hail of bullets came straight for its back. Jun, furious, fired even faster. Shut up already. Does that even mean anything to you? Gondal angrily questioned. Is there any parent in this world who would eat their own children? Think about that. You idiot. It hesitated for a few seconds amid the rain of bullets. Jun Ji-woo lays it bare who in their right mind would want to live a life just waiting to be devoured. What we need is a future free of monsters. A safe haven for my daughter. The Junjae is overwhelmed with emotions as he realizes her feelings for him. The origin monster still wants to argue. Do you all still not get it? Meanwhile, a dark shadow stealthily approaches its position. Mom Jun fiercely drives her knee into its arm. Then, she flips over and launches a barrage of spikes. She glares and shouts, "That is enough. You idiot. We are not your parents or royalty. What you are saying is not family." At the same moment, a weak voice contradicts Sumin family. My foot. I have heard enough of your nonsense. It is such a waste of time. She slaps Sumin with that very hand. Don't even try to change my mind. Sumin recoils in pain, realizing he has let his guard down. His eyes burning. Hyra seizes the chance to take the offensive. Sumin, with a desperate look, pleads with her. Dante. In response, she delivers a slap straight to his face. A sound of water shattering echoes. It is the inviolable flesh barrier. The origin monster gasps. Is that a watermark? This has never happened before. Its three bodies glow brightly. No way. It starts to dig through its memories. The relentless attacks from Mom Chunbok make it realize this is everything it has tried to achieve from the very beginning. The mouth on its shoulder screams in anger. Why do not you understand? You pathetic creature. We have given you a life filled with happiness. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sumin struggles to withstand Heezus' blows. This is her last chance. Why is she being so stubborn? We are here to follow orders. That is our purpose for existing. The origin monster howls. You have all made a mistake. You will lose everything. The monster's arm bulges with muscle. Heezus' weapon-holding arm tightens even more. Mom Chunbok charges forward. What mistake? Heezus emphasizes each word. The opposite is true. Mom Chunbok, with her transformed arm, lunges at her opponent. Heezus swings her red scarf with force. Both of them, filled with murderous intent, declare to their foe, go to hell and live as a family down there. Her arm pierces through the hardened skin of the origin monster. Heezus slams the haul into Sumin's head with all her might. Sumin, covered in fresh blood, collapses. His body falls to the ground like a lifeless doll. Heezus gasps for breath and mutters, is this the joy of being dominated? What a ridiculous thought. And at this moment, the monster fighting Mom Chunbok is also facing torment. Its mouth gapes wide, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The origin monster looks in confusion at the spreading watermark. What the hell is going on? What have you done to my body? Mom Chunbok's eyes shine bright. It is over now. My plan has succeeded. The poison will spread. And then, suddenly, a sinister voice rings out. You think this will be easy? Sharp spike shot past at breakneck speed. Chunbok's mom barely managed to leap back in time to avoid being impaled. An eerie sound echoed everywhere. My death is not the end. From now on, enjoy that fleeting freedom while you can. Your death will come soon enough. And trust me, I won't die alone. Chunbok's mom noticed its body swelling up rapidly. The primordial monster cryptically asked her, is not family supposed to stick together? Another voice warned her. Sweetheart, I heard the screams. Hold on. I am coming to help. It is too dark here. She quickly moved to another spot. Chunbok's mom ran while warning. Do not come over here. The water had spread all over the primordial monster's body. It was too late. Its entire body exploded, unleashing a barrage of sharp spikes. Chunbok's mom used her mutated arm as a shield. Flesh and blood from the primordial monster splattered everywhere. A faint, desperate gasp came from the grave in the corner of the pit. I have to get out of here. The presence of death everywhere only deepened the terror in the heart. Chun desperately crawled on the ground. Time was running out. I need to get out of here and wipe out those cursed birds. I sacrificed myself for the village. And this is what I get. I fed them, gave them shelter. And this is how they repay me. Once I am out of here, I swear I will. Meanwhile, Chun struck hard at the old man's backside. Chun jumped, looking for the culprit. What was that? Gondal sneered and questioned. Where do you think you are going? The old man had completely run out of options. His pitiful cries echoed in the pit. Wait, please listen to me. I have no way out. Gondal threw him in front of everyone. All right, I am listening. Chun tried to reason. It is all for the village's sake. Without me, the village would not survive. I'm human too. Of course I feel guilty for those who sacrificed. However, their lives became meaningful because of that sacrifice. I did my best. Tell me, what did I do wrong? Chun immediately cut him off. Stop playing the victim. You exploited this family to turn your life into that of a king. Look around. That is the sin you created. Chun charged ahead, exposing those damning words. Chun was furious, bringing the weapon forward. This village does not belong to you anymore. Go to hell, you cursed bird. He fearfully called her name like a plea. Chun, wait. But he faced the just punishment for all the sins he committed. Suddenly, a name thought to be buried resurfaced. Miso. It is all over now. Brother, John Hai and the village are safe. I am sorry for making you wait so long. You can rest easy now. Go on. And remember to wait for me in the afterlife. I will come to meet you. Goodbye. After everything settled down, the village changed rapidly within just a few days. The bodies of the village chief and the monsters have been dealt with, and a memorial for the victims has been held. We decided to seal off all access points to that basement and keep it under strict guard. However, a strange twist has occurred. We can't find the guide's body. If Suman is still alive, who knows what he would do? The angry men cursed. Joking with us? In a place like this monster factory, there is no future. If we stay here any longer, we will end up as food for them. Once that secret is exposed, most of the villagers packed their things and left. Xingu silently scolded them. Foolish. In times like this we need to stand together. But we still have a glimmer of hope. The syringe just pulled out made the other person wince. Xingu panicked because he had been so gentle. Yet Hiza still complained about the pain. A temporary vaccine was created to prevent infection between wounds, but since it is just a temporary vaccine, it still has other side effects. Yet overall it is holding up. The whole village owes those two women for that miracle. Hiza was shocked to discover that Chumbaki's mother was a monster. But their Da had helped immensely in this research. The two of them were sound asleep in Gondal's arms. Hiza looked at them with a tinge of jealousy. Meanwhile, another voice caught her attention. The person cried out desperately, as if trying to wake the other. Hiza stepped up to the bedside. Junji was recovering from surgery. Right now, all she needs to do is wake up. She would surely be so happy to see how the village looks now. Hiza was certain she would burst into tears seeing her daughter and the village, truly hoping she would wake up soon. The final lines of the journal were about to be finished when they were interrupted. Jungwoo slumped in his chair, lamenting. It is making me anxious. Everything seemed fine but Chumbake and her monster mother. Why is this happening? How can I find the answers? The once bustling and modern city has now turned into a wreckage with the invasion of those hideous monsters. The stench of blood filled the city. The echoing cries of the beasts in the silent atmosphere made the scene even more terrifying. In one spot, a creature was licking the leftover blood. This monster had a bizarre appearance, a grotesque mix of bird and reptile. And before it stood a person being cornered. Sumin's body was covered in wounds. But he still tried to defend himself against this beast. The situation was dire. Sumin felt exhausted, on the verge of passing out, but unlucky for him, the giant monster had him pinned against a corner, while he was armed with nothing but this ancient weapon. Sumin was really struggling to hold on. His hand began to tremble, but Sumin refused to give up. He could not die here. As he continued to fight through his fear, the monster started to close in. Suddenly, a sharp object flew in from somewhere, piercing straight into the monster's head, causing it to let out a painful roar. As he regained his focus, Sumin finally saw what had come flying in. A voice, dark and echoing like it came straight from hell, emerged. There you are. He froze, recognizing that familiar voice. It was his father. With just a flick of his finger, the old man dispatched the monster effortlessly. Then, the ominous father turned to Sumin and said, "Give me every detail right now." After hearing the report, he grasped the situation. It turned out the village fell into chaos right after the leaders perished. Overwhelmed with guilt, Sumin quickly confessed, "I am sorry, Dad, for the precious village you left us." The weight of the disaster was too much, and he trailed off into silence. Just then, the sky opened up, rain pouring down, seeping into his wounds, causing him to writhe in agony. Still, Sumin struggled to suppress his pain and utter an apology. He forced himself to continue. "I know I have failed my mission, and I can't serve you anymore. But you have come back, bringing us life when we were at our most desperate." Reminiscing about the past ignited a fire in Sumin's heart. "I can't let it end like this. If you let me kill them for you, it would be the greatest blessing. This is the last wish of your foolish son. Please, Dad." He pleaded desperately. Yet his father remained unresponsive. Desperate, he fell to his knees. "Please, Dad, grant me the strength like the others." In this moment, all Sumin could do was crawl and beg. But in response to his heartfelt plea, his father remained cold and indifferent. Finally, he turned to face Sumin. Hearing his father's voice draw closer, Sumin lifted his head. The pain of realizing he had not given his all hurt 10 times more than the defeat itself. It was a phrase he would read in a book. His father stood before him and said with understanding, "Everyone makes mistakes. Outcomes can change if you learn from the mistakes of your past." As he spoke, he slowly reached out towards Sumin. "It is just part of growing up," he said gently, placing a hand on his head. Hearing these words, Sumin was overwhelmed with emotion and began to cry. "Thank you so much, Dad." Suddenly, a glint of malice flickered in his father's eyes. "However, you have gone too far. I realize now that you are all just a bunch of useless fools, so you can only blame yourselves. Blood started to ooze from Su-Main's head, but he remained blissfully unaware, continuing to thank his father, until a mass of tendrils burst forth from his eyes and mouth. He still smiled. Realizing this was the happy death the legend spoke of, as Su-Main's lifeless body slumped to the ground, his father tossed out a final remark. This is the price of incompetence born from a peaceful life. After disposing of the useless son, he turned and sighed, thinking it was foolish to trust these pathetic creatures. Unfazed by the carnage spreading around him, he pondered how many families had already failed. And what about the village? With that thought, he felt he had lost too much, only to start from scratch again. Not to mention that monstrous woman, she was his greatest concern. When remembering Mother Chunbok, the father could not help but be surprised. She had surpassed his expectations. It was time to take action, no more wasting time. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. So what should we do now? Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the voice. From behind the wall, the voice continued. If the person manages to bring in more families, they will all end up dead too. But if we do not hurry, things are going to get tougher for that person. A monstrous hand slowly emerged. What can we do now? Upon seeing who had arrived, the father responded. There is no need to worry, but the person speaking said that they would die uselessly. Yet there is another way. As he spoke, the wind blew, flipping his cap and revealing the cunning face of the father. This time, I will take matters into my own hands. Hearing this plan, the monster behind the wall became flustered and clenched his fists tightly. But that was too risky. The person had not fully recovered yet. Nevertheless, he was determined. This was the only feasible way. I prepared for this from the very beginning, and now is the moment of truth. I know this place inside and out, and I also have someone to back me up. At this moment, the mysterious monster gradually revealed itself. As he nervously approached, the father said, I need you to step up, buddy. Looks like this guy is a real scaredy cat. He had not even shown his face for long before he shrank back with a goofy grin, saying he probably would not be of much help, but he would try his best. Hearing this, the father felt quite satisfied. That much was certain. He was furious, clenching his right hand that he had lost. If it were not for her, my body would still be intact, and none of this would be such a mess. Mother Chunbok had torn him to pieces. Remembering that made him seethe with anger. Before him stood a monster bearing a child. Perhaps because of the baby in her womb, Mother Chunbok unleashed a terrifying power and defeated him. He vowed to sacrifice everything to get his body back, and the key to that was Chunbok. The girl was completely unaffected by the light, and he knew for sure that Chunbok held the crucial point. His obsession with Chunbok grew stronger. If he could seize the body of that child, at least half of his plan would succeed. So he stopped caring about anything else, whether his feet were stained with blood or not. All he cared about was making the child his top priority. 2 months later, a new day began. Laughter and chatter filled the air like any other day. On that fresh morning, the people were still groggy, and the buzz of life was everywhere. On the bustling street, everyone was chatting away, and now and then, you could hear someone shouting. The lively noise signaled the start of a new workday. A similar scene unfolded in a cozy home, where Chunbok, with a smile as bright as a sunflower, was saying goodbye to her parents as the little one demanded a kiss. It seemed her father was lost in that sweet moment. Marveling at how adorable she looked in that dress, Chunbok quickly ran over to her mother and planted a kiss, making her mother feel like nothing could be happier than this moment. See you again soon, my love. Meanwhile, Dad kisses her fiercely, like he wants to swallow Chunbok's cheeks whole. Thanks to Dad's affection, the little girl has practically grown a third cheek. Chunbok struggles to say goodbye to her parents before leaving, promising, I will be a good student. The door closes, and that sound marks the end of the morning's chaos. Stepping outside, Chunbok does not rush off. Instead, she pauses. She stands still, lost in thought for what feels like ages. It is only after a long moment that Chunbok's brows furrow, as if she has made up her mind about something. I do not care about that at all, she mutters, leaving those words behind as she heads to school. In stark contrast to her earlier expression, Chunbok's now gritting her teeth and frowning, looking determined and ready for whatever the day throws her way. Suddenly, a voice pipes up, 2 times 9 is, and Chunbok joyfully shouts, 18. Upon hearing the correct answer, Junjiwoo beams with pride, saying, You are so smart. I am so proud of you. Chunbok can't contain her excitement, repeating 18 over and over, and then Junjiwoo prompts, All right, let us move on to the next lesson. Hearing Junjiwoo praise Chunbok like that makes Jongni a bit annoyed. It feels so basic. Right. Before she can finish her thought, she notices Junjiwoo's indifferent gaze on her, making her feel a little guilty. What is that supposed to mean? She reacts awkwardly. Jonggi, who is usually pretty good at math, feels frustrated for not getting the same praise as Chunbok. What gives? She fumes. while Chunbok is focused on her studies. The two of them bicker about who is better until Junji-woo can take it anymore. Why are you yelling like that? You are giving me a headache. Johnny snaps back. Not backing down either. You started it. She adds, jumping up in frustration. Stop nagging about me in front of Chunbok. Despite her outburst, Junji-woo seems unfazed. All right. That is enough for today, Junji-woo finally says. Allowing the kids to pack up and take a break, Johnny and Chunbok head outside first, and she asks, aren't you coming with us? Junji-woo replies, I will. But do not be out too late. As they walk, Chunbok suddenly gets called back by Junji-woo. The little girl turns around, looking a bit confused. What is it, miss? With a bright smile. Junji-woo says, just have fun and do not worry. If anything happens, talk to me. Okay. Chunbok seems a little lost at first, not responding, but once it clicks, her face lights up as she chirps. Yep. I will have a great time. Feeling the pause stretching out, Johnny chimes in. Let us eat quickly so we can play tag. Hearing this, Chunbok immediately springs into action. Jongi, wait for me. The sisters are super close, and Chunbok wonders what they will eat today. I want ramen. You want ramen too? She exclaims. Johnny cuts in. I know a spot where no one goes. We can check it out. Upon hearing this, Chunbok's eyes light up with excitement. The two sisters have a blast together, the ball soaring high. Laughter and the sounds of their playful chase filling the air. At this point, Chunbok is so worn out she can barely breathe. But she keeps pushing herself, awkwardly reaching for the ball. But instead of landing in her hands, it smacks her right on the head, almost knocking her over. The battle rages on, and Johnny bursts out laughing, saying, you gotta keep your eyes open when playing ball. But the girl responds, I can't keep my eyes open. Johnny chuckles. You have got to catch the ball to play catch. Here. I am throwing it back to you. She continues to throw the ball. Watch out for the ball. This time, Chunbok tries to open her eyes wide, determined to catch it, but once again, it seems the ball prefers bouncing off her head instead of landing in her hands. Chunbok's hands are all over the place, and she accidentally kicks the ball. This game is turning into a total nightmare for Chunbok, who uses all her strength to yell and throw the ball as far as she can. But somehow, with some sort of superpower, she ends up making the ball fly right back behind her. The sight of her struggling makes Johnny laugh even harder. It is just too funny, like watching a puppy trying to catch its tail. The ball flies at her again, and Jongi reminds her, catch this one. Chunbok. Suddenly, the ball goes off course and hits someone's leg. A loud thud echoes, catching the girl's attention. When she sees Chunbok's face, the person starts to lose it. Isn't that the monster's daughter? Get out of here. Her friend questions. Confused. You mean her? The two start bickering. How can you not know? She is the monster's daughter, but she is so cute. So what? One comments about the creepy fingers wrapped in that bandage. Seriously. Should we check it out? Their words leave Chunbok frozen in place. The thought of showing her fingers makes her feel sick. Why would I show you? What do the villagers think? Those nasty remarks tighten Chunbok's grip on the ball. As she stands there in shock, a woman sneers. Oh. That is just gross. The other chimes in, laughing. Now she is crying, not wanting to hear any more. Chunbok quickly runs away, her sobs echoing in the laughter. Johnny chases after her. Seeing Chunbok's tears, she gets angry. What did you guys say to her? They joke. Hey. Do not pin this on me. I just stated the truth. Suddenly, a voice booms. Hey. You too. Making them turn around. They stutter when they see Hiza marching toward them. One whispers, she. The other replies, that is the boss. Watch your mouth. Meanwhile, the new girl is mesmerized by Hiza's confidence, while the one who just made the nasty comment is panicking, wondering if the boss heard her. Out of nowhere, Hiza barks. Anil. The sudden command leaves them stunned. What? She responds fiercely. You heard me. Kneel down right now. Time flies. And before they know it, the evening sky is painted red. Chunbok, sitting in a corner hugging her ball, suddenly hears someone calling. Found you. Dad has been looking for you. She looks up to see Gondal. What is wrong? My dear. He asks. Hearing this, she starts to tear up again. Chunbok stifles her sobs and replies, I want to go home. I hate being here. Gondal kneels down and answers warmly. I understand. But not right now. The nasty monster knows where our home is. It is very dangerous. Chunbok innocently responds. The scary monster. But the one who hurt Mom is even scarier. Chunbok's words reminded Gondal of the girl he met this morning. There are good people here too. But when Chunbok recalled the two women the little girl met earlier, she said, but some people talk badly about Mom. Mom is a good person. She loves her family so much. And even though she can be clumsy at times, she still tries to sew stuffed animals for her. There have been times when she even hurt herself while making those toys. She is so warm and an amazing mother. Chumbuk started crying, expressing her heartbreak. She felt so sad when people spoke ill of her mom. The way the little girl understood this made Gondal's heart ache too. Then, the father gently comforted her. I know, my love. I know. Gondal patiently explained to her that there is a way to solve this. You know, those people are scared of mom because they do not know her like we do. Chumbuk sniffled and asked. Scared of mom? The dad replied. Exactly. Because they do not know anything about her. So let us show them what she is really like. Gondal tenderly patted Chumbuk's head, and Uncle Tu added with a smile. And of course, we must let them know how amazing she is. Let us make everyone in the village love mom. Gondal's suggestion surprised her. Chumbuk mumbled back. Everyone in the village always. In the Hediat. Voices buzzed, filled with admiration and attacks alike. She is so brave to go looking for food at night. So what? I am a cannibal. Should we trust this monster? Hearing such words, one listener immediately frowned. How can you say that? She is the one who saved us. Hearing this, he awkwardly licked his lips. It is just a hyperbolic way of speaking. Whispering continued, mostly expressing fear towards Chumbuk's mom, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Mom is a good person. This voice shocked everyone, and it continued. Mom is good to everyone, and she is always so good to me. And she is sweet too. It turned out to be Chumbuk's voice. She was lifted onto her dad's back to speak, and Gian Dun chimed in. She is also a very sweet wife who loves her husband dearly, and one more thing. Mom never bites people. The laughter from everyone made Chumbuk's mom extremely embarrassed. She did not know where to hide her face, thinking to herself, what is this? Are they teasing me? After the ruckus, Chumbuk cheerfully greeted her mom, promising to see her again after school. Determined not to give up, seeing her so happy, Chumbuk's mom could only smile. Then Chumbuk added, I will make everyone believe in you. The adorable interaction between the mother and daughter brought joy to everyone. Mixed in the crowd was a suspicious man who was also smiling. The two women being punished said, We want he do that again. I commanded, 10 more minutes. They immediately protested. You said that 10 minutes ago. Hearing this, she added another 10 minutes. And soon only the sound of the two women's whining echoed back. In the quiet of the night, only the sound of the wind howling. A voice suddenly rang out. Are you sure, Dad? A whispering response emerged. Of course. I have come this far. And then came a mocking retort. Watch out for your old age. Do not push it. Amidst the creature's ragged breaths, Chumbi chuckled. Age means nothing in this world. At that moment, the monster roared. You promised not to kill me if I spoke? You liars. Its scream seemed futile, as at Chunbi's soft command. A gun was suddenly aimed at the monster's head, silencing it instantly. Chunbi furrowed his brow. The yellow-eyed monster in its village. Living long just means it will die by my hand. Despite the creature's pleas, the bullet ended its life. Back at home, Chumbi was excitedly showing off her new teddy bear. Hija sweetly asked, Where did you get that? The little one happily replied, Mom and Dad made it for me. They said it was a gift for being a good kid, so that is it. Hija finally understood, feeling a bit jealous. She said, Well, that bear is not that cute. Why do not you make me a prettier one? But Chunbi weakly replied, No way. I like this bear. Then she held it out and asked, I have not named it yet. Do you know any good names? Even though Chunbi insisted that any name would do, Hija was not really good at naming things. Seeing her deep in thought, she began to seriously rack her brain. A name. How about Soa? What do you think? Chunbi suddenly froze when she heard that name. The little girl tightened her grip on the bear and whispered, Soa. Hija explained, Is not that a beautiful name? It means pretty and successful. Hearing this, Chunbi started to fall in love with the name. She remembered when she took care of Hija. She always softly called out the name Soa, so she smiled brightly at Hija. Chunbi really likes this name, and her excitement lit up Hija too. Really? Then Hija gently reminded her, Make sure to take good care of Soa. Okay. At this, she smiled affectionately because that name was incredibly precious to her. When she said this, Hija's voice was very soft, so soft that Chunbi could not hear it. Suddenly someone called out to Hija. Reflexively, the little girl turned towards the sound to see Johnny approaching, saying, Hija, come here quickly. She had no idea what was going on, so Johnny, panting, explained, There are new people in the village. And Hija did not seem too thrilled about the news. She mumbled, Our village has enough people already. But Chunbi was quite optimistic. I hope they are good people. Even though he was breathless, Johnny insisted, Hija, help your mom out. Outside, a crowd had gathered to watch the argument. So you like our village? Yeah. That is what I mean. The debate echoed everywhere. I have never seen a village like this before. I am really impressed by you. Even though you are not perfect, You are still strong. Chunbi seemed really into this lively conversation. He shouted. Great. Keep it up. Even after coughing up a lung, Junji-woo did not back down and replied loudly, thanks a lot. After a while, Hija and Chunbi stepped outside, amazed by the noise. She sighed. My hands are about to fall off, hearing a strange voice. All three turned their heads. While Dujung and Chunbei were still full of energy, Junji-woo was panting like she was on the verge of collapse. She bravely introduced. This is Chunbei. He does not hear too well, so speak up. Seeing how she was straining to hear, they realized it was her dad who needed to speak louder. Not that they were arguing. And here's his daughter. Dujung. She just coldly greeted them, and then went silent. Junji-woo started using every ounce of her breath to shout. This is the ultimate weapon from our village. She pointed to the adorable girl. And this cutie here is Chunbuff. But it sounded off, so Hija immediately asked. Ultimate weapon. What is that about? In response, she got a cheeky reply. Come on. You know it is the truth. Suddenly, Jumbako switched topics and asked. So what is this smoked river meat all about? While everyone debated how to refer to themselves, Hija was only focused on how Dujung was glaring at her. She started feeling a bit uneasy, wondering why this girl was staring her down. Dujung was not backing down either. She met her gaze head-on. Hija was so annoyed. She had to tense up every facial muscle to keep her cool. This time, Dujung finally backed off in fear. The sight of her shivering sent Junji-woo and Junbai-fi into fits of giggles. They wished they could laugh out loud at her, but had to hold back until Junji-woo could not anymore. Suddenly, Junbei pulled out a leather notebook and shouted, What is your name? Junbox. The loud noise caught the girl off guard, and she stammered. Jun. He laughed heartily and asked, Is that boxing? The girl cheerfully repeated. Yep. It is Jun. Junbei continued teasing. Is it Chu Chu? This time she was genuinely confused. Jun. He burst into laughter. So it is Chief. That is a unique name. This was too much for her. She pointed at Junbei and shouted. Jun. You are so dumb. Suddenly, Junbei lunged forward and grabbed her finger. Already sensitive to this, Hira's face darkened at his brash move. In an instant, the table and chairs were knocked over in chaos. At this moment, Junji-woo and Junjun finally reacted and jumped up. Junjun was worried. How dare they? Just as Hira's tense hand was about to swing, Junbei quickly diffused the situation, saying, You are being way too protective, but I am sorry too. Her finger really did change color. Just like they said. It was pretty interesting. Noticing Junbei looking at her finger, Jumbako quickly hid behind Hira, pointing at the notebook filled with notes about slaying the yellow-eyed monster. He asked, Can I ask one question? Just out of curiosity, is there a yellow-eyed monster in here? After saying that, Junbei's face lit up with excitement. This only intensified the tension radiating from Hira. You figure it out yourself. Finally, someone had to put a stop to this, and Junji-woo shouted. You two, cut it out. She pointed out the obvious. There are kids here, so calm down. But Hira not only did not relent, she leaned closer to Junbei. Hira made sure both of them could hear. So what would you do if you found that monster? This question left Junbei unable to laugh anymore. As he heard this, a look of disgust crossed his face, and Junbei slowly replied, If I find it. But before he could finish, Gondal interrupted. Did Jun see Jun go off the rails? I have not seen her at all. His unexpected arrival made everyone freeze. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words under their intense stares. Suddenly, Junbei blurted out, Wait, is that Gondal? What are you doing here? Now he realized. It is the teacher and Jujung. What was surprising was that Jujung blushed upon seeing Gondal, a reaction that caught Junjuwoo's attention. To explain this, let us rewind a bit. We see those useless henchmen, One Eye urging them on. Come on. You fools. But they had to accept the harsh truth. This monster was too powerful to push back, and their weapons were just too primitive. Everyone was left with no choice but to cheer for Gondal. Incredible. He is pushing the monster back with his insane strength. We totally admire Gondal. Amid their shouts, the one dubbed the Mighty Bear, Gondal, urged everyone to move quickly and gather supplies. Hearing his rallying cry, the townsfolk surged forward. That badass Gondal is something else. I thought he was a fool when I first met him. But who would have guessed he would become a leader? Look at that. They even call him the bear. Chunbi's expression darkened as he recalled the battle, but then he burst out laughing when he realized such a fierce guy ended up marrying a monster. Even though he apologized, it made Chunbok and her mom really uncomfortable. Chunbok shot back. Mom's not a monster. It was not until Du-dung got so embarrassed by her dad that she slapped him that Chun-bi finally stopped his obnoxious laughter. His carefree questioning about her reminder left her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a flat voice rang out. Aren't you regretting it? This question made the whole Chunbok family pause. Du-dung continued the story, explaining that he had become the target of a cannibal tribe, That meant they would be hunting him down. And he had to protect his family. These words made Chunbok's mom extremely uncomfortable. Her attitude was already crystal clear, yet Du-dung stubbornly pressed. Are you not regretting what you have done? Her unexpected question made Gondal hesitate for a moment. In the tension, her stammering response only heightened Du-dung's anxiety. Without answering right away, Gondal wore a satisfied smile. He slowly recalled the dangerous and tough years as she approached Chun-bok's mom. Then came the painful images of her when Du was severely injured. Yet Chun-bok's mom stood firm in protecting the child. Those moments of the two of them vividly replayed in Gondal's mind, leading him to firmly state he would never regret it. Flashing back 6 years. When Gondal was still with the Chunbi clan, Du-dung asked, "Where have you been all this time? I rarely see you." At that time, Gondal replied, "Nothing much. Just patrolling." But Du-dung did not get it. They had already checked that spot. And Gondal explained he was just double-checking. After finishing his words, Gondal quickly made an excuse to leave, saying he would be back soon, while urging her to return to everyone. Despite Du-dung wanting to know the reason behind his actions, he dashed away. His hasty departure left her confused, wondering what could possibly be going on with him. Chunbi chimed in with a chuckle. "I bet he is up to something. Maybe Gondal is secretly dating someone," he suggested. This wild theory made Du-dung pause, thinking there is no way that could be true. On the other side, the sound of a little girl's giggles filled the air, excitedly waiting for his arrival, while Chunbi's mom was on high alert. Growling protectively, Gondal calmly approached, assuring her he was just bringing over a few things she might need, like the bag he lent her last time. Upon hearing this, Chunbi's mom got really riled up, causing Gondal to back down. All right. No need to get all worked up," he continued introducing himself, saying he brought milk for the little one, clothes, and some shoes, although he just guessed the clothing size. Realizing he was just there to drop off supplies, Chunbi's mom calmed down, and it seemed that the little girl in her arms really liked Gondal. After handing over the items, he prepared to leave, saying, "I am off. Take good care of the little one." Chunbi's mom growled back as a way to say goodbye. Gondal slowly walked away from where she stood, his silhouette fading into the bend of the river. Chunbi's mom kept a watchful eye until he was out of sight, but in reality, he was just pretending. Gondal was hiding behind a wall, keeping an eye on the two of them. Once he disappeared completely, Chunbi's mom relaxed and cheerfully started picking up the supplies. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she saw the little one had new things. Seeing her adorable reaction, Gondal could not help but feel relieved and happy. "I knew she would love it. I made the right call giving it to them." Just thinking about it made Gondal's heart race uncontrollably. Watching the two of them happily enjoying their new things warmed his heart. Gondal still found it miraculous that a monster like him was caring for a little girl. He was not sure what to bring next time. The next time Gondal showed up, Chunbi's mom still wore that wary expression. By the third visit, she had started to ease up, even inching forward when he called her over to check out the stuff. By the fourth visit, Chunbi's mom had fully accepted Gondal, and he could even make both of them laugh. They had been through so much together, facing struggles and hardships. Together, they shared joyful moments with Chunbi, bonding over every little thing. It did not take long for her to go from being cautious around Gondal to genuinely caring for his wounds. Chunbi's mom even offered to massage him after a long, tiring day, just like any normal couple would. Gradually, Chunbi grew up under the warm love from both of them. She enjoyed a happy childhood just like any other child. They looked like a real, cozy family. It was then that Gondal became aware of something. Chunbi's mom was developing feelings for him. This sudden realization hit him. He never expected they had grown this close. Just then, Gondal suddenly realized that Chunbi's mom had some pretty captivating eyes too, and this secret thought made him blush. Chunbi started getting all fidgety, unsure of what to do next. So he just laughed awkwardly like a kid caught in a funny moment. "Yeah, he really should get going now, and let me come up with a name for the girl next time we meet. Okay." Hearing this, Chunbi's mom made some sounds that clearly showed she was on board with the idea. Their conversation flowed on, completely unaware that someone was eavesdropping on every word. This person looked dangerous and definitely not one of the good guys. As Gondal walked along, he drifted off into thoughts about a beautiful name, stuck trying to decide what to call the girl. She did not even have a name yet. What should he pick? Maybe. Suddenly, his train of thought was derailed when he noticed Chunbi's mom sitting unusually still. She had not seen him approach, so Gondal decided to break the silence. "Hey, what is it? Is the girl sleeping?" She did not answer, but suddenly called his name, leaving Gondal completely baffled. Looking down, he saw her tear-streaked face. She called out to him in a shaky voice, and the sight of the little one blushing and panting sent chills down his spine. Gondal was utterly lost, so he could only freeze in shock and ask, "What is going on?" The sound of her ragged breaths echoed through the still city. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gondal rushed off to find help. He had to hurry, home was not far. As he sprinted, he berated himself, thinking, what was I thinking? This place is not safe for a kid at all. If I had brought the medicine earlier, we would not be in this mess, damn it. Move faster. Just as he was running, something suddenly zipped right past him. Luckily, his quick reflexes helped him dodge the sneak attack. Although he survived, he still ended up with a nasty gash on his forehead. Just when he thought he was in a hurry, he ran into a roadblock. Great. Just what he needed. A painful roar escaped him, followed by a splatter of blood. As Gondal dropped to his knees, a crowd surrounded him. My bad. My bad. But is this the so-called mighty bear I have heard about? I thought you could dodge, but it seems, said the one-eyed man, smirking. What a shame. If you had just gone down with that hit, it would have been all good. When Gondal realized who had attacked him, he felt his blood boil. So it was that one-eyed punk. You scumbag. Blood poured from his wound as the one-eyed guy taunted him. Look at your face. You are looking pretty rough. Chill out. I just wanted to suggest something. He smirked. Nothing too serious. Do not worry. Just hand over all your guns and supplies from your place, and I will let you off the hook. Gondal immediately snapped, growling, let me off? You mean let you off? Get your lackeys out of here, or I swear I will end you. Suddenly, the one-eyed man spoke dangerously. You seem to be misunderstanding something. You are not the hostage here. His words left Gondal utterly confused. Seeing the panic on his face, the one-eyed man grinned wickedly, flashing a terrifying smile. By the way, I just got a report. I have caught that monster you were worried about. Turns out, the one-eyed guy sent his goons to capture Chunbi's mom and her kid as hostages. With this cunning plan, the advantage is definitely on his side, and he is feeling pretty smug about it. The roar of Chunbok's mother crackling through the walkie-talkie only reinforces his confidence, making him giddy with excitement, like a kid in a candy store. Hearing the noise from the walkie-talkie, Gondan's fury exploded. But he was left with no choice but to make a decision. The chaotic sounds of a scuffle echoed from the other side of the radio. Are you seriously going to bring those weapons back here? If you can hold out like this forever, then we can drag this out all day. You know. Move aside so I can smash this guy's head. Why do you have to be so difficult about it? You looking for a death wish? Despite the constant noise coming back, the henchwoman was still glued to the kid, clearly entertained. What he fancied, though, was a monster. Chunbok's mother was currently tied up, and hearing those words made her burn with rage as she glared at him. The henchwoman was itching to jump in. The mother was fuming, but the kid was just too cute to resist. One of the henchwomen even suggested they should just snatch the kid up. The other guy agreed. Hey, we could get a pretty penny for that. The henchwoman, with a wicked grin, said, you think you are good at raising a kid? Trust me, I can do it way better than a monster mom like you. Hearing that taunt made Chunbok's mother so mad she could cry, but all she could do was seethe in silence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, catching everyone's attention, and they turned to look. Before they could react, two henchmen were hit with a couple of bullets right in the head. The gunfire echoed far and wide, even reaching the one-eyed guy. At that moment, his henchmen realized what was happening. The shots were coming from behind. That was where the hostages were kept. This news was enough to snap Gondan out of his stupor. Muttering, the kid's with the mother. The one-eyed man immediately lost it. You sneaky bastard. When did you call for backup? You were just stalling for time. Gondan did not respond but shot him a look filled with unwavering determination. That defiance only made the one-eyed guy angrier. He raised his axe high, gritting his teeth. All right. Time for you to meet your end. Suddenly, a noise from the walkie-talkie made him pause. You hear that? Are you getting your ass kicked like a rookie or what? Hello? I know you can hear me, so just answer already. Gondan seemed to recognize that voice. He was taken aback when he suddenly heard it coming from here. Chungsik and Juzong had arrived for backup. She said to the one-eyed man, listen, let me talk to Gondan. The one-eyed guy shot back. Are you his relative or something? Completely unaware that his henchmen had already dropped like flies. Meanwhile, the monster mother had reclaimed her child and was keenly listening to the conversation. Do you really need to ask more? Just let me talk to Gondan. Or do you want me to bring the whole family over there? I said let me talk to him right now. That icy tone forced the one-eyed man to comply. Though he did not want to, he passed the walkie-talkie to Gondan, who was nursing his wounds. He croaked out, Zuzong. But before he could finish, she interjected, I am really disappointed. That statement took Gondan by surprise. Zuzong continued, is this why you have been sneaking out all this time? Are you kidding me? What kind of captain are you? Going out to cuddle with monsters? My dad already knows. So let us wrap this up. Just give that monster some meds and cut off all ties. if you keep messing around with it. Do not even think about coming home. Those words tightened Gondun's grip instinctively. Zuzong delivered the final verdict coldly. Choose. Or it is that monster. At that moment, Mama Chun was intensely focused on his answer. Whispers began to circulate, so he really is involved with a monster. That is just disgusting. Even if you are desperate for some action, you can go there with a monster. Who would be thought that the fierce bear was a quirky weirdo? The whispers gradually died down, and now Gondun was solely focused on that earlier question. He let out a long breath. Finally, Gondun had made his decision. The intercom crackled to life. Sorry. Zuzong. This is all my fault. I am really sorry. Everyone. Gondun's admission eased her worries, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. But just when she was happy, Gondun suddenly said, Tell everyone I am really sorry. After everything, maybe I am just not cut out to be the captain. This sudden confession left Zuzong utterly shocked. In her desperate call, there was no response. Zuzong was so furious. She felt like crushing the intercom. How could he do this? Gondun had been by her side since childhood. They shared every meal together in tough times. He and she never left each other's sides. Always right there next to one another. But why would Gondun make this decision? Zuzong could not accept it. And Chungsik beside her could only sigh in defeat. He helplessly said, We all knew it would come to this sooner or later. Gondun really liked Mama Chunbok. Just follow the rules. If anyone wants to leave, there is no holding back. But Zuzong could not accept this reality. She looked at Mama Chunbok in disbelief. Is he leaving because of this thing? That moment, Zuzong could not hold back her emotions anymore. Tears streamed down her face. I am right here. I love him more than she does. And she is just a monster. He is so stupid. On the other side, one by one, they were taken down. No matter how many people rushed in, they were quickly beaten back. Gondun, bloodied, stepped forward, his stubbornness sending a chill down their spines. Damn it. You are a monster. How are you still standing after all that? Terrified, he still tried to act tough. If you had not messed with us first, none of this would be happened. Without letting him ramble on, Gondun gathered all his strength and knocked him away. Now, all that mattered was getting to those two. His shadow looked so lonely. Gondun pressed on alone. As night fell, the monsters crept out onto the streets to hunt. By then, Gondun had already made his way to Mama Chunbok's house. He replied, It is not that bad. But Mama Chunbok continued to voice her worries, prompting Gondun to change the subject. I figured out the name of the girl on the way here. Looking at the confused expression on the girl's face, he gently said, That is Chunbok. It is a nickname my mom gave me so I could grow up strong. Hearing this, Chunbok's mom was a bit flustered and tried to pronounce her daughter's name. And it seemed like the little one was reacting to it too. Chunbok's mom felt a sense of wonder and excitement that her little one had a new name. Even though she was not very articulate, she tried her best to express how much she loved it. And Gondun could not be happier. I mean, that name is just adorable. Right. Suddenly, he started stuttering, his face turning increasingly red, as he began to express his feelings. He was so nervous that he dropped his handkerchief without even realizing it. Gondun gradually spoke up, saying, I have been thinking about this a lot lately. At first, I was just curious, but now it is so much more than that. Upon hearing this, her face flushed as well. And Chunbok's mom eagerly awaited what he would say next. In the cool, quiet atmosphere, Gondun softly confessed, I want to be with you and Chunbok. Even though I do not have much right now, I promise I will always be by your side, no matter what happens. His heartfelt words touched Chunbok's mom deeply. He continued, Would you consider marrying me, even in the midst of happiness? She could not believe this was happening. Chunbok's mom sat in silence for a long while. But finally, with a shaky breath, she agreed. Her response filled Gondun with overwhelming joy. Under the bright moonlight, he embraced her and said, I will love you until we are old and gray. Thank you so much. Fast forward to the present. Zuzong was starting to feel regret, but she reassured herself. Stay calm. This is how I should respond. I have survived hell and come back. She thought about being afraid of Sister Ha, but even so, Zuzong felt too cowardly to speak up. In a situation where Chunbok's mom had her backed against the wall, Zuzong was squirming like a worm. But she still thought, You won't be able to beat me that easily. Suddenly, Chunbok's mom moved closer and began sniffing. As if she had discovered something. Something felt off. It was like she had seen this girl somewhere before. But where? She recognized the scent. Why was that? 1,000 questions swirled in Chunbok's mom's mind, while Zuzong remained frozen, enduring the pressure. It felt like she was in a boiling pot, and Chunbok was deliberately trying to intimidate her, saying, My mom only sniffs out the suspicious ones. Was she hiding something? Zuzong desperately wanted to shove these two away, but she was too scared to do anything. Now even Chunbok had started checking Zuzong out. She wanted to cry, but there was no one to save her. Where had those two gone off to without calling her? They said they would be back soon, please hurry up. While Zhu Zhong was suffering in her predicament, Gondan and Chumbi were chatting away, completely losing track of time. They reminisced about the past, with Gondan laughing and teasing Chum, while he playfully fired back, filling the air with laughter. Eventually, they got serious and Chumbi shared, I miss the old days when we could do everything together. Gondan, listen, do whatever it takes to protect your family. Okay. Hearing this, he turned to look at the man. Gondan clenched his fists, summoning the courage to speak up. Chum, why are you searching for that yellow-eyed monster? Gondan's question made the atmosphere between them grow tense. Chumbi did not answer right away. He seemed lost in thought. This reaction from him only left Gondan feeling more uneasy, feeling the awkwardness. He quickly changed the subject. How's everyone doing? How's your son? Chun. And Zujin. The one you care about so much, what has happened to them? Memories of the past began to resurface in his mind. They had fought through countless battles together. But what about the others? What are they up to now? Please. Tell me. Chumbi tightened his grip on the cigarette in his hand, saying, you know the answer already, so I ask. They are all dead. The yellow-eyed monster killed them. Each word felt like a painful truth escaping Chumbi's lips. He struggled to keep a calm expression, even as his insides felt like they were being torn apart. But no matter how hard he tried to hold it in, the fury within Chumbi erupted. Remembering that stormy night, he shouted, I have been through hell and back in this damned world. Why do not those monsters just go there and die? That day, his father and those monsters invaded the city. They were so powerful that we could not push them back, and humanity faced a devastating defeat at their hands. The stench of blood filled the air, and everywhere he looked, those horrifying monsters were feasting on human flesh. Chumbi could even hear the bones and flesh of his family being torn apart. Blood was splattered everywhere. He wanted to save them so badly. But all Chumbi could do was save his daughter. He had never felt so powerless. On that fateful night, Zhu Zong and Chumbi vowed that, no matter the cost, they would kill that monster. At this point, he had to clench his fists to suppress the rage boiling within him. Suddenly, a noise cut through Chumbi's thoughts. Gon spoke up, his voice trembling with anger. So that monster killed everyone. It hunted my family and killed my friend. I swear I will find it and kill it. In the midst of this serious atmosphere, Chumbi burst out laughing, saying, do not worry. You do not need to look for it. Gondan was confused by his words. Chumbi turned serious and continued. It has already infiltrated this village. And that conclusion left Gondan in disbelief. Your wife and daughter. Right. Gondan confirmed this was true. And the leader of this place wants to do the same. Right. He nodded in agreement once again. Chumbi continued. It has lost its family and home, so it won't just sit back and watch. So who do you think it will target first? Gondan's heart raced as the answer flashed through his mind. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Chumbi answered for him. That is right. Its target is Chunbok, the weakest one here. But Gondan could not believe it, so he protested. No way. We have not seen anything suspicious in the past 2 months. Chumbi just chuckled softly, still as clueless as ever. The silence. That is a sure sign he is plotting something. With a calm demeanor, he lit a cigarette and slowly said, Gondan, this piece is nothing but a poison. Chumbi's words drifted out like wisps of smoke, a fleeting happiness destined to dissolve into ashes. By the time he realized it, it would be too late. Never let your guard down. Stay cautious. And always be ready. That warning left Gondan feeling uneasy. It is time to face the truth. Everything will eventually fade away like this cigarette. Chumbi delivered his final words. The village you thought was safe. It is the most dangerous place of all. Suddenly, a scream echoed from a distance, slicing through their conversation. They were clueless about what was happening. But Gondan realized the sound came from the other side of the building. Hearing that, Chumbi felt a bad vibe and they quickly ran towards the noise. Their heavy breaths rang out as they approached the source of the commotion. Being from the village, Gondan knew the way, guiding Chumbi along. Finally, they reached the spot. But the scene before them made them freeze in shock. Gondan curiously asked, what happened here? Jinsu struggled to support a woman. Oblivious to their arrival, it was not until he heard Gondan's voice that Jinsu looked up, his face a mask of confusion. He repeated the question. What are you doing? It seemed like a tough question to answer. Jinsu just stared at him, speechless. Once he heard the reason, Gondan asked suspiciously. This woman just fainted. Jinsu tried to sound as casual as possible. Yeah, it happened so fast. I am taking her to the clinic. I will get her checked by a doctor. So do not worry about it. No matter how he justified it, Jumbi and Gondan stood their ground, blocking Jinsu from leaving. With a serious expression, he asked again, is that all there is to it? But look at his feet, there is blood there. Jumbi's worry only deepened as he could not just walk away. Glancing at the woman slumped over, he was certain something was seriously wrong, seeing them stalling. Jinsu affirmed, "Relax. I will definitely take her to a doctor." The silent tug-of-war continued. Jinsu was looking pretty suspicious. But neither Jumbi nor Gundan could act. Damn it. I know he is lying. At this point, Gundan was not about to back down. He sprang into action. Placing a hand on the woman's shoulder, he eagerly offered, "Let me help you out. We should support each other." But as he touched her, he suddenly noticed something. This woman was ice cold. He knew she was dead, but just moments ago, she had been screaming. There is no way her body could be this cold. Thoughts raced through Gondan's mind as he felt no warmth. Jinsu's sudden call snapped him out of his thoughts. He did not want to play pretend anymore and muttered a threat. "I told you I would take care of her. Did not you hear? Or do you not respect my opinion? Forcing me to accept your retreat is just plain bullying." Then he chuckled awkwardly to lighten the tense, gunpowder-filled atmosphere. "Sorry, Jinsu. Maybe I am just overstepping. I acted too rashly. You are usually so quiet. And now I am worried. Why does it seem like you are so exhausted?" Despite his resistance, and Jumbi and Gondan kept pushing. "Look, I am just worried about the woman. Please understand." Hearing him take responsibility, Jinsu gradually calmed down. "I should apologize for getting angry." Seizing the moment as Jinsu began to compromise, Gondan said, "Let me make this clear. Please let me check on her." Jinsu seemed to think he had given up the previous intent. So hearing this proposal again caught him completely off guard. At this point, Jinsu did not want to drag this out any longer. He snapped, "Let us cut this off here. I do not care anymore." He really hated this guy's attitude. And while saying this, Jinsu reached into his jacket pocket for something. "You say I have had enough." Jinsu's actions made Gondan go on high alert, getting ready for a fight. He continued, "Why do you two keep blocking my way?" Chunbi was also prepared for battle. The more Jinsu spoke, the more his emotions exploded. "Just end this? I can't take it anymore." Just as Gondan was about to charge in, a sudden voice interrupted. "What is going on here?" Suddenly, two more people showed up. "We heard noise over here. Is everything okay?" Both sides froze, noticing the newcomers, and they immediately spotted the girl. "Oh no. Is she unconscious? Is she still alive? Is she breathing?" Seeing the situation getting more complicated, Jinsu thought to himself, "Damn it. More and more people are showing up. Is this never going to end?" While everyone continued to chatter, the woman's hand started to twitch. A bat's fingers twitched, making strange cracking sounds that caught Chunbi's attention. When he looked down, he was utterly shocked. But Gondan, unaware of anything unusual, said, "So you are still being stubborn? Ah, this just makes you look even more suspicious." The situation spiraled out of Jinsu's control, leaving him panicked and unsure of what to do next. Not getting a response from him, Gondan decided, "You made me do this. I have to check." Seeing him approach, Jinsu was in a complete frenzy. Can he let them know she is dead? What do I do?" Suddenly, Chunbi's voice rang out. "Gondan, do not touch her." He found this very confusing, but then Gondan's hand was swatted away, and a female voice exclaimed, "Hey, do not touch me." This whole series of actions caught him off guard. "That is really rude." The voice came again from the woman. What she just did left Gondan in disbelief. What just happened? I thought she was dead. This unexpected turn of events helped Jinsu escape disaster, and he was overjoyed. Seizing the moment, Jinsu jumps in. "Can we go already? I think you have done enough. She needs to see a doctor right away." Even though Gondan has not given up yet, Chumbi steps in to hold him back. "Sorry about the misunderstanding. We won't bother you anymore." The sky had turned to dusk, prompting him to quickly pull Gondan along. "Come on, let us head home." On the way, Gondan voiced his concerns. "Didn't you feel something strange? Like something's off?" Gondan asked Chunbi for advice. "Should I investigate quietly?" Instead of answering, he throws the question back. "Don't you see it?" Gondan responds, "See what? You are really making me feel dumb here." Gondan was completely lost, so Chunbi clarified, "That woman, no. That thing. Never approach it alone." "Got it." His serious tone made Gondan uneasy. Chunbi recalled the moment he noticed Adang's fingers making eerie noises. A realization he had not been prepared for. Adang's fingers twisted in a horrifying way. Then, a slowly started to wake up, supported by Jinsu. That woman's face twisted in grotesque ways, her eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out, her muscles uncontrollably contorting into a mad smile. She was anything but human. After narrowly escaping danger, Jinsu sat alone in the darkness, mumbling to himself, "Damn it. I messed everything up. I should have been more observant." His panic escalated to the point that Jinsu was unconsciously clawing at his own face. "They must be suspicious of me now. even as chunks of flesh kept falling away. He kept muttering like a madman. It is all my fault. Reaching his breaking point, Jinsu clawed at his face and screamed, I have brought trouble to my dad, as he was being swallowed by madness. A dark voice interrupted. Calm down. Jack, your regret won't change the outcome. The familiar voice finally snapped Jack back to reality, who had just torn half of his mask off. Jack stood on the other side. Continuing. Don't be too hard on yourself. I already have all the information I need. I am proud of you. My son, almost in disbelief. Jack muttered. You are proud of me? Once his mind stabilized, his father officially declared, it is time for us to act. Hearing that, Jack complied. And now that his father had recovered, he asked, you are on duty tonight, right? At home. Chunbuk was deeply engrossed when whispers filled the room. The little girl had fallen asleep, wanting to confirm. A hand reached out to check. But just as it got halfway, another hand slapped it away. To confirm, a hand reached out to investigate. But just as it got halfway there, another arm struck it away with a sharp smack. Mother Chunbuk firmly declared. Danti touched the girl. But Hisa retorted indignantly. Who says? To which Mother Chunbuk quickly replied. Her mother does. Hearing this, Hisa angrily pointed at her. Danti, push me. I can comfort her too. But Hisa was met with a friendly middle finger and a warning. Wait. Do not mess with Chunbuk while she is sleeping. Finally, someone stepped in to break up the chaos. Gondan spoke up, cutting through the argument. This is a crucial moment. How can you two be fighting right now? Chunbi added, you are making me lose my focus. Once Hisa and Mother Chunbuk fell silent, he asked, so is this everyone? Gondan replied, yep, Hisa is like family to me. So no need to worry about her. Immediately, both Hisa and Mother Chunbuk turned to look at each other, then simultaneously exclaimed, family. Seriously? Hisa, no longer holding back, asked, so everything you said is true? Chunbi quickly nodded. Yep. That acquaintance Jinsu looks really suspicious. And the dead woman. Everything about it is strange. He put forth his theory. I think that acquaintance is behind it all. When did he come to this village? Gondan vaguely recalled. I think it has been about a month. Hearing this, Chunbi grew anxious. That means he has had plenty of time to prepare, he said. I do not know what he could have done in that month. While Chunbi had no clue either since he had just arrived a day ago, the discussion made Mother Chunbuk feel uneasy. Gripping the edge of the blanket covering her little one, she silently vowed she would never let Chunbuk go through that hell again. Mother Chunbuk knew that the monsters were surely lurking in this village, waiting to capture her and her child. Those thoughts left her speechless, drowning in worry, remembering her father's expression. A flurry of thoughts flooded her mind. Chunbuk was definitely an easy target for them. I have to kill that monster to end this once and for all. If I am right, that monster is definitely here. Someone's voice provided the final answer for her. Discussions arose in the stillness of the night, reminding us that we have been way too peaceful for the past 2 months. Do you know why? Haija nonchalantly replied. Because they, it are on high alert around us. They know that their old violent methods won't work anymore. So they have become more cautious. She concluded. Since nothing has happened for a while, the monster in charge will show up this time. Dung shared her thoughts too. If Haija is right, we should keep an eye on that Jinsu, since he might be connected to my father. Hearing this, Chunbi added. And we should also watch that woman who is with him. Gondan reassured Mother Chunbuk while saying, but we still need to stay alert, even though we have some clues. We can't let our guard down. So let us investigate that woman and Jinsu tomorrow. In this tense atmosphere, Chunbi suddenly bursts into laughter. He is slapping his thigh and gleefully shouting, I love this plan. But Chunbi's loud antics make Haija threaten him, saying, if you wake her up, I swear I will take you out. Suddenly, Gondan notices something. No matter how calm Chunbi sounds, his hands are trembling uncontrollably as he speaks. If this plan succeeds, I will be so lucky. I have a good feeling about this. Even if my dad's got the worst luck, at least we will catch his tail this time. Everyone's bracing themselves. Haija's face is twisted with rage, ready to crush that old monster right then and there, no matter how tough it gets. Gondan won't back down. Chunbi's mom can't let anything happen to her precious daughter. She will do whatever it takes to protect Chunbi, her only hope. Eventually, what is meant to happen will happen. The pounding footsteps echo loudly, and the door swings wide open. Jingu appears at the entrance, gasping for breath, and everyone asks, what is going on? Why are you here? Jingu. He stands there, panting, trying to catch his breath before finally saying, big trouble. In the stillness of the night, the crackling sound mixes with screams. It is on fire. The flames blaze intensely, and the top floor is engulfed, causing everyone to panic. Bring water. Hurry. In this urgent situation, everyone scrambles to put out the fire, while Junju quickly coordinates the chaos. It seems everyone has been evacuated outside. Gond and T believe how fierce the fire is. It is spreading rapidly. Haija realizes it is the food storage area and quickly asks Jingyu, who is on night watch. He replies blankly, Jinju.
Wow.
Gondon is taken aback when he hears that name. Jumbaka's mom knows him. It is that guy. But why is the food building on fire? Aren't they after me and Jumbaf? The screams from everyone continue. Oh no. My precious food. Those complaints only add to her confusion. Mixed with the shouts to extinguish the fire are cries of despair. How can we go on now? On the other side. Someone collapses. Sobbing. All my hard work is gone. Around Jumba's mom, the air is thick with lamentations and sobs. She feels lost in a hellish landscape. And at that moment, she realizes the true purpose of all this. It is this very scene. People here are screaming, angry, collapsing, powerless. And all of them are desperate in this situation. Amidst the chaos, Junko's mom suddenly notices something. It is the eerie smile of that woman. While everyone else is getting swallowed up by despair, she is just standing there, smiling serenely. That sends a chill down her spine. Jumba's mom quickly turns to shield her child. No matter what everyone does, the woman remains still, a strange smile plastered on her face. The Jumbaka's mom could feel it, something was off about that woman. Suddenly, she turned on her heel and walked away nonchalantly. Just as something stirred on the other side, Jumba's mom snapped into action, catching Gondon's attention. When she handed Jumbaf over to him, Gondon asked what was going on, if something was wrong. But she just said, "Can you hold on to her for a bit?" Without waiting for a response, she bolted away, leaving Gondon's questions about where she was going echoing behind her. In the meantime, someone called Gondon for help, so he did not pay any mind to Jumbaka's mom's sudden departure. The scene was chaotic, battling the flames, and nobody noticed Jumbaka's unusually swollen monster finger. By the time Jumbaka's mom chased after her, there was no sign of the woman. But then, she sensed something above her, up on the floor above. There was a strange shadow. It turned out the woman had gone up there, seemingly trying to lure Jumpa's mom to follow her. Without missing a beat, she leapt powerfully, swiftly maneuvering through the construction site, and using the railing to pull herself up to the window, successfully infiltrating the building. But once inside, the woman had vanished. So Jumbaka's mom began searching frantically, moving from one area to another without any luck. Suddenly, a voice echoed, causing her to halt in her tracks. Quite the impression. The voice reverberated throughout the building, making her wonder if someone had dulled their sharpness from living too peacefully. Yet here it was, recognizing her so quickly. Jumbaka's mom became hyper-aware as soon as the voice rang out. The woman's silhouette lurked behind the wall, questioning her. Did the life she stole from her feel joyful, or was she at peace? After being silent for a while, the voice continued, and footsteps came closer and closer to Jumbaka's mom, but she still could not see anyone. The voice toyed with her, making her look around nervously, prompting the woman to say, "No need to search for me. I just want to talk." The footsteps grew louder, and the conversation persisted. "If you do not want to discuss that, how about we change the subject? What about your family? Or your adorable daughter?" The woman grinned wickedly at the mention of the girl, making Jumba's mom growl in anger. Seeing this, the woman taunted further, claiming the girl was even cuter than before, certain she would outshine her mother. Tentacles began to slither down from above. Continuing the conversation, she had to admit the girl looked quite delicious. As she swung down, she unleashed more writhing tentacles to ambush Jumbaka's mom. Noticing Jumbaka's mom had not spotted her, the woman's eyes gleamed with triumph. But little did she know, she was about to face a bloody welcome. Jumba's mom aimed her strike perfectly at the woman. While the woman was still stunned by what just happened, Jumbaka's mom seized the slimy tentacles tightly. Then, with all her strength, she yanked the woman down, like a brutal harvest from a tree. The Jumba's mom's force was overwhelming, slamming the woman hard against the floor. Yet she was not ready to give up. Seizing the moment, the woman shot her filthy tentacles out to attack, but Jumbaka's mom nimbly dodged them all. Suddenly, a massive, spiky tentacle shot up right next to her. Then, more of them erupted from the ground, like a trap waiting to snare Jumbaka's mother. But with her quick reflexes, she managed to escape their grasp. After dodging the attack, Jumbaka's mother immediately turned her attention upward. Seizing the moment, she launched a swift counterattack right at her opponent. It looked like the wound was serious this time. Her opponent staggered back, unable to fight. "Was that the best you could do? Seems like you are all washed up, no matter what." Jumbaka's mother stood firm, determined to end this once and for all. Both sides suddenly halted, and her opponent showed no signs of further movement. Out of nowhere, she burst into uncontrollable giggles. The tentacles retracted as her eerie laughter echoed, and she spoke again, questioning how the little girl was doing. This left Junka's mother utterly confused, as it seemed her opponent was implying the girl was in pain. Hearing that, she reacted immediately. What about her stomach? What do you mean? Are you trying to say? But before she could finish, her heart skipped a beat. Junpa's mother finally understood her words, looking at that sinister grin. She stammered. How do you know that? It flashed back to when Jumbapa was writhing in pain, and she had been so worried. But there was no one else in the room, so how did she know? That grin stretched from ear to ear. You are not the only one with sweet memories of the girl. As she spoke, her imagination ran wild, picturing the girl's delight in playing with her toys. And I know she loves to eat too. Did you know she secretly trains 3 times a week? She even reminisced about Jumbuffy in school, how brilliant she was, so bright and persistent, and how happy she was to get an 80 on her test just 3 days ago. Just a little bit. But I finally get how strong your family bond is. The more she shared, the more panic washed over Jumbuko's mother, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her delight intensified as she reveled in the fear etched on her face, narrating more and more memories. If Jumbuk survives when I reclaim my body, I would love to raise her myself. That was it. Jumbuka's mother could no longer hold back. Her anger exploded, and she charged at her, but she did not flinch. Hardly. She leaned casually against the railing and taunted. You want to kill me? Ah. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumped off the floor just as Jumbuku's mother lunged forward. As she fell through the air, a cryptic smile appeared on her face. So come find me if you can. That was the final taunt she left for Jumbuku's mother. A loud thud echoed as she hit the ground. Amidst the chaos of people witnessing someone fall from the building, there she lay, a lifeless body still wearing a terrifying smile. Suddenly, everyone looked up. Was not that Jumbuka's mother? Now she understood. This was the old man's plan. Jumbuka's mother had become reckless. She did not need to search for him. Instead, he would possess them and command the villagers to witness this scene. Those, with their father's golden eyes, would think she was the one to be feared. Right, and she became a murderous monster in the eyes of the villagers. Unfortunately, everyone in the village got caught up in that chaos. Once the fire was extinguished, the crowd began to shout for justice, demanding to bring her out here. As Meng Chi screamed for them to bring out Mother Jumbaf, the villagers behind her joined in. Furious, in the midst of the chaos, Gondan had to step up and explain that what happened yesterday was not her fault. Junju backed him up, insisting there was no reason for her to do something like that. Despite their pleas, Meng Chai remained stubborn, thinking she set the fire just to feast on human flesh, while everyone was distracted. But she got caught red-handed, it is pretty clear. He continued to argue. I knew this would happen. A monster helping people. Yeah, right. She did not even say a word to her husband. So why would she side with her? Hearing Meng Chai's harsh words, Junji reminded him to watch his tone. But Meng Chai insisted she was just speaking the truth. Not only did she refuse to back down, but she also kept insulting Mother Jum, like a starving beast that just can't stop craving human flesh. Just as he is letting his mouth run wild, he suddenly feels a tightness in his throat. With Meng Chi's rude comments pushing him over the edge, Ganon can take it anymore and lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar with a fierce expression. What the hell did you just say? He roars. You have no proof. Don't you dare accuse my wife of something she did not do. Gondan's thunderous voice and aggressive stance make Meng Chi shrink back in fear, forcing him to seek help from others. The argument grows louder. As they debate whether Jumba's mother is the culprit or not, this commotion reaches Hiza, who is standing outside, and she coldly orders her subordinates to explain what is happening. The bickering shows no signs of slowing down. Hiza can't take the noise anymore, it is a complete mess. Meanwhile, at home, Jamaki is happily playing with her toys. The two of them are having a blast together when little Neetha says, the puppy is crying because he is hungry. Can we feed this poor little guy? Hearing this, Jumbo's mother pretends to offer food to the puppy, while Jumbuk enthusiastically mimics the puppy eating. Then, Jamaki excitedly lifts her toy high and exclaims, "The day. Now it is a super puppy. He can go for walks every day." Jumbuka's mother joyfully plays along with her. The little girl seems to be loving these toys. Jumbuka's mother gazes fondly at her, feeling immense happiness every time she sees that bright smile on her child's face. Although she does not show it on the outside, Jumbuka's mother is worried. She is unsure how to deal with the villagers who might be influenced by her father. When they look up at her, she realizes that they have all been touched by him. The villagers might have been infected after a long time of sharing water, food, or even through physical contact. It is tough to handle when everyone here is under his influence, leaving Jumbuka's mother feeling powerless. Remembering that the father and son are also in the crowd, she wonders if even Gondan has been affected. And what about that woman out there? She seems off too. Images of the villagers flash through Jumbuka's mother's mind, and among them, there is not a single person she can confide in. while joking with her daughter. She decides she must clarify the misunderstanding with everyone, but she fears that talking to them now will only complicate things further. The Junka's mother is at a loss, and suddenly even doubts herself, wondering if she has been infected too. A new fear creeps in. She is terrified of the thought of turning on Jumbaf. What if she can't see that smile anymore? Another chilling thought arises. Could it be that Jumbafi has been infected too? If that is the truth, then right now, she is like that Lego figure, surrounded by enemies with no way out, to protect that innocent smile. She does not ask or worry, just waiting for everything to become clear. I do not know anymore. Seriously, I have no idea what I can do right now. 100 thoughts are swirling around in my head, and it seems like the kid senses it too. Even though she is smiling, the kid notices something's off. While they are all laughing and joking, Jumbok suddenly freezes. Then the kid blurts out, "Close your eyes. Hurry." Even though Mom Junkafi does not get what the kid is up to, she has no choice but to comply under Jumbaki's insistence. Once she gets the cue, Mom Jumbak slowly opens her eyes. In front of her, Jumbaki is pretending to be a bear, saying, "Hi there." The fairy of sadness. The kid waves her little stuffed bear and says, "Nice to meet you." Mom Jumbaki is still confused about what the kid is doing. Jumbakofi continues, "You look worried about something. Let me help you." At that moment, she realizes why the kid is acting like this. She wonders if her feelings are showing too clearly, afraid of being caught. Mom Jumba quickly denies that anything's wrong, but the kid keeps probing. "Are you sure?" Through the bear, the kid voices her thoughts. "Are you sure you are not hiding anything from Jumbaf?" Hearing this, Mom Jumba suddenly goes stiff, unable to come up with any more excuses. The stuffed bear, voiced by the kid, continues, "Jumbok's mom once said that lying is necessary because the outside world is dangerous. But lying to your loved ones is wrong. No matter what happens, family will always be there to help you." Listening to Junka's heartfelt words, she feels a bit guilty. Then, Jumba, being so insightful, continues through the bear, "If you can talk about it, you do not have to." The kid whispers behind the bear, "If something is bothering you, I will always help you." At this point, Jumba looks up with sparkling eyes, saying, "Because we are family." Right. The kid reaches out her hand, waiting for Mom to open up and talk to her. Seeing the effort the kid makes to connect, Mom Jumbuk starts to waver, hesitating. She reaches out her hand, wanting to hold that tiny hand. At that moment, she feels a pang of regret. The kid is right. She should not doubt her. What kind of mother am I? Although she has come to terms with her feelings, Mom Jumbuk still has not revealed the truth to the kid. She silently thinks, Jumba. And thank you for soothing this mother's heart." With a smile, she takes the kid's hand and expresses, "I am so happy that my little fairy cares about me. I promise I will tell you next time when I am worried." The Jumbik beams at her response, excitedly saying, "You promise?" Right. Thanks to her, Mom's mood has lifted significantly. She affectionately pats the kid's head, thinking, "There is definitely a way. I need to figure it out." Looking at the kid's pile of toys, she analyzes each one, noticing that the villagers still have their willpower intact. But she does not understand. If she were that monster, she would control everyone to her liking. But that old man does not. Why is that? Why does not he take the easy route? Why not? Gradually, she began to piece together every detail from how she had intentionally missiled everyone to the moment she let go and jumped, that enigmatic smile, and the looks that had been tainted by that father of hers. Suddenly, something clicked in Junbok's mom's mind. She finally found the clue. The old man did this because her father's power was limited, his control still a work in progress. There had to be a way to influence everyone. Right. Out of nowhere, the door swung wide open, and a voice boomed, "Sorry, but you have to tell me what is going on. Why have not you shared this with me?" Gondon stormed in. Looking frantic as ever, Gondon could not wait to step inside. Instead, he lingered outside, pleading, "You know what is happening, just tell me. I can help you. I see you are hurting, but keeping quiet won't fix anything. Please. You have to talk to me." As Gondon kept pressing, Jumbok's mom stepped closer, gently touching his worried face. A soft sound broke the tension, and little Junbok was taken aback by the scene. Although she tried to shield her teddy bear's eyes, she completely forgot to cover her own. The kiss took Gondon by surprise, leaving him frozen, unsure how to react. In that moment, she decided it was time to open up to him. Just as their lips were inches apart, Gondon suddenly noticed something. Jumbok's mom was trying to communicate with him by writing on her hand. She knew this method had its flaws, but if the influence could only be seen or heard, then this might just work. She sealed Gondon's lips with her own to take advantage of this loophole. Junbok's mom was determined to find it and eliminate it once and for all. The fire at the food storage building had been put out, but the damage was undeniably severe. Even though the place was nothing but ash, Jambi and Jujung were relentless, searching for traces of the culprit. Unfortunately, they had turned to nothing but a pile of soot, with nothing left behind. As Jujung tried to say something, the fire has burned everything down. Jambi, busy jotting down notes, nodded in agreement with his daughter. However, it seemed she had noticed something very peculiar. Beneath the ashes, there appeared to be a faint trace of blood. Jambi stepped closer. Is this the only evidence we could find? She replied coldly. Yeah, Dad. Pass me the flashlight. Hearing this, he reached into his jacket pocket. Let us. The light quickly illuminated the long streak of blood they had found. Jambi meticulously took notes, but found nothing significant. Maybe this is not what we are looking for. After a while, the observation seemed to yield a new discovery. A wisp of smoke, barely visible, began to rise slowly. The sound of something sizzling and gray smoke wafted from the area of the bloodstain. Jujung eagerly shined her flashlight at it. It smelled like burnt rubber. This has to be monster blood. It is still reacting to the light even after being scorched. Jambi proudly patted her head. That is my girl. You have got sharp eyes. She pouted. Come on. I am not a kid anymore. This is basic stuff. He chuckled. You will always be my little girl. After finishing, he gave her another pat. You did great. Jujung. All right, now we are sure. Jujung added warily. The monsters are behind this, right now. All we need to do is wait for the doctor's results. And that is still not wrapped up. Just then, someone appeared on the scene. Jambi and Jujung, I have got the results. Let us head to the hospital together. He hesitated to announce. It was an incredibly messy situation. The door was ajar enough to hear what was going on inside. Did anyone find anything there? Jambi replied honestly. We found very clear evidence that this was definitely caused by them. Junji felt a bit wary. We have been through hell already. Why is this happening? It is so unfair. And how's the crime scene investigation going? Junji softly urged them. Please focus on what I am saying. Jingu then spoke up. I found something very surprising. Everyone looked curiously at what he was holding. It seemed to be some kind of parasite. Jingu began to narrate. I found it in this body. It is inside the brain. I worked all night but did not make any progress. But I do know the cause of her death was falsely pinned on Jambi's mother. This is clearly not a suicide. This parasite killed her. Although Junsuo was deep in thought. Jinsu had been in this village for a month. That is plenty of time for it to infect us. We all seem to be hosting that creature inside us. Junji's heart sank as he realized the truth. This meant that monster was controlling us like puppets through its deadly plague. The Junbi suddenly remembered something. Doctor, what about the treatment you are working on? Jingu hesitated. I tried. But there was no response. Maybe it is ineffective. However, I discovered it worked during one trial. It is a stronger drug. I have improved it to a more refined version. Both Jambi and his father immediately suggested using it right away. Jingu sadly declined. That would be incredibly risky. This drug is extracted from cells in Jumbok's fingers. Its side effects are much stronger and could cause the body to mutate into a monster. If it works effectively, we could deal with that parasite. But I do not know what consequences the side effects might bring. Their conversation was overheard, so that is what is going on. They have a cure, though its effectiveness seems pretty unstable. But we can give them a chance to use it. The conversation grew tenser. I think this is the only option we have. The other side kept pressing. We need to do something before everyone dies. Junjiu agreed. She said. She is right. We are standing on the edge of life and death. Junjiu solemnly replied. I should let everyone know about this. A white object was slithering quickly while they were discussing. Jingu gradually became oblivious, suddenly letting out a sound of panic. The two girls instinctively turned to look at him. Jambi quickly moved to restrain Jingu's arm. Hey, duh. What are you doing with that scalpel? One of Jingu's eyes began to change color, and he shouted in horror. Wow. My body is not obeying me anymore. Jambi stared at his expression in shock. One eye is turning yellow. This can be happening. A series of bizarre reactions kept unfolding, and he was screaming in panic. It seemed Jingu had a premonition of what was about to happen. This could not be real. He was trying to close his mouth to bite his own tongue. Junbi immediately stepped in and punched him hard. Sorry about this. The whole situation left the girls gaping in shock. That punch was absolutely brutal. The force of the hit made Jingu's face turn. But at least he was not doing anything crazy anymore. Afraid he might fall, a hand quickly grabbed his collar. Jambi ordered. This is more dangerous than I thought. Zhu Jun. Give me something to tie him up. The scalpel fell to the ground, and they continued their conversation. Zhu Jun. Here are some bandages and tape. Jingu was tightly restrained and thrown under the hospital bed. Is he okay down there? They confirmed. He will manage to sleep. The conversation gradually returned to the main topic. It seemed that Thing could hear everything we say. Junjep stopped talking. Jun Tai's eyes were infected. Eavesdropping on us, how disgusting. Junji, who looked extremely upset. I am sorry I could not be of help. Luckily, neither of them had been infected yet, giving them more freedom than us. I will try to clear up any misunderstandings. You two should look for the cure. Suddenly, Junbi interrupted her. Wait a second. We need to prioritize weapons first. The tension was sky high right now. We need to get them immediately. He stepped up to the door. And now everything was clear. The monster was right here. As he was pulling the door, it suddenly stopped and trembled. Junbi flashed a mysterious smile. I can't wait to meet you, you little monster. Outside the door, strange sounds are echoing. The noise makes Junbi feel uneasy. Doubt creates a whirlwind of questions in his mind. What is that sound? What is going on out there? Outside, the crowd is arguing fiercely. So step aside. People are angrily criticizing. It is all because of that monstrous girl. Why are you defending her? The girl on the other side retorts. You have no evidence. So stop blaming anyone. Meng Qi stands her ground. No way. We need to get rid of that monster to survive. The girl starts to raise her voice in response. We need Jumbo's mom for food supplies. Just in time, Junbi shows up with Jun Sung and Junji Woo. Look at that crowd over there. We need to catch that monster quickly. Jun Sung gazes at the chaotic scene. This is just like before. Memories from the past flash back quickly. Junbi shout. No way. She is trying to kill all of us. Jun Six Clean explains. She is trying to save all of us. Don't you see that, Dad? Open your eyes to reality. We defeated the Hammer Gang, but that battle left us with heavy losses. That is why we need to expand our forces for safety. If we get your permission, we can do it. But Junbi cuts in. That is enough. No matter what you say, I won't allow it. I know Ganon would never make such a decision. Jun Six grinds his teeth in anger. I have had enough. I have put up with all this for way too long. I am sick of trying to convince you. I am leaving with those who support my views. I might not be Gondan, but I have my own way to handle things for the family. I am going to negotiate with the cannibal tribe to protect us. Junbi. Furious. Job 6. You idiot. You are going to get everyone killed. Don't you have any smarter ideas? The crowd is starting to throw stones at each other like a family feud. The past haunts Zhu Zhang. This place is about to turn chaotic just like back then. I need to stop them right now. But my body. In the meantime, someone speaks up for Zhu Zhang. Everyone. Stop it. We are a family. Not enemies. We need to unite in tough times like this. Meng Qi questions her. How can we unite if you won't listen? Jun Six can only softly reassure her. After that, she turns to calm the other crowd. It is. Just breathe. Meng Qi warns loudly. I am telling you. We need to deal with that monster. Jun Six panics as rage erupts once more. The girl on the other side also shouts. You have no proof. Just give it up. Another young man shifts his attention to Jun Six. You are talking to them. You are helping the monster eat us. Are not you? She tries to explain to him. What are you talking about? Can't you see? Johnny jumps into the fray, questioning who is really behind this, as if they are targeting him directly. The man across from him begins to chant the word death repeatedly. Jun Six, feeling overwhelmed, closes her eyes and pleads. Please. Just stop. On the other side, a young man keeps shouting shut up over and over again. This intense scene sparks something in their father, watching them with a twisted sense of amusement. Look at how pitiful they are. This is their so-called ideal family. A useless species that only believes what is right in front of them. All they crave is someone to protect them. Let us find a better spot to observe their pitiful little hearts. He muses. Jep obediently listens. Mechanically responding. Yep. Father. Suddenly, Jun Six jolts as someone calls her name amidst the chaos. Meng Qi strides over, pointing at her. Do you remember the promise you made to keep us safe? You would better fulfill that promise instead of going against it. All of this happened because you could not handle it properly. The crowd immediately backs Meng Qi, echoing, he is right. I heard this village was safe. But that is not the case at all. As heavy footsteps march through the crowd's jeers, she wonders how she is going to take responsibility for all this. It is all her fault. Jun Six reassures herself. I can show weakness. As a leader, I must guide them. Out of nowhere, someone grabs Jun Six's shirt. Meng Chai yells in her face. This is all because you failed at your job. Stop talking and do something. John He, worried sick, rushes to her side. Crying out, Meng Qi dismisses him harshly. This is adult business. Get lost. Gradually, violence begins to rise with the anger. Get out of the way. She collapses to the ground, too weak to stand against him. Meng Qi's aggressive nature spills out. Stop bothering me. Just like mother. Like daughter. Both of you are useless. None of this would have happened if you had just listened. The crowd disapproves of his behavior. Why are you acting like a hurt child? Are you really going to solve this with violence? Meng Qi flatly demands. Get that monster out of here. And take her daughter with you. His brows furrow as he realizes things are shifting. Johnny grits his teeth and raises his hand. I have to stop them. But I have had enough. Just as she is about to reach out, something quickly intervenes. Meng Qi stares, stunned, in the direction of the sound. That is enough. John, feeling disoriented, turns around instinctively. Upon seeing he arrive, she starts to relax. The crowd buzzes loudly, wondering, what is Hia doing here? The crowd quickly quiets down to listen to her. Everyone, I know you are all worried, but please return to your positions and get back to work. We will discuss this later. For now, let us focus on strengthening the village. Everyone, disperse quickly. Meng Qi, still stubborn, insists. Wait, I am not done yet. We need to clear this up. You know how hard we have struggled to get through all that with those monster families. Hia, think about it. We have got the vaccine now. We do not need those people anymore. So we really do not have to. His nose immediately started bleeding from the sudden impact. Hia coldly knocked him down. And that was his answer. She coldly threatened, saying if anyone has a problem, feel free to speak up. I will be the one to kick off that conversation. Everyone obediently bowed to her absolute power. We get it. We will follow your lead. Junji felt incredibly grateful to her, saying thanks a million. Things would have gone south without you. I feel so ashamed. I promised this place was safe, and I could not even stop them. I am a failed leader. She briefly instructed her, saying to work together as a team. However, Junji was filled with confidence. What I did was not the right thing, and this will repeat itself soon. Hiza quickly comforted her. So you will handle it like a wise leader. Not with the violence I used, but in your own way. I have faith in your leadership skills. As Junji began to regain her composure, Hiza gazed thoughtfully into the distance. The Jiak was controlling a body, sneaking into a hidden corner of the hideout. His suspicious behavior made her uneasy. Hizo intensely fixed her gaze on Giek's fake body for a long while. Something was off about him. Jiak urged her to quickly remember what happened earlier. As she maneuvered through the crowd to handle the situation, Hiza heard him mechanically say, "It will be soon." The suspicion about that mysterious statement grew stronger. Soon for what? Seeing her suddenly walk away, Junji worriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Hiza simply replied, "I need to check on a few things." Suddenly, Gun appeared behind her, saying, "Wait, I have a few things I need help with. I need you to fix some stuff at the hospital. Can you come with me? There are others there, but I need as many hands as I can get." His strange attitude made her feel confused. Gun then winked at her. "Come on. Please. Help me out this time." He tried to make eye contact with her, hoping to catch a signal. "I have some vital information to share." Under that odd gaze, she could only furrow her brows. Pondering a bit more, her eyes briefly scanned the doubt she had earlier. She no longer saw the shadow lurking in that hidden corner. In the end, she chose to go with Jine. "Fine. But do not look at me with that weird expression anymore." As she turned to leave, Hiza also asked for Junju's help. "We should check on him as soon as possible and see what he really means." In the large room, Jun Baek and her mother were cuddled up, sleeping. The quiet atmosphere made their slumber incredibly peaceful. Meanwhile, Junbi suddenly pursed her lips and spoke up. The little girl sat up, mumbling, "I need to go to the bathroom." Next, the little girl stumbled toward the bathroom door. Just as she was about to open it, her tiny hand suddenly froze. "Mom told me to stay quietly in my room. But what should I do?" However, the urge in my body instantly made me stop thinking. Jun Biki panicked and ran off. "I need to go now. I am about to burst." In the bathroom, the sound of a little kid sighing in relief rang out. Problem solved. I just handled a major crisis in my life. What should I do next? I napped too much this afternoon, so I am still pretty awake, but Mom is asleep. Got it. I will go hang out with Sis Janhai then. The moment I opened the door, Jun Bika noticed someone was waiting. Jip had been lurking outside since the moment I walked in. He flashed a creepy smile. Just like that. Jun B. The little girl politely greeted him, and Gip asked her a few questions. "Hey there. Everything good? You still look as healthy as ever. Do you have some time right now? If you have got some free time, could we ask you for a little favor?" His claw-like hand was almost touching her face. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously through the air. Jun B, terrified, took off running, ignoring his calls. "Wait. Jun B, I want to talk to you. Just hold on." The girl stubbornly kept running. "Mun, wait for me." Jip stopped pretending and shouted. "I said, stop right now." Jun Beek was getting tired and could not run any faster. She tightly shut her eyes and screamed, "Freeze. Now that I said freeze. You can't catch me anymore." Jip awkwardly scratched his head. Oh man. I was so close. Junbei growled like a little beast. If you want to win, you have to give it your all. Don't you want to take this seriously? If you want to be the king of the game, you would better learn from me. The innocence of children made Gip unable to hold back his ladder. But when she turned away, he dropped the friendly act, the king of games. This is getting tricky. But it is the best way to approach kids. I need to wear her out as much as possible. I have waited a long time for this opportunity. And I am determined to pull it off no matter what. Junbih was having a blast during the chase. Come and catch me. Then, they switched to playing catch. I want to fly even higher. After a while, Junbih insisted on riding on his back. Jip's endurance was slowly running out. How does a kid have so much energy? What did they feed her? I have to hang in there. Time seemed to crawl. And finally, the sun began to set. Junbih suddenly realized she might have forgotten about Mom and had been playing for a long time. Oh no. Mom is going to be so mad. I am in big trouble now. As she panicked, Jip gently said, Junbih, I have something for you. This is a little gift from me to you. Junbih's face lit up as she saw a bag full of candy. Jip then added, a thank you from me for playing with me today. But can you keep this gift a secret? Because this is just for you. I do not have enough to share with anyone else. This is a gift that represents our friendship. Just for you. Promise me. Okay. Jik's sincerity made her blush. Just a gift for me. Okay. I get it now. I promise I will keep this a secret. So this will be our little secret. Jik happily replied. Sounds great. Finally, the candy bag was successfully handed over to Junbih. When night fell, she hurried back to her room to meet her parents. Again playfully questioned. So you played with an old man today? Right. But Junbih quickly admitted. Yep. I want to go out without asking again. Seeing her signal him. But Junbih's mom chimed in. So you just played with him? Right. Faced with that question, the girl awkwardly lowered her gaze. The promise to Giak was etched deeply in Junbih's memory. Because of that, she decided to lie. Yep. We just played, as everyone drifted into a deep sleep. And Junbih still thought about today's events. The precious gift he had given her. Tomorrow, I will give him a gift too. What should I give him? I hope tomorrow comes really fast. An object quietly slipped out of the candy bag. Dad slowly opened his eyes to observe his surroundings. Then, when Junbih sleepily opened her mouth, he quickly slipped inside. On her fair skin, strange blue veins began to surface. Junbih's whole body went rigid, her eyes gleaming with a golden hue. The weather was still gloomy the next morning. Gondon's groggy sounds were incredibly loud. Junbih's mom was jolted awake by the noise. It is so loud. He is always like this. The noise is gonna wake Junbih up. What time is it? As her hand reached for the empty space, she started awake. Her panicked scream made Gondon jump up. What is going on? She frantically told him. She is not here. Where did Junbih go? The child's disappearance sent the mother into a panic. Junbih, seeing her rush out, Gondon could only call after her. Wait. Let me go look for you. He suddenly had an idea. Where could the girl be? I wonder if she is in the bathroom. But in the end, he found nothing there. Junbih's mom searched every corner of the village. Where could she have gone? She should always be by my side. Where is Junbih? While resting, Gondon spotted a small figure over there. She stood still like a statue, gazing into the distance. Gondon angrily shouted at her. You careless little one. You scared Mom and Dad to death. You can wander off like this, even while being scolded. Junbih showed no reaction, losing his patience. He approached her. Are you even listening? You have really messed up now. His steps quickened. Junbih. Gondon's anger suddenly halted. Juk's mom, terrified, grabbed his arm. The person in front of us is not her. Their conversation was overheard without missing a word. Perhaps because they had been discovered. There was no need to keep the secret hidden anymore. They caught sight of a pair of golden eyes that were completely out of place for Junbih's usual look at that moment. In a fabricated world created by her father to trap Junbih's consciousness. She stirred awake, hearing someone call her name. Wondering what was going on, Gondon cheerfully replied. You are awake? Want to play a game with Mom and Dad? Let us do this. The girl hesitated, saying, but Mom can play. Going outside during the day could hurt her. Seeing her worry, Junbih's mom rushed outside to prove a point. Her feet stepped into the sunlit area. Gondon excitedly pointed out to her. It is amazing. Right. Junbih shouted with joy as she looked at her. Mom is really out here. How did you do that? She asked. And he gently explained. Mom has been training really hard for you. The surprise lit up her innocent face. That is awesome. We can keep playing until we are completely exhausted. I am so happy, she said. And she laughed along with her. Junbih, you make Mom happy. But then, a stern voice interrupted their joy. Hey, Juk's mom, we need to talk. This is disappointing. The girl quickly sensed the hostility from the crowd. They were not treating her mom well. I won't let anyone bully my mom. But unexpectedly, the crowd chimed in. We want to play too. The more, the merrier. Let us play hide and seek. The unexpected turn of events left her utterly surprised. The villagers enthusiastically supported her suggestion. Exactly. Let Junbish decide which game is the best. Unlike the lively crowd, the girl felt extremely worried inside. It was strange. She was thrilled everyone was having fun. But something felt off. Very off. Junbish's mom suddenly grabbed her hand. She feigned seriousness. O great king of games. What shall we play? The girl stared blankly for a long moment. Finally, with a grand declaration, Junbihi announced, as the queen of all games, I declare we shall play tag. Everyone agreed and chose Hai to be it. She turned to threaten Junji Woo. I will chase you first. Laughter echoed across the sky, challenging each other to catch her. The girl savored these rare moments. Playing with everyone was such a joy, and no one showed any signs of annoyance. Even the rude ones had become friendlier. Nobody used force or fought. Everyone cherished their mothers. Junbike was the happiest girl in the world. However, a voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Junbi. The girl instinctively searched for the source of that voice, but no matter how hard she looked, there was only emptiness behind her. Someone was calling her. She quickly brushed it off and turned back to Gundam's call. Let us keep playing. But no matter how hard she looked, there was still just empty space behind her. Was someone calling her? The girl quickly brushed it off and turned back to Gamdon's voice. Let us keep playing. Junbi reassured herself before running off, oblivious to the ominous changes in the sky. Zacha was right there, and no one had noticed. Outside in reality, the thunder crashed and the screams filled the air, making it feel suffocating. Get the guns over here. Now. The crowd aimed their weapons at him. Gamdon knew he could not save the day anymore. He pleaded with them. Please. Just give us a little more time. It is too soon to decide everything. We have the medicine. It will work soon. He immediately shot back. The medicine only works if she is still human. Accept reality, your daughter is gone. The crowd fell silent at his words, staring at the girl. That is not your daughter anymore. That thing. It is just that. Delighted, I watched my tragic play unfold. The day has finally come, and I have waited far too long for this. Now, my role comes to an end. Beside me, Chunbok's mother helplessly knelt on the ground, stunned as she watched the tentacle sprouting from Chunbok's body. I gently flicked my finger. This body is better than I thought. So let us get the show on the road. Shall we? In this artificial world of my old man. A call led. Where is everyone? I found you all, Junji Woo proudly exclaimed. Uncle. Hurry up and get out of here. He complained. You are really good at hide and seek. But this round is not meant for you. Once they were out of sight, Chunbok's mother softly called. Chunbok. The girl obediently agreed to her request. A strange sensation tingled at my fingertips. Why does my hand hurt so much? Has it always been like this? But now is not the time to be feeling sick. I still have to play with everyone. But it hurts too much. Back in the real world. The sky finally drizzled over the village. Chunbok's mother looked up upon hearing the call. Mommy. The two of them began to leave their little world of secrets. She remembered how desperately the girl wanted to follow her last time. Chunbok was eating on her own, and her mother recalled her face. Tears streaked as she called out for her. She vividly remembered those times when Chunbok would rush toward her, those warm hugs, the stubborn moments. All the bittersweet memories between mother and daughter faded into the shadow of the figure before her. That was not her daughter. It was the cruel father. A whirlwind of emotions overwhelmed Chunbok's mother. The father's booming voice reminded her. I am talking here. Focus. I hate repeating myself. Listen closely now. The strange gestures and movements from Chunbok's body genuinely terrified her. The old man continued. I have a proposal. It is not hard to fulfill. I just need one thing. The only thing I need is your sacrifice. If you agree, I will return your daughter to you, and I will retract the parasitic parts I have implanted in the villagers. After that, I will leave this village. What do you think of that request? I think I am being quite generous. The father pressed her for a decision. Right now. What is your answer? At that moment, Gondal immediately shouted. Stop talking nonsense. You will never take my daughter or my wife, so do not spout such ridiculous words. You won't take anything. If you dare to touch my daughter or my wife, I will tear you apart. You damn parasite. With a smirk full of contempt. This guy is definitely looking for trouble. You will regret those words soon enough. The rebellious taunts made him deeply unsettled. Dad decided it was time to gift Gondal something special. Then, with a flick of a tiny finger, the parasites within the villagers awoke instantly. Veins bulged ominously on the skin of the afflicted. As the parasites stirred, John's body went completely numb. Gondal never anticipated that things would escalate to this level. The villagers charged at him like stubborn leeches, clinging tightly. Their desperate cries startled him. Help me. My body is moving on its own. Someone save me. Gradually, the incessant scream of the villagers began to affect his mind. From a distance, a man shouted, Get the hell out of here. You losers. The villagers had pinned down the two uninfected individuals, Junbi and Junjin. Meanwhile, Jingu and he were also in their crosshairs. Junji was painfully choked by his own daughter. He panicked, calling out, Please, someone stop me. His father coldly told Gondal, This is the price for your reckless words. I am not interested in you at all. You lowly. Did you think I was unaware of the cure? Your petty tricks won't work on me. Gondal felt a pang of fear as his every plan was laid bare by the old man. In that moment, Jumbi's mother stood up. Every step she took was lifeless and rigid. He panicked, trying to stop her. What are you doing? Stop right now, please. Do not go over there. It is definitely a trap. Listen to me. Jumbi's mom. She was tormented, taking all the blame. It is all my fault. I should have paid more attention to her. Her negligence was the cause of everything. It was her fault. The bait was willingly offering itself, pleasing the old man immensely. Without waiting any longer, his tentacles shot out. But the one he loved was teetering on the edge of life and death, and he lost his sanity. His father did not care and praised. What a wise choice. Then I will keep my promise. Every time I see your family, I can't help but think about how flawed it is, because you are family. Willing to give more, even sacrificing your lives, it is noble. But I do not accept that. Yet those things are like shackles. An obsession, like a cursed spell. That is why parents should be the central figures in a family. Thinking of loyal children ready to die for him, and recalling the small community he governed in Hope Village, he proudly shared his philosophies. He controlled all members to keep them from straying. Then introduced them to what true love is, that is what a real family is. Giving children everything you have does not make you a successful parent. You are not fit to be anyone's parent. He was about to impart more wisdom but was cut off. Jumbi's mother seized the moment while he was not looking and injected medicine into herself. Veins gradually appeared on her skin as the drug took effect. He stopped, watching her body react to the medicine, and thought, This is unpredictable. When did you prepare that? After all the treatment was injected, she coldly pulled out the needle. The night before, Gondun hinted to her that he had brought this back from the hospital. Everyone was injected and showed no side effects. Use it if anything happens with Chun Bucks. He will keep some on him too. Do you understand everything I said? Now go take a shower and get some sleep. When Chun Biofi comes back, we will play with her tomorrow. Chun Biaka's mother gently replied to him. All right. Back to the present. She now had enough courage. Who said we were not fit to be parents? They are right. I am not a good parent. I feel so guilty for her because I am not a typical mom. It hurts that there is so little I can do for her. But real parents steal the spotlight. What kind of family is this anyway? I do not care about your parenting methods. To me, being a parent is everything. Even in this crazy world. Even if I am a monster. Wishing for my daughter's happiness, that is what real parenting is. It is not a curse. It is a blessing. Tears shimmered and fell quietly after those emotions. In the artificial world, Chanbei had reverted to her old self. Choking out. Dad was stunned as the drug began to take effect. The beast that had been attacking Chun Baokong's mother was forcefully pulled away. He used the momentum to push his body back, gaining speed. Dad jumped onto some construction materials to leap outside. After a bit of moving around, he finally landed in an empty fishing area. Dad shot a hostile glare at the figure across from him. Unlike before, her steps now radiated power, like a warning shot, even though the pain was excruciating. Chun Baiki's mother grit her teeth and advanced toward Dad. She assessed her opponent and made a judgment. He was widening the distance, which meant the drug was working. Chun Box. Stay strong. I will save you at any cost. A voice called from behind. I think one dose is not enough. I pretend to be weak to keep things smooth. But it seems I messed up. As his foot slammed down, dust flew everywhere. Gondal marched forward with his weapon, saying, This time, I will give you a few more doses. Dad was forced into a high defensive state by him. Once he reached her, he gently asked, Are you okay? Luckily, Chun Baiki's mother reassured him, the wound will heal quickly. It is not a big deal. How's everything with the townspeople? Gondal could only chuckle. You do not need to worry. We have a teammate stronger than any monster. A powerful force suddenly struck the back of John He's neck. That is how Jun Ji-woo narrowly escaped danger just moments ago. Jin Gu had expertly restrained John He to keep her from causing chaos. That was really close. We need to use the special medicine. It is in my bag. Then he turned and said, He just saved all of us. Now we should run back to the hospital and get more medicine. She did not pay attention to his words. Her mind was tightly focused on the fight. He furrowed his brow, looking quite alright. Well, we are fine because we got the shots. but others can hold themselves together. Who the heck are you really? Without answering, he peeled away a chunk of flesh from his forehead. Then, the mask was ripped off, revealing his true identity. What do you think I am? Trang observed the veins on his body with suspicion. Is it all because of the special medication? The headache is making it hard to concentrate, and my body feels so heavy. But there is nothing I can handle. My resistance will kick in soon. Gondan and Mother Chumbok sprang into action almost simultaneously, both with a single goal. Dad. He was struggling to hold back his tentacles. But the real issue now is that this body's consciousness is slowly waking up. Chumbi Pai panicked, holding her head. I remember now. Something crawled into my mouth while I was sleeping. After that, my body felt strange, and I can't recall anything else. When I opened my eyes again, there was in a place filled with kind people I like. My ears are not purple anymore. Where are my real parents? I want to leave this place. But how? Seeing the girl lost in thought, someone called out. Chumbok. What game should we play right now? Hiza and Junji joked around. Pick a game. How about tag? But Ganon had a different idea. Let us go inside and play rock throwing. Noticing everyone still debating, the girl finally shouted. Sorry, but I want to go home right now. But I do not know how. How do I get back? Tell me. Gondan hinted back. You want to go home later. There is nothing to gain for you. Then, his face darkened. If you leave this place, you will be unhappy. Chumbo Fit could not grasp the metaphor hidden in that warning. He suddenly smiled again. Because there are so many people outside who hate you. And you have to pretend to smile at them. Remember. The girl firmly rebutted. You are wrong, Dad. Hiza stepped in to try and convince her. If you go back, your parents will have to take care of you really hard. You know that is true. Right. Despite denying it, Chama's confidence began to wane. Mother Chumboff pointed out. You are scared. Are not you? Because you are a fraud. You know you are a burden to me. Chamok was left speechless. The sound of a cat meowing began to swirl around Chumbaki's head. Let me make this clear. You are the one finally. The girl interjected. I do not care. I can understand your fancy words. But I know one thing. The girl took a breath, preparing for her final rebuttal. In that moment, emotion surged through her. My family loves me very much. That is not a lie. So I will go back. I will return to everyone. Mother Chumbok was left unable to retort any further. In the end, she finally got the compromise she was waiting for. Fine. Go back. But the chilling sound of the tentacles scraping was unsettling. Dad firmly insisted. You will regret this soon enough. The monstrous hand gripped the girl's face, ready to fulfill its promise. The chaos outside made Chanhao feel dizzy, ecstatic. She called out to the one she loved most. But just like that, her smile and excitement shattered. A whirlwind of emotions crashed over Chumba, making the world feel like it was drowning in despair. The mother she adored, bruised and battered, was crying uncontrollably. Her father suddenly appeared, saying to Chumbuff, I told you. You would regret this. They call this the harsh truth. Stunned, Chumbako thought to herself. It is all my fault. I caused my mother to get hurt. I did this to her. She looked at her trembling hands. I do not want to see this. I do not want this. Tears streamed down Chumbai's cheeks. Red veins burst forth in the whites of her eyes, wanting to see. This drove Chumbaki back into the false world. A Chumb looked up at the pitch-black sky. She sighed. Finally. It is quiet. My mind is clear again. Chumbavor rather. Her father's will within her turned to glance at the scene. I should thank you. Chumboka's consciousness is completely gone now. Her father then shifted his gaze to Chumbaki's mother. Just think about it. Strange tentacles slowly slithered down the man's pants. Another tentacle was swinging wildly in his hand. They clung greedily to the sinister face of the man, who looked a bit hungry. He licked his lips hungrily. Meanwhile, the bloody battle continued on the inside. A horrifying slice of skin fell into the pool of blood. Meanwhile, blood splattered against the iron doors. Hiza lunged to attack him with incredible speed. Suddenly, she skidded to a halt. Glancing back, the creature swiftly slashed Hiza's shoulder. It slowly turned its gaze toward Chumbi. He quickly swung his sword at it. Yet, the creature effortlessly dodged the attack. He looked back at Chunbai, bursting into laughter. The man gritted his teeth in frustration. This kid. The creature swiftly resumed its attack. But Chumbo managed to pivot and block with his sword. He could not shake off his worry. Thinking, this thing is too fast. Just one mistake and I am dead. Can the demon Thama help? Is it really a solution? He did not feel safe at all. Chumbi quickly leaned to the side and called out for Du Dung. She responded immediately and squeezed the trigger. Although Du Lin's bullets fired rapidly, they could probably be dodged easily. He hurried to take cover behind a nearby wall. Seeing this, she clicked her tongue in annoyance. He peeked out from behind the wall and shouted, everything is so annoying. All of you. Just so irritating. Noticing Du Dung's confusion at his words, the creature pointed at the bodies on the ground. Do you see them? That is the old lady who loves chatting with everyone. The one who always drags me into her conversations. She never stops nagging about everything. And that guy over there is Meng Chi-jo. The chatterbox. Always complaining whenever someone asks for help. That bastard is always a pain about everything. And there is so much more. We have to put up with them for 2 months. And I am also dealing with stress-induced heat rash. Jiek grips the knife tightly. You should not disturb the neighbors. Nobody here has any common decency. Jin-gu, treating from a distance, quickly chimes in. What the hell did that lunatic just say? Junju notices he is losing focus and urgently tells Jin-gu to speed it up. Jiek sighs. At least there is something amusing about this. Both Hisa and Junbi are puzzled by his comment. As soon as Jiek mentions Jun, she shoots him a glare. Like he has no idea what I have done to give that girl to her father. Luckily I use candy. Kids love candy. Junbi can't help but feel furious hearing Jiek's snickering. He continues. I told the girl not to tell anyone because it is our little secret. Jiek pinches his neck with 2 fingers. Sneering. And then she said, thank you so much, sir. I promise I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. We are friends. Jiek flashes a creepy smile. Would I say the same as her? Junbi is seething, ready to lunge at him. But Hisa holds him back. So it is you. I am quite curious about these other people you call father. He steps forward as Hisa asks how many more there are. Jiek chuckles. Who knows? You will just have to figure it out yourself. She adds. Get it? I will find out just like you said. He frowns, confused by Hisa's words. She smirks. Still not getting my point. I will uncover everything. Hisa wipes her arm. And I will kill every last one of you bastards. Jiek immediately flinches. Sensing something sharp digging in, he looks down to find the knife that was in her hand now embedded in his neck. Before he can react further, Hisa lunges at Jiek. Junbi and Jundung are shocked by her dizzying speed. He quickly pulls the knife from his neck, muttering under his breath, what a joke. In a fit of rage, Jiek stabs at Hisa, shouting, Eister? Before his knives even get close, Hisa strikes back relentlessly. Jiek stumbles, still trying to comprehend what just happened. He thinks to himself, it is like that witch's grip is made of stone. My body is growing stiff. Hisa grips Jiek's head. Do you have anything else to say? She glares at him. I will listen to every word, he thought, as Hisa's hand shot towards him. It is. Nothing can change what has already begun. Meanwhile, the exhausted man lay sprawled on the ground, a wave of pain hitting him, forcing his eyes wide open. In that instant, the man began to convulse, an eerie tentacle slowly slithering out of his mouth. The bizarre scene made Hisa jump. What in the world was that? The sight in the village was utterly bizarre. Tentacles were rapidly emerging from the villagers' mouths. Jingu could not help but feel relieved. If we had been any slower, we would be joining them, Junji quickly warned. Jingu, those tentacles are coming out. They resembled giant slugs crawling out toward the yard. A scream for help pierced the air. Stop them. The tentacles surged like a massive wave crashing toward Chun Bak's back. Guineas doing. Panicking, pleaded, please stay back. The demonic hand gently caressing Chun Bak's face would not take long to claim her. The nutrients we need are right here in this place. Chan wore a twisted grin. It was time for the feast, time for me to collect my reward. A flash of metal glinted, followed by the sound of something being severed. The tentacles were unexpectedly severed, leaving the father in shock. Even Chun Bak's mother did not anticipate anyone would act so decisively. Just as she was still in shock, a hand reached out and grabbed her. Hisa, all on her own, broke through the tentacle's grasp. Chun Bak's mother looked on in horror and despair as she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Right beside her, Hisa pulled out her sword, ready for battle. The father remarked, look at her. She has got some skills. She did not care about his words and started slashing away. Hisa's strikes cut through the tentacles like butter. There were so many, and they came at her fast. But I can handle this. I have. Hisa continued delivering razor-sharp blows. To her surprise, he scoffed at her, laughing derisively. Hisa quickly hesitated, her fighting spirit fading. The monstrous sound echoed, and her weapon clattered to the ground. That is enough. He had buried his tentacle deep inside her, and she could have survived if she had just stepped aside. And Zeemwon rushed, anxious to save her. Hisa. Chun Bak's mother screamed, warning him with a frantic shout. The father tortured Hisa with his tentacles as punishment, yet he acted recklessly. Unlike the rest, he was not even related to this girl. I know you have been by her side for a long time, but your affection has twisted into an irrational obsession. It seems I have seen right through you. The only reason you want to live is to protect this girl. Is not. Hisa's consciousness is fading, and she is not sure if her suffering comes from the wound or the betrayal. The sadistic joy of her tormentor is palpable. I knew it all along. I get it in this brutal world. Hope is what keeps people pushing forward. Even if her father's hope is tied to a twisted family game, The light in Hisa's eyes is slowly dimming. Eventually, she has to admit to him that he is right. She has nothing left. Once, she was just a creature worn down by destruction, indifferent to life and death, because there was no one to care about. Remembering that tiny hand, Hisa's voice softens. But then warmth spreads through her lonely soul with just a gentle touch. The sweet little one calls her name. And Hisa knows something inside her has changed since that moment. The innocent smile is etched in Hisa's mind, giving her hope, even though they do not share blood ties and are not family. For Hisa, that little girl embodies hope, and she vows to protect her. Emotions churning within her. She will never let her down. Her fondest memory is of the little one giggling and calling, "Mommy," while Hisa bravely tries to catch her father's tendrils. She decides to challenge him. No matter the cost, he calmly pulls out a sharp thorn. "This is not what I want to use. But hey, I will test it on you." Hisa's weakness is about to face danger. A sickening sound echoes, and then a spray of blood bursts into the air. Her father's golden eyes flicker in confusion. He suddenly coughs up blood. What the hell is going on? How did it come to this? This should not be happening. This feeling. It is like a cure. When did things turn out like this? When did you inject that damn stuff? This is why you pretended to sacrifice yourself. Is not despite her own severe injuries. Hisa feels it is worth it. I may be a fool, but I was prepared. Go on. Compliment me. It is all for you while you babble nonsense. Thank you very much. Her unexpected resilience sparks his emotions. How dare you? I was so close to a perfect ending. Fresh blood pouring out makes him more cautious. This body is starting to reject me. I need to endure. It hurts too much. I am losing control. I need to escape. But not like this, however. He can't launch any more counterattacks and has to retreat. He drags the tentacles behind him and quickly makes his escape. A drop of water falling to the ground. After the first drop of rain falls, others follow suit. The long-awaited rain finally arrives. Once he is gone, Hisa holds the little one close and murmurs, "When you wake up, you are going to feel so guilty for making me worry. Honestly, I am just glad you are safe. I know you have been through a lot." Welcome back. Chonbox. A panicked scream echoes in the gloomy weather. Chonbox. Hisa. My stomach. Gondon supports Hisa while asking, "Is Chun okay?" "Mommy's here. Everything's fine." Hearing this, he turns back to scold Hisa. "How could you do this? You nearly killed yourself." She coldly replies, "What other choice did I have? I did it because it was the only way. So stop yelling. My head is killing me." Mom Chunbok's golden figure swayed slightly. She lifted her tiny hand. Her fingers were back to normal. And now we had nothing to fear. Chunbok was no longer the monster's target. I should be happy about that. But still, she sighed and slowly drifted into a sea of memories. Back then, she was too weak to resist. And Hisa was the one who saved her from danger. Mom Chunbok truly admired Hisa's fighting skills. The more she thought about it, the more guilt gnawed at her. She felt utterly useless for letting the monster snatch her daughter away and failing to save her. And yet, "I call myself Chunbok's mother. How embarrassing," Dad roared angrily. "How shameful. Perfection was within my grasp. My overconfidence has ruined everything. I will make you all pay for standing in my way." Right now, the monster's tentacles twisted together into a mass and slammed down hard on the ground. Dad had transformed into a muscular beast made of tentacles. "I will reclaim everything." Chumbi showed no fear and retorted, "Not a chance." Then, his body turned into a target for the incoming bullets. Even so, Dad used his grotesque mouth to issue a challenge. And then what? Chumbi shot back. "What do you think? This is karma coming for you. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. You piece of trash. Remember us?" The sharp-tailed tentacles rose into the air. "I am not interested in you." A bulge formed on his forehead. That was a good answer. Enough to get me fired up. Another storm of bullets rained down as a reward for that response. The tentacles slithered like thousands of snakes down to the ground. "I do not have time to play games." Dad launched his tentacle like a spear. "Go die." The clang of a smoke bomb suddenly echoed. "How can you think this is just child's play?" He did not care and continued to curse. "You lowly insects." As soon as he finished, the smoke from the bomb erupted. Gondal seized the opportunity to instruct Mom Chunbok. "Sweetheart, I will take them to Jingu. In the meantime, you can." He hesitated and looked down. No matter how he called her, she remained in her previous state. When Gondal shouted her name again, Mom Chunbok finally snapped back to reality. Seeing her cease her glare, he lowered his voice to warn, "Now is not the time to slack off. Babe, I need you to hold that monster while I get them to the doctor." As she mechanically agreed to his request, another voice called out to her. He held back her pain and continued, "Get over here fast. I need to give you some things. Stop looking. Come here." Mom Chunbok felt extremely suspicious. What was her intention? She was almost losing her mind. So let her go and get treated. I can handle the rest. But unexpectedly, when she approached, Aho suddenly knocked her out. That unexpected action left Gondal speechless. He hesitantly asked, "Are you okay?" Mom Kumbok screamed in anger. "You are dead for sure." "I will." Out of nowhere, a hand swiftly grabbed her hair. Hira poured all her strength into waking her up, trying to calm down quickly. "You idiot. Don't blame yourself, just because you are not the only one who saved the girl anymore. This is not the time to dwell on that nonsense. Listen. You do not have to do everything alone. You will only regret it if you fail to protect her. So drop that thought and stay focused." Hira was completely drained, coughing painfully with every breath. Kumbok's mom worriedly advised her to stop talking. Her wounds were too deep. Then, she turned to comfort herself. "I know I should not think like this." She risked her life to save Chumbok. I felt jealous of that, and started to blame myself, when all I wanted was to protect Chumbok as a mother. Hesitating, she repeated the words of her opponent. "Do not try to do everything alone." Hira then looked at her gently, saying she had done enough. So just keep focusing on what she needed to do, even in this life or death moment. Her hand still struggled to rise. What does she see? All Hira wanted was a bag. She needed her help with something. Suddenly, a faint sound cut through the wind. The figure of Father Hong Hot recoiled in surprise. Something shot by at lightning speed. The monster's body suddenly erupted with blood for no apparent reason. Even Chumbi and his father could not clearly see what just happened. The thing that injured him so badly was none other than Chumbok's mother. She glided across the sandy ground at breakneck speed. She was still fighting her own thoughts. What should I do? I should not feel jealous or blame myself too much. I have been aware of everything since it began. I just did not want to admit it. I have to take action. As a mother, I must fulfill my duty. Back into the basement. Jun's breathing was heavy, adding to the tension in the air. How is she? Jingu. He hesitated before replying. Not good at all. I do not even know how she can move with these injuries. Gondal asked anxiously. Will she recover after surgery? Meanwhile, Junjiho urged them. Get her to the hospital. Now. Leave everything here to me. Save Hiza. Just as they were about to take Hiza away, the sound of metal outside made them stop. His heart was burning like fire. Come on. We need to hurry up to the hospital. Move it. Jingu immediately pointed the way. This way. Tentacles filled with blood vessels were rushing toward them. Mom Chun quickly grabbed an axe and chopped them off, but another wave of attacks was about to hit. Meanwhile, bullets were fired to cover her. Zhu Jun kept firing. Die already. Dad shot out a tentacle the size of a finger. You annoying pests. The monster's eyes were bloodshot. It turned out Chun-Bi had slid down under his feet. A massive explosion erupted as the bullet found its mark, striking the old man's head. He was incredibly pleased with his sharpshooting skills. He was on fire. However, Chun's mom quickly sensed something was off. Zhu Jun immediately warned, Dad, get out of there. Now. The tentacles sniffed out Chun-Bi's scent and instantly went on high alert. Just as the chant echoed, he received a devastating blow. The tentacles tossed Chun-Bi around like a ragdoll. His face contorted in pain as he struggled to hold on. A small trinket, engraved with a symbol he cherished, was torn away. Memories long buried suddenly resurfaced. This was a gift from his child. He gazed at the little item in his hand, wondering what it could be. Chun shyly replied, It is for your birthday, Dad. I tried to make you a badge. Like a father's badge. When I was little, you told me badges were like rewards in the military. So I wanted to make one for you. What do you think? But Chun-Bi frowned, rolling his eyes. Seriously, it looks super ugly. Good. Are you really calling this a gift? Could you at least pick a better time to give a gift? We are literally running from monsters here. It is hideous, but I will take it. Just know I want to wear it. Chun tried to snatch the gift back. Fine. I will just throw it away. Give it back. After a long argument, he headed to the bathroom. Chun-Bi pinned that badge onto his shirt. He felt incredibly dapper thanks to that little gift. Inside, Chun-Bi was elated, repeating Chun's words. A symbol for my father. Not bad at all. Just then, someone shouted, Dad. Hurry up. A ruckus erupted as the bathroom door swung open. Eventually, Chun-Bi relented. All right, I'm coming. I would be embarrassed to wear it in front of Chun and everyone else. I will only wear it when I am alone. The fatherly love made him temporarily forget the current danger. It seemed like Chun-Bi could hear his own voice yelling. Never. Aren't you asking yourself? Are you trying to get us all killed? Chun rebutted bluntly. I am trying to save us. Can you see the reality? He coldly responded. No matter what you say next, I won't allow it. I know, Gondal would never make such a choice. He gritted his teeth, overwhelmed with heartache. Enough is enough. I will negotiate with the cannibal tribe to protect everyone. Despite Deng's desperate pleas. Chun, please wake up. He had become a mangled corpse, his eyes still wide open. Chun-Bi gently supported him. You fool. Look at yourself. You are so dirty. I told you not to do that. Protect everyone. What the hell are you talking about? You are useless. You know that. Shame on you. Dung could not bear his harsh words any longer. Dad. Please stop. I said stop. Just stop. Dung's desperate eyes looked up at his loved one. Chunbi seemed to lose it, starting to mumble. You idiot. Chun. Dad sincerely apologizes for not being there. He is sorry for not being able to protect you. A suffocating silence fills the air, lost in memories of the past. He suddenly finds himself in tears. The old badge lies forgotten on the ground. In that moment, it feels like something begins to creep into his mind. Chunbi bites down, insisting Dad understands now. Chunchai. His hand clenches with fierce determination, pounding the ground. Chunbi spells out each word. I swear, I will punish you, those monstrous, flesh-eating creatures. I will wipe them all out. Chunbi puts on the badge. I swear I will exact my vengeance. You and your entire wretched family. You filthy monsters. He unleashes all his rage. I will kill every last one of you. Just then, a tentacle like a sharp spear lunges at him. Dudung calls out to Chunbi from outside. Dad. Even though you are covered in blood, you are laughing maniacally. Gondal suddenly appears, kicking the old man's leg. The tentacle attacking Chunbi is also thrown off balance. Dad painfully sits down to check his leg. A mocking voice rings out. You are softer than I thought. Gondal turns to prepare for a punch. Let us add another hit. Dad coughs up a mouthful of blood. Fresh blood splatters, creating a grotesquely beautiful scene. He keeps coughing violently, sending bits of himself flying. Gondal grits his teeth, mustering a little more strength. Each attack represents the weight of the old badge. Chonsik. Everyone. Are you still watching? Do you see Gondal taking it down? I bet you are all smiling at that. Right, it won't be long now. Keep your eyes on us. We are about to avenge everyone. Just a little more. Chonsik. Gondal steps back to keep his distance, firing off a shot to cover him. But those sharp tentacles have already left him wounded. The monster is ready to risk it all, but I am sure it is getting weak. I can do this. Just a little more effort. Then he barehands a bunch of tentacles. You monster. I will punish you. 3 sharp spikes fly straight at him. Mom Chun immediately severs them without hesitation. She seizes the moment and strikes again. The tentacles are falling off. This might just be the only chance. I will end you once and for all. I will make you regret everything you have done. Gondal screams back at her. For daring to destroy our family. The outer shell of Dad collapses, revealing his bloodied form inside. Mom Chun grabs an axe and leaps forward. While Gondal distracts the beast, Zhu Zong and Chunbi are equally tense. Kill it. Gondal. Dad has been pushed into a corner by Mom Chun. How dare you? But it is all useless. You lowly humans. Realizing the danger, Chunbi warns. Back off. It is planning something. The yellow figure on its head suddenly vanishes, and the tentacles begin to lose their connection. Before them, the tentacles twist together like a monstrous mass of ropes. On the other side, the remaining tentacles are being relentlessly shot at by Zhu Zhong. Yet, it seems she knows she is no match for them. Seeing Zhu Zhong about to get wrapped up in those tentacles, Chunbi throws caution to the wind and hugs his daughter tightly. Even Gondal becomes a victim of the bindings. They are tightening around him, but he is okay. So do not worry about him. The tentacles are wrapping around him more and more, as if they want to mummify him. Both Chunbi and his daughter can no longer move. Once his goal is achieved, the father manifests. Enough already. Do not get in my way or I will make sure they are dead. Mother Chun growls back at his arrogant words. What a joke. You feeling all smug because you think you have hostages. You want to be leaving here alive. I just need to kill you, remember. I have the speed advantage. So enjoy your death. Suddenly, screams echo from inside the building. The strange sound send chills down everyone's spine. It is the cry of the monsters. Gondal hesitates, searching for the source of the noise inside. But it is no use. An angry voice erupts. Do you understand now? The entire village is my hostage. Everyone else has become a part of me. Follow my orders if you want to save your daughter. Inside the building, the few people still conscious are in grave danger. Chan Box, deep in sleep, remains oblivious to the peril. The villagers controlled by the parasitic gas are growling as they approach them. Junji Woo tries to motivate herself. Stay strong. I need to protect the kids. Just as she prepares to fight them off, Chun Bok suddenly wakes up. Spotting her about to encounter the controlled villagers, Junji Woo yells, "It is dangerous. Get back here now." The little girl rubs her eyes after a long sleep, and when she realizes the scene in front of her, she is utterly shocked. Outside, her father watches in panic. Following the commotion within, he frantically exclaims, "What is going on? I have lost connection with the hostages. What the hell is happening?" An unidentified slime drops to the ground. Turns out, Chun Boktuk and Junji Woo are helping everyone vomit out the filth in their stomachs. Come on, get it all out. He never expected his plan would be countered like this. While he is in shock, Mother Chun Baku strikes him with a sickle. Gondal realizes a tentacle is beginning to loosen. Chun-Bi and Ju-Jung are also about to escape the clutches of the tentacles. The sharp spike on the end of the tentacle glistens a fierce red. The father screams in frustration. That does not belong to you, it never was yours. It is a part of my body. All this suffering is because of you. Mother Chun-Bo calmly replies. Is that all you have got? The last thing you can do is blame others, just because my family and many others have suffered because of you. And now you are shifting the blame to others. You do not deserve to live. Ju looks at the defeated figure lying on the ground. Her forehead cringing at every gasping breath from the father. No longer arrogant. His eyes now reflect nothing but despair. The threads of fate are weaving a tale of rage. The father roars with fury. How dare you look at me with those eyes? She yanked the old man's head clean off, blood spraying forth, accentuating Chun-Bafa's mother's icy expression. This is what you deserve. Stay away from my family. Or else. The torrential rain finally began to ease. Tiny feet moved cautiously. As Chun-Baik stepped out from the bloody scene, sunlight gradually kissed the little girl's face. Her eyes wide with shock at the sight before her. The village had returned to its peaceful appearance. Was Wover? Reflections danced in the puddles on the ground. Everything had passed, but it left behind many thoughts. It is such a shame, I wanted to end it myself but could not. Still, it was something remarkable. Do you think Chung Sech and the others have reached a better place? Chun-Ba gently rubbed her badge and replied. Of course. It is all over now. Gingrin emotionally embraced the two loves of his life. Yet, Chun-Ba's gaze remained incredibly dull. He glanced over the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. A cold sweat trickled down her forehead. In the end, Chun-Ba chose to shut her eyes and bury everything deep within. But in a hidden corner, an unseen tentacle was stealthily creeping forth. A few days after that horrific event, a stuffed bear lay abandoned in a corner. Ginun-kun laughed out loud. So who wants to play with Dad now? Mother Chun-Buffet and Du-Dung enthusiastically cheered him on. His cheeks flushed bright red. Ladies, the turtle park is open all day. What about you? Chun-Box. The little girl curled up tightly, refusing to come out. The joyful atmosphere dampened in an instant. They were all very confused. And Mother Chun-Buffet was even more worried. The girl had suddenly withdrawn for several days. Nonetheless, Du-Dung and Genakun refused to comply with his request. He recalled how exhausting the scoldings had made him, which only fueled Gintan's determination. I won't let him lecture Chambaf. She will lose her mind if she hears that nonsense. Du-Dung understood this feeling just as well as Gunandoin did. The wisdom of Dad would only cause more harm. If he truly advises Chambaf, he would ramble on for 3 hours. The sound of the door creaking interrupted their thoughts. A voice chimed in. Oh my. Has Chun-Bi still not made any progress? Junji-woo suggested. Could we have a few minutes to talk privately? I have a few things to say to her. The room quickly became just the two of them. However, after waiting for a while, Junji-woo still had not said anything, leaving Chun-Bo feeling a bit awkward. Seeing her fidgeting, she could not help but chuckle lightly. Chun-Bo's little lips pressed together in worry. Why is not she saying anything? It is making me anxious. A gentle hand brushed her head. Do not worry now. Chun-Box. Thank you for saving my life. A Chun-Bok looked up at her with wide, surprised eyes. Junji-woo quickly explained to the girl that thanks to her, the village suffered less damage. And for that, she was incredibly grateful. She was not sure how it happened, but the girl had saved those affected. Junji-woo's legs needed time to heal, but the girl was doing great. She hoped the girl could play with Junji-woo once she was better. The innocent voice softly refused, saying she could not. How could she play after doing something so terrible? People had suffered terrible deaths because of her, and others had left because of her. She even hurt her own family. All of it was her fault. Thinking about that made the girl unable to continue speaking. The shadow in the fantasy world once said, Are you scared? Because you are the cause of it all. Your mother sees you as nothing more than a burden. Feeling the guilt in her heart, Junbok could not say anything to refute. The old man continued with a smug tone. Let me be clearer. You are the one. Junbok stammered. You are a monster. You are the monster that hurts others. You hate yourself so much. Junji-woo replied with immense compassion. But she still cherished her. You know, real monsters are the selfish ones who only think of themselves. You are not a monster. You are the sweetest and most precious child I know. Thank you so much for saving me. John He. And the villagers too. You are not a monster. You are a hero who saved the village. Tears falling onto her clothes. Junji-woo comforted Junbok. You do not need to punish yourself anymore. The girl opened her mouth as if wanting to say something more. Finally, it seemed like Junbok understood everything. The heavy burden she carried was suddenly lifted. Next, Junbok rushed to hug Junji-woo tightly. She gently rubbed the girl's back. It is. Just cry to your heart's content. You did so well. Junbok. After a while, Junbok started to calm down. Both of them had red eyes from crying so much together. Suddenly, Junbok asked, Jun, I have thought for a long time. I want to be strong when I grow up, to become someone who does not cry easily and is strong enough to protect my family. Do you think I can do it? Jun Ji-woo confidently affirmed. Of course. You can absolutely become that person. She believed that Jun Book would achieve that. The four eavesdropping outside were deeply moved by the commendable resolve of a child. While they were still arguing, a pair of strong legs approached. The four suddenly turned around upon hearing a voice. Hey everyone. If you have a moment, follow me. We need to talk. Jun Book happily held hands with Jun Ji-woo, thanking her for helping her feel better. To which she gently replied, it is what family does. Seeing the girl stout, Jun Ji-woo clarified, since we live together, we are family. Family is not just about blood relations. Even if we are not related by blood, we can be family with anyone we want. Do not you think? The girl did not expect her to say such things. After thinking for a moment, Jun Book whispered, I think so too. In the hospital room, Ganon looked a bit stunned as he asked, could you repeat what you just said? Jingu replied calmly. All right, I will say it again. Please leave this village. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Give us an explanation. Why are you asking us to leave? Did we do something wrong? He responded sharply. You have not done anything wrong. Gondon, nervous, pressed on. Did we do something to upset you? Is there a problem? Jingu felt extremely uncomfortable having to explain. Suddenly, Gondon remembered. Is it because I ate the cookies from the drawer? Come on. You can't kick us out over that. As soon as he said that, he noticed everyone's expressions were off. Jingu was genuinely annoyed about the cookies. But that still was not the reason. Jumbi was losing patience. I do not have time for jokes. Just get to the point. We need a solid explanation for why you want us gone. Under the barrage of questions, Jingu felt increasingly irritated. Finally, he spoke up. I know this is a bit abrupt, but everyone needs to leave this village within 3 days. Think about it. A cannibal tribe once ruled this village. We took their territory and rebuilt it, and we continue to operate this village. Jingu pondered heavily about the facilities that had been established. Jumbi still did not grasp his words. So what? It is just a lollipop in my mouth, that is the issue. We are lucky to have killed their leader. But there is still a problem lurking behind. This is information we gathered from the monster that Hiza captured. If anything happens to their father, the entire horde of monsters will come rushing here. The dead leader was cunning. He likely has a backup plan. And who is their target? Jingu looked up and continued. It is all of you here. Gondon still wanted to say something, but Jingu cut him off directly. They want revenge on us, and to take Jumbi's mother's tentacles. I have heard that they have been tracking both Jumbi and Jujung, so keeping everyone here puts us all in serious danger. He countered, but it is dangerous. We will have a hard time if we leave. Jingu decided to be firmer. Keeping everyone here is the biggest threat to the village. I appreciate that you saved us, but this is a different matter. I can't let innocent people get caught in this mess any longer. Gondon hesitated. What about Jumbi's mother and Hiza? We do not even know their condition. He reassured him. We will pick a fixed location to meet. I can check on them. I will help everyone like that, so let us not make things worse. Leave this village for the sake of others. Please. Gondon's forehead was drenched in sweat from the stress. Zuzong bit his lip, suppressing his emotions. After a moment, someone spoke up, catching Jingu off guard. We will go. The doctor is right. We will cause trouble for everyone if we stay. Seeing Jingu about to thank him, Zuzong firmly brushed it off, saying, it is because of you guys. We did not risk our lives to protect this village, yet you prioritized your own safety. I respect that desire to live, but come on. Is not it a bit too much to flip the script like this? Treating us like family when it suits you, then wanting to cast us aside. I never thought I would be used like a disposable tool. Anyway, I feel bad for Jumen. A leader like Jun Ji-woo should be the one to face us. Right. Using you as a human shield. Jun Ji-woo is just as sinister as those cannibals. Jingu crushed the candy in his rage. Even with Gondal's reminder, Dung remained incredibly stubborn. Can't I say what I need to? The candy was tossed on the ground. Please do not drag Jun Ji-woo and the innocent villagers into this. This is all my own decision. Dung is really pushed to the edge. What the hell are you joking about? He bowed before them, knowing he was selfish. It would not be a problem if everyone criticized or demanded something from him. They could even beat him if they wanted. But this was the only way to protect Jun Ji-woo and his family. Jinwoo needs to swallow his pride. Please help us. Everyone fell silent at his heartfelt confession. A voice urged Jinwoo. A mother Jun BC drew a symbol on his palm. We also share the responsibility for the damage to the village. As you said, let us decide on a meeting place later. Plus, we have some requests. So please listen to us and help us check on Jun Bae and Hiza. And one last thing you should keep in mind. You will end up a rotting hunk of meat if you dare to run. First request. We are taking the remaining pastries. Suddenly, Jinwoo called out to her. Mother Jun, I have a gift for you before you leave. Want to see it? A strange sound echoed in the laboratory. The test subject in the iron cage seemed to be the source of that noise. The mutated mouse was being agitated by the other one. A syringe and red test solution lay on the table. Conversations filled the room. As you know, Jun Biak is the only one immune to the virus. I created a few things similar to the antiviral vaccine in her immune system. Then I considered some possibilities. What if I combined Jun Biki's immunity with your intellect? The outcome of that idea is the little boy in this cage. Initially, I transferred Junpa's blood into him. The mutation was incredibly strong. But when I introduced the combined blood, the mutation decreased. You curiously shined a flashlight into the cage. Amazed that this was actually possible, Junggu continued. He kept them together for 2 weeks. They even became friends. Moreover, the test subject was completely unharmed by the light, totally opposite to the monster. This is your chance. But there is a high possibility you will revert to being a normal human, but that is entirely up to her. Will she choose to keep going like this? Or is she going to gamble a chance with me? It is a tough decision that leaves her hesitating for a long time. After a moment of deep thought, Jun was surprised to notice her movements. Mom Chun rolled up her sleeves and said, All right, I will take that gamble. The special treatment is about to be injected into Mom Chun. At 7 am 3 days later, the chatter outside was incredibly loud. The villagers were hard at work gathering supplies. They were checking everything carefully to make sure they did not miss any crucial materials. Someone pointed to the vehicle and asked, Are we really going to take that car? Jun Jiwoo. She generously replied, Of course. We have got others. Do not worry. Mom Chun was extremely anxious. It had been 3 days since the injection, and nothing had happened. Was it a failure? Chun smiled and waved goodbye to them. Thanking everyone for everything, Junjoo cheerfully responded. Me too. I hope you can come back home safely. Suddenly, an angry voice interjected. How can you be so cheerful? I still can't accept this. Feeling scolded by her mother, she burst out. Chun is my only friend. We are like sisters. It is all because of you and the other adults making decisions without us. I can't accept that. What if we can't be together anymore? How can I let her go? Please do not leave. I promise I will take good care of you and play with you all day. Everything would only be a memory. She did not want to leave, but Chun knew it was necessary. She was truly sad to hear she had to leave the village, but she knew it was for everyone else's sake. She did not want them to suffer. Chun held John He's hand tightly and said, You know, Junji Woo told me we are family no matter how far apart we are. Jin Gu felt a pang of guilt watching this scene unfold. Please do not cry anymore. John He stepped in for a hug so tight it left her breathless. Just let me hold you a little longer. Meanwhile, Mom Chun was only thinking, When are we leaving? Junji Woo suddenly asked. Chun, is there anything you want before you go? Don't hesitate. Just tell me. Chun thought for a long time and then whispered into her ear. Mom Chun lay back in despair. Jingu refused Chun's request. We are too busy. There is no time for that. No way. Ask for something else. Chunbi and Ju Jung walked over to him. Supply signaling. The doctor will never let us down. Right. We'll meet our conditions before we leave. Right. Father and son Chunbi grinned, and she replied. Dr. Jingu finally compromised. And they happily high-fived. Hija also spoke up. Did you hear that? Just do whatever you want. The girl giggles brightly. Yes, madam. A little while later, laughter echoes in the village square. Chunbok is fulfilling her dream. Let us play tag. This rare joy amidst chaos is something she is cherishing. Chunbok's innocent smile is the sweetest memory for everyone. She is going to grow stronger. She thinks of the empty room, the dining room, the familiar hospital bed, the scenes around the village, and all those moments of heartbreak. Chunbok's family has lost their home, food, and shelter because of her weakness. She knows she needs to become even stronger to protect her family. Her sister Hee-jae's entire body is considered a weapon. Dad has some seriously strong muscles too. But Chunba looks up at the figure she admires. With her mom gone, the girl grows even more determined. She vows to become strong, to have power like her mom, and protect everyone. A seed of ambition is planted deep in Chun Buki's heart. Their vehicle finally starts rolling. A Chun Bo has dozed off from the long ride. Meanwhile, everyone is chatting away. Do you think Chun Bo Fi will be safe? Of course. But do you think we can actually build a new village? John Woo is super optimistic, saying we will create a village just for us. With nothing to worry about, Jingu glances away with a complicated look. He is lost in thought, reminiscing about the village he has known for so many years. A voice snaps him back to reality. Jingu. What are you staring at? Come on. He suddenly blushes. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jingu gently replies. Okay, I'm coming. Thinking back to that lifeless expression from years ago, it just does not suit her at all. A village for us. It will be tough. But we can do this, to protect this family and Junji Woo. The three of them embark on their own long journey. Memories of the village start to fade. Drowned out by their chatter, sparrows perch on the power lines, chirping away. Suddenly, the birds scatter in a panic. Below, a horde of monsters is roaring, urging each other on. Shadows of monsters loom over every level. Bare feet stumble under their watchful gaze. Devoid of life, the weak body of the father has lost more than half of its tentacles. He whispers in anger. Damn it. I can't survive like this. I had a plan to escape. How humiliating. My time is running out. I need more nutrients. Only then can I restore my body and tear them apart, fighting back against those filthy pests. Once everything stabilizes again, I will kill him and return to my original form. Just as his whisper fades, the father's tentacles snap in unison. He panics as he watches his body slowly disintegrate. His arms and tentacles have become mere scraps of rotten flesh. A whirlwind of confusion suddenly takes over his mind. What is happening? There is nothing here. I can't smell anything. Can't feel a thing. This is happening too fast. I can't even grasp who it is. In his final moments, he hears a strange, distorted sound. The eerie music grows louder, creeping closer to him. His arm sways an object to the rhythm of the haunting melody. Then, half of a ferocious face emerges, endlessly resonating with the music. The golden-eyed figure suddenly shrinks back in fear. A giant foot holds a dagger, standing right in front of the father. A deadly aura surrounds him. Found you at last. Darkness quickly descends upon the eerie place. A door slides open, revealing the rain outside. The one who enters is the giant foot, carrying the remains of the father's body, treated like an object by the enemy. He can only tremble in silence. Unable to resist, father took the opportunity to survey the surroundings. An ordinary room. Is this really his main headquarters? Why would he bring me here? No way. Suddenly, a different voice echoed. It has been a while, has not it? A coffee cup was gently placed down, and father casually greeted. I have missed you dearly. A knowing smile appeared after those words. Father was genuinely curious. Tell me, what is the outside world like? The impersonator hesitated to respond. Seeing this, he pondered for a moment before asking, have you found her yet? The impatience was growing. Stop wasting time. Answer quickly. Father remained relaxed, sipping his tea. He has been working hard. A little more time. One tea hurt. No rush. Hearing this, the impersonator felt even more pressured, trying to calm himself. Do not panic. I can get out of this. There are plenty of exits here. I just need to wait for the right moment. I even have a weapon for protection. The current distance is perfect, but not yet. I will keep talking to make him lower his guard. Then father suddenly said, I do not think that is a wise choice at all. The impersonator was about to take a risk, but realized something was off. His body would not move. He calmly set down the teacup. Is this really all you can do? How disappointing. 2 years ago, I created you for my own body and sent you to find her. During that time, you did not report anything and even caused trouble while pretending to be me. Sure, you have gotten a bit stronger now. But do you really think you can stand on equal ground with me? I find that rather adorable. The impersonator was now trapped in the teacup, weakly pleading. Please wait. Give me another chance. Father licked his lips. I remember giving you plenty of chances already. The impersonator panicked and shouted. I will give you all the information I have. I swear I will be honest. Please give me a chance. His mouth opened, revealing his desperation. The impersonator was going insane. Do not. I do not want to die. This can be my ending. Do not kill me. In the end, that desperate voice was swallowed by father. The images the impersonator had collected began to surface. Chun Buckley's mother, Hiza, and Gondal, including other members from the Hope Village. The events caused by that candy also appeared. And finally, he saw Chunba. I have finally found her. He had gathered more information than I expected. What about this child? Father enjoyed the memories flashing through his mind. How fascinating, the tall one asked. Should I gather the remaining members or not? He shook his head. No need to rush. Let us take it slow. There is one more thing. Be ready to move when the family returns. The tall one obediently replied. Yep. Father. He changed into a formal outfit for the occasion. Father beamed with excitement. This is going to be fun. A child with the ability to transform. I can wait to see it for myself. Chunbuk stood frozen, her entire body drenched in cold sweat. Chunbuko's mom was deep in sleep, completely unaware that the bed was soaked. But Chunbo felt flustered for a long moment, thinking, this is not my fault. Her little shorts were tossed carelessly over her body. Chunblik laid back on the plush surface, reassuring herself, it is just rain, just a dream. Brownish. Bright morning the next day, Chunbaker burst with energy, shouting throughout the house. Hija clenched her fists. Wearing a calm expression, she quickly swung her arms in different directions. And the little girl could not help but feel annoyed at the sight. Chanbei yelled, "Hey, give that back." But all she got in response was a smack on her head. Hija advised, I told you. Stay calm and observe closely. Chanbukar wanted to retort, but Hija continued. No excuses. If you want something, you need to outsmart or understand your opponent. That is the goal of this training session. The little girl was eager to keep training, but Hija refused, wanting to go outside for some fresh air. Chunbo quickly interrupted. Please, sit. Just one more time. I think I have got it now. She then asked Chunbi for help, but Chunbi scoffed, saying she was bored. Just as Hija opened the door, Dudung chimed in. Dinner's almost ready. When are you coming back? She added. I will be right back after I finish a smoke. Hija mumbled something as the door shut behind her. Chunbi sat down, holding up a candy. Now, let us play. Okay. Ready. Chunbo focused intently on the candy, mumbling. Stay calm and observe. Observe closely. He laughed playfully. Come on. Chubby girl. A Chunbo instantly fumed at being called chubby. Chunbo shot up. I won't let you get away with that. He laughed heartily as her hand nearly touched the candy. That is the spirit. Goat. But instead of grabbing the candy, a Chunbi punched Chunbi in the face. He groaned in pain while she held the candy up. Laughing. Did it? Chunbi had won. She had taken down the old fool and claimed her prize. Chunbi yelled. You little brat. She countered. You can catch the champion, Chunbus. Dudung interrupted. Both of you. Shut it. In the dim hallway. Hija sat with her head down. She sighed, glancing at the cigarette in her hand. Hija recalled Jingu's words. And to be honest, it was pretty serious. Your rib is broken, and the surrounding organs are damaged. I performed surgery, but the real issue is your liver. The damage is severe. I can't fully treat it, and there will be serious consequences. It is a miracle you are still alive. Hija wondered what the consequences were. He explained. Fatigue, severe pain, nausea, blood in your stool, and possibly jaundice. Depending on your condition, you should not move too much. If you push it again, you could really die. Hearing this, Hija clenched her teeth in frustration. She placed her hand on her forehead, feeling hopeless, and told Jingu not to tell anyone. Thinking about it, Hija crushed the cigarette in her hand, threw it to the ground, and clutched her head. Damn it. That stupid tentacle. Hija breathed heavily, thinking, I feel nauseous every time I move. I can't even protect myself in this state. Before the situation spirals any further, I need to make Chunbok stronger. It is the only thing I can do for that woman. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps catches Hija's attention. She looks up to see Chunbok's mother awkwardly approaching. She sits down next to Hija and hands her a notebook. Hija wonders what it is for but notices Chunbok's mother remains silent. Hija reluctantly takes the notebook. As she opens it, she asks, What do you want to say to me? I have already got a lot on my mind. Her expression shifts as she looks inside the notebook. The sentence, I did not write this for you, has been crossed out and replaced with a thank you note. Pointing down at Hija's wounds from their previous battle, Chunbok's mother finally speaks up, saying honestly, I do not like you barging in and trying to protect my daughter. But I hate how you have foolishly warned me and my husband before. Her face turns beet red, like it is about to explode. I won't ask why you did this because I know you care about Chunbok. She sincerely thanks Hija for protecting her daughter and for helping her escape from that monster earlier. And she suggests they work together. Hija throws the notebook back at Chunbok's mother, saying, How ridiculous. If you had time to write this, why do not you just take care of your daughter? She still has so much to learn. Hearing this, Chunbok's mother gets angry. Hija crosses her arms, saying, We have the same goal. Of course. We will work together. Chunbok's mother lowers her head, thinking, What a wicked, unpleasant woman I have been. What was I thinking when I wrote that letter? Just as she is fuming, she suddenly hesitates. Chunbok's mother looks up, questioning if she really suggested working together. Hija responds, As you know, Chunbok needs to learn how to protect herself. We can always shield her. She understands this, and that is why she is desperate. She wants to protect herself, not just be protected. That is why she needs to learn, before other dangers close in. Hearing Hija's inner thoughts leaves Chunbok's mother breathless. Hija quickly extends her hand, saying, Not just from me, but from both of us. Chunbok's mother stares at her, speechless. But then she reaches out while looking away. Their hands clasp together, and Hija, Now's not the time to be picky. Chunbok's mother adds, We need to help each other through tough times. She glances over, saying, We may not be friends, but at least we can trust each other. Hija lowers her head with a sigh, recalling that bright smile of the little girl from years ago. I will not let this girl end up like that. A moment later, Chunbok's mother walks down the dim hallway. Breathing heavily, she leans against the nearby door, blood slowly trickling from her mouth as she murmurs, It hurts so much. Under the radiant sunset, Kuhnbach's mother opens the door and stretches her hand outside. She slowly reaches out to feel the evening sun, but her fingers immediately crack and dry. Looking at her fingers, she exclaims, "Damn it, they won't move. I thought there would be some change, but it is still the same, except for the pain in my core." Kuhnbach's mother shouts into the empty rooftop, "I hate. Maybe it is just impossible." She stayed on the rooftop until nightfall gradually enveloped them. Gondal, not seeing Mom Kuhnbach, went up to the rooftop searching for her, calling out, "Babe, are you up here?" Everyone told him she was up here. Gondal suddenly froze and looked down. Worried when he saw Mom Kuhnbach holding her face, he quickly asked, "What is wrong?" Gondal knelt down and stroked her back. "What happened?" "Just write it on my hand." He heard Mom Kuhnbach sniffle. He hurriedly asked what made her cry. And when she did not answer, he urged her to speak up. After Gondal heard the whole story, he finally understood Mom Kuhnbach's feelings. He patted her head. "So that is why you were upset. Because it still has not worked." Mom Kuhnbach sobbed. "I have always hoped for it. But after everything, no miracle has happened. I know it is hard, but I really want to be human again." Seeing her cry, he encouraged her. It is, do not hold back anymore." While crying, Mom Kuhnbach yelled, "Damn it. I want to be human again." Gondal looked at her with a gentle smile. He gazed at the night sky and asked her, "Do you remember when Kuhnbach was little? We used to joke around a lot. We even took the time to ask silly questions. I remember asking what it would be like if our genders were reversed, and you said even if I were a woman, I would still depend on you at your level." She continued, "Right. You said you loved me. That is just how you are." Kuhnbach was a giant kid. Mom chuckled. "I once spent 40 minutes thinking about whether to buy giant diapers and food for the little one." Gondal replied, "You are so cute when you are being serious." Hearing that, she blushed. "Do not lie like that." He continued, "And we have talked about this before. What I want to do when I become human again." Gondal looked at Mom Kuhnbach curiously, wondering if she remembered. Mom Kuhnbach quickly nodded. "I still remember that very clearly, because it was very important to me." The image of her smiling brightly in the sunlight had not appeared yet. But Mom Kuhnbach said if I could become human again, I want to take walks with our family for 3 days and spend joyful moments together at the park. Ultimately, what I want most is to be able to turn on the lights in our house. Gondal gently held Mom Kuhnbach's hand. "That is right. And now, that joke is almost becoming a reality. Even though nothing has worked yet. Let us believe in a miracle. If you really become human again, do what you said." Happy looked at Gondal with hopeful eyes. Mom Kuhnbach sincerely thanked him. Suddenly, footsteps below caught their attention. Kuhnbach opened the door and exclaimed, "Dad, you both promised to read me a story." "Oh. I cleaned the forest and everything." Gondal quickly replied, "Sorry. Kuhnbach, I will read to you after I bring the book up here. Come inside now." He picked Kuhnbach up. "Were you thinking of a specific book?" The little girl quickly replied, "I want the book inside your bag." Her bathroom. Gondal immediately sent the message. Mom Kuhnbach looked at them with a bright smile on her face. Just like the girl said. "I can't wait either." He chimed in, "Why do not we read another book?" She continued, "It is better than having no hope at all. We have been through so much. And finally, we found peace." Gondal promised to read 3 stories to Kuhnbach, making her incredibly happy. Mom Kuhnbach thought to herself, "Even if I can never return to being human, I still have my family by my side. I must be stronger and more patient." Gondal turned to her and called Mom Kuhnbach inside, and she replied, "Yep. I am so happy." Kuhnbach looked at her mother with wide, innocent eyes. Mom Kuhnbach wondered as her blood dripped to the ground. "But why do I feel so heavy and so sleepy?" The smile on Gondal's face vanished, replaced by a look of shock. He gazed at her blood-soaked face and exclaimed, "Hey, my love." Mom Kuhnbach collapsed to the ground in front of both of them. The screams that followed echoed endlessly, but she could not hear anything. Questioning if anyone was there with her and what was wrong around Mom Kuhnbach, it was eerily quiet. Not a single light to see by. Mom Kuhnbach wondered, "This is ridiculous. Am I asking for too much? All I want is to be normal again. Is that too luxurious for me?" She screamed, "Why do I want to live a normal life? I want a home that can light up. I want to take walks on sunny days. I just want to be a regular mom of my family. Someone, please." The next morning, Kuhnbach jolted awake, immediately sitting up and calling for her mom. Kuhnbach realized her mother was no longer lying on the blood-soaked bed. She looked at her mom's sharp teeth and tousled hair and gasped, "Mom has disappeared." Gondal exclaimed, "Damn it," and quickly went to the door. Zuzong quickly spoke up. "Hey Gondal, I will check upstairs with you," and he replied, "Okay, I will look here with Kuhnbach." Gondal darted out, shouting, "Damn it, where did she go?" Zuzong reported that Mom Chumbok was not there, while Hiza was also checking each door in search of her. Meanwhile, Gondal looked up with unease in his heart. Both father and son hesitated, wondering if she was up there. Finally, they both decided to head to the rooftop. The two looked down at the ground leading to the edge of the building. There she stood against the dawn light. Mom Chumbok slowly turned around. She was so happy she could cry. Gondal. Chunbok. Good morning. Hearing this, both of them immediately froze, staring at Mom Chunbok. Without a second thought, they rushed toward her. Chunbok's little family embraced each other tightly. Transitioning, some time later, winter was creeping in, and the abandoned building stood against the chill of the season. In the meantime, Chunbok was running. Panting heavily, she glanced at the slide in a small playground. Chunbok quickly ducked down, exclaiming, I think I should hide down here for a moment. I bet I will get caught even if I try to run further away, she thought. We have to find a way to escape this playground. There are not many hiding spots around here. Maybe I can use this place to strike back. Suddenly, a wave of pressure hit Chunbok, freezing her in place. She immediately turned towards the source of that pressure, but there was no one there. Chunbok spoke up. Startling herself, she felt embarrassed. It was just a gust of wind. Focus. Just like Sister Hyra said, I have to keep trying. It is the key to survival. Suddenly, Mama Chunbok appeared right in front of her. Chunbok jumped, screaming, Holy crap! Seeing this, she could not help but laugh. Mama Chunbok asked, What did you just say? Were you cursing at me? Chunbok replied, It is because you surprised me. I almost had a heart attack. Mama Chunbok did not let it go, making Chunbok want to tease her again. She winked. Are you sure about that? You can slow down if you want. The girl responded. No thanks. I can handle it myself. You know, I have not lost yet because you have not caught me. Mama Chunbok licked her lips and continued. Because we are still playing hide and seek. You are right. But Chunbok, you know what is coming next, do not you? The girl tried to hide her tension and yelled, Come at me. In the clear blue sky, 6 months had passed. Thanks to the healing they received in the Blessing Village, Mama Chunbok gradually regained her former self, and her changes brought many transformations to their lives. Mama Chunbok landed firmly on the ground, standing amidst the cool breeze, sighing, and in the mornings, she would go for walks and exercise when the weather was nice. At first, Mama Chunbok was very cautious, only exercising for about 10 minutes. But now she enjoyed working out for 40 minutes. She used to stay indoors because of the light, but now she could go outside whenever she wanted. The girl recalled the constant noise coming from the rooftop. Chunbok admired her mother doing a handstand and exclaimed, Can Dad do that too? Dad quickly replied, I can do that. But I can use my finger to pull out a thick book. The girl sighed in frustration. Stop showing off, Dad. There is no way that is possible. For 3 days, the Chunbok family often went on picnics or outings together, helping her practice a lot. Now they could eat together and turn on the lights whenever they went to bed. Right now, Mama Chunbok must be incredibly happy with her life. But there were two things bothering Chunbok. Chunbok remembered the day the two of them read a pronunciation guide together. The first part sometimes made it hard for her to understand, because of her mom's mispronunciation. But thanks to her hard work, her pronunciation had improved a lot. The second thing was back to reality. The girl had to keep dodging her mom. She kept rushing straight toward her, but Mama Chunbok suddenly leaped up, catching the girl off guard. Chunbok was dodging and gritting her teeth, shooting her a glare. Suddenly, Mama Chunbok appeared right in front of Chunbok. Shocking her, she quickly grabbed Chunbok, and the girl thought to herself, this is actually the biggest problem. At that moment, Mama Chunbok exclaimed, Gotcha. She lifted the girl up. You know what is coming next, do not you? She licked her lips wickedly. Are you ready, my dear? Hearing this, Chunbok shouted back loudly, Army. A moment later, as she kissed his cheek, Chunbok thought to himself, but if I admit it, it is just too hard to get used to. Suddenly, Chunbok's mom exclaimed, Your cheeks are so soft. Chunbok wondered, when will I finally win? Next time, I will do better. Chunbok's mom smiled brightly at her. And even though she looked at her mother every day, whenever she smiled, Chunbok always thought her mom was beautiful. The girl reassured herself that she could endure it. Her mom had been through so much for her, so she believed she could hang on a little longer. Feeling helpless, she resolved to endure it for her mother. Chunbok suddenly exclaimed, That is enough, but Chunbok's mom gently replied, Just a few more seconds. Sweetie, the girl squirmed. A minute has already passed. She laughed. Let us play again. Chunbok ran and shouted back, Do not do that. Mom continued, Now I am going to catch you. Chunbok shouted, Stay away from me. Old lady. Amidst the playful banter between mother and daughter, Hiza slowly approached. blood dripping from her feet. She looked at her bloodied hands, wiped the remnants of blood from her lips, and paused to observe them while catching her breath. Cut to Chunbok singing loudly. Please stop it. Her mom laughed heartily. Chunbok shook her hands. I give up. Just stop it already. She added. Sweetheart, I have told you, life is not a game. Chunbok's mom pouted at her. But I will be gentle and end it with just a kiss. The girl pulled back, telling her to back off. Chunbok exclaimed. Is anyone going to save me? Just then, a strong gust of wind swept toward Chunbok's mom. She quickly turned around to grab the backpack, asking herself, where did that little brat run off to? Hiza stepped forward. Shut up. I told you to train her, not play around. Get serious with the training. Chunbok swallowed hard, her mom chiming in. What did you just say? This is proper training, Hiza immediately called out to her, startling Chunbok. She gripped the axe tightly. What do you think? Hiza quickly approached. Is this training even useful? Tell both of us what you are thinking. And be honest about it. Chunbok's mom noticed her child was still bewildered, and she yelled. Stop it. Do not scare her. To which Hiza shot back. You be quiet. A moment later, Hiza spoke. I do not agree with your method. We should teach her at a level she can grasp. Chunbok's mom added. Pushing her to the limit one to be effective. She continued. Is this what you call training? It seems more like pampering. Chunbok's mom sighed. I won. Her cuteness distracted me for a moment. But I do not see any issues with today's training. And she has improved more than ever, Hiza countered. The issue lies in treating this like a game for her training. Taking it seriously will yield better results. Chunbok's mom questioned. Are not you tired of always being so strict? Think about her mental health. Harshness is not always the right approach. She stared intensely, and I admired her positive thinking. But as a mother, I have to say it is naive. Just because you can roam freely does not mean the world is safe. Mom, Chunbok scoffed. Don't you look at me like that. You are not feeling well. Just let it go. I should not be hard on a patient. I will think about what you said. But now you are being stubborn. Hearing that, Hiza felt the ground beneath her feet crack. She glared. Want to check your own limits? Follow me to the rooftop. I will show you just how well I am doing. Mom Chunbok was furious. Fine. Let us see who fights better. At that moment, both of her hands were feeling the strain, and she could not help but think in pain. My hands. They are already broken. Chunbok burst into tears, pleading for them to stop. Suddenly, Hiza let go of the axe, and it clattered to the ground. She hugged her stomach tightly, and the girl worriedly asked, Hiza, what is wrong? Are you okay? She was breathing heavily. My muscles just got a shock for a moment, Chunbok quickly advised. Don't push yourself too hard. How about taking a little break? Hiza responded. Don't worry. I am feeling better now. Even so, those tiny hands of hers did not let go. Chunbok recalled the battle from half a month ago. Hiza is so weak now. She had told Chunbok after leaving the tomb that her wounds were severe, too serious to heal properly. In the end, she was advised to maintain stability and minimize physical activity as much as possible. The girl remembered how, due to her health condition, Hiza often took care of the house, and she even helped her study. She was like an older sister and a great teacher. However, Hiza had changed a bit. While Chunbok was doing her homework, Hiza chimed in. Are you sure about that? The girl felt flustered, unsure if her answer was right. Hiza continued. I have explained this to you 3 times already. When are you going to learn? Chunbok quickly apologized to Hiza. The girl was doing her work while feeling anxious. Ever since leaving the tomb, Hiza had been scolding her for even the smallest mistakes. Chunbok tried her hardest not to mess up, but what scared her most was remembering the practice during sunset. Hiza yelled. This is pointless. You have tried 8 times today, but none lasted more than 5 minutes. If this was not practice, you would be dead. I told you to observe before taking someone down. You have to fight to win by any means necessary. Do you know why you lost? Tears slowly rolled down Chunbok's cheeks as Hiza continued. Because you did not attack my weak points. Even though you know where they are. That useless kindness will get you killed, she shouted. It is pointless if you want to play nice. Why do not you let your parents do everything and stop learning that useless stuff? Am I wrong? The girl weakly apologized, and Hiza fell silent. Chunbok wiped the tears from her cheeks. It is all my fault. I hope you can forgive me. I just did not want you to feel pain. I will do my best. Seeing her like this made Hiza's heart ache. Chunbok continued. Just give me one more chance. Please forgive me. Do not leave me. Hiza looked up at the sky, struggling to hold back her emotions. She thought to herself, do not do that again. I can learn a lot from her. But she is so intimidating during practice. And now she has become the scariest teacher ever. Back in the present, Chunbok's mom exclaimed. Finally home sweet home. She rushed inside, Surely Chumbak is starving. Let us go whip up some dinner. And let us see how many cups we have. Hiza gently placed her hand on Chumbak's shoulder and urged her to come closer. She took Chumbak's hand and led her away. Chumbak was surprised, exclaiming, "This is..." Her hand is trembling. "A cola." Hiza replied. "Exactly." Chumbak stared at it with wide eyes, not even noticing the drool that had escaped her lips. Suddenly, Chumbak jolted, staring intently at the cola bar in her hand. She said, "Hiza, we need to share this with the family. It is the rule." Hearing that, Hiza quietly smirked. She patted Chumbak's head, saying, "That is part of the training. This is really important. Listen to me. Sometimes having a backup plan is a good thing, even when following the rules. This is proof of that." "Got it," Chumbak thought in surprise. Over these past few days, she has truly become the scariest teacher. As Hiza walked into the house, she called for Chumbak to follow because it was freezing outside. Chumbak beamed at her, thinking, "She is amazing and really loves me. One day, I will be as strong as she is." Chumbak immediately ran after Hiza, shouting, "Wait for me, Hiza." The little one embraced her, filled with laughter. Cut to the other side. A zombie exclaimed, "Coffee. Too sugar cute. That is terrible. Too sugar cute." A tiny, timid zombie piped up. The big zombie kept grumbling about that awful cup of coffee. Meanwhile, inside the pill room, things were scattered everywhere with large, chaotic heaps on the floor. Bloodied pills from the medicine boxes lay strewn around. Gandon wiped the sweat from his face with a sigh, as if to say, "That is enough for today. I should hide the rest and come back for this tomorrow. Hiding is the best option. Maybe I can trade some of this for other stuff." He slung that heavy backpack onto his back. Gandon looked over his shoulder and said, "It is time to get to work." He gripped the crowbar tightly in his hand and quickly left. Gandon walked through the ruins of the city, heading into an abandoned house. He stared with a bright smile on his face. His friend looked at Gandon with a gaze full of suspicion. He asked, "Are you looking for something?" Gandon replied, "Well, I need a lot. Can I get 5 bottles of painkillers and the disinfectant for each bottle? I will trade you 3 cans of peaches for that." Gandon immediately agreed to the deal. And the other guy asked, "Can I also get a bag to carry this?" Hearing that, he hesitated a bit. The friend handed over the can of peaches. "Come on. Be generous." Just then Gandon suddenly grabbed his arm. The friend yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Gandon calmly replied, "Take it easy. You should not be pulling such stupid moves during a deal. That guy is furious." "What the hell are you thinking?" Gandon continued. "Come on. I can see right through your little act." He shouted, "I know you are there. Come on out. I know you are hiding." He yelled, "What the hell are you talking about?" Gandon brushed him off. "This is your last chance for both of you." He started counting. The moment Gandon reached 2, a gunshot rang out, followed by a deafening silence. The girl hiding behind the wall raised her hands. "I dropped my gun, so please let him go." He replied, "I figured that out from the ring you are wearing. Not to mention the subtle hints you have been sending her way. Anyway, you have broken the rules." Gandon rolled up his sleeves. "So you better be more generous in this deal," he exclaimed. "Wait, I get it now. You let me." Gandon, a moment later. He jotted down in his notebook, 5 canned peaches is a fantastic deal. Thanks to that rule break, I got them at a steal. There is nothing I would not do to make a living. Let us." Gandon stood up, leaving while pondering his next destination. Soon he approached a shady character, asking, "Can you give me something else?" Gandon smiled broadly and replied, "Of course. I can do that for my favorite customer." Arriving there excitedly, "It is really you, my friend. Thanks for the flashlight." He added, "So I will take 3 packs of wet wipes then." Later, Gandon handed the towel to the little girl, who exclaimed, "You are the best. Thank you for the lot. That is why I trust you so much. You." So I kept my word. Cutting to him watching a man kneeling down, crying out, "Thank you so much. You saved my mother from that cowardice disease." Gandon replied, "No problem. You paid a fair price. So you do not need to do that." But he did not care and called him a savior, making him tell him to stop. As the sun set, inside an abandoned warehouse, a voice from a goon echoed, "Gandon, you really are a good guy. That smile never leaves your face during deals. And you only sell quality stuff. You are so reliable. That is what." He aimed his gun at Gandon. "We are always grateful to you. You should have a backup plan ready." "Gandon," he spoke up, "you have said enough. Smug goon. I think you still do not get the situation. Do you? You are about to die." He licked his lips arrogantly, ending the conversation. The goon laughed scornfully. "I will be generous and let you die painlessly. And now, goodbye." Just as he finished, he immediately pulled the trigger. his eyes narrowing as he looked at the goon. At that moment, he suddenly realized his gun was empty. The other goons quickly realized their guns were also out of ammo. The rope binding Gondon snapped. He said, "You should have listened to me. Do you think I came here without a plan?" They were immediately terrified by his towering figure. Gondon swung his fist and shouted, "Gentlemen, it is time to settle the bill." Before he could think, a massive hand slammed into his face. After taking care of them, Gon spoke up, thanking her for the help. Sojung replied, "I just did what you told me to." He continued, "But you did it really well. By the way, can you really do this?" She responded, It is all over now anyway." Watching him walk away, Sojung advised him to be careful. She silently stared at Gondon without saying a word. Suddenly, Sojung called him back. "I am sure you know this, but I was cornered and lived as a slave for the last 3 months. I was so weak that I could not even protect my only child." She held the gun tightly. "You gave me the chance for revenge. This world is hopeless now, but thank you. I can leave without regrets." "Thank you." And in the quiet sunset at the warehouse, gunshots shattered the silence. A little while later, Gondon also left that warehouse. He walked home with an indescribable mood. Stepping to the front door and then down the hallway, he quietly bowed his head at the door. What a long day, thinking about what happened today. Gondon sighed. He grasped the doorknob and turned it. The two of them rushed to hug Gondon, both excitedly sharing the fun stories that just happened. He listened, chuckling to himself. Hell has no hope, even in a world full of monsters and shamans. He still held on to a glimmer of hope called family, as a husband to his beloved wife, and also as a father. The scene shifted to the next day. During class, Kunbok was wiping her nosebleed while thinking, "I am better now. I have learned how to fight, how to use weapons, and how to shoot. I can taste metal in my mouth. I even studied really hard. I know I still have a long way to go, but I have grown a lot." A moment later, Hisa's footsteps echoed from the hallway as she stopped in front of the rooftop door. Hisa quickly opened that door. She looked at the girl and immediately spoke. "Okay, are you ready?" Chunbok, dressed in her sturdy outfit, exclaimed, "Army." The girl confidently believed she would pass today's test. Chunbok felt the pressure, determined to earn Hisa's approval. The girl bit her lip, reminding herself to do her best. She noticed Chunbok hesitating to speak. Hisa quickly chimed in, "There is no test today. We are just having dinner together." She left and told her sister to head to the kitchen, just to chop some ingredients. Hisa's footsteps on the stairs gradually faded away, leaving Chunbok still in shock, not understanding what just happened. That evening, Hisa calmly said, "Your parents will be home late today, so let us go to bed." The girl replied, "Maybe. I can only read to you if you want." The girl responded again, "Maybe." Hisa quickly asked, "Is that a yes or a no?" Kunbok sighed. She was confused. "Just say it." The girl called out to Hisa. Kunbok looked at her with an annoyed expression. "If I fall asleep, will you force me like you do with this teddy bear?" Hisa replied, "What are you talking about? That sounds so weird." She lay still on the bed. "That will never happen. So just sleep already." Chunbok believed that was a lie. Hisa sighed. "Why do not you trust me? You think I would push you to your breaking point?" The girl shot back, "I guess you could." Hisa replied, "Come on. Who do you think I am?" Chunbok responded with determination. "Someone who can be tough." Hisa felt helpless. "Are you talking about weapons? No more gut feelings." "Okay," the girl repeated. "Yep. A weapon." Hisa continued, "Are you upset because I cancelled your test today? I did it because I was not feeling well. This was meant to be a fair test. I hope you understand." Hearing this made the girl feel reassured and sleepy. "Is that all there is to it?" Hisa replied, "Yep, that is it." Kumbok gently rubbed her eyes, thinking, "I am so sleepy." The girl apologized for doubting her, and Hisa responded, "It is. Now let us get some sleep." Chumbok hugged her tightly. "I am going to touch your chest." Hisa smiled. "You really are a handful." The girl wished her good night and drifted off to sleep. A while later, the door remained still until it slowly creaked open in silence. Hisa adjusted her clothes and spoke up. "You are a bit late. You should have come sooner." She turned back to check if everything was all right. Chumbok's mom crossed her arms and asked, "Can't you use a better phrase? Is everything done?" "What about Chunbok?" Hisa quickly glanced at the girl. "As you can see, she is sleeping like an angel. I fed her a lot, hoping for the best." Gondon still looked worried and asked, "Are you sure? I think it is a bit harsh." Hisa replied, "Don't be so naive. It is all about her survival." "That is enough talk. Let us move." Just before the girl woke up, Chunbok's mom shot Hisa an annoyed look. Moments later, feeling cold, the girl slowly woke up. "I am freezing." "Hisa, can I have a blanket?" Kumbok blinked awake. The girl reacted, feeling the cold air around her. Kumbok looked at the wreckage surrounding her in shock, hearing the growls of zombies below. Kumbok called out, "Dad. Hiza." She froze mid-sentence. Looking down, she suddenly noticed a small piece of paper on her bed. She hurried to pick it up and read what was inside. "Reading this means the test has begun. You have one job here. Survive and get out. You are in a store with plenty of supplies and no obstacles to move. There is a walkie-talkie on the first floor. Contact us, and you will pass the test when we come to get you, but only if you can survive among countless monsters. Do your best to live as taught. I believe in you." As she read this, the girl crumpled the paper in her hands, thinking, "This is insane." Kumbok remembered his words before bed. "You lied to me. You just wanted to abandon me. This is not a test." Kumbok slammed her fists on the ground. "She is an evil, stupid witch." Tears streamed down her face. She was scared. Kumbok sobbed, "Dad, I want to go home. Please help me." Suddenly, Hiza's earlier words echoed in her mind. "You need to get familiar with your surroundings. Humans are not built to adapt quickly to change. For example, how would you feel if you suddenly had to be alone?" Chun replied, "I would be scared if that happened out of the blue." She agreed. At first, it would be scary or confusing, but once you adapt, you can make that place feel like home. Meaning you could dominate. In the meantime, you can find a place to hide or look for weapons to defend yourself. If you can adjust to the environment a little faster. Chunbro looked up ahead. "I said, the building you see might be your new home protecting you. And remember, any place can become your new home." But Chunbro rubbed her eyes. "I hate. Watch out. If I get out of here, I won't let this slide." The girl walked with her lips pressed tight. "I am definitely going to make her pay for this." But Chunbo wandered around, amazed by the vastness of the place. Searching for something to lean on, she turned this way and that. What could I use as a weapon? Suddenly, Chun Boko froze when she saw a huge knife coming towards her. It slammed hard into the pillar next to China Bis. The girl could not help but feel her stomach drop. As the panic started to seep down to the floor, Chun Bake stared at the giant knife in front of her, breathing heavily. Her heart pounded harder as she heard footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Her face went pale, trembling in fear. The zombie gripped the bloody knife tightly, ready to strike. Cut to heavy footsteps thudding on the floor, revealing a hulking figure with a grotesque appearance. The blood-soaked knife he held was a stark contrast to China B's small, frail frame. The girl stared at the monster in front of her, trembling as her pants became soaked with fear. Her terrified whimpers sounded as tiny as a kitten's. She stuttered, as if in shock, her eyes wide open, letting tears stream down her cheeks. Then her voice, choked and barely audible, erupted into a terrified scream as she bolted away, while the creature merely watched. Unmoving, the monster stood there as she stumbled and fell, tripping over her own haste, a pained cry escaping her lips. The sound of her cries echoed in the monster's ears, but he remained silent, like a cold statue. Suddenly, a warning voice crackled through the radio, audible only to him. Somewhere in the distance, Kumbuk's mom and Gondan were anxiously watching. Kumbuk's mom spoke over the radio, just scaring her. Do not frighten her too much. Sounding displeased, her face hardened, delivering a sharp warning that they must ensure Kumbuk's safety. But the monster was not intimidated. He thought Kumbuk's mom was overacting, yet she insisted. Go easy on her, and he nodded in agreement. The crackling of the radio resumed. In the cold night, the monster's breath escaped with his words. Do you all hear me clearly? Countless figures in monster costumes holding radios responded. Then the voice over the radio declared, the test begins. Do well and there will be extra rewards. Hearing the word rewards, the crowd erupted into noise. It was at this moment that they realized the grotesque figure was Hiza, issuing commands to the people to get ready, and they acknowledged her orders. After saying that, Hiza could not help but think of Chanbaif, her expression a mix of sternness and concern, believing in her sister. You can do it. Trust me. In the dilapidated building, surrounded by debris, darkness loomed like a veil, leaving her unsure if it was a future or a flicker of hope. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a wrecked clothing store. Clothes scattered everywhere, stained with blood, and a faint whimper echoes. But Chunbav hides in a corner, her tiny frame swallowed by the chaos around her. Sobbing softly, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Her mouth quivering, Hiza's words replayed in her mind. Anywhere can be your home. Do not just sit there, use your circumstances to your advantage. Remembering that, she pressed her lips together, determination flooding her. I have to do something, she resolved. Finally, she stood up, her spirit reignited, telling herself that crying won't change anything. She needed to find a weapon first. She rummaged through the pile of clothes, searching for pants to replace the wet ones, carefully considering each step. Once she found a pair, She curiously eyed a damaged fire extinguisher and wondered what the powder inside was, her face scrunching up as a plan began to form. Next, she spotted a piece of rope tangled among the clothes. Holding the thin rope, Chunbok stood lost in thought, her mind drifting somewhere far away. She gazed at the rope, confusion etched on her face. Beneath her feet, scattered stones lay, one of which rolled, creating an unfamiliar sound. That sound caught Chunbok's attention. She furrowed her brow at the stone, then suddenly exclaimed, "This is it." The scene transformed, revealing a group of people dressed as monsters wandering the dilapidated mall, their growls amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a heavy thud drew the crowd's attention. One guy, still dazed, got hit in the face by a thrown stone, screaming out in pain. Hija, standing in a corner, was also questioning what was happening as she glanced over in that direction. A stone had been hurled, scattering debris everywhere. At the same time, Chunbok's joyful shout rang out. For a moment, she felt elated. But then her smile faded as she realized she had just messed up. She sensed the trouble she was in. Everyone around had noticed her, and they all shared a greedy thought of the bonus prize for scaring this little girl. The crowd roared with ambition, all rushing toward Chunbok. Confused and terrified, she still clutched her makeshift weapon. Ready to defend herself, she shouted for them to back off while flinging a stone from her slingshot at her attackers. The stone flying through the air like a bullet. In that instant, it hit its target in a vulnerable spot, causing the monster-clad figure to grit their teeth in pain, momentarily frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Hisa watched from outside, marveling at the weapon Chunbok had crafted, pondering how she had made it. In Hisa's memory, she had never taught Chunbok this. In Chunbok's hands was a makeshift slingshot crafted from rough rope, a stark contrast to her delicate appearance. The scene shifted to a rooftop of some building, where sounds of stones clattering against empty cans mixed with cheers of joy. Chunbok is in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at someone next to her who is praising her, saying she is a quick learner. This will be a big gun for the little one. That person advises her to use it for self-defense and keep plenty of secret weapons handy. But the girl does not quite get it, so they explain that it is to catch the enemy off guard. After that, they both jump into a training routine to get her body in better shape. Chunbok snaps back to reality, silently thanking the person for their help. But then she suddenly panics. Oh no, I am out of rocks. She frantically digs through her bag, her face a mix of panic and urgency. Just then, a disguised foe jumps out at Chunbok. Startling her, he thinks he is about to snag a prize. But unlike what he expected, Chunbok reaches into her bag and says, "My secret weapon is powdered smoke." With that, she hurls the powder straight into the guy's face, making him scream and clutch his face. He collapses, writhing and howling. But at that moment, Chunbok makes a run for it, patting herself on the back for grabbing that powder. The mall is filled with the sounds of growls and screams echoing all around. This chaos helps Chunbok pinpoint where they are, her eyes narrowing as she observes them. In an instant, Chunbok takes a deep breath and bolts. She charts her escape route from the enemies trying to catch her. Convinced they are slower than her mom, they are also weaker than Hisa. With that thought, Chunbok throws more powder at the guy chasing her, making him grunt in frustration. The walkie-talkie is right in sight. She silently cheers herself on that she can complete this mission. Her face lights up as she reaches out, almost grasping the walkie-talkie. But just then, Hisa shows up and snatches her up, leaving Chunbok confused about what is happening. In a swift motion, Hisa throws Chunbok far from the walkie-talkie, and she screams as she hits the ground. Then she slides and bangs her head against a post before finally stopping, her hair a mess. The sound of approaching footsteps makes Hisa urge Chunbok to think fast. With both hands gripping her knife, she approaches without hesitation, thinking about what she would do if she faced a super strong monster. Chunbok's head is throbbing, and she groans as she tries to get up, surrounded by a crowd of disguised foes. She panics, wishing to go home and see everyone. Slowly, she stands up, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Hisa, watching her, seems taken aback and stops in her tracks. The walkie-talkie lies forlornly on the ground, untouched. In that moment, Chunbok grits her teeth. Even if she can't stand tall, her spirit is not dwindling. She is determined to get it. Beneath Chunbok's furrowed brows, her pupils shine with a fierce golden glow. Somewhere, a monster is baffled by what is happening, but its pupils also flicker with golden light just like Chunbok's. Not just it, but countless other monsters share the same glow, all staring menacingly. Suddenly, a furry animal paw appears, innocent and white. It turns out to be the paw of a small dog, and behind it are more monsters lurking somewhere else, their eyes glowing fiercely in the dark. Outside the mall, strange cries continue to echo, and then a scream erupts, revealing a mouth full of strange white teeth. It was like a frenzy. All those monsters with their piercing yellow eyes charged forward, turning the entrance of the mall into a feast for them. Suddenly, A walkie-talkie buzzed in my mind, accompanied by a voice, "I need that walkie-talkie." But why were not the monsters moving? They just stood there, looming over Chumbak. Remembering that moment, she clenched her jaw, her eyes shimmering with tears. Determined to get her hands on that walkie-talkie in her golden-hued pupils, there was fierce resolve. She thought if she could not control the monsters here, she would call in reinforcements from outside. The creatures in disguise outside seemed stunned, waiting to make their move. Meanwhile, the mall's floor shook violently. Pebbles flew everywhere. And outside, where the door was barricaded with junk, shadows piled up, and a rumbling noise echoed from that spot. The sound grew louder, and upon closer inspection, you could see figures outside desperately trying to break in. Their dark eyes shone with the same eerie golden light as Chumbak's. Utterly terrifying. Suddenly, a loud crash of glass shattered the air, as the hands of the monsters outside pounded against it, sending splatters like spider webs before it shattered completely. The entire horde of monsters surged inside, shrieking like they were seething with rage. Those inside barely had time to comprehend the chaos that was unfolding. Chumbak's parents quickly shouted, asking what was going on, only to learn that the monsters were breaking in. The urgency in their voices caught Chumbak's attention. She turned her head, even while facing Hiza. As her mother shouted, "Grab a weapon." The interruption made Hiza think. Recalling everything that had happened and the color of Chumbak's eyes, she concluded that Chumbak was the cause of this chaos. But Chumbak did not pay attention to what Hiza was saying. She was fixated on the door, stunned by the sheer number of monsters, their roars echoing in her ears. In that moment, a person in disguise rushed in, aiming a gun at the monsters. Deep within the bright red eyes of the mask, the jagged teeth of a creature loomed as it lunged toward Hiza. Just then, the monster's mouth opened wide like a gaping abyss, and a scream pierced the air along with the gunfire. Mid the chaos, Chumbak felt someone dragging her away, leaving her utterly confused. Hiza picked up Chumbak and called out to the others, who quickly followed her to the elevator. She instructed those with guns to cover their retreat and hold back the monsters, while those on the second floor shot down to keep the chaos at bay. Hiza urgently spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Something's blocking the door. The situation is getting worse." Among those climbing up, Chumbak was kicking and struggling to get free. Gondal, receiving the orders, could only tell himself he would do his best to handle his part. His face taut with tension, a monster suddenly had its head sliced off. The strike so swift it did not even realize what had happened. Not just that one, but countless other monsters met the same fate. Their heads rolling like overripe fruit, faces twisted in horror, a sharp, black claw soaked in blood pierced through the multitude of monsters, not allowing any of them a moment to react. Turns out it was Chumbak's mother, clearing the horde and telling Hiza to conserve her energy to protect Chumbak, promising she would join them shortly. Chumbak's mother silently worried, her heart racing at the sight of the yellow eyes of the monsters. Fearing that one of them might still be alive, she glanced at them, thinking it was impossible, and wondered who had summoned these creatures here. Hiza slashed through the monsters, while mulling over the fact that Chumbak had called them here, her strikes powerful and decisive. She shot a glance at Chumbak, baffled by how the girl possessed a strength that even she did not understand. As she fought off the monsters alongside her teammates, she cursed herself for being so careless and neglectful of Chumbak. The monsters kept pouring forward, seemingly endless. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Hiza's side, causing her to hesitate. Hiza looked down at her wound in shock. The monsters had overpowered her and were now closing in right before her eyes. They shoved her down despite her furious protests, and all Hiza could do was desperately urge Chumbak to run. Beneath her mask, her eyes widened in terror as she stared at Chumbak. But then she realized something strange. In front of her, all the monsters had subdued everyone, not allowing anyone to move. A few others were being surrounded by those very monsters. Yet, right before Hiza's eyes, no one was dead. Her pupils constricted in confusion at the scene unfolding. The tongue of one monster wrapped around a walkie-talkie and brought it closer, revealing tiny, delicate hands in front of it. It and the other monsters were surrounding Chumbak. Chumbak grabbed the walkie-talkie amidst the roars of the creatures. They all stood eerily still. Chumbak's face emerged, serious and determined, her pupils still glowing gold, but her eyes had taken on a strange darkness. Chumbak's memory flashed back to when she had used her power before, and she yearned to feel that sensation again. As the memory faded, she spoke cheerfully about secretly training to harness her powers. But in stark contrast, blood streamed from her nose. She felt elated to be going home, but her eyes were bloodshot, and blood dripped from her nose. Holding the walkie-talkie, she was not distracted by the monsters near her. Suddenly, she thought of a monster resembling Hyra, but quickly shook her head, reminding herself that she needed to control all the creatures here. A strange bark caught Chumbak's attention, and she turned toward the sound. Her eyes widened in surprise when she realized it was a harmless little dog. She crouched down to pet its head. It was her first encounter with such a creature. Overjoyed, she smiled brightly, asking if the little pup wanted to stay with her, but in an instant, her cheerful voice was cut off, her face going blank and her eyes wide. The dog had stopped wagging its tail, and the atmosphere felt heavy, sinking along with Chunbok's eerie scream as she froze in disbelief. The harmless little dog transformed, its eyes turning a fiery, ominous red, staring intently at Chunbok. She was bewildered, fear creeping into her mind. The sound of cracking bones echoed, a terrifying noise that accompanied the gruesome and bloody scene, as its soft fur morphed into sharp claws. A dark, purple-tinged leg with bloody veins slammed down onto the ground. A monstrous head emerges, its jagged teeth glistening ominously, a deafening roar echoing through the air. Accompanying it is a dog-like snout dripping with drool, the heavy panting almost palpable. Chunbok freezes, her face turning pale at the horrifying sight. The beast's blood-red eyes gaze down at her, filled with an unmistakable sense of disdain. Somewhere along the line, the other monsters vanished, and the people once trapped are now free, while Hyra lies flat, cursing under her breath. Chunbok stares up at the colossal shadow looming over her, paralyzed with fear and unable to speak. With a thunderous crash, the beast's foot slams down, shattering the floor beneath. Now, instead of a puppy, Chunbok faces a massive monster, its claws poised to strike, its very presence consuming all the space around her. The scene shifts. The monster is almost upon Chunbok, and she thinks she must summon her strength to control it, but her thoughts lag behind her body. Pain surges through her head, leaving her unable to focus as she clutches her aching skull. In this dire moment, Chunbok has no idea what to do. The beast's claws are closing in. At the same time, the figure that was chasing her is rushing toward her, and panic floods her mind. There is no escape left. The only thing that crosses her mind is the walkie-talkie, but she does not even know how to use it. Breathing heavily, she grips the device, clueless about her next move. Countless memories of her parents and Hiza flood back, warm and comforting. With every breath, Hiza's face becomes clearer in her mind. In a moment of life and death, she cries out Hiza's name, just as the beast's claws are about to grasp her, with the disguise mask torn to shreds. The monster roars in pain from the sting of its own hand, the sound of cracking bones resounding. Chunbok opens her eyes, teary and disoriented, looking toward the person holding her. Hiza embraces Chunbok, reassuring her, "Just call for me, and I will come." As Chunbok calls her name in disbelief, Hiza's face glistening with sweat. Someone grabs the walkie-talkie, grumbling about why Chunbok did not call them but called Hiza instead. Chunbok's mother stands before the thrashing monster, a confident smile on her face. "Leave the rest to me," Chunbok's voice calls out in shock, but her mother beams at her. Radiating strength, she shows off her power and teases Hiza, igniting her anger. Gondol arrives, checking on Chunbok before urging them both to get to safety. Amid the beast's growls, Chunbok's mother glares coldly at it, her eyes filled with an unnerving authority. To stave off the pain from the poison, the monster bites off its own arm, blood gushing everywhere. It snarls defiantly at Chunbok's mother, but she stands calm and collected, three tentacles swirling menacingly in the air. A thunderous roar erupts as the monster opens its mouth wide like a blood-filled abyss. Chunbok gasps in fear, her brow furrowing with worry. As her mother calls out, the monster's maw gapes wide, aiming to swallow her whole, drool flying everywhere. Its crimson eyes suddenly hesitate, looking down uncertainly. Below its bulk, Chunbok's mother growls menacingly, her face twisted in fury, exuding a terrifying dominance. "Yield, you wretched creature." Instantly, the creature was terrified of Chunbok. Its mouth snapped shut, sweat pouring down. The deep, abyss-like eyes of Chunbok's mother bore into it with an intense glare. The monster's pupils shrank to pinpricks, revealing just how scared it truly was. In the depths of Chunbok's mother's eyes, there was no mercy or compassion, just a wide, threatening glare. As the sound of the crunching leaves faded, Chunbok's mother returned to her normal demeanor, looking down with disdain. In front of her stood the father and son Do, along with Hiza. The creature from earlier now shrunk down to the size of a puppy, its tail tucked in fear. Witnessing this scene, Chunbok's mother could not help but smile smugly. Just how long had it taken for them to freeze in their tracks? Faces filled with worry while calling out for Chunbok. Night had fallen, the moon hanging high in a rush. Inside the pitch-black bathroom, frantic screams echoed. Chunbok's parents stood at the bathroom door, hurriedly apologizing to her, desperately trying to explain that their actions had a reason. But Chunbok interrupted, questioning why any parent would do that, leaving both of them momentarily speechless. Bewilderment etched on their faces. Chunbok peeked out from behind the wall, her fingers showing, sulking as she declared that everyone was lying to themselves. Especially Hiza. She would never trust them again. Amid her parents' worried pleas, Hiza stood silently, simply watching her. Suddenly, Hiza criticized Chunbok, saying she was acting childish, and had not learned anything from their teachings. "Are you going to keep blaming others?" Hearing this, Chunbok's parents shot a look at Hiza. "Then why did you want to be stronger in the first place? If that is how you feel, just keep hiding behind your mom." Chonbuk fell silent. The little girl peeked out, tears forming as she looked at Hiza. Chonbuk rushed towards her with clenched fists, but Hiza seemed unfazed, simply asking, "Are you going to cry?" even louder. Her posture was different, as she sat down, waiting for Chonbuk to come over. Seeing Hiza sitting there, Chonbuk quickened her pace, so flustered she could barely speak. Finally, she unleashed her tiny fists, pounding on Hiza's head amid her intense sobs. As she hit, she poured out all her emotions, trying to hold back, but Chonbuk's mother intervened. The small fists of Chonbuk kept coming, her voice rising in tears. "But you promised you would never lie to me." Amidst Chonbuk's accusations, Hiza remained silent, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. Eventually, Chonbuk's tiny fists came to rest against Hiza's chest, frozen in place. The girl clung to Hiza's shirt, sniffling. "I really miss you so much." Hiza tilted her head, looking at the little girl, still calm as ever, then broke into a soft smile that reflected her inner warmth. Hiza gently placed her hand on Chonbuk, calling her name. Then she pulled her into a warm embrace, sincerely apologizing to Chonbuk. Hiza whispered words of praise to her, and Chonbuk softly replied, clinging to Hiza's shoulders, saying she liked her, and Hiza responded that she felt the same. Hearing this, Chonbuk's face lit up with joy, letting tears run freely down her cheeks. In the midst of the night, Hiza's voice of encouragement rang out. "Great job, Chonbuk." Soon, Chonbuk fell asleep next to her mother, snoring softly. Chonbuk's mother remarked that it must be because the little girl was so exhausted. Then, Chonbuk's mother discussed with Gombok about Chonbuk's strength. They both seriously decided to wait for Chonbuk to wake up so they could ask her more, and talk about the people they had hired before. A gruesome scene unfolds. A bloody arm protrudes from tattered clothing, a grim reminder that they all fell victim to the monsters. But Chonbuk's mother feels a strange sense of relief, grateful no one witnessed it, leaving Gombok a bit taken aback. Chonbuk's mother looks at Gombok, sensing something off, and immediately asks. Gombok stammers a denial. With a warm embrace, Chonbuk's mother takes Gombok's hand, sitting in the car, applying a cloth to her wound while urging herself to hurry. He shifts the conversation back to Hiza's upcoming test, suggesting it is just them patrolling. But Chonbuk's mother counters that they have a car, so they could stick together. Gombok, scratching his head nervously, admits that car has been borrowed by Chunbi and Zuzung and has not been returned. Meanwhile, at a desolate parking lot, a distant scream echoes, but it barely disturbs the eerie silence. Gomban's car is parked here. Inside, Zuzung is panting, blood trickling from her head, staining the scarf wrapped around her neck. She sits in the car, pressing the cloth to her wound, pushing herself to move quickly. Somewhere else, Chunbi is tightly bound, the blood smeared across his body signaling he is in a bad spot. In front of him looms a strange figure, staring back with icy red eyes belonging to a monster. The scene shifts. Daylight breaks over a neighborhood where someone is urging everyone outside. On a crumbling road, Chunbi and Hiza stroll and chat. Chunbi is still fuming about not getting her way, determined that today she will take charge, except for Hiza. Chunbi's parents look wary, but Chunbi stubbornly insists they join her fun. A smug grin spreads across her face, believing she has got revenge on them. Chunbi's gaze is locked on Hiza, who starts to feel uneasy under the intensity of that stare. Hiza can't meet the child's eyes directly, glancing away, and asks what she wants. But Chunbi keeps her desires shrouded in mystery. A children's playground appears, the surroundings oddly fresh and serene. Beneath the tall, modern apartment buildings, a voice rings out, questioning why the child is behaving this way when her mother is trying to help. Gunnan's voice echoes faintly, while Chunbi is incessantly demanding answers from someone in front of her, her face a mask of rage. Hiza stands before Chunb, her face twisted in reluctance, her usual hair now frizzed out, and she stammers. Yep. Instantly, laughter erupts. They are role-playing in the park, and Chunbi is taking on the mother role. Hiza, the joy of the family, finds her happiness traded for her own dignity. She shoots a furious glance at Chunbuk's mother, who seems unfazed, focusing solely on the game. Hiza's anger is boiling over, her face turning green with frustration over this situation with Chunbuk's mother. But Chunbuk's mom just watches her, biting her lip to stifle laughter, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Then Chunbuk's mother calls out, imitating a cat's meow, since she is playing the cat in Chunbi's game. Furious, Hiza lunges at Chunbuk's mother, prompting Gondan and Chunbi to quickly intervene and separate them. A teddy bear quietly sits nearby, playing its own role as a silent witness to the chaotic bickering. Later, Chunbi and Gondan pretend to be airplanes, joyfully playing together, and there she goes again, off to, giving her mom a break to stretch and relax. Unlike Chunbi's parents, Hiza is carrying her around, letting out a heavy sigh of helplessness. In the peaceful backdrop of a beautiful sunny day, Chunbi's laughter fills the vibrant apartment complex. The scene shifts to show Chunbi's mom sinking into a chair. She is exhausted from Chunbi's boundless energy, complaining to her husband, Gondan, casually jotting something down, responds nonchalantly that he already knows. Chumbi's mom then asks what he is writing. Gondon replies that he is documenting Chumbi's powers, and keeps chatting about it with his wife. Meanwhile, Chumbi is off playing with Hiza, blissfully unaware of their conversation. According to Gondon, Chumbi mentioned that she has been using her powers for about 6 months. She has been secretly training to harness this strength. First, she can choose which monsters to control. Second, if they wander off, she can still manage them for a short while. Third, the monsters she stops controlling will freeze for about 10 seconds and forget they were ever under her command. And fourth, the scene unfolds with droplets of blood splattering onto the ground. Chumbi clutches her etching head, blood trickling from her nose. According to her, if she keeps using this power, she will end up in this state. But resting will help her recover. That is everything Gondon learned from Chum. He looks at Chumbi's mom and says they need to dig deeper into understanding her powers. After wrapping up the talk about Chum, Gondon praises his wife for her improved pronunciation, and they continue to chat about how much he cares for Chumbi's mom. Meanwhile, Chumbi is still playing with Hiza. Bursting with energy, Chumbi's mom playfully nudges Gondon, suggesting he should put his ideas into action instead of just talking about them. Gondon seems to agree, his expression relaxed and at ease, but then he suddenly tells her, "You know, you really suck at pretending. You do not need to do that with me." His words leave Chumbi's mom speechless. Her smile stays intact, but she seems puzzled about how he figured it out. Then that smile fades, and she shyly glances away from him. Turning her face away, she hesitantly asks him something, and he readily goes along with it. Chumbi's silhouette appears, accompanied by her mom's regrets. Thinking she is the reason her daughter is in this situation, she sits beside Gondon, sighing with a mix of sadness and fear. Terrified of seeing her daughter hurt, her face is filled with sorrow. Staring down at the ground, just as she is about to express her regret, Gondon's, placing a hand on her shoulder, "Look over there," he says, turning her to see something. There, Chumbi is making the silliest faces, utterly ridiculous and hilarious. Instantly, both Hiza and Chumbi's mom burst into laughter. Chumbi proudly shows off her clowning skills to Hiza. It is so funny that Hiza collapses on the floor, struggling to contain her laughter. Chumbi's parents are laughing heartily, and Gondon does not hesitate to boast that she is his daughter, taking after his wife in so many ways. The proud smile on the girl's face radiated just as Gondon described a smart child who knows how to fend for herself. He reassured Chum, comforting her mother by saying that since Chumbi is a special kid, she will be just fine. Hearing this, Chumbi's mom felt a weight lift off her shoulders and nodded in agreement from a distance. The warm scene of Hiza and Chumbi playing together was heartwarming, both encouraging each other to harness Chumbi's powers. The playground bathed in sunlight felt so serene, with the occasional laughter and chatter echoing from their family as they played into the twilight. Someone cheerfully exclaimed that they were finally back home after being away for so long. In the golden light of the evening, the Chumbi family strolled down the street, chatting away, with Chumbi gleefully running ahead, prompting her mother to call out for her to be careful. Just as they were about to reach the door, a loud honk startled Gondal, making him look around to see where the sound came from. A dilapidated old car appeared before them, its cracked windows almost shattered. Someone shouted it was the old man and Du Dung, but even so, Gondal could not believe his eyes. The car looked so different that he instinctively sensed something was off. Amid the honking, the car screeched to a halt right in front of them, releasing a thin cloud of smoke from the wreck. Du Dung, furious, rolled down the window, demanding to know where they had been. Her face showed both anger and impatience. With the tension rising, everyone instinctively moved towards the car, and Gondal asked what had happened. After the car pulled up like this, Du Dung criticized them loudly for making her come find them, insisting she did not have time to waste. The sunset blazed like blood, casting a red hue over the surrounding buildings as Du Dung urged them to hurry up. "Oh my, I am gonna die," Du Dung exclaimed, tears streaming down her face like a dam breaking. She looked at them with a desperate gaze, leaving them confused about what was going on. The scene unfolded with ruins slowly sinking into the darkness, a voice narrating that it all happened around 6 p.m. yesterday as the sun began to set. After spending days scouting the area for monsters, she hurried back home, recalling the scene of the car barreling down while growling like a beast. The tires sped along the road, screeching out terrifying sounds. Chunbi let out a curse in fear, arguing with Zhu Zheng about her terrible driving skills. In response, Zhu Zheng just awkwardly chuckled, trying to defend herself. The car continued to race forward amidst their bickering, and Chunbi could not trust someone who had only been driving for 3 days. But she reassured him that she had it under control. Chunbi exclaimed, praying for their safety, while he drenched in sweat, tightening his seatbelt as if it were a lifeline. Zhu Zheng responded, "We are already in it. So what is there to worry about? It will be fine." And suddenly the car jolted violently. The entire vehicle lurched to one side. Something had slammed hard against it. Zhu Zheng's eyes widened in shock. She had no idea what just happened. The car shook violently, and Chunbi glanced at Zhu Zhang, realizing the situation was dire. The scenery suddenly changed. A voice calling her name cut through the haze, jolting Zhu Zhang awake from her stupor. A streak of red blood trickling down from her forehead and the corner of her eye. Seeing Zhu Zhang awake, Chunbi hurriedly asked about his daughter. Both of them tied up so tightly they could barely move, only able to squirm and talk, completely confused about what was happening. After ensuring his daughter was still all right, Chunbi forced a smile despite the blood trickling down from his head. Zhu Zhang looked at him worriedly. She had received reassurance, but she was still extremely angry. Suddenly, a clang hit, too lightly injured, and both of them were startled. Looking towards the source of the voice, a foot appeared before them, oddly contrasting the tiny frame with the oversized coat. 3 sharp toes, like bird talons, accompanied the voice. So nice to see you both awake while I was away. Let us make this quick. The big coat completely obscured the face and figure of Ate, leaving only the sound of heavy, terrifying footsteps. Chunbi furrowed his brow, eyes sharp as he stared at it standing there. Behind it, the heavy door had been firmly shut. They were tied up in a discreet storage room, looking quite clean and organized. Chunbi maintained a serious expression, negotiating and asking what was going on, calming both himself and Zhu Zhang, who were bound. But upon seeing the stranger, they did not flinch and responded seriously. Ata, annoyed, spoke up and wanted them to acknowledge his abilities, but they stood frozen in silence, which Ata did not appreciate. Zhu Zhang, irritated, mumbled something, but Ata did not care about what she said and demanded, I am the one asking here, so answer up, causing Zhu Zhang to hesitate. The unusual feat of the stranger caught Zhu Zhang's attention, just as Ata continued, determining whether their survival depended on the answers given. Ata's foot shifted, revealing his bizarre skeletal foot with 4 toes, while his voice never ceased, carefully choosing his words. Tell me what you are good at, Ata demanded, his footsteps echoing ominously. As he spoke, he interrogated them. If you have anything useful, especially if you have kids, that would be even better. Suddenly, Chunbi seemed to realize something. Looking at Ata with a serious expression, the footsteps continued, echoing ominously. It was shocking if they had nothing to say. Ata paused, causing Yu Zhang to widen her eyes in panic. Ata looked at Chunbi and said, You know what is about to happen. His eyes glowing red beneath the oversized coat. Chunbi's head wound bled profusely from being pulled by the hair. He gritted his teeth to stifle any sounds of pain. Ata coldly used Chunbi as a hostage, staring at Zhu Zhang with those terrifying eyes as he interrogated her. Despite the pain, Chunbi still tried to glance at Ata. Ata kept asking, but with Zhu Zhang panicking, Chunbi could only utter an unclear sound, prompting Ata to ask again. Suddenly, a curse escaped Chunbi's lips with all his strength, shocking Ata into letting go. In his moment of shock, Ata could not grasp what he meant, leaving Zhu Zhang equally bewildered. Chunbi felt he could hardly take it anymore, expressing his disdain for reconnaissance missions, and those with power who forced him into this situation. Winking at Zhu Zhang, startling her, Zhu Zhang quickly understood Chunbi's intent and immediately joined in praising those people. She mentioned the Chun Bok family to the stranger, redirecting Ata's attention to them, just as they wanted. The stranger was immediately intrigued when she brought up the child, his eyes glowing even redder than before. Suddenly, Chunbi interrupted, saying, Listen to me. His eyes on Ata with a cautious expression. Even though he hesitated a bit, Ata still complied. Chunbi completely shifted Ata's focus onto the Chun Bok family, even offering to take them here, leaving Ata stunned. Then, with a curse, Ata snapped in anger. You think you can fool me? The veins in Ata's hand bulged, a pressure building that felt unbearable. Why should I trust you? Chunbi shouted. I will leave my daughter behind. His declaration left both of them speechless. He explained that he would use his daughter as a hostage, so Ata could trust him. Chunbi's face was incredibly determined as he said, My daughter is my entire world, making Dudung's eyes widen in surprise. Hearing his words, the woman hidden under her cloak revealed her face slightly, seemingly moved. Ata agreed because, after all, he needed useful allies too. He walked away, deep in thought, each step echoing like a heartbeat. Ata decided to change the terms Chunbi had proposed. Behind him, something stirred with excitement, and Chunbi hesitantly asked what was happening. Listening to Ata's response. Flashback over. Dudung explained to Chunbi's family that she had been taken in his place and promised to return before 6 p.m. today. Otherwise, Chunbi would be in trouble. In the rickety old car, Yendi Khan praised him while Dudung was filled with hope that everything would be sorted out. Both Chunbi and Heza sat comfortably, joking around. Heza kept asking about the appearance of the kidnapper, her arm still wrapped around Chunbi, who was peeking around curiously. The car sped ahead while Dudung drove, saying she could not see clearly because of her cloak. She guessed the kidnapper was a tall female monster, with 4 bizarre toes and 2 tentacles with claws on her head. At this, Chunbi's mother gasped and asked again. Then, realizing, Chunbi sat in Heza's lap, showing a naive and smug expression, seemingly oblivious to the danger she was in. Dudung apologized to Chunbi's mother, and was about to say more when suddenly a loud noise startled Heza. Her face hardened. In the wreckage of the shattered car, Chunbi was dragged away by a tentacle. Her face still blank. Not understanding what was happening, Heza cried out in despair, reaching out as if to pull her back. But it was futile. At that moment, Dudung finally noticed the current situation. She quickly turned the car around while Heza screamed as the vehicle screeched. Chunbi was being dragged away, and then shouts of pursuit echoed. The one who had taken Chunbi leaped swiftly across the rooftop of a tall, abandoned building. Chunbi struggled to escape, continuously demanding the kidnapper to let her go and asking who they were. Just as the tentacle emerged from under the cloak, the kidnapper commanded her to be quiet, saying, "I do not want to hurt you." Hearing that voice, Chunbi jolted in surprise. It sounded familiar. As they jumped across another rooftop, the kidnapper muttered, realizing Chunbi's voice was very familiar. Under the bright moonlight, Zazian finally recognized that the one he had taken was Chunbi, an unexpected reunion unfolding. Chunbi reminisced about her memories with Zazian. He had treated her quite well. Now, this only left her more astonished. Her mouth agape in disbelief. In the midst of chaos, Zazian was even more shocked than Chunbi. Ada could not help but exclaim, wondering why the girl was here. Ada's scream made Chunbi scream in response. Zhu Zong was flooring it, trying to push the gas pedal to its limit, but deep down, she was worried. There was no way we could catch up to that gang of cars. Ada must have gone this way. Gondon was aware of the situation as he scanned the area. The commotion from their vehicle was so intense that it attracted the attention of the monsters on the road. Seeing this unstable situation, Zhu Zong could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it. That girl did that on purpose. Heza, did you see anything? Over here. Heza was coughing and trembling non-stop. She was even gasping for breath, spitting out blood, which sent everyone into a panic. Heza, something's definitely wrong. Wait. Let me get some medicine. Ignoring everyone calling her name in worry, Heza was gritting her teeth in pain, blaming herself. She should have been more careful. How could she let the girl get taken like that? This damn body was keeping her from helping the girl, while Chun Bok was their only hope. Meanwhile, someone was soaring through the wind. Chun Bok's mother was frantically searching for her little girl, but she was nowhere to be found. Why did it feel like she just vanished? She must know this place well enough to slip away like that. So searching without a clue felt utterly pointless. What if I can't find her? She was losing strength and slowly spiraling into panic. A dark thought crept into her mind. What if Chun Bok was gone for good? That can't happen, she thought, her anger mixed with fear rising up inside her. Just a little longer. Hang in there, my child. I'm coming. Meanwhile, Jiexan had brought Chun Bok to the dealer's location. Her heart racing as she wondered if she was in over her head. She knew she had poked the wrong hornet's nest, but for her own sake, she pushed those thoughts aside. I have to stay strong. Turning back is no longer an option. If I give back the child, I will be done for anyway, so it is best to just hand over the kid and complete the deal. Upon entering the room, Jiexan called out, "Hey you. The goods are here." In the eerie silence, the sound of the door creaking was deafening, along with his usual polite voice welcoming her back. "Jiexan, I have finally been waiting for you. Let us. This time the goods seem alright. So now, it is time to sit down and talk a bit." "Right, talk." Jiexan's voice was laced with a clear hint of impatience as she snapped back at him. "Cut the crap. I have brought you what you wanted. A geezer and a kid is more than enough. What more do you want from me?" His tone remained unfazed. "Well, actually, there are a few things that are not quite right." Jiexan paused, confused. "What do you mean? I have a little snag here. I thought I had solved this Rubik's Cube already. Just like our deal. I thought we could wrap it up smoothly. I thought I made it pretty clear during our deal that you needed to bring me something useful, or at least a bit youthful. And then I would hand your family over. Yet here we are. And all you have managed to bring me is one juicy piece of meat, that kid over there, while everything else is just a total mess. Right. What I am really looking for is a fair trade. You get that? Right." Just as he finished his sentence, he crushed that Rubik's Cube, and Jiexan's face went completely dark. Her anger kept flaring up. "Are you kidding me with this so-called fair trade? I have bled my guts out to find what you wanted, and you keep spouting this nonsense. Alright, enough joking around. Just hand the kids back to me right now." Chun stood nervously between the two, feeling the tension rise. Oh, these two are about to throw down. Where's my guy when I need him? The scene before her left the girl speechless, while his chilling voice echoed, "Are you sure this is what you want? If you keep being this stubborn, those kids will be put up for sale. No doubt about it." Jia Xian's younger siblings were trapped against the wall, being squeezed tighter and tighter. Their cries of pain were heart-wrenching, calling out for her help. "Sister, help me." I can breathe. Please. Jia Zion. I want to go home. Every time they called her name, her heart twisted painfully. She felt paralyzed by helplessness. As Jia Zion's mind clouded over, she slowly sank into a blurry memory of how everything had spiraled out of control. Long ago, she had run away, terrified of being beaten to death by her father, and had lived like a ghost ever since. The loneliness did not mean much to her since she had always been this way, but over time, it felt like time was eroding her, leaving her emptier and in more pain. She just kept living day by day, clinging to the memories of better times, lost in the void. Back then, she wandered everywhere and had heard faint cries coming from the rubble. When she finally cleared the berries, Jia Zion was shocked by what she saw. There, huddled in a corner, were two little kids looking utterly pitiful. In that moment, she found the kids and recalled her original, rather unwholesome thoughts about them. They were tiny, and she thought maybe she should fatten them up a bit before eating. She figured they were too small, so she would wait until they grew a bit. Jia Zion even pondered whether feeding them for a month would make them bigger. But tragically, she quickly regretted it, realizing no matter how much she fed them, it would never be enough. They were always bickering and fighting over nothing at all. Jia Zion did not have a single moment to catch her breath. The kids were constantly causing chaos and making messes. Jia Zion, check this out. Look at that. Jia Zion. She had to follow behind them, cleaning up after their antics. But after a month of caring for them, they had really grown on her, and they were driving her crazy. But those little ones were like tiny angels, always trailing after her wherever she went. They filled the gaping void in Jia Zion's heart that had been there for so long. She could not even imagine what it would be like without them by her side. At that moment, in the hotel where everyone was staying, she cheerfully walked to the room, calling out, "Guys, there is something special today." But before she could finish her sentence, her words got stuck in her throat. Jia Zion was witnessing one of the two kids being gradually devoured by a monster. In that instant, she wished she had gotten home a little earlier, and this was the first time she encountered him, that damn guy who had taken the kids. She instantly went berserk and attacked him fiercely, but it was an uneven fight. He looked at her, barely hanging on, and said, "I was wondering how those kids could be so chubby. But I did not expect them to be cared for by someone like you. You must have taken such good care of them with all your heart. How about we make this a little more interesting?" Jia Zion's eyes were clouded. She could only gasp for breath while trying to focus on his oddly smiling face. Ever since the kids were kidnapped, her life had felt like it was spiraling into an endless hell, constantly having to fight and kill to capture those he wanted, but he was never easy to please. I felt utterly powerless every time he dismissed me and rejected the things I brought, claiming they were not perfect enough for him. Those negative feelings kept piling up, draining me of all my strength. There were times I asked myself why I got tangled up in this mess. Why the hell was I going to such lengths for those kids? Or maybe I should just abandon them. That thought surprisingly lightened my heart a little. Even if the kids died, I had tried my best. But at this moment, I finally understood. With all the courage she could muster, Jia Zion spoke up. "Stop." Her defiance took him by surprise. He had been using torture on the two kids to play on her compassion. Jia Zion still had not regained her composure but managed to say, "I will do whatever you want. I will bring back even fresher meat. I just need you to keep your word. And I will make sure to bring you what you want." Her hand, which was gripping Chunbuk's, tightened instinctively. In her voice, which was nearly choking, Chunbuk saw something astonishing. Tears were falling as she sobbed, pleading for him to please just stop. The little girl opened her innocent eyes wide, looking at her, feeling that familiar warmth emanating from her, warmth that felt motherly. Seeing her like that, Chunbuk seemed to see her differently. She was not just a wicked monster, but the twisted laughter and clapping of the bloodthirsty dealer startled the girl. He slowly stood up, sneering, "Oh, come on. Do not tell me you think I am the bad guy here," meaning, if you follow the deal as requested, they will be returned safely. "So please, help me out and bring the right ones next time," he pompously declared, and she could only lower her head, softly agreeing. "All right, I won't accept anything subpar. Not even a little. I trust you." While deep down, he could not help but think, like hell I would ever trust her. But idiots like these are easily manipulated with a sprinkle of pity and a dash of desperation. In the end, they will find themselves feasting on delicious meals, topped off with fresh flavors. He cast his gaze on the flimsy figure before him, thinking to himself, "Today is definitely my lucky day. It is always the same. Those blinded by the illusion of family are so easily led." Thud. A strange sound echoed, and his eyes widened in confusion as he wondered what just happened. What the hell? He stood there bewildered. As the once puppet-like figure of Jia San suddenly towered over him, vines began to creep into the room, snaking their way everywhere around him. He helplessly gasped out loud. No way. Why am I falling? His body trembled uncontrollably. Panic rising within him, he could no longer control his own movements. Then, sharp pains began to stab at his head. And instinctively, he let out groans of agony. My head feels like it is about to explode. What is going on? Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, an overwhelming force pressed down on him, making his ears ring, cutting off any further thoughts. It was Chunbok, grinding his teeth in rage, using his powers to torment him while he was writhing in pain. Jiexun was panicking, still trying to grasp what was happening. She looked around, thinking, the room he created is collapsing. Why is he suddenly collapsing too? Just as she was lost in thought, a bright voice called out to her. She was startled and looked down at Chunbok, her face filled with question marks. The girl had to remind her. Did not you forget what you were going to do? But her attention was snagged by the girl's shifting eyes. Just as she was about to ask, Chunbok interrupted. Is that more important than me? Chunbok quickly took charge. Hurry. Help those kids escape. I will hold them back. So you need to hurry. Jixian still had not regained her composure. Everything was happening too fast and completely out of her control. But when she glanced at her little ones, slowly being freed from that constricting wall, her feet moved on their own. Once she regained her focus, she bolted away as fast as she could. A single thought racing through her mind, I do not know what is happening, but I know I have to hurry because this is the only chance. I need to save the kids. In a fleeting moment of joy, she clutched both little ones close. But her expression quickly turned solemn because the problem was not solved yet, damn it. She cursed under her breath. Her legs were stuck, and he was attacking like a madman. There was no dodging it. Then came the sickening sounds of flesh being pierced and bones snapping, echoing relentlessly, accompanied by Giexion's fierce determination. I must shield the kids. I can't lose them again. I need to protect them. And then, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotions, she screamed in agony that pierced her very soul. But Chun-Bi stood there, witnessing the attack on her with panic. Something felt off. She had tried to restrain him, but it was futile. The girl poured all her strength into her efforts, only to realize she could not. Why was not it working on him? He was now standing tall, furious as he asked, what did you do to me? At this point, I am not sure you even understand what the term binding means. Right. Jixian. He spoke while relentlessly controlling his grotesque tentacles to keep attacking the three of them. Once the binding is formed, you should not lie. But here he was, writhing in pain, clutching his head, yelling, you still dare to deceive me? I must have been too lenient with you. So now, face the consequences. No matter what you do for me now, you will never get what you want. Because I have lost all interest in binding with someone like you. Now, take your hands off my food. Jiexan was under attack but could only take the blows to protect the two little ones. Her body feeling like it was being torn apart. Her face was devoid of life, unable to respond even as the kids kept calling her name, trembling with fear. Sister Jiang, you are going to die. Please. Run away. I am begging you. Just go. Can you hear me? She was drowning in self-loathing, thinking she was the worst for considering abandoning them hundreds of times, for thinking she could just run away and live freely. But all she could see were the two little ones crying heart-wrenchingly. Even though she was not the one getting hurt, it dawned on her that they were worried about her. They must have endured so much pain, perhaps even more than she had. Yet they were still waiting for her, gritting through the pain in both her heart and body. She called out calmly, it is, my dears. The kids immediately stopped crying, hanging on to her every word. All the horrible things you have endured are over now. You are safe. There will be no more pain, no more suffering. From now on, I will always be by your side. She forced a smile for the kids' sake and said, I will protect you no matter what. The two little ones were taken aback for a moment, but then, motivated by her words, they bit their lips, determined to stop crying, and replied. Little did she know, her life was ticking away like a clock, counting down every second. Meanwhile, the enemy was still lost in the delicious aroma, growing more irritated by their heartfelt moment. Bring the food back to me. But just as he launched another attack, a deafening gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting him square in the head, knocking off his hat and glasses. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of his glasses clattering to the floor. Chun-Bi sensed the danger and quickly pulled out her gun. It was then that he finally noticed her small presence, ominously saying, Hey there. Little one, I did not know you had a gun. That is pretty dangerous for a kid. You know. But I can play with you, he said, his body beginning to morph into a massive form. Chunchanob was left speechless in shock, and he continued in a calm but chilling tone. You won't get bored. I will play with you until the very last moment. The moment she caught a glimpse of his face, her heart skipped a beat. There was something intense about his deep blue eyes, but Chun-Brook recalled her mother's warning. Do you understand? Sweetheart. She tucked the gun into Chado's small bag. This is not a toy. Remember, you should only use it in a real emergency. Chain Bikes, puffing out her chest, replied, got this? Don't worry. You can trust your little champ and always keep it close. Just remember, only use it when you genuinely need to protect yourself. Okay. Deep down, she thought, but I have to use it now, this is an emergency. With her eyes locked on that monstrous figure, Chunchunabri made a vow. If she wanted to save her dad and those other people, she had to defeat him. That deep blue eye of his, she would never seen a monster with eyes like that. Could that be why she could not control him? What am I supposed to do now? Come on. Brain. Think. Chun-Bi felt scared but held the gun tighter, as tension filled the air. A door in the corner of the room remained eerily shut. No one seemed to notice that door, even as it suddenly swung open on its own. But Chun-Bo quickly scanned her surroundings. Jia Zion was badly injured, so there was no hope of help from her. The only escape route was completely blocked by him, so running away was out of the question. Everything in this room felt like it was a part of him. While she was lost in thought, he closed in on her against the wall. The situation was dire. Her only chance was to slowly overpower him. How should she act now? She forced herself to swallow her fear. Let me ask you something, kid. He suddenly spoke up, leaving Chun-Bo puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, he added, at first, I thought I was seeing things, but I recognize those eyes. Are you the boss's daughter? His last words were filled with uncertainty, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. Chunchunbo was confused. The boss. Did he mean his leader? Then she realized this was her chance. She could help everyone escape if she could connect with him. She thought, without missing a beat. She put on her best act and burst into laughter. You really can't see the mountain for the trees. Can you? You are right. I am the boss's daughter. Jia Zion watched in disbelief. Was she really trying to pull a fast one on him? He seemed genuinely flustered by her eye color. But what if he found out the truth? Could he really buy her story? He was wide-eyed and panting heavily. Seeing he was still frozen, Chunchumov grew bolder. Seriously? Are not you going to greet your superior? Where's your respect? Or do I need to teach you a lesson? She put on a superior look, trying to channel her inner boss's kid. He suddenly dropped to his knees, trembling with fear, saying, I have been terribly rude to you. My lord. I had no idea the lady was the chief's daughter. Please forgive my ignorance. The other three were left speechless, while Jiazion internally marveled. No way. He actually believes that. I knew my plan was flawless. With that thought, the girl grew bolder. Now listen carefully to what I am about to say. Yep. My lady, I am all ears. He nodded vigorously. And then Chunbike stepped forward. I hear you are the troublemaker in my territory. That is why I am here. I can't believe you dared to make deals here without my permission. I sincerely apologize, but as you can see, I had no idea. He started, but before he could finish, she interrupted. Wait, are you trying to argue with me? I will give you a chance to clear your name, hand over these guys, and that other one you captured too. The girl tried to sound serious. If you do not comply, I assure you this will reach the chief. Inside, she was screaming. Oh my acting skills are on point. Then she raised her voice, threatening him. Hurry up and get moving. He lowered his gaze and replied. Understood, my lady. But instead of acting immediately, he hesitated. If I may ask one more question. She was a bit taken aback but replied. Sure. Go ahead. Why bother disguising yourself to come here and spy? He asked. She stammered. Well, I wanted to see how you operate in real life. And what will you do with my remaining dish? He inquired again. Well, I have been curious about trying out different dishes lately. Just as she finished answering, dozens of his hands appeared on the wall behind her. But he pressed on. Let me ask you one last thing. His face darkened as he locked eyes with her. Can you describe what the chief looks like? Jiazian was grinding his teeth in anxiety. This was bad. What else could the girl say to him? Achunbaka's face turned grim, and she fell silent. But suddenly her gaze sharpened with an unusual intensity. She looked straight at him and declared, Ngian. Comment. Then she swiftly dodged the reaching hands, firing back at him with rapid shots. At that moment, he truly erupted in anger, laughing while shouting, You really are a little liar. And not just that, you are pretty strong and quick. Let me tell you, I have been playing along just to see how this goes. But you are really not connected to my boss at all. But you know what? Today is my lucky day. Because not only do I get some prime meat, but those eyes just scream boss. He mocked while continuously attacking the girl. Chunbike struggled to dodge as best as she could. Damn it. This place is way too cramped. But it seemed he was not giving her any time to think of a plan. Despite her best efforts, Chunba could not escape this completely flipped situation. Huge arms pressed in on Chunbok as he taunted. Game over.
Good.
Boom. All those arms pinned her down to the ground, restricting her movements. He was enjoying himself. You kids are just so predictable and naive. You really think you can escape in my territory? Let us. I never thought I would run into someone with the boss's eyes. This is a real twist. So I guess you are the reason I have a headache.
Ah.
But looking at your attitude, this does not seem like a typical outcome. Then he pried Chunbik's eyes wide open and added, I think I know why. Want me to spill it? It is because you are just too green, even with your God-given powers. You can only unleash a fraction of it because of my influence. In the end, it is all over. Now, relax those eyes of yours. Chunbok, at that moment, was not thinking of her predicament, only echoing in her mind, because of my powers. What he means is, my power can shine through because he is strong enough to resist it. Damn it. What do I do to take on a monster like him? Chunboko struggles to unleash his strength against him, making him scream out in pain. Just stop using your powers already. And he is not letting go of the girl's throat either. Meanwhile, Chunbulite is in a spiral of thoughts, wondering what to do. He can believe this guy will spare him if he stops using his powers. But what is the next move? And then number 2 hits. She is panicking, unsure of what to do. Nobody notices that the door from earlier has been flung wide open, right before her eyes. An unbelievable sight makes her freeze for a moment. The final countdown comes from that old man he caught before, now hovering right behind him. Sensing the killing intent, he quickly spins around, but the old man is still faster, landing a sharp jab that pierces flesh with a sickening sound. The space falls into silence once more, and Chunbi's voice rises softly.
Hey,
you sad sack. I am taking these kids away. Blood is splattered everywhere around him. The 3 sisters of the Jiashan family listen in awe. Even Chunbo Fi can't wrap his head around what is happening, as the old man's voice continues ominously. Let us see how I am going to settle this with you. I know. I will pay with your life. How does that sound? Meanwhile, at the spot where Chunbaka got captured, Hija, bloodied and gasping for breath, commands, give it to me. Gondal disagrees fiercely, her voice serious. You need to rest. Just give me the axe. She insists, only to be scalded. What do you plan to do in your state? You trying to get yourself killed? I get that it is tough for you when there is not much you can do, but Mama Chumbasi is out there looking for the girl. We have to trust her and just hang on tight. You need to too. I have to go. Hija's steel words drown out everything Gondal just said, leaving him speechless. Her breathing is still erratic. Her mental state is a mess. But she thinks, we have waited here too long. Which means his wife has not found the girl. If only I had grabbed her hand back then. This would not have happened. It is all my fault. So I have to go. Then, she gathers all her strength and yells, so hand over the axe. With a punch that lacks any force, lands right on Hija's cheek. Zhu Zhong, who has been sitting silently beside them, finally can't take it anymore. Hija's surprise. Zhu Zhong slowly says, I bet you did not even notice. But if it were any other time, you would definitely have caught that punch of mine. Hija rolls her eyes in disbelief, turning to Zhu Zhong with a look of fierce rebuttal. But her words get stuck in her throat. Zhu Zhong looks at her and chuckles wryly. I know you are worried sick, but trust Mama Chunbit and just wait. They will come back safe. I am sure of it. A hidden hand clenches tightly, as if she is saying those words to reassure herself. Suddenly, a deafening sound pierced the quiet atmosphere, startling all 3 of them. They quickly snap back to reality, with one asking, was that a gunshot? Everyone heard it. Right. Zhu Zong immediately chimed in.
Yep.
I heard it too. But could that really be gunfire? On the other side, Chunbuk's mother also heard it, causing her to freeze for a moment, like the others. She instantly thought about the gun she had given Chunbuk for protection not long ago. Her breath quickened uncontrollably, as she realized that this could be the place where she would find her daughter. Back in the room where Chunbuk was negotiating. What was going on? Let me remind you. I am taking the kids. In exchange for your life. What is it going to be? The dealer was visibly shaken, his bravado slipping. He glared at Chunbuk, silently cursing her for diminishing his defenses. Then took a deep breath before retorting, do not get cocky. You think I can be killed with just that knife? This whole room is my territory. So remember that. Just as he finished his threat, Chunbian cut him off. Come on now. What nonsense are you spouting? This is it. Is not. The atmosphere was tense, And Chun Ba's threats were no joke. Even his distorted face flashed a hint of fear. Finally, a subtle click echoed, returning the room to its original tense state. But the situation was far from over. He found himself staring down the barrel of a gun and a sharp thorn. Completely bewildered as to why he was still being held captive, Chun Ba flashed a sly smile, reassuring him. There is nothing to fear. We just want to ask you a few questions. He immediately retorted. That is not in the deal. I let the people go. So you have to let me leave. Come on. You should cooperate a bit while I am still being nice. Jia Xian joined in, berating him. And now all he could do was sputter in frustration. You guys are bullies. And instantly, he was met with 3 scornful glares from the corner. They rolled their eyes and chimed in unison. Listen to him. The guy is still trying to argue with kids. Like, come on. We are not that gullible. Chun Bian shot him a look that seemed to say, are you serious? Jia Xian, unfazed by his nonsense, spoke up seriously. Tell us. What is this market you keep talking about? And what is in it? He chuckled, saying, when I say market, it is just a market. What else could it be? But Aang immediately took a firm stance against his meaningless words. Snapping. Just spit it out, he sighed, thinking for a moment before saying, in that market, kids like these are highly valued. Fresh and young stock like this is rare and precious. Sometimes they are even bought as pets. You mean you want to hear this crap? His words made Jia Xian's blood boil. You bastard. So all this time you had no intention of returning the kids. Chumbi saw her react strongly and shoot back. Calm down, lady. But her fury only intensified. How dare you call me a lady in that mocking tone? Chunbi ignored her outburst and turned back to him, questioning, your eye color is quite unusual. Let us hear about that. As soon as the topic came up, Chunbi jolted, instinctively trying to focus more on the conversation. What is up with your eyes? Why are you asking such boring questions? Haven't you ever seen anyone with this eye color? His response was so blunt that Chunbi immediately stepped in, clearly annoyed. Watch your mouth and answer properly. He reluctantly admitted. These eyes are a special mark given to me by the boss. Chunbi was quite surprised and had to ask again. A mark? He confidently confirmed without hesitation. That is right. Think of it as an honor badge for those who are worthy. The higher your value, the better you can absorb and wield the granted power. Honestly, it has been a while since I have used it properly. Or else you would not be dealing with such harsh adults like this. But at that moment, Chunbi's tone turned darker than ever. Do you remember what you just said? It made him freeze. The familiar sound of a gun cocking, and the cold press of metal was right against his head. He continued, while I was standing behind the door. I heard you ask that girl if she was your boss's daughter. Your boss is that tentacled monster with the yellow eyes. Right. The moment that name was mentioned, the old man's face darkened dramatically. He seemed to take a deep breath, waiting for his answer, and that look, that tone, sent a chill down his spine, making him swallow hard before replying. As he hesitated, the tension was so thick that the old man was nearly ready to snap. But finally, he managed to clearly say. Yep. Immediately after, he hurried to add, but I do not know what he looks like. He changes every time we meet. Chunbi interrupted. Who the hell are you trying to fool? This made him pause. Taken aback by the reaction, the old man's anger erupted like a volcano, shouting loudly, that bastard is dead. I saw him get killed with my own eyes. So how the hell is he still hanging around here? That guy is an imposter, he boldly replied, cutting off Chunbi's rising anger. Then he continued, as far as I know, that imposter once formed his own tribe. But then he got caught and had to face the boss about his actions. I also heard the boss is hunting down similar tribes. And as soon as he said that, Chunbi's expression changed dramatically once again. He cursed under his breath. So that is why those bastards have not chased after him. Meanwhile, Jiaxian seemed to have a vague understanding of what was happening. The old man Yanjiang was fuming, unable to contain his rising anger. I thought everything had finally come to an end. That I could live out the rest of my life without any regrets. And I thought that child could live a life free from hatred. Back in the present, that guy seemed to realize that Chunbi had zoned out for a moment. Losing his focus, he was looking at him with a fiercely dangerous gaze. Ni Yanjiang's voice still had not stopped, and his heart was pounding like a drum. His fingers were clenching tightly, ready to squeeze at any moment. Suddenly, Chunbi's voice became choked. Sir. And at that moment, the other two finally noticed the corner of the room. That guy stood up casually and said, all right, you know enough now. Now's the time to make a decision. Are you all in for this game? Or will you stop right here and let me go? In a moment of reckless distraction, Chunbi never saw it coming. The blade was already pressing against Chun Bok's throat. At this moment, the tables have turned yet again. He is the one asking the questions now. So what is your answer? Chunbi. Facing him, Chunbi is sweating bullets, trying to keep his cool. After a while, everything returned to its eerie silence. Chunbok stammered out an apology. I am sorry. I did not know. Instantly, Chunbi's gentle voice reassured him. It is all right. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Meanwhile, little Jiadung and Jiagum were sound asleep, tucked in warmly by Jia Xian. Those two must be exhausted after the chaos of the past few days. Outside, the two elders were deep in conversation. Hey kiddo.
Yep.
Grandpa. What is with those eyes of yours? I do not know. Suddenly, the moment took a turn. I get it now. He chuckled. I did not mean anything by it. No worries. Grandpa. And then, Chunbi playfully raised his pinky. Wanting to hook fingers with Chunbok, he was holding the little girl tight and softly asked, Can you promise me something? The girl looked puzzled. A promise. With a hint of something deeper, he replied gently. Yeah. Just a promise between us. By the next morning, as the sun began to shine, at the hotel where last night's dramatic showdown unfolded, the door to that fateful room was being quietly opened. Chunbok's mother was there.
Guided by
Chunbi, still filled with worry. Chunbi had to reassure her. She is in here, sleeping like a baby. Gratefully, she whispered, Thank you so much for saving her. Overwhelmed with excitement, she rushed into the room, completely oblivious to Mar. Chunbi wanting to say something more as she called for Chunbok and peeked into the room. Her breath caught in her throat. Chunbok was deep in slumber, completely unaware of anything around her. Meanwhile, Jiaxan was sitting on the girl's bed, looking bewildered at the person who just walked in. Chunbok's mom immediately flared up with anger. Her palm clenched so tightly that the veins on her hand stood out, her voice low and menacing. So it is you. I felt sick hearing everyone talk about you. You sure have guts showing up here. At that moment, Chunbok's mom looked like a beast, glaring at Jiaxan with a deadly gaze and uttering a chilling sentence. Let me take care of you right here. And that made Jiaxan scream in terror, only able to shout. Wait a minute. Luckily for Jian, Chunbi arrives just in time to quell Chunbok's mom's fury. I get how you feel, but let us keep it cool, he says. Hearing this, Chunbok's mom turns to question him. You want me to chill? Are you kidding me? They bicker back and forth. I am serious here, he replies, and trust me, you will want to save your energy for something else. At this point, Chunbok's mom halts and asks him earnestly, What do you mean? He gently pats her shoulder and says, I will explain everything to everyone later. But, as you can see, it is time we forget about these peaceful days. The scene shifts to some time later. No longer in that hotel room, but in a much dingier and messier place. The sound of clinking chopsticks and the slurping of food fills the cramped space, creating an oddly calm atmosphere. But hey, at least they are enjoying a hot meal. Gondon is shoveling rice into his mouth, eating in silence. Chunbok is the first to break the silence, asking, Aren't we out of kimchi? This rice is too bland. Turns out, even with hot rice, it feels like they are starving. He then turns to scold Du Dung, telling her to stop sulking and eat. But she just stares down, saying, No, I can't eat. After hearing that story, I have lost my appetite. I still can't believe that monster I killed was just a fake. Along with that green-eyed creeps ranting, she thought their quest for revenge was over. But learning this truth makes her feel like everything they did was pointless. But the more she thinks about it, something still feels off. It has been months since that day. Yet why have not they made any moves? Why are not they hunting us down? While Ju Jung is lost in thought, Gondon suddenly speaks up. What if they do not need to find us? Ju Jung raises an eyebrow, surprised by his response. Gondon continues calmly. Maybe they already know where we are. They are just waiting for the right moment. But what moment? Ju Jung asks, and Gondon's expression turns serious. He replies softly. They are waiting for Chunbok's power. Without letting Ju Jung ponder too long, he explains. Just recently, I discovered she has a rather unique ability. She can resist monster viruses. With that power, she is definitely a target. But they have not acted yet. Ju Jung is not quite following him, so after a moment of hesitation, he decides to say, This is just my guess. Maybe their wait has to do with Chunbok's power becoming even stronger. They might be waiting for her abilities to fully develop. Chunbek did not dismiss that theory. Instead, he said, While we do not have concrete evidence, we still have time and opportunity to investigate. For now, let us focus on gathering more information about them. The other two nodded in agreement after hearing his directive. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a room, startling all three of them. Chunbek called out, Hey, what are you doing in there? To which a flustered voice replied, And nothing. I just tripped. And that is not my name. She said that, but the thudding sounds kept coming, leaving everyone outside puzzled. Is it really that hard to change in there? By the way, can we trust her? Of course we can. There is a reason I brought her here. She says she has some vital information for us. Meanwhile, the situation inside the room was far from good. A massive hole had been punctured in the wall. She stood there, clutching her head, screaming, "Crap, I am doomed. Why did I even change?" The scene then shifted to Chumbak, who was determinedly shouting at the top of her lungs. "Listen up. This is super important. If you all want to be like me, you have got to put in the hard work." Jia and Dram stood at attention, their faces serious as they shouted back, "We will do our best." Seeing their warrior spirit, Kumbak nodded in satisfaction. "Great. Now let us try what I just taught you." "Yep, Madam." Chumbak's face was lit up with happiness and pride. "All right, since I am the teacher, I will go easy on you. Let us get to it." While the kids were buzzing with excitement, on the other side of the rooftop, Kumbak's mom was savoring a hot cup of tea in the chilly winter air with Hiza. She casually asked, "What were you going to say to me? I know you did not invite me up here just for tea, right? What is the reason?" Hiza, still coughing, took a sip and replied, her voice strained. "Actually, there are a few things I need to discuss with you." Chumbak's mom, not very patient, urged, "What is it? Speak quickly. I do not have time for small talk." Hiza blurted, causing Kumbak's mom to spit out the hot tea she had just sipped. In utter disbelief, she had to confirm, "Well, what did you just say?" Hiza, with her head down, sadly replied, "It is my fault. I should have been more careful." Thankfully, Chumi was there to save the girl. But if she had really been caught alone, she might not be here with us now. With a look of disbelief in Chumbak's mom's eyes, Hiza continued calmly, "I promise this won't happen again. Next time, I will protect her with my life." Hearing Hiza's sincere words, Chumbak's mom paused, studying her before finally speaking up. "Can I ask you something? There is something I have always been curious about. From the start, I knew you were different. But what drives you to go this far for my daughter? What makes you so eager for her? Why is that?" Each word from Kumbak's mom seemed like an attempt to penetrate Hiza's lonely space. Hiza did not answer right away. She appeared to be lost in her own thoughts. After a moment, it seemed she had come to a decision, gently placing her teacup down. "Then I found my voice. Because that girl saved me. I used to be consumed by blind revenge. But she truly enlightened me." Seeing Chunbok joyfully playing with those kids really tugs at a mother's heartstrings, and in Hiza's eyes, it felt like she had witnessed something like this before. There was a little girl, innocent and bright, waving happily and calling out, "Mommy," and before I knew it, my call-oust. Scarred hands were lifting up. I smiled a genuine smile and waved back, saying that this child is my hope, and everything left in my life that I am trying so hard to protect. Chumbok was now shouting out loud, bragging about her achievements. "Look at me. I am doing great." Seeing Hiza like this left Chumbok's mom at a loss for words. Perhaps she sensed a hint of regret in Hiza's gaze and actions. Noticing Hiza was still fussing around, she casually handed back the cup she had received earlier. While her tone was a bit cold, there was genuine concern behind her words. "Drink it while it is hot. It will warm you up and help you get better." "I am just trying to remember and get a few last words in. But I can't help but blush in embarrassment." Hiza, noticing the change, slowly asked, "So now you are actually concerned about me?" Kumbok's mom immediately got flustered and retorted, "Don't get the wrong idea. I only said that because I do not want to add to your burden." But Hiza understood perfectly, smiling softly as she replied, "Well, thanks then." Kumbok's mom did not want to delve too deep into this emotional conversation, so she put on a nonchalant face and said, "All right, enough of that. You are acting kind of weird." But just as she said that, Hiza collapsed. The scene stunned Chumbok's mom, her face darkening in shock as she could not grasp what was happening. The cup Hiza was holding fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. This immediately caught the kids' attention. Everyone was still in a daze, staring at Hiza, who was now sprawled out on the ground. Meanwhile, inside the silent movie theater, a countdown suddenly echoed, starting from 10. The voice was directed toward the large door ahead, currently counting down to 7. The man continued counting down the next 3 numbers, while casually walking down the hallway. At that moment, he glanced at his watch, then resumed counting down with each tick of the second hand. As soon as the countdown reached 1, the door in front of him slowly creaked open, accompanied by an ominous sound. The man tensed up, lowering his hands. The time had come. Heavy footsteps echoed, mixing with the prolonged creak of the large door drawing closer. He bowed respectfully, thanking the Lord for arriving and welcoming him. The moment the man called out the name Bigfoot, he stepped forward with heavy steps. Bigfoot, clearly irritated, asked in a low voice, "Where's the meat?" He quickly pointed upwards, saying everything is up there. But the man had not even finished his sentence when the sound of dripping caught his attention above. As I looked up, a cat-like face loomed before me, mouth wide open, drooling and crying rivers of tears. Beside that man stood a woman in the same state, but it did not stop there. Behind them was a crowd of people, their bodies swollen like balloons, moaning and screaming in chaos. The dealer rushed over to explain, saying it only takes a few days to fatten them up. But keeping them in line was proving difficult, as they kept sticking together out of sheer survival instinct. Just then, he paused, as something sharp jabbed into his bulging body, making the woman let out a gasp. The dealer was siphoning some of her fluid with his finger. Rummaging through his coat, both the quality and quantity were top-notch, and the flavor was something special. These goods were worth a pretty penny now. With that, he pulled out a vial of pills. Thanking his boss for such a fantastic gift, this would solve our food shortages. Hearing this, the big guy seemed pleased and turned away, saying he did not have time and to just sort out the rest. Just as he was about to leave, the dealer's voice stopped him in his tracks. One last thing before you go, I spotted a girl with golden eyes. The man nearly whipped around, immediately asking when he heard that, claiming he had come across her recently while out gathering in front of the big guy. The dealer was fiddling with a rubber band in hand. I know you are busy, but can we chat for a minute? Hearing this, the man stood frozen, staring at him, just as a noise echoed from a nearby high-rise, like something being sliced. Moments later, a gut-wrenching scream erupted from a man with a tear-streaked face. A second later, he collapsed onto the table as the screams of a woman, who was being restrained on the ground, filled the air. The man slammed his hands on the table, mocking him for being weak, while another guy suggested cutting off a pinky. At the same time, from across the room, the pained pleas of a woman echoed as she was repeatedly struck with darts. The man preparing to throw was excited, demanding she stay still. Looking down, I saw a foot stomp directly onto the head of the collapsed man in a violent display. I think he is out for good, a voice mocked, saying he was too weak, and the two decided to go look for new toys. Witnessing all of this, the young man was sweating bullets, swallowing hard, telling himself he had to get out of here when a voice cut through the chaos. My people can get a bit rowdy. We do not often host gatherings, so bear with us. Saying that, the guy wanted to steer the conversation back to business, but the boy was too busy thinking about why Myung Hun was staring at him so intensely. The pressure was mounting, making him tense like a drawn bowstring, as he kept repeating the name of the Black Dog Gang in his head, a gang made up of ruthless criminals. The boy's gaze fell on the man in front of him, though it was risky. He had heard that they were very good at getting the job done, so he found himself hesitating. He looked away to the severed fingers on the pizza table, and before he could think to himself, a loud voice interrupted. Should I trust these guys or not? That statement immediately sliced through his train of thought, shocking the boy so much that his whole body went rigid. He saw the man in front of him grinning from ear to ear. I can tell that is what you are thinking. The boy, caught off guard, stammered an explanation, but it was useless. The guy burst out laughing. I guessed right. Did not. Just look at your face. Not wanting to push it too far. The man got serious again and picked up a beer can. What we are doing might seem a bit shady, but that is not all there is to it. We are experts at getting the job done. He gently flicked the tab on the beer can, even if we are a bunch of crazy guys. Hearing this, the boy could not help but lower his head slightly to hide just how tense he was. What he saw was the man in front of him sliding the beer can toward him, and saying with a grin that they would not bite if he took a drink. He still wore a smile, but there was a darkness in his expression. Don't you worry. We will take care of your request. The more he heard, the more sweat dripped down the boy's face, and he swallowed hard as the man asked about the location of the liquor store. A few seconds after his body finally relaxed a bit, the boy cautiously opened his mouth to take a breath. He said he would show the guy a video while hurriedly rummaging through his pocket, but accidentally dropped a piece of paper. That paper just so happened to land right at Myung Hun's feet. Seeing this, the boy immediately stammered to ask for it back, but he acted like he did not hear it, prompting the other man to call out again. Despite the guy loudly telling him to hand it over, Myung Hun completely ignored him, focusing solely on the drawing on it. It was not until the urging got louder that he finally spoke. Pick it up. You idiot. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone around turned to stare at Myung Hun. Even those munching on pizza or sipping beer froze, eyes glued to him. And of course, the guy who got insulted right to his face spat out. What did you just say? Almost immediately, the thugs started marching over, one of them mumbling something about Myung Hun daring to act like that. The other one swung a pizza stick at him, growling, "That is not how you talk back to the captain." With that, he raised the stick high, ready to teach him a lesson he would not forget. A loud crack echoed through the air, followed by blood spraying like water, leaving the instigator staring in shock as the scene unfolded before him. He was drenched in cold sweat, stammering, unable to find his voice. Then came a horrifying scream, because what the guy saw was the head of his teammate lying on the pizza table, the face completely mangled, He stared at the lifeless body, frozen in place, while his fist clenched, cursing. What the hell happened? This was unreal. Just then, he tightened his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. The boy gazed at the horrific sight, mouth agape in terror. That was the hand of a monster. Naturally, the rest of the room was also drawn to that other hand. Suddenly, without warning, that hand pulled up the visor of a cap. As the visor lifted, it revealed a bloodshot eye that did not blink, locked onto the picture in his hand for even a second. In an instant, sweat poured down the captain's face as he cursed under his breath. Right after that, he pointed at the lifeless body, shouting, "You guys, get him for me. Whoever kills him gets half of what I got. It should be all I have. So hurry up and take him down." The captain was so pumped up, veins popping out on his temples. The juicy reward sparked immediate chaos, as the people around rushed in, vying to attack Anne. The air was filled with battle cries mixed with the sound of weapons clashing. But Ma Young-hun remained completely focused on the picture. He seemed oblivious to the waves of hostility closing in from all sides, quietly murmuring the name Hiza. "Finally, I have found you," he said just as the armed crowd closed in, surrounding him in a tight grip. A second later, thick red blood erupted everywhere, and Hemon's voice rang out, "Just wait for me. I will be there soon." Blood spilled from the second-floor window, staining a nameplate below. The title Soon Rehabilitation Hospital was soon drenched in dark red. Inside, chaos reigned. Blood everywhere, with corpses strewn about, limbs dismembered. A sobbing voice begged for mercy, claiming he was just there to deliver a mission to capture those drawn on the papers, scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, the lucky few who managed to stay alive were quietly sneaking away, while Ma Young-hun replied that he had just saved this boy from being tricked and killed by the thugs here. "I planned to hang up my weapons after finishing them off, but your drawings changed my mind," he slowly recounted, still gripping the boy's neck, causing him to whimper in pain. Finally, Ma Young-hun gets to the point and asks him to hand over the mission to him. The boy does not respond, his eyes welling up, questioning, "Who the hell are you?" But the answer and the crazed look in Ma Young-hun's eyes leave him stunned. "I am really a mad dog now, and it is my turn to ask questions. So you better answer wisely." He brandishes the blood-stained drawing of Hiza from his hand and demands, "Where is this woman now?" Meanwhile, in a bedroom, Hiza is spiraling, coughing up blood, sending Chunbi and Zhu Zhang into a panic. Finally, she can't take it anymore and starts banging her head on her stomach, blood pouring from her throat. It hits him Hiza is having another violent episode. The two quickly hold her down to prevent her from hurting herself further. The basin that Zhu Zhang had been holding is now full of blood, and even the towel is soaked through. The room is a chaotic mess, echoing with the frantic voices of Chunbi and the screams of Hiza. Hearing her name, Gondan rushes outside, frantically searching for medicine, while yelling at them to hold on a little longer. Inside the room, Hiza suddenly places her bloodied hand on Zhu Zhang's shoulder. Startling her, she struggles to speak, asking Zhu Zhang to do something for her. Up on the rooftop, where the kids are happily playing, there is a quiet corner where a mother and her child are embracing. Mother Chun holds her little girl, who is trembling in her arms. At this moment, inside the towering building under the gloomy sky, Hiza asks Zhu Zhang to bring her something. Moments later, Mother Chun raises an eyebrow, questioning if she can really trust what she is holding in her hands. Zhu Zhang, feeling helpless, buries her face in a pillow. She has heard it already. Hiza might not recover from this. Her voice echoes through the blood-soaked bathroom. And even Zhu Zhang can't believe Hiza has made it this far when her body is at its limit and beyond saving. A drop of blood trickles down from the shard, soaking everything. She hesitates but ultimately decides it is time to brace ourselves for the unavoidable. Hearing this, Mother Chun becomes frantic, insisting that seeing Jingu tomorrow will save Hiza. But Gondan interrupts her, saying it is too late for that. You know he has done everything he can to treat her in this awful environment. So even if Hiza survives, Jingu can't do anything more for her. We still have to fight against the monsters. Zai Jian, hearing this, lowers his head and gently strokes the two kids resting on his legs. At this point, Chunbi, covering his face on the sofa, can't hold back a curse. It seems like it is time to make the decision we have been avoiding. Mother Chun bites her lip, glancing back, just as a voice filled with hesitation chimes in. Should we hold out for a glimmer of hope right now? Her eyes are locked on the closed door where Hiza is resting, as those outside wonder if they should let her go peacefully. Inside the room, Hiza is gasping for breath, her face drenched in sweat. Finally, she manages to say just one word to answer Mother Chun, but the correct answer is Azoloto. The girl excitedly shares that she read it in a book. After that, Mother Chun cheerfully promises Hiza they will go play outside again once she gets better, and this time, She will let Hiza play the mom in their family game. Oh right. Today I taught the household chores and some moves to Chun Bef. I am completely drained. But I still force myself to crack open my eyes and look at her. The kids are really into the lessons. So next time, let us teach them together. Okay, the little girl was trying to list everything she wanted to do with Hiza when she gets better, but suddenly hesitated and clenched her fists tightly. Just then, Hiza called her name out of the blue, making her jump. Hearing Hiza ask her to close her eyes was confusing, but Hiza urged her to hurry up. Chunbo wanted to say more, but the words got stuck in her throat. Eventually, she started to let go of what she wanted to say, her eyes narrowing in thought. Before long, Chunbu decided to shut her eyes tight like Hiza told her. All she could hear was rustling sounds. She asked if she could open her eyes yet, and Hiza cuffed a few times. After a bit, when she heard it was okay to open her eyes, she slowly cracked them open. As her vision adjusted, Chunbikof could see something that looked like wood. The sight of a wooden box caught her off guard, and she gasped. Hiza did not tell Chunbai what was inside but told her to open it herself. Chunbo obediently placed her tiny hand on the box lid and gently lifted it. Her eyes widened in pure astonishment as she saw what lay inside. Chunba picked up 2 small axes. Puzzled, "What are these?" she asked. Hiza replied that they were a gift for her, and of course, she was thrilled that Chunbaf liked them. Behind the closed door, she explained that she intended to give them to her when Chunbu-sir was a bit older, but she could not wait any longer. Hiza wanted her to use them to protect herself. Chunbo forced a smile, wanting to say something but felt like her throat was stuck. Hiza continued to remind her to practice what she had taught. Use your strength wisely. At this point, Chunbake's smile fell. She wanted to stop Hiza. She did not forget to remind Chumbasuf to eat well and live a full life. The little girl bowed her head, overwhelmed by Hiza's earnest words. Don't waste your life being stubborn. Be a good girl, even when I am gone. Chun Bifof could not hold back anymore and shouted at her. Hiza, clearly exhausted after trying to say all that in one breath, gathered her last bit of strength to keep her eyes open. Watching the girl deny reality, Chumbakov cried out, "I will be a bad kid if you leave. I will hate you and become a terrible adult. You do not want me to turn out that way, right? So please." Hiza's face was drenched. Not sure if it was sweat or tears from Chunbais. The little girl cried out until she could not take it anymore, hugging Hiza tightly, sobbing, "Please do not leave me. I love you so much, so do not say things like that." Chunbaita's face was flushed from crying, with her tiny hands gently stroking her hair amidst the soft sounds of quiet sobs. Hiza sighed deeply. She had been so determined in front of her mother, yet here she was, feeling like a failure. It is, she thought. After all, I am just trouble, and they have suffered enough because of me. So everything would be fine. She could leave now. Hiza gently caressed the head buried in her stomach, tears streaming down. Suddenly, the door creaked open, startling Chunbo, who raised her tear-stained face. Standing in the doorway was her mother. "Chunbok, can you step out of the room for a moment? I need to talk to Mies Hiza about something personal. It won't take long." "Sweetheart." Without hesitation, Chunbok wiped her tears and hurried to comply. Tears were stubbornly streaming down Chunbok's face. But suddenly, something compelled her to look at her mother. What she saw made her freeze, and all tears stopped. Chunbok sat there, eyes wide, staring at the glinting knife in her mother's hand, trembling as she asked, "What are you holding?" Chunbok was forced outside, screaming, "Let me." "Calm down, Chunbok. Just breathe. Mom won't hurt Ms. Hiza. Just wait." But the little girl would not listen, crying out, "This is all a lie. Then why is that knife in your hand? We will explain to her later. So please." Before I could finish, the girl screamed, "Dad, stop lying. I know what that knife means." Chunbok cried louder, trying to shout, "How could you do that to her? You hate, Dad. You are the worst. So cruel and ridiculous." Suddenly, a hand shot out and knocked Chunbok out cold right in front of Gondan, leaving her completely stunned and unable to react. Just like that, within seconds, Chunbok was unconscious and lost in a deep sleep. Gondan, furious, turned to Zhu Zhong and yelled, "Have you lost your mind? How could you do that to her?" She calmly replied, "Don't overact. I just put her to sleep for a bit." Zhu Zhong continued, "If we let her keep screaming like that, some monster will hear and come after us. Why not just tell her the truth from the start?" Gondan stammered, "Because we can't be sure of anything." Hearing this, Zhu Zhong pressed on, "So what is your plan? What if it all goes wrong? It will just ruin Chunbok." Gondan felt helpless at the question. All he could say was that it was something very hard to explain. Like, after everything we went through, Chunbi walked in from outside, her voice steady, saying, "Everything's ready. Everyone get prepared. We should focus on getting out first. He then emphasized. There is no turning back now. So let her handle it. And we should prepare for the worst. Saying that, he pulled out a gun and loaded it with a decisive click. Chunbi then said seriously, by the way, are you sure about this? Zazian. I got angry hearing Chunbi ask that. I have told you about this 1,000 times already. Aizen, and do not blame me if everything falls apart. I am just suggesting possible options. The rest is up to Hiza. Whether it succeeds or fails, at that moment. Chunbok's mom looked worried as she glanced at Hiza lying beneath her. Hiza looked exhausted. Yet she forced a smile. But it was a weak one. She slowly closed her eyes and said, if that is your decision, just make it quick. Chunbok's mom glared at Hiza. Of course. It needs to be quick. With that, she raised the knife and said, it will hurt a little. As the knife plunged down, blood sprayed from Hiza's mouth. Hiza's face was covered in blood. She kept coughing, looking extremely tired. What are you doing to me? Didn't you want to kill me? Chunbok's mom grabbed Hiza's hand and asked, what do you think I am doing? The knife from before had fallen to the ground, and Chunbok's mom's voice boomed. I am trying to save your life. So now, listen up. I would rather turn you into a monster like me than watch you die. Jia Xian told me the only way to create a conscious monster is to infect your wound with blood or saliva, like those tentacle monsters do. But I have not infected anyone or eaten anyone since I became a monster. I am fighting my cravings for my family. So As she spoke, Chunbok's mom drooled slightly, looking a bit worried as she glanced at Hiza. Her mouth was now full of saliva. Her body was turning into a true monster. And she said, this might be tough for me, but I will endure it. So you better tough it out with me too. Let me save your life one more time. Hiza was utterly exhausted, struggling to ask, what if it fails? What do you mean? Chunbok's mother questioned. Hiza forced out, what happens if I turn into a monster and attack you? Chunbok's mother's face was all lit up, fists clenched and gleefully replying, I will teach you a lesson by beating you to a pulp. Or maybe I will just make you my pet, covered in blood. Hiza still mustered up the strength to say, that lol just cause more trouble for you. I will be a huge burden to everyone. We have always been like this. It is nothing new to us. Hiza yelled in anger. Damn it. Just give up on me. I told you. I will just be a useless monster. Why won't you understand? As she spoke, she coughed violently. Everyone would be better off without me. So just let me die. Chunbok's mother softly called out, Hiza. To which Hiza, fierce like a wild beast, shot back. What now? Mom Chunbok spoke slowly and clearly. She was in such a pitiful state. Her measured words made Hiza scrutinize the woman in front of her. Hiza could only stop the bad questions. What? Mom Chunbok replied. You are so selfish. If Chunbok is in danger again, you would risk your life to protect her. Would not you? Mom Chunbok glared at Hiza, thinking, do you really believe we would be better off without you? That is just absurd. It was not an easy decision for me. But I did not think you would be this awful. Hiza felt the words from Mom Chunbok awaken something within her. She was stunned hearing those words, and perhaps the look in Hiza's eyes showed her late realization. Mom Chunbok continued, is that really all you want? Can you just eat and rest while Chunbok cries? She leaned in close to Hiza's face. You want to regret this? Right, make your choice now. Die here or keep fighting to survive and fulfill your promise to Chunbok. The questions. The accusations from Chunbok's mother made Hiza drift into memories of the past. It is not living just because you are still breathing. She has faced endless pain. Countless times falling apart because she could not hold on. So many moments where she felt like a monster. And right now, Hiza believed she had done her part. Standing on a cliff, a tough choice awaiting her answer. Hiza stood terrified on the edge of a cliff, whispering, I have done it. She could hear her own heartbeat pounding as she stood on that precipice that connected to her very soul. Back to reality, Hiza called out to Chunbok's mother. Wait. Chunbok's mother, furious, asked, what is it, you little brat? Hiza calmly replied, if you really have to do this, then do it right. I am ready to endure the ultimate pain. Chunbok's mother was drooling all over, grabbing Hiza's hand, saying, you talk a lot. You know that. Now just bear the pain you keep blabbing about. Then, she bit down on Hiza's hand, trying to infect her with the virus. Mom Chunbok bit down harder. The infection process was excruciating. The pain made Hiza feel like her brain was going numb. It hurt so much she wanted to pass out. Scene change. Whispers filled the air. Was he asleep? Yeah. I guess he needs more time to rest. It is always like this when he brings someone here. I get it now. But when will he wake up? Keep it down. Let him sleep. But it seems like he is waking up. So let us take him to Myung Hun. You are the one who went looking for Chunbok to get revenge, but ended up in a hospital. He thought to himself, why am I lying in this bed? He recalled the moment before he lost consciousness. Oh right. He had failed against that Jig guy and collapsed. But wait, why is it so noisy here? Everyone was staring at him as he slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, he noticed a ton of eyes staring at him. The shock made him scream, startling everyone in the hospital. After waking up, he was terrified, sitting in a corner of the bed, yelling, "Who are you people? And where am I?" One of the onlookers ran off to call Mang Hun. Mang Hun, he is awake. Meanwhile, he was still panicking, asking, "Are you guys trying to attack me?" Everyone, calm down. We are just here to take care of you. Rushing footsteps came towards him, and as people gathered around me, I shouted, "Back off. Or do you want some candy?" "Well, I am not eating." Mang Hun hurriedly rushed over, pushing through to see him in a panic. Mang Hun grabbed his shirt and pulled him along, causing him to fearfully ask, "Why am I here?" Without saying a word, Mang Hun dragged him off. "Wait, where are you taking me? We are supposed to talk." "Right. Please let go of me first. Shut up if you do not want to die." As he was being dragged away, the portrait he drew of Chun Bok fell to the ground, lying sprawled out on the floor. But then someone picked up the drawing. Junji, who held the picture, pondering, "This kid seems," returning to the conversation with Mang Hun. "First off, I want to thank you. I always knew she was strong enough to survive, which is why I have been searching for her all these years, because I believe she is still alive. But I can't imagine a day when someone suddenly encounters her. You have no idea how my life has changed." "Do you?" he nervously replied. "Yeah." And Mang Hun pressed on. "How is she doing?" Hearing the question made him fumble, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Mang Hun continued to ask, "Tell me everything you know about her. Her personality. What about her face or voice? How does she express herself? Does she attract attention or have any impact? Spill it. Tell me everything you know, and do it fast." The barrage of questions sent him into a spiral of fear, and the sweat just kept pouring down. "I used to think a lot about dangerous situations like this. Like, why on earth am I so close to this guy? No. This monster. Seeing you silent," Mang Hun urged. "Come on. Say something." He became so nervous it felt like an electric shock had just run down his spine. Finally, he managed to speak, but it was still shaky. "I have one request. Capture everyone in that picture. That is all I am asking for," he continued. "You see, not long ago, his group hired us to impersonate monsters. But then, one girl from her team used strange powers to summon a real monster, and in the end, I lost my entire family because of them. I want revenge. Please help me catch them." After hearing this, Mang Hun seemed to grasp part of the problem. "So that is why you are so hell-bent on revenge." "Ah." He gently patted his head and replied, "Get it? But there is one thing you still do not understand." Mang Hun scratched his head and continued, "Who cares about what you just said? If you help me, I will tell you where the wine stash is." Mang Hun asked, "And you know, I also know where the food storage is." But that still did not satisfy Mang Hun, and this time, the kid had nothing else to offer. But Mang Hun was not interested in any of that. "I do not need the stuff you mentioned. What I want to hear is something you know." The little boy's heart felt like it was about to jump out, and his face was drenched in sweat. He kept stuttering, unsure of what to say to satisfy Mang Hun's desire. He leaned in close, his face full of expectation, and the kid finally mumbled, "About his eye. But I do not know where she is. If you find those people." Before he could finish, Mang Hun exploded, slamming his fist down on the table. "Fine. That is exactly what I suspected. But I hope you are not thinking I am a fool who will just do what you want. The kid you mentioned. I will fulfill your request. But I want a more worthy reward," Mang Hun said, each word dripping with intimidation. Mang Hun gripped the big table in front of him tightly. "I just want to find Hiza. I do not need anything else but her. How do you feel about that?" Faced with a giant, he felt incredibly small and fearfully replied, "But, what do you want?" he hesitantly asked. "But can I ask you something? Is that really enough for you? What is your true goal?" The sudden question left Mang Hun speechless for 5 seconds. He looked at the kid with a mischievous grin and answered casually, "I am just curious. Do you really want to know?" "Kid, yeah. I want to know." "All right then, I will tell you." Saying this, Mang Hun pulled a chair closer. He sat down in front of the kid and began. "You see, Hizo is a woman I am weak for. So I want to kill her." Mang Hun smiled a chilling smile. "So, she is incredibly important." He continued to recount his time with Hiza with excitement in his voice. "She is strong. Sometimes she is very strict. But other times she is incredibly sweet." As he spoke, her image flashed in Mang Hun's mind. "She is the strongest woman I have ever known. To me, she is a woman who cannot be defeated." In Mang Hun's eyes, Hiza looked just like a monster and gently loosened the chain and said, "I will." Myung Hun looked at him and continued, "Tame her like she is your dog. A dog that can't survive without me. I can't wait to see her. I wonder where she is right now. He thought after hearing Ma Young-hun's story. Is this guy losing it? He is strong but violent. Plus, his obsession with that woman is intense. Is he really the right person for what I need? But the real question is, where could they be? The heavy tension between Ma Young-hun and him was shattered by the sound of a door opening. Asai echoed. You are here, Mai. If you are done here, could I have a word with him? Ma Young-hun's vacant gaze was fixed on Jin-gu. Jin-gu continued. It will only take a few minutes. Please, just hear me out. The one asking to speak with Ma Young-hun was none other than Jin-gu himself. Jin-gu's story gradually unfolded. We have been through a lot in the village, surviving by watching our teammates sacrifice themselves, and sometimes just cursing each other out over suspicion. Meanwhile, I felt like I was living in a cursed hell, but I still held on to a glimmer of hope, a burning wish. I just wished I could live a normal life. Maybe that fierce hope led me here. We finally found a home after a long, persistent search. We discussed and set common rules to avoid repeating past mistakes. Striving to maintain the peace and safety we longed for, many laws were established, but nearly all of them had one unspoken rule. Never mention Chunbok's group. That rule was prioritized for everyone's sake in the village. So no one dared to speak up, and life went on. Soon, more rules formed, and everything began to have structure and a bittersweet clarity. Even though we faced initial hardships, conflicts, and struggles, the village gradually took shape and improved. We all started to bond more closely, getting closer to the normal life I had always dreamed of. Jin-gu was overjoyed then. He thought, a normal life could last. But that did not last long. A crisis like the one Jin-gu had seen before returned. Slow, dragging footsteps entered their village, accompanied by weak voices. We need food and a doctor. Everyone was stunned by the newcomer, unable to believe their eyes. Was that really Hyra? Jin-gu continued to think. One day, a group from the outside appeared. No, it was more like a monster standing right in front of us. Ending the flashback, we returned to the conversation between Mang-hoon and Jin-gu, where Mang-hoon, with a bored look, said, Don't you see I am busy? Come back later. Jin-gu replied, Jeonju needs you. But I am tied up. Fear was clearly etched on Jin-gu's face. He seemed terrified to even mention Mang-hoon, so he turned away. I will wait. So please hurry up. Mang-hoon agreed. Fine. You wait outside. The sound of a door slamming shut announced that Jin-gu had completely exited the room. At this moment, only Mang-hoon and the kid were left in the room. He continued to stare at the boy and said, Did you hear what he just said? Make a decision quickly. The kid's sweaty face looked up at Mang-hoon in fear, responding, But I told him everything I know already. Are you sure about what you said? What do you mean? Mang-hoon used his rough hand to slap the boy's face, leaving him utterly confused. Then he stared intensely at him and said, You must know this. There is something you still do not get. How dare you ask me that when you do not even know where they are? Think about it. You definitely know where they are. Really think it through. His rough hand had left a mark on the boy's face, and he cried out in pain. You are hurting me, the kid yelped. But Mang-hoon ignored his cries and continued to order him to think. I believe you know. Come on, think for me. The kid was so terrified that he screamed. But the more he struggled, the more aggressive Mang-hoon became, holding him like a monster, demanding he remember. A strong hand grabbed Mang-hoon's shoulder, telling him to stop. Enough already. Seeing Mang-hoon was relentless, Jin-gu shouted, Stop it. You are going to kill him. He meant to remind Mang-hoon to ease up, but he ended up taking a hit himself. Mang-hoon landed a punch that sent Jin-gu flying, gasping for breath. Mang-hoon glared at him, saying, Didn't I tell you I am busy right now? The kid was terrified and began to cry. Please stop. I swear I do not know anything else. The more he pleaded, the more Mang-hoon's fury boiled over. You are the only key. I have to find her, he threatened with a chilling intensity. Speak up. Right now. When the kid remained silent, Mang-hoon, furious, lifted him by the collar. Just then, someone burst in, shouting, Stop. Jin-gu felt like he had found his savior. Jeonju? Jun Ji-hoon entered, pointing at Mang-hoon, asking, What the hell are you doing? I was surprised to see Jin-gu not responding. Exhausted, he slumped in a corner, saying, You should not have come in here. Are you okay? Jin-gu, not all. Mang-hoon sighed at Jun Ji-hoon's arrival. He turned to the people behind him and said, Can you two please step outside? This kid knows something very important. He is the only lead I have to find. Hee-jai. I am telling you again. This kid is crucial to me. I will hand him over to you once I am done with my business. He wore a terrifying expression. Please. Just give us a moment alone. Both Jin-gu and Jun Ji-hoon stood helplessly, staring at him for a long moment. Then she let go of his arm and sighed. At this point, Jun Ji-hoon had to lay down the law. Rule number 5 in our village. Anyone coming in from outside needs my permission as the leader. You know that law? Right. But what is this? You are ignoring me, the head of this village, and brazenly bringing someone from the outside. Not only that, you are threatening and beating this kid. Unbelievable. But Ma Yong-hoon's face remained unfazed as he replied. So what? Jun Ji-hoon looked worried. I need you to follow the rules like always. The room fell silent. The atmosphere thickened between the three of them after that heavy pause. Ma Yong-hoon turned back to the other two with a menacing glare. Get lost. Jun Ji-hoon continued to warn. Stop what you are doing right now. Ma Young. Kiss me again if you think those words are just buzzing nonsense. Do not make me repeat myself. Jun Ji-hoon is not backing down either, warning him that this is his last chance. Upon hearing this, Ma Young shifts slightly, but his gaze remains locked on her. Jun Ji-hoon stares back with wide eyes, as if they are in a contest to see who blinks first. But just as they are locked in this tense standoff, a chair suddenly flies straight at Jun Ji-hoon. The thrower. Ma Young. Of course. Luckily, Jin-gu reacts quickly, wrapping his arms around Jun Jae-hoon to shield him from the chair's impact. The force was so strong that even Jin-gu, a strapping young man, felt like his arm might dislocate. Ma Young has transformed into a monster, ready to take down anyone who stands in his way or die trying. Ignoring the presence of the two, he turns back to the frightened kid, saying, All right, let us get back to our chat. The kid stumbles back, pleading, I really do not know anything. Please. Hearing this, Ma Young's temper flares, and he is about to unleash a beatdown, but then something stops him in his tracks. A familiar voice rings out as Jae-hoon starts listing all the things Ma Young has done since arriving in the village. Ma Young, I know you have been working hard for our village. I know we live peacefully and safely, without any threats from those monsters out there. That is all thanks to a big guy like you who protects and fosters us. But did not you promise me you would use that strength when it mattered? Turns out, Ma Young froze because Jun Ji-hoon had just thrust a knife into him. He genuinely does not grasp what the real issue is at this moment. Jin-gu watches from the side, sweating bullets and thinking, is this girl crazy? He is a monster, and she is trying to negotiate with him. Despite stabbing Ma Young, Jun Ji-hoon's hand shakes with fear. She continues, even a monster can tell who saved them. So let me make this clear. If you dare to touch my family again, your face and hands won't be the only thing that is scary. I will never forgive you. Ma Young turns his head to look at Jun Ji-hoon. The look in his eyes shifts, no longer as terrifying as before. He recalls Hisa once saying something similar to him. Don't touch my family, or I will kill you. The more he thinks, the smaller Ma Young feels against the petite girl. Janju? Then he pulls his hand back, scratching his head, his tone calming down. Okay, get it? Janju? I went too far. He then turns to Jin-gu and says, Jin-gu. Jin-gu is a bit taken aback by Ma Young's apology, feeling flustered as he replies, it is no big deal. Ma Young, cradling his wound, looks at Jun Ji-hoon and says, I can't believe you actually did this to me. Janju? Feeling a bit flustered, replies, aren't you supposed to heal quickly? Think of this as a warning. To this, Ma Young responds, you really know how to pull the punches. Jun Jae-hoon chuckled at that, saying if you do not want me to turn ruthless, then stop provoking me. But deep down, she felt a pang of guilt, begging him to forgive her, knowing he was searching for something. But I really can't let you meet her. Once that guy is truly healthy, I will tell you everything about her. Just as they were having a light-hearted conversation, Ma Young's hand awkwardly reached out. He snatched the drawing of Chunbok from Jun Ji-hoon, the one she would found outside that kid's hospital room. What is this? How does she have a picture of this kid? An unsettling feeling washed over Jun Ji-hoon, leaving him in confusion. She reassured Jun Ji-hoon with a silly grin, saying it was on the floor, so I picked it up. That is all there is to it. She kept calming herself, taking a deep breath, saying it was time to eat, so she should head to the restaurant because she was starving. She turned to the boy lying petrified on the ground and feigned casualness, asking, Hey, kid. Let us talk after we eat. Can you stand up? The boy quickly replied, Yep. But Ma Young seemed to have sensed the awkwardness she was trying to play off, saying, Janju? Just be honest with me. Okay. He transformed into a monstrous figure, closing in on Jun Ji-hoon, asking, Do you know the kid in the picture? His question made her heart race as if it might leap out of her chest. Meanwhile, in another place, in a crumbling house, someone's voice echoed the haunting melody. My dear, do not say a word, just be silent. My dear, do not say a word. Mom will buy you a singing bird. The song rang out through the empty rooms. And if the singing birds do not sing, I will buy you one. Suddenly, the singing stopped. Junbok was sitting in the lap of a monstrous figure, asking, Hee-ja, why are not you singing anymore? Hee-ja looked utterly pained, her body bound tightly by chains. Hee-ja mumbled something incoherent but did not say much else. Junbok, seeing this, cheerfully replied, "It seems like you are still awake." The little girl turned to Hee-ja, comforting her, saying, "It is, I want to leave you alone. Just try to relax." Witnessing all this was none other than Jiaxuan. He looked at the two in front of him, one a child, the other an adult, thinking, can I just tune out this mess? Should we wrap this up by dealing with this monster? What should we do with her now? Youngju was bandaging Gondan's wounds, asking worriedly, did you find anything? We should keep searching, but how? If she comes back like this, we could face two scenarios. One is we can talk to Jin-gu today. He might have a way to help her get better, or at least assist Junbok's mother a bit. What about the second scenario? Youngju asked. Gondan replied, that depends on when her consciousness returns. That means it is very hard to control her. But when she calms down, Junbok will be there to encourage her, which could help settle her down. Youngju's eyes turned complicated as she listened to Gondan. She looked at the wound on his back and asked, so you are keeping her calm? Her hand gently brushed against his injury, filled with worry. For a brief moment, Gondan was taken aback by Junju's response, so he asked, what did you just say? Then Youngju's voice turned slightly angry. I can't believe you can still say that. Just look at yourself, you have got some serious wounds. What do you think will happen if you do not take care of yourself first? Gondan was taken aback by Youngju's fierce reaction and asked, why are you suddenly so mad? Isn't this all your fault? You need to end this deadly mess. If you keep doing things like this, you should at least keep yourself calm. She shouted. That is why I hate this plan. I knew this would happen. We should just let her die. Really, we still will. She had not finished her sentence when Gondan interrupted her. Enough. If that is a wrong decision, you will face the consequences. Overthinking will just make everything worse. Youngju shot an angry glare at Gondan. It is not your call. It is, Gondan replied slowly. Right. That is why I was going to leave her behind. But we are family. You understand that? Right. Just that question from Gondan made her freeze up, unable to utter a word. So she decided to ignore him. Fine. Do whatever you want. But please do not get hurt anymore. Seeing his little sister worried about him like that, Gondan could only respond. Of course. She stood there silently, while in the distance, Chunbi was playing with his two little grandkids. The kids were having a blast playing around with Grandpa Chunbi. After getting treated, Gondan put on his shirt and did not forget to thank Youngju. Thanks for taking care of me, she coldly replied. It is nothing. She clenched her bleeding hand, thinking, family. Youngju recalled the moments with Gondan when he loved and spoiled her. That look suddenly turned sad as she thought, if you were my family, I would not let you get hurt or in pain. She punched the nearby wall in frustration. What is his wife doing while he is hurt like this? Everything is such a mess. In a deserted stairwell, footsteps echoed down the hallway. The footsteps grew louder, but the corridor was eerily empty. Not a soul in sight. It was Gondan's heavy footsteps as he thought she must be having a really tough time, because things did not go according to our plan. Then he opened the door, thinking, I am her husband. The door slowly closed with a sound. Deep down, he thought he needed to support her more. He approached Chunbok's mother, saying, we can talk about. Before he could finish, his face went pale as he looked at her. Chunbok's mom looked like a monster, trying to gobble up the food off the floor. Sorry. Sweetheart. What are you doing? She kept chewing away, not stopping. After swallowing the last bit, Chunbok's mom said, I was hungry, so are you eating too? Gondan squatted down, exhaling heavily, leaving Chunbok's mom utterly confused. He sat in silence for a full minute, making her feel super awkward as she tried to explain. Listen, I really wanted to share with everyone, but I was just too hungry. Are you mad at me? His response was just 3 words. I know already. This made Chunbok's mom feel both angry and embarrassed, her face turning red. It is up to you. I am just human too. Then Gondan burst out laughing, unable to hold back, covering his face in amusement, saying, I guess I have to help you survive. Stop it. How does it feel to be the only one stuffed full? Stop it for me. Stop right now. After a bit of playful banter, they finally got serious. He thought she would feel terrible about everything that had gone down. But did he really see her as weak? Not all. But hey, are you ready? With her hands on her hips, Mama Chunbok confidently replied. Of course. All my wounds have healed, so I am totally ready. Hearing this, he felt reassured and said, the car's all set. Let us go check on Jin Gumer. For sure. Suddenly, she paused, looked at him, and said cautiously, before I go, Gondan, I know everything is a mess right now, but I will sort it all out, so do not worry too much. Okay. Gandan was taken aback by the unexpected comfort and gazed at her. Feeling the love from his wife, he reached out and pulled her closer. Babe, what is it? Without warning, Gandan scooped her up, wrapping her in his arms. Mama Chunbuk, surprised, stammered. What is going on? It is nothing. Just that my darling is too adorable. Gandan embraced her tightly and cautioned. Remember to be careful out there and do not put yourself in danger. Knowing the unease he was feeling, she gently replied, Got it. I will be back soon. After saying their goodbyes, she decisively walked away, leaving him feeling all alone on the rooftop, watching Mama Chunbuk leave. He thought, I better clean this place up. And just as he was contemplating, he noticed something. At that moment, he realized the pile of chips on the ground that she had just opened but hardly touched. Meanwhile, she was slowly making her way down the blood-stained stairs, each step bringing back fragments of that fateful day. Mama Chunbuk felt a wave of disgust wash over her as she recalled trying to infect Hiza. Remembering the embrace with her husband, she thought to herself, this is really bad, is not? The craving inside her surged again, saliva dripping down so much that she could not catch it with both hands. All she wished was for this feeling to take over. Before she could finish her thought, her figure was becoming clearer on the staircase. She was about to lose her balance. In front of Mama Chunbuk, something appeared that made her stop for a moment. The long hair below looked like snakes slithering across the floor. An ominous feeling made Mama Chunbuk freeze. It felt like a ferocious monster lurked behind her. Drooling at the sight of her, the furry monster that always haunted her was back. A sudden warmth spread through her hand, turning it red. Soft clouds drifted across the deep blue sky. The abandoned skyscrapers loomed silently. In that tranquil atmosphere, the sound of an old car suddenly shattered the silence. Mama Chunbuk sat in the car, lost in her thoughts. She knew things would turn out this way, but she could not fight her own principles. Having prepared everything, she had to face the consequences, no matter what happened. This thought made her shiver. Memories of the time she bit Hiza to try to infect her flooded her mind. The thrill of biting someone made her crave even more. She thought to herself, I feel so much better after biting Hiza. And not to mention my senses are sharper than ever. The only problem is whether I can withstand my own cravings. I have to try to endure it, it is okay. She kept telling herself to hold on. But when she remembered Hiza's bloodied hands right in front of her, Kumbok's mother could not help but let her emotions spill over. Just as she was lost in thought, the person next to her could not take it anymore and yelled. Hey. The sudden outburst jolted Chumbok's mother back to reality. The dilapidated car had to brake suddenly, the screech of tires against the road ringing in her ears. Chumbi's abrupt stop made Chumbok's mother anxious, asking, what is going on? Chumb. Something's been bothering me, and I can't focus anymore. Confused, she asked. What do you mean? Chumbi sighed. Come on. There is something we are hiding from each other, is not there? Not understanding. She probed. Hiding what? Chumbi took a deep breath and shouted. You better tell me right now if you are planning to do something stupid. Got it. Chumbok's mother still had no idea what he was getting at. What are you talking about? Embarrassed, her face flushed, she replied. It is not like that. It is not what you think. Really? Then why has my stomach been growling this whole time? It is just that my stomach is not feeling well. Hearing her answer, he finally relaxed and laughed heartily. I get it now. If you feel better later, just let me know. Just relax and let everything unfold naturally. Chumbok's mother was deeply touched by Chubi's encouragement, but she felt a bit more playful now. Are you trying to make me mad? Chumb. Why would I do that? Chumbok's mother was too exhausted to argue, so she replied. Forget it. It is irrelevant. Let us just leave it at that. Why did not you tell me sooner? Pouting, she leaned against the car, thinking. Whatever. At least now he knows I am not harboring any bad thoughts. Chumbu wanted to break this awkward tension. He said, all right. Why do not we kill some time by chatting a bit? What do you want to talk about? Hearing that, she asked. About what? There are a few things Zazion mentioned to me while you were busy with a big fight. At first, I was not sure if it would help you, but I thought about it for a long time after hearing it. Kumbok's mother exhaled, her hands nervously fidgeting. What did she say to you? Kumi's gaze narrowed in thought. Clearly deeper than usual, he began to recount. She said that while she was curiously looking for the monster's weakness, she saw something. What did she see? Zazion's eyes were wide with shock as she discovered something that terrified her. Zazion's eyes were so wide they looked like they might pop out. Inside that room were sounds of desperate screams and the stench of blood. A hand with razor-sharp claws was clawing at something. Zazion peeked through the window, drenched in cold sweat. Inside, there were big feet and a man whose face was unseen. talking to someone else. I could not believe what I was hearing from her. It seemed she saw a guy and his masked friend experimenting on something there. She could clearly witness a monster transforming into a human after being injected with something. At this point, Kumbak's mother was no longer indifferent. She was now agitated, asking, did she really see that? Could she be lying? Chumba remained calm, steering the wheel as he said, I did not believe it when I first heard her say that either. But I do not think she is lying. He added that during the fight with that diplomat. He realized he was different from before. So it is hard to say that was not a hollow lie. Hearing this, Chumbak's mother hurriedly said, if that is true. Before she could finish, Chumbi jumped in. We can find a cure for Hiza and free her from them. Kumbak's mother thought to herself. If what he heard is accurate, we might just solve this. But why are they experimenting with stuff like that? No matter what happens, we should gather more information about them. While she was deep in thought, Chumbi suddenly shouted, there they are over there. Chumbi's car came to a stop at a distance, and he gently reminded her, let us focus on checking your health first. With that, he slowly drove the car forward. Jingu stood in front of the ambulance, waiting for them. There was something off about his expression compared to usual. Chumbi popped his head out of the vehicle and waved. Doctor, long time no see. How have you been? You look a bit under the weather. It felt like Chumbi was talking to himself as no one responded. Finally, the car came to a complete stop, and they got out. There are a few things I want to discuss with you about Jingu. What is the time? After a long while, they filled Jingu in on everything. He was utterly shocked. Hiza has turned into a monster. Based on Chumbak's experience, those symptoms must be really strange. Chumbak's mother continued. I know there is a lot that does not make sense. But right now we need that same drug you injected into me. Chumbi sighed. We left her house because she could not control herself and just kept wandering around. Kumbak's mother interjected. I know it is against protocol, but can you come with us to check? If you have the time, we would appreciate it. Before she could finish, she noticed Jingu's expression was really strange. His face was dripping with sweat, and his eyes were full of fear. But no matter how much they called out, he did not respond. Jingu worriedly thought. For real. I could negotiate with Chumbak's mother, but now Hiza has turned into a monster. Things just got a lot more complicated. Especially if my Ung Hun finds out about this. That would double the trouble. I need to inform them right away. With that thought, he finally said, okay, I will go with you both. I knew you would agree. Doctor. Thank you. Jingu, he replied cheerfully. No problem. It is just us paying back the favor from when you all saved us. Besides, I am worried about Hiza and Chumbak too. This is an emergency, so let us get in the car first. Both of them suddenly realized something and stood frozen. Jingu's voice was weak and shaky as he said, why are not we moving? Go back to your car and show me the way. That is when they recognized the odd behavior from Jingu. Chumbak's mother thought. He is closing one eye and shaking his hand like he is scared of his neck. Even Chumbi realized that was a signal of danger. Realizing this, Chumbak's mother became alert. Thinking, is someone following him? Or is someone watching him from behind? Chumba looked back at the car behind them, sensing that Jingu was trying to emphasize the seriousness of the situation and urging them to leave. Let us just go for now. But before they could get in the car, the back door of the ambulance behind Jingu suddenly swung open. A man stepped out, capturing the attention of Chumbak's mom and Mir. Chumb, and greeted everyone with a casual what is up, the moment they recognized him. Both were utterly stunned. Sorry for the late introduction. I dozed off and did not notice anyone was here. Jingu felt a wave of dread as Manghun called his name. You know, Jingu has told me so much about you all. You are the heroes who saved their village. Right. And stepped closer, genuinely thrilled to meet them. Manghun flashed a creepy grin as he introduced himself. I am Manghun Kim. The moment Chumbak's mom saw him, she felt her anger boil over. Chumbi immediately sensed that this guy was trouble. The way his eyes gleamed with that suspicious smile made them feel like they were being threatened. Manghun edged closer, suddenly saying, everything Jingu told me is true. There is a monster who is quite close to them in humans. He stepped right in front of Chumbak's mom, extending his hand in a handshake. We are all monsters here, so why not get cozy? Right. Chumbak's mom, but she seemed furious, her hands cracking as she snapped. Get your hand out of my face. Back at the ruined building, where the Gondan group was hiding, the cries from Gondan echoed through the place. Hold her tight. I know. I'm trying. The one they wanted to keep was none other than Hiza, mumbling something like, Danti go. Gondan and Dudung gritted their teeth to hold her back, but it seemed a bit too much for them. Hiza. Calm down. The kids will be back soon. Come on. Come on. But after turning into a monster, Hiza seemed to only listen to the little ones. Now what? They had no way to hold her. Do something. Come on. Is your big body just for show? I'm trying. Just as they were wrestling, the door suddenly swung open. Everyone froze. All three of them staring at the mysterious door. Team Chunbok reporting. The girl along with the two kids, Jiadung and Jiagam, rushed towards Hiza. Chunbok bit her lip tightly, extending her hand in front, signaling danger. Behind her, the three kids were tightly wrapped around Hiza, and her dangerous face shifted to a playful one as she said to Hiza, "Hey, how come you are so cute? I am back now." Hiza, Jiadung and Jiagam echoed. "I will stay here." "Me too." Chunbok leaned in close to Hiza. "Now sit." "Okay." The girl waited eagerly for Hiza's response, but she remained silent for a long time. After a while, Hiza finally nodded. "All right." Her answer filled Chunbok with joy. The three kids snuggled up in Hiza's lap, and Chunbok needed to read a big book. "I have a really interesting book for you." The adults watching this scene let out a sigh of relief. Hiza, even if she was cooperating and not causing trouble, still looked at Chunbok with a bit of annoyance. The girl, however, did not care what she was called. Cheerfully responded, "You are gonna love it. Now I am gonna start reading." Gondon sighed. "If it were not for the kids, we might not have been able to handle her." Jiadung added helplessly, "I do not know what else we can do. I mean, the kids need to sleep sometime." The two of them kept chatting away, totally unaware that Jiadung was sitting in a corner, feeling helpless. "We can't do anything until the doctor arrives. Maybe we should just shove her somewhere." "But how? She knows how strong she is." They kept talking while Jiadung clenched her fists, listening to their conversation with a heavy heart. "I do not know. Maybe we should just let her leave. Don't forget, she is part of our family." After saying this, Gondon finally realized something was off with Jiadung. When he noticed her trying to walk away, she turned back, forcing a smile as she explained, "I think I just need to step outside for some fresh air." Dung opened the door and stepped out, leaving Gondon standing there, lost in thought. Jiadung rubbed her eyes and said, "Hey, I am really sleepy. Do you mind if I take a little nap?" Her question hung in the air with no answer, making her turn back in confusion. "Hey, can you hear me? Wait, is anyone even listening?" Turns out she had been talking to herself in an empty room this whole time. The crumbling door of the building creaked open once again. The stairwell was eerily quiet, surrounded by piles of rubble made of old bricks and shattered glass that had gone untouched for ages. Dudung's flowing hair danced gently in the breeze. She sat there, face nestled in her hands, as if she were crying. Footsteps approached from behind her. She seemed to know who it was, so without looking up, she asked, "Why did you come out here?" Gondon replied, "Because I am worried about you." Her soul felt as shattered as the broken glass on the ground. "I just stepped out for some air. It is freezing out here. Come back inside." "Dudung, I will join you soon." Gondon moved closer to her, but she recoiled, saying, "Don't come any closer." Instead, he offered her his jacket. "At least put this on before you go back inside." But she refused Gondon's concern. "Just go home." "Okay, but at least put on a jacket first." She remained stubborn. "I told you." "Dudung, could you stop being so stubborn?" She slowly stood up. "I said I am fine. Why won't you let me be alone?" Gondon was taken aback by her fierce reaction. "What is wrong with you?" After a long pause, she finally opened up. "Let me be straight with you, I absolutely hate this dreadful, pathetic situation." Gondon's heart sank at her heavy words, and he grew serious. "What do you mean? You are really confident about this situation? We have faced so many monsters, and our home is practically destroyed. Hiza has turned into a monster, adding so much weight on us. And on top of that, we have to take care of the kids. This chaos is all because of your wife. Hiza is wrecking everything with her bizarre powers. My dad is getting older, and you are trying to protect everyone. Now we have another monster and more kids. Everything feels like a tangled mess with no end in sight." Hearing all of Dudung's words left Gondon speechless, while she cracked a silly smile that quickly turned into tears. She continued, her voice trembling, "I am so tired of being this useless person." She felt utterly helpless watching her brother bear the weight for her, helpless as she watched her teammates, the ones she loved, fall, unable to let out a single sob despite the pain. All those emotions seemed to have been buried deep within her for so long. But today, she finally let them out because she feared losing her family once again. She knew he only wanted to protect their family. "But can you please take a little care of yourself? To me. You are." Before she could finish her sentence, Gondal stepped forward. Because he was one of the few left in her family, Gondal rushed in and embraced her tightly. She thought he was just overwhelmed with emotion. But when she felt his strange silence, Zuzong looked up. That is when she noticed blood streaming down from Gondal's head. A monstrous hand had slashed across Gondal's face, leaving a deep gash. He used his jacket to block the recent attack, but it was too flimsy to withstand the force, allowing the opponent a chance to escape. The attacker did not hide their face. As they landed, they appeared to be moving slower than before. With that massive frame, they were still moving faster than I expected. They were going to become a tasty morsel. Are you okay? Zhu Zhong asked, her voice laced with worry. Gandol, with one side of his face covered in blood, angrily asked, "Who are you?" The man, unfazed, retracted his finger that had just struck Gondal and asked, "I am just a merchant trading goods." He stepped toward Gondal and Zhu Zhong, each step seeming to shake the earth lightly. He emerged into the light, casually responding, "A traitor. You can call me that." Gondal stood in front of Zhu Zhong to protect her, wondering if this guy was a monster in disguise. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhong thought he was the monster her father had been keeping an eye on. Seeing him approach, Gondal instinctively asked, "What are you planning to do?" Before he could finish his sentence, the man interrupted, "Let me ask you first. What would happen if something happened to the girl?" That girl. Gondal thought the girl the traitor referred to was Zhu Zhong, so he stepped forward to shield her. But what surprised both of them was the target he was after was not Zhu Zhong at all. "I can feel the girl is here. So maybe," in the blink of an eye, his swift hand had caught a little girl. And that girl was Chun Bok. You do not know what she looks like. At that moment, the Xian family was still deeply engulfed in their room with Hiza. As usual, Hiza was tangled up in a huge chain, sitting in a corner of the wall. But suddenly, the outer layer of the monster's skin peeled away, revealing a pair of terrifying eyes. Seeing Chun Bok in his grip, Zhu Zhong realized things were about to get serious. Why now? This was the worst possible moment. So she asked, "We do not have any weapons here. What should we do now?" At that moment, she felt overwhelming guilt. It was all her fault. Despite blood streaming down, Gondal took a deep breath, then shouted, "Babe, now's the time." The delivery man thought Chun Bok's mother had returned and turned to look. When he turned back, he realized there was no one behind him. What a lame joke. But just as he let his guard down, Gondal relentlessly fired at him. Zhu Zhong, filled with fear, shouted loudly, "You keep him busy. I will run and wake up Jiaxan and grab some weapons. Just hold him off until I get back." Gondal was thinking, "I am the only one in a position to fight right now. I will see this as a challenge. I just need to buy some time." Zhu Zhong ran while glancing back at Gondal, worried. "Hurry. You can only hold him off until I return." Gondal aimed his gun at the dealer and fired repeatedly. "It is time to get to work. We will be fine." The dealer was hit all over, fresh blood oozing from his wounds. "We have fought to survive until now, so I won't change for anyone. I will never give up on my beloved daughter." A bullet shattered the dealer's glasses, but Gondal's determined expression remained unshaken. The dealer, with a disdainful look, sneered, "You are so foolish for not listening to me. Didn't I tell you from the start?" At this moment, Zhu Zhong had run a little distance, but it was not far enough. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Gondal. While Gondal was busy dealing with the dealer, a massive man jumped out from behind and tackled him. This time, the impact knocked Gondal down hard, leaving him dazed. That kick created a shockwave that rocked the entire area. Zhu Zhong gasped as she watched Gondal, worry etched on her face as she shouted his name. The dealer, looking quite pleased, said to the guy who just knocked Gondal down, "Those were my favorite glasses. That is enough playing around. Don't waste our time any longer." Zhu Zhong was paralyzed with shock after witnessing the dealer's henchman attack Gondal. While she stood there, frozen, someone snuck up behind her. Zhu Zhong realized she was being ambushed. But it might have been too late. The attacker was a woman with a snake-like arm, speaking to her own limb. "Don't you want to eat? You could totally have it." The woman's arm perked up at that. It seemed to transform into a hungry little puppy. And the woman grinned. Get ready for a delicious snack, even a dangerous situation himself. Gondal struggled to call out her name as he saw Zhu Zhong about to be devoured. The dealer crouched down, touching Gondal's bleeding wound, saying, "Look at all this blood. It must hurt a lot. But I have a question for you. Do you know where that girl is, and where's her mother?" Hearing that question, Gondal felt his heart skip a beat. The guy leaned in closer, smirking at Gondal. "You better answer wisely. My next move depends on your response." The dealer's laughter made Gondal's mind spiral into chaos. He was in a dire situation. One wrong answer could cost him everything, including the lives of his wife and daughter. Thinking of the dark hideout they called home, Gondal knew better than anyone there was no one here at all. "My wife, Chun-Bi, and I seem to be in a different world. The only person Gondal needs to save, the one closest to him, is Zhu Zhong. I have to protect her, or Zhu Zhong will think of this moment and see her face. And he can't help but feel that sting of sorrow. His willpower screams at him. You can't give up." His hand struggles to move, trying to rise. I have to do something. Come on, body. Please just move. No matter how much it hurts, even after pushing through the pain, his body remains frozen. Why can't I move? The man holding Chunbi down sits back, looking at Gondal for a long moment and says, "Why are you trying so hard? You can't do anything. Nothing at all. Do you really think that is a way out of this situation? Come on. You know there is no escape. You are not strong enough to chase us away, and there is no deal between us. Look around. I know how much people love you. You could have beautiful friendships, an amazing romance, or great camaraderie. Do you know what will happen to everyone who cares about you?" The more he hears, the more Gondal's heart aches. That statement hits him hard, making him feel like he is crumbling. They all will die because of you. And worse, your family will share the same fate as those others. With that, he violently grips Chunbi's neck. Now think carefully. This is your last chance. You would better start talking before I digest this little treat. Gondal's anxiety and fear swell in his mind as he sees his daughter teetering on the edge of danger. The man holding Chunbi seems ready to wait for orders. I will give you 3 seconds. He starts counting down. 3. And as the countdown ends, the man is ready to strike. But suddenly, all 3 of them freeze in their tracks. A powerful foot approaches, and they do not even know whose it is. Turns out they still have no idea what is coming, only feeling an overwhelming pressure. What is approaching? The subordinate of the man holding Chunbi stands over Gondal, asking, "Can you feel that?" The man holding Chunbi and the other 2 feel it too. What is that pressure? A sense of fear washes over, causing his eyes to widen. Sweat begins to bead on his forehead, making him think. This feeling, it is like being swallowed by a monstrous giant. A foot slowly steps into the light. It is who, despite being blinded, can still move. Giza has not regained her human consciousness. She is still trapped in her monstrous form. It is hard to tell if she is crying, but you can hear her sobs. She looks at the woman named Bora, who is devouring Dudung, and they lock eyes. Giza does not understand what is happening. Still sobbing, then she turns left to continue assessing the situation. On her left are the man holding Chunbi and his subordinates, standing over Gondal, but she does not care much about that. Something else has caught her attention. What matters is Chunbi in the grip of the man holding her. As she struggles against the brink of death, she seemed to go absolutely berserk, shattering every chain that bound her. The mutant, witnessing his uprising, felt a twinge of fear and barked an order. "Everyone, get out of here now." But before he could finish his sentence, Giza lunged at him like a starving tiger. The scene shifted away from the wrecked building, returning to the towering skyscrapers where Chunbok's mom and Chunbi were chatting with Maying Hun. He approached the 2 of them and asked, "What Jingu told me is true, right? You are a monster living among humans. We are the same kind, so why not become closer? What do you think?" Chunbok's mom did not just ignore Maying Hun's hand. She shot him a slightly annoyed look and said, "You better keep those hands to yourself, unless you want to die here." Hearing this, Meng Hun took the hint and pulled his hand back. Chunbi remained cautious, noticing something unsettling in Jin Gu's expression. Jin Gu's gaze was locked on Meng Hun, not daring to look away. Chunbok's mom was starting to get irritated. With a furious expression, she clutched her head and shouted, "Get lost. I do not know why you are here, but we are really busy right now, so leave while you still have a chance. Are you hearing me?" Meng Hun did not respond. Instead, he stepped closer to her, leaving Chunbok's mom baffled. He was not his usual angry self. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying her provocation. "It is rare for me to feel this way, but I am in a good mood today, so I will give you 2 choices, one good and one bad." Chunbok's mom shot him a glance, then sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Meng Hun was still spinning his 2 fingers, saying, "The good choice is if you come quietly. Nobody has to get hurt. In other words, it is a peaceful ending for everyone." Chunbei pondered over Meng Hun's proposal, but Chunbok's mom was starting to lose her cool, her hands primed to unleash at any moment. Meng Hun continued, "The bad choice would be..." Each word he uttered sent a chill down Chunbei's spine. Before he could finish, both Chunbok's mom and Chunbei launched a surprise attack. She charged at him with her claws out. While he was ready to strike at any moment, gunshots rang out in the quiet area, and the only one terrified was Jingu, who sat frozen on the ground. Looking at the 2 fierce figures before him, Meng Hun chuckled. "That is everyone's decision." "Ah. Well then, Ilash." He caught her claw-filled hand and effortlessly crushed Chunbei's gun in the process. "You all chose the worse option." One hand held hers, while the other wrapped around something large and round of hers. She was taken aback. Momentarily stunned, Meng Hun's grip did not loosen. If anything, it tightened. Tears may have fallen, and her body instinctively recoiled. Preparing for a counterattack, Chunbei hurriedly sprinted away, seizing the moment when Maying Hun was distracted to fire several shots into his back, but it seemed the bullets had no effect on Maying Hun. Instead, he caught them barehanded. This left Chunbei more shocked than amazed by Myung Hun's astonishing move. When Chunbei's attack failed, the one who got hit was definitely him. So he quickly raised his hand to block Myung Hun's strike with his injured hand. Chunbei thought to himself, I suspected he was not just any regular guy. But I never expected he could catch a bullet with reflexes like that. Looking at the man before him, Chunbei could not help but feel awed. He was truly a monster. Chunbei's face went pale as he observed Myung Hun. Unsure whose blood was dripping down the ground, it turned out to be Myung Hun's blood. His hand was severed, blood gushing out while his face remained expressionless. Chun Biki's mother was the culprit behind the hand lying on the ground, and she shouted in anger. You are a freak. She angrily cursed him. I have never met anyone as reckless as you. How can you be such a twisted freak? Gritting her teeth, she declared, You are going to die. I will teach you a lesson in manners. Chun Biki's mother shot back. That is why you should not play with fire. Next, you are going to be punished. Myung Hun laughed and said, Your sister's got some guts. But then, he casually lifted the severed hand, and another one sprouted right where the old one had been. Myung Hun flicked his middle finger and smirked. I do not care. He started fiddling something out of his mouth. Chun Biki's mother watched his actions in utter confusion, seizing the moment while they were exchanging blows. Chunbei quietly returned to the car trunk to search for something, and it felt like he realized something. The clouds were not their usual blue, but instead, they had turned a grim gray. In the no parking zone, there was an orange sign. This time, Myung Hun did not confront them directly. Instead, he hid among the buildings and called out, I really want to keep playing with you guys, but I fear I have been too nice. With that, he crouched behind a wall. Observing slowly, Myung Hun's foot stepped out cautiously, and in a flash, he leaped away. Although Chunbei was alert, he only caught a glimpse of a dark shadow passing by. Chun Biki's mother also sensed something was off, dropping the joking facade and becoming very serious. As they were both on high alert, a group of men in black jumped out wielding knives, ready to attack them, saying, Let us have some fun with our little group. They were all wearing helmets, so their faces were obscured, and they quickly closed in on Chunbei. He quickly pulled out his gun and shot two of them right in the heads. One gun was not enough, so Chunbei drew a dagger to fight them off. Despite his age, Chunbei was still incredibly agile. With a swift move, several of them fell at his feet. Myung Hun watched this scene with excitement, clapping enthusiastically. In no time, Chunbei had taken down all the attackers. Even though he had wiped out the enemies, he still felt unsatisfied, panting and thinking, Damn old I can't hold out much longer. Chunbei thought about this when something caught his eye, making him pause his thoughts. He looked at the guy he had just beaten lying on the ground, writhing in pain as he squirmed in agony. His face revealed from beneath the helmet was terrifying, almost like a monster. Meanwhile, Chunbei's mother still seemed to be in a bad spot. She is still trying to deal with those guys in helmets. They look like living puppets. Even though they can attack and I can easily push back. But what kind of freak is that guy? Seriously, he looks human enough, but the power he wields is straight up monstrous. I have never met anyone like him before. Just as I am thinking about Myung Hun, Heeza's image pops into my mind. I wonder if he knows how to help Heeza. While Mother Chunbei sees his deep in thought, two helmeted goons grab her arms tightly. She shoots them an angry glare, her eyes blazing like laser beams. What the hell are you all doing? Get lost. As she is yelling at those idiots, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly distracts her. One of those helmeted guys is speeding toward her on a motorcycle, coming straight down from above. He is just about to crash into her. At that moment, Mother Chunbei turns around, and the bike is almost on top of her. A deafening crash echoes through the entire area. Luckily, quick-footed Mother Chunbei dodges the bike just in time. Furious, she demands, That is enough. Why are you doing this to us? Did someone send you to kidnap us? Myung Hun leans casually against the rescue vehicle, saying, Well, I was asked to bring your group along. Nothing would have happened if you had just kept quiet and followed us from the start. Of course, I have a brilliant idea. Just listen, our job is to deliver your group to the client, but the reward for this is not even that important to me. However, Heeza, the woman in your group, he just mentioned her. And both Chunbei and Mother Chunbei far shocked. How does he know Heeza? They fall silent as Myung Hun continues. Due to the critical situation, we had to split paths. She will always be family to us. She is someone I can be without, and more than that, she is my Fanky. He puffs up his chest with pride, his cheeks flushing as he talks about Heeza. The two of them are left with a massive question mark over their heads. Utterly stunned, another guy from that gang approaches them and says, cutting to the chase, while adjusting his glasses, then striking a cool pose. He says, If you both reveal Heeza's whereabouts and let her come back with us, you will be safe and sound. Plus, I will even throw in some generous rewards. But if you stubbornly refuse, he slams his helmet to the ground with a loud bang. One girl from their group, looking innocent, pipes up. We will keep attacking until one of us is dead. After her lackey finishes, Ma Yuan chimes in. And about that reward, Ma Yuhan pointed at Mother Chun Bukfaf with a smug smile and said, the way to turn her back into a human again, it is through a transformation. Of course. After hearing Ma Yuhan's shocking suggestion, Mother Chun Bufi turned to look at her, catching her opponent off guard, who was about to attack her, leaving them stunned. Just as Mother Chun Buf focused, the girl behind her swung her blade. She was one of Ma Yuhan's managed members named Ju Jun. While battling Ju Jun, Mother Chun Bo thought to herself, is there really a way to become human again? I need to stay calm. There is no solid proof for what he said, but looking at the people in front of her, they did not seem like they were lying. A bold thought crossed her mind. What if what he said was true? About her and back at Gondal's dilapidated hideout. Ju Jun had been beaten to the point where blood was pooling on the ground. Gondal was not any better. He was also unconscious. Turns out, the blood on the ground was not Ju Jun's but Bora's. An arm that had once wrapped around Ju Jun was now severed. The one who did that was none other than Hiza. Meanwhile, Mother Chunbakus was thinking about whether they could really become human again. Back to the chaos between Mother Chunbike and Ma Yuan. A deep voice boomed. Is what you said true? Young man. The young man Chunbei was talking about was named Zhang. Chunbei was still on high alert, pointing his gun at Zhang Ain's group, asking, is there really a way to become human again? That sounds unbelievable and too absurd. He stood before the gun but remained calm, demanding, you need to lower that gun if you want to know more. Chunbei still had not put down the gun and replied, what can you tell me that I can trust? Or do you want to pay a visit to your ancestors? Do you really believe what I am going to say? Chunbei was ready to blow him away at any moment, saying, consider it the wish of an old man on the brink of death. Zhang An flashed a cryptic smile, then continued, that is where you can find out what we just talked about, but is a pretty dangerous place. But exactly where is this place? Chunbei asked, bit confused. This time, Zhang An did not answer but just clapped his hands dramatically. He grinned slyly and said, asking like that is enough. Do not you see you are starting to get greedy? Chunbei did not respond and looked away. Zhang An eyed the gang members that Chunbei had taken down, continuing, that was a beautiful execution for an old man. Honestly, I can't help but admire you. What if I took it seriously too? Saying that, he poured the contents of the bottle in his hand into his mouth. Chunbei was completely shocked, asking, what the hell is that? Are you eating? Zhang An replied, yep, hair and nails. While chewing like it was nothing. You are going to see some really interesting stuff. And not only was Zhang An chewing, but he was also blowing bubbles as if he were chewing gum. After finishing, he spat it out. The thing he just spat out kept growing taller. It was unclear what it was among the fleshy trees. This was Chunbei's first encounter with something so bizarre. So he was very cautious. After a while, whatever it was took shape and formed. And the two things Zhang Yan spat out turned into two human figures. He pointed at them and looked at Chunbei, saying, now, let us continue with what we were doing. Hearing this, Chunbei immediately understood the situation and got into a defensive stance. The sound of fighting erupted endlessly. Chunbei's side still had not dealt with Ju Jun yet. She got distracted when she noticed something was off with Chunbei. Taking advantage of that, Ju Jun launched an attack. Luckily, the mother reacted just in time and caught her attack. She angrily swung at Ju Jun, saying, take that. But because of that, she lost her balance and fell. Mother Chun Buff tumbled down while Ju Jun landed safely, but that also made her lose her balance and fall freely. Mom Chun Buff tumbled down while Ju Jun landed safely. She painfully sat up, thinking, damn it all. Mom Chun Bo was fuming, grinding her teeth. But something made her hold back. She sat there, wondering how long this nightmare would last. Mom Chumbi slowly stood up in the void, pondering if this was all because of the scent that girl gave off. Everything around her was now just a blur of white, but her ears became incredibly sensitive. Probably because she could not see anything at all. She felt trapped, unable to move freely due to the chaos surrounding her. It felt like a very bad situation. It was like a gun and a knife were always pressed against her throat. Even though she could not see anything, she decided to counterattack, relying solely on her instincts. Luckily, everything she did seemed to work. She thought to herself, I can use the noise to my advantage. Moreover, I vaguely remembered the layout around me. I was starting to grasp how things worked. I will take care of each one of them before they can strike again. Then I will enjoy beating that perv to a pulp before hearing him out about that method. If it is real, we could save Chumbucket and Hiza. Even more, I could finally break this curse. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Do you really think so? Chumbuka's mother was excited but then froze at the words. The voice continued. What is your next plan? You only survive if you wield this power. It felt like it wanted to swallow her whole. Asking, have you thought this through? Chambaka's mother felt paralyzed. She thought, I can't move right now. That fuzzy monster laughed loudly, saying, do not worry. I am just here to say hi. Don't just stand there. You would better move. At that moment, Achanka's mother snapped back to reality, but it seemed like she was still dazed. The fighting around her had not stopped, and it made Manghun utterly bored. Yawning repeatedly, after the smoke cleared, Manghun finally started to lose interest. Thinking it was time to wrap this up, Jingu ran over to where Chunbi and Chambafu's mother were sprawled out, saying he could not understand why they would pass up such a great deal. By now, all I can say is that they are loyal to their families. Manghun walked over to his junior and asked, is Zhang Haiyan ready? He pointed at a dummy that looked just like Chunbi and said, of course. Army. I am just like that fake out there. So let us get prepared and go. Manghun moved on to another target and asked, and what about you? Jun.
Yep.
Army. You are such a good girl. Finally, the moment has come. Everyone, we have overcome countless obstacles, and now is a crucial time. Today, we finally get to meet her. The founder, our guiding light. Our family. Manghun slowly walked and commanded, to reunite with my bride. We will soon see each other again. Hiza, the one reporting back, was relaying everything that happened to Bigfoot, saying he had an excellent sensory perception, so wherever any part of my body is, I can use it to sense. Which means I can easily track that kid. He thought to himself. Of course. Those parts would rot away in a few days. Then he continued to report to Bigfoot, I am the only one who can find her for you, my lord. So please, give me one more chance. The big guy raised his drink and asked. A chance. He boasted about his hot sauce and said, I swear I will bring her right to you. But can I borrow 2 of your henchmen? Ideally. I need some strong guys to protect me. The big guy, still wearing his thick mask, asked. What do you want as a reward? I am not looking for anything too grand. I just want to be a close member of your family. He thought to himself, I really am lucky. This could land me a great position. While he was thinking, the big guy said, one more thing.
Yep.
What is it? The big guy whispered. Bring your mother too. If you succeed, I will say a few good words about you to my father. As soon as the big guy finished speaking, he walked away. Noticing this, the shapeshifter said, but I have no information about your mother at all. My family will provide you with the details. He then tossed the shapeshifter something, and he quickly caught it and asked, what is this? You might need this. But if you struggle to capture them, just feed it to them. You suggested this, but did not act on it. However, this time, I won't accept any failures. Got it. You would better do what you say. The shapeshifter nodded slightly upon hearing this. He raised his drink and savored every drop. After finishing a glass, he said to himself, next time we meet, we will raise our glasses together in celebration. My lord, that is my plan. As the conversation wrapped up between the shapeshifter and the big guy, a voice echoed in the hideout of the shapeshifter's damn it all. Bora slammed the 2 monster brains she considered her pets together and asked, how did everything end up like this? The henchman of the shapeshifter sighed and replied, it was unforeseen. Bora continued, no one told me there was such a terrifying monster here. While playing with her pets, she asked, is that how you take care of her? He replied nonchalantly, we would not be in this mess if it happened again. What a shame. We were so close to completing the plan. It is really frustrating to let a kid stop her and save us. Do not you think? Bora thought to himself. Damn it. I can't go back empty-handed. I have to find another way to capture her. The guy from the organization seemed to hesitate. He had realized something. There was a noise, and Bora asked in surprise, what did you say? I can hear the sound of motorcycles. A lot of people are coming. Indeed. The guy from the organization had ears like a hawk. The people he mentioned were Manghun's crew riding in. Manghun's inner voice was echoing. It feels like ages ago. A really long time. Ever since that day. I have been searching for her everywhere. I want to give up and just die. But I can't. Because I believe I will see her again one day. As you know, I can live without you. Hiza's silhouette appeared in his mind. Manghun imagined her turning back to look at him with affection. Finally, we can meet again. Let us just stick to the plan. And then it will be our reunion. I will invite her back. It would be amazing if she agrees. But I know her too well. She will definitely refuse. If she really turns me down, I will propose we play by the old rules. The winner of the fight gets to call the shots. Now I am strong enough to beat her. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. The loser will have to obey the winner, that is the law of the dog gang. And Hiza will be part of my family again. The next step, the most important one, is that I will treat her really well so that our relationship can be restored. Then I will spend time with her, and she will definitely feel my sincerity. And then he starts imagining all kinds of wild scenarios. Me and her falling in love, giving everything to each other, and becoming a real family. We will have 3 kids together. A son and 2 daughters. Thinking about it makes my Eung-hun step on the gas even harder. My Eung-hun keeps picturing a beautiful scene between him and her. Feeling so happy just thinking about it, a happy family, with a dream wife, living happily ever after. The roar of the engine from my Eung-hun's convoy grows louder. He is pumped to see her again. He quickly takes off his helmet, revealing a face flushed with excitement to meet her. It seems he finally spotted the girl he has been searching for. But there is one thing: the excited smile on his face starts to fade. That smile vanishes completely, leaving my Eung-hun looking utterly confused. Amidst the winter sky beginning to snow, the howling wind becomes deafening. My Eung-hun's eyes lock onto Hisa and Chun Beach, but he can't believe what he just saw. The Hisa he used to know has turned into a monster with platinum hair, and she has got a child by her side. My Eung-hun thinks that must be her kid, while Chun Ba-fi looks at the crowd in front of them, terrified, asking, "Who are you people?" Unlike Chun Ba, Hisa does not ask or say anything, but she is keenly observing my Eung-hun's every move. My Eung-hun steps out of the car and asks, "Is that really you?" Hisa, Chun Box, feeling scared, clings to Hisa's leg and asks my Eung-hun, "Do you know her? Are you from the village? You came here to help Hisa, right?" The child's face loses its fear as she thinks my Eung-hun is from the village and asks, "So where are my mom and dad? By the way, she is in a lot of danger right now." Before the girl can finish, her expression darkens. My Eung-hun's fury erupts. What the hell is going on here? Damn it. Realizing danger is near, Chun Bo-ki's group shrinks back. But without hesitation, the girl pulls out a gun aimed at my Eung-hun. Chun Bo cautiously asks, "Who are you?" My Eung-hun does not answer and continues questioning. "Tell me what happened to her. I did not hear that she was bitten. So why does she look like this?" Chun Box, still on edge, replies, "My mom said she was sick, so she did that to her. They told me she would get better. That is why everyone's waiting here. I get it now. It is your mom's fault, is not? She is with us right now, and I will take care of her after I am done here." Hearing this, Chun panics, not understanding what is happening. She looks up at my Eung-hun, furious, and demands, "What are you going to do with my mom and grandpa? Give them back to me. You are the bad guy." But my Eung-hun ignored Chun Baka's words and kept advancing, making her extremely worried. Suddenly, my Eung-hun's eyes widened. His head was split in two, revealing a mix of shock and sorrow in his gaze. My Eung-hun quickly backed away, clutching his neck in terror, seemingly too stunned by the horrific scene he had just witnessed. After confirming that his neck was still intact, my Eung-hun let out a sigh of relief. He was still breathing. In that moment, it felt like he was on the brink of death. But it was just an illusion, or was the thought of what just happened made him shudder. For my Eung-hun, it seemed that Haija truly intended to kill him, and that was a terrifying thought, especially with the deadly salt hanging over him. If that were to happen, he could not bear to think any further. Just then, Chun Boki aimed a gun at him, coldly threatening, "If you are afraid of guns, you would better stay away from here." My Eung-hun wanted to say something but hesitated. He clenched his fists, struggling to find the words. In the end, my Eung-hun mustered all his courage, slightly slurring, "Is that really you?" He could hardly believe the reality in front of him. All he could manage to stammer was, "It has been a while, has not it? Hi Jay." Moments later, the outside of the apartment fell into silence. Now Jong Hyan and Ju Young were stunned by the sight of the person opposite them. Jong Hyan, bewildered, asked, "Seriously, is that really Haija?" Chun Baek noticed her limping away and suddenly called out, "Haija." Maya, standing at a distance, finally spoke up, "Everyone stay back." Jong Hyan panicked at this and blurted, "Hey my Eung-hun, if that really is Haija, then we should." But before he could finish, my Eung-hun shouted her name. Jong Hyan felt a chill of fear, swallowing his words. My Eung-hun turned slightly, his gaze intimidating. "I do not want to repeat myself. Stay here. I understand you are confused, but this is the moment I have been waiting for, so just observe from here." His words left them stunned. My Eung-hun was now deeply troubled, his eyes fixed on one spot. My Eung-hun looked at Haijai, as if wanting to say something. Each heavy step he took resonated, and then my Eung-hun gently said, "Haijai, you feel like it is never easy, do not you? Do you remember? Every time we fought, you always won, even though I was the one challenging you. Still, I want to ignite that spark again because I want to beat you." As he spoke, he took another step closer. The snow began to fall around them, and the sky darkened. But my Eung-hun still wanted to share a few final words with Haija. "You know, I really hope to see you again someday. I want to show you my family, and I will ask you to come back to us once more." From the bottom of my heart, he wants things to go back to the way they were, and others probably feel the same. Chun-bok just listened, completely dumbfounded. My Eung-hun does not stop moving forward, getting closer to Haija. If you refuse me, I swear I will make you regret it. Then I will take you home. And of course, if you come with me, nothing will happen the way I am thinking, even now. My Eung's words and tone are overwhelming Haija. He stands right in front of her, his gaze heavy with pressure and his voice dripping with caution. But no matter what, I still like you. My Eung-hun gently reaches out, his voice laced with a faint tenderness. Haija, please come back to us. I promise I will help you. Faced with his words, she remains unresponsive. After waiting for what feels like forever without a word from Haija, he is starting to lose patience. Seeing her expression now, my Eung-hun can only sigh in exasperation. Don't be mad. Okay, but before he can finish, Haija lunges at him. Her last attack missed, so she quickly pulls back her arm. My Eung-hun is furious now. The next day, she relentlessly throws punches at him. A few seconds later, Haija's attack pattern changes. My Eung-hun seems to catch on to something, quickly glancing back. But barely half a second in, his eyes widen in shock. Haija's arms have morphed into something far more monstrous, and she is coming straight for him. My Eung-hun is momentarily stunned. The force of her attacks is ramping up, pushing him back. He had braced himself for her strikes. And now my Eung-hun feels like he has been hit by a freight train. A powerful punch lands, and he can barely stand his ground, wondering where this massive force is coming from. Not only that, but it is incredibly fast and strong. If it were anyone else, they would be done for. At this moment, my Eung-hun's mind is racing, questioning himself, what am I doing? And how can I bring Haija home? Suddenly, my Eung-hun catches a glimpse of her savior. That little Chun-bok over there. He recalls the earlier scene when the girl was hugging Haija, and Haija held Chun-bok so tenderly. He felt a wave of joy. In an instant, my Eung-hun breaks free from Haija and rushes toward the girl. Convinced it must be her. The girl Haija is desperately protecting. If he can catch her, everything might fall into place. At this moment, Chun-bok notices my Eung-hun's strange behavior. Suddenly, Hyeon next to her shouts in panic, my Eung-hun is right behind you. Just as he pulls out his weapon, Haija grabs onto his shirt. She quickly uses her strength to throw my Eung-hun into the air. Caught off guard by the ambush, my Eung-hun is completely stunned. In his mind, he is freaking out, unable to believe how fast she is, and his heart races. He watches Haija's every move with wide eyes. Her body began to change, and this was outside the data my Eung-hun had. He looked down from above, utterly shocked she could transform her body into different shapes to use as weapons. Without hesitation after her transformation, Haija launched an attack on my Eung-hun. That devastating punch created quite the commotion. Those below could not help but gasp in awe. Even Chun-bok could not hide her shock, her eyes wide as saucers. My Eung-hun was getting pummeled, and from his vantage point high above, he looked down at the wreckage below, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. This just was not fair. Why was this happening? Why was everything turning out so differently from what he expected? My Eung-hun's internal turmoil escalated, his body powerless as he plummeted downward. As he floated in the air, my Eung-hun was flooded with questions. All he wanted was happiness. He wanted to meet her, talk to her, and then return to her to build a family together. So why had everything ended up like this? Well, my Eung-hun sank deeper into his questions. Drowning in the darkness he created, he reached out desperately to grab onto Haija, but she kept drifting further away, just out of reach. Awakened from the darkness, my Eung-hun's fury ignited. In that moment, he convinced himself it was all her fault. She was the reason they ended up like this. If she had not abandoned them, they would not have suffered. If she had returned his feelings, he would not have created this chaos. All the blame fell squarely on her shoulders. For my Eung-hun, she was the reason their relationship had reached this dead end. Everything happening right now was a wake-up call for her. She stared intently at the spot where my Eung-hun had fallen. It had turned into a pile of wreckage. While he stood up unscathed, his raspy voice ringing out, "Thanks to you, I have finally woken up." My Eung-hun slowly smiled, peeling off his outer layer of clothing to reveal his heavily injured back. "I wanted to bring you back without hurting you. But now, my intentions have changed." The semi-shirt underneath had been torn, revealing his muscular physique. My Eung-hun gently brushed his bangs aside. Standing on that building, he declared, "I will do everything in my power to take you with me, Haija. Even if you end up disabled, I will still care for you, love you, and protect you. So let us be serious here. I won't hesitate any longer." My Eung-hun stood frozen on that rooftop, his fiery red eyes fixated on Haija without blinking. Outside the apartment complex, loud noises echoed continuously. Inside one of the apartment rooms, the kids were trying to wake each other up with shouts and nudges. Jia Zeon, witnessing the chaos, could only sigh in disbelief. "I am just hiding in a corner, feeling frustrated. Where's that girl's mother? And who are those others? I know I made a mistake coming here, he thought. As the loud noises continued to make him uneasy, Zhang Haiyan sensed the escalating danger and turned to shout. Everyone, hold your positions. Meanwhile, Kunbok was right in the center of danger. As objects were hurled toward her from all directions, Chunbok struggled to speak up. Hai Ra, please just stop. But as soon as she finished, blood started pouring out even more. A fierce attack sent blood spraying everywhere. A deep wound appeared on Ma Younghun's head, but Hai Ra on the opposite side was not doing any better. Her arm was severed. Yet, that did not stop them. He and Hai Ra continued to fight, their eyes locked, filled with a primal hunger to devour each other. Two powerful punches collided, creating a massive shockwave.